Chapter 1. The dew turns white tonight. The moon is brightest in my hometown. Here, all our guests from distant lands sigh. The venerable Xia Chen, with silver hair, stood atop the towering city wall, gazing at the moonlit expanse, shaking his head gently in melancholy. Though aged, he adorned himself in luxurious silks, exuding an air of nobility. Indeed, he was none other than Prince Xia, the twin brother of the reigning emperor of the Great Xia, holding a position just below the emperor himself. Yet at that moment his countenance was rife with desolation, nostalgia, and profound reflection. 70 years prior, Xia Chen was an ordinary university student on Earth. However, due to an unforeseen car accident, his soul traversed into this enigmatic realm that in this world. Martial prowess was revered mortals could cultivate the grand path, moving mountains and filling seas, with no feat beyond their grasp. Upon the birth of the twin brothers, a celestial phenomenon graced the great Xia imperial city, heralding auspicious omens, leading many to believe that these brothers were reincarnated deities destined to usher in the flourishing of the Xia dynasty. When the brothers turned 10, the emperor himself awakened their martial veins. To everyone's astonishment, Xia Chen, the elder brother destined to be the future heir, was revealed to possess a barren vein. This indicated that Xia Chen would lead a life devoid of cultivation, while his younger brother, Xia Yu, possessed a remarkably rare and superior martial vein. Typically, martial veins were categorized into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, human, and mortal, with earth rank veins being exceedingly rare, appearing once in a millennium, while legends spoke of prodigies with divine veins. The higher the grade of a cultivator's martial vein, the swifter their cultivation and the greater their future accomplishments. In a certain sense, the martial vein epitomized the innate talent of the cultivator. The transmigrator, Xia Chen had perused ancient historical texts, aware of the heartlessness prevailing within the imperial palace, where familial bonds held little value. Even though he posed no threat to his twin brother, there was no certainty that Xia Yu would extend the same courtesy. The ruthlessness of royal families has never been mere hearsay. He had once believed that as a transmigrator and a royal offspring, his future was destined for greatness. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Xia Chen might indeed be a failed transmigrator. Thus, in order to survive, Xia Chen endeavored to maintain a cordial relationship with his young brother while simultaneously engaging in commerce outside, feigning disinterest in power. Consequently, he managed to live a tranquil life for several decades. Although unable to cultivate, he found joy and ease within the mundane world. In his entrepreneurial pursuits, Xia Chen fathered a son and a daughter in his 40s fortuitously. His youngest son possessed a divine martial vein. It is worth noting that the current ruler of the Xia kingdom possesses merely an earth rank vein. Fortunately, the boy's birth did not occur within the imperial city and remained unknown to Xia Yu. Otherwise, it would surely have invited peril. In recent years, Xia Yu's lineage had flourished, producing 2 descendants with earth rank veins. However, in comparison to a divine vein, they were insignificant. Throughout these years, Xia Chen remained cautious, fully aware that should his brother harbor intentions of harm, he would be utterly defenseless. Thus, Xia Chen secretly entrusted his son to the Tianwang sect, a distance of 10,000 miles from the Great Xia dynasty. The strength of the Tianwang sect far surpasses that of the Great Xia dynasty, with several formidable nascent soul experts said to be stationed within its ranks, while the Great Xia dynasty boasts but a single nascent soul ancestor. Even if his son's talents were to be revealed, the reach of the Great Xia dynasty would struggle to extend into the Tianwang sect. In the ensuing months, while traversing a remote village in the mountains, Xia Chen encountered an infant swaddled in cloth, who could serve as a suitable replacement for his son. Now engaged in cultivation, thereby alleviating any suspicions the Xia emperor might harbor, he took the child under his wing, intending to impart the ways of commerce. Initially believing this adopted son to be an ordinary individual akin to himself, Xia Chen soon realized he was mistaken. 10 days prior, his adopted son, Xia Tian, was responsible for a lucrative trade venture. While passing through the Bloodwind Ridge, he encountered the notorious bandit, Black Whirlwind, a name that struck terror into the hearts of countless merchants. This Black Whirlwind was said to be a mid-stage core formation expert, and many formidable figures from the Great Xia dynasty had previously attempted to capture him, all to no avail. However, upon meeting Xia Tian, the Black Whirlwind was astonishingly dispatched in just 3 moves. It was rumored that on that day, Xia Tian exhibited unparalleled combat prowess, wielding an extraordinary treasure, becoming a force to be reckoned with. This incident sent ripples throughout the realm, leading many to speculate about Xia Tian's capabilities, especially as the Great Xia dynasty had once dispatched late-stage core formation experts who returned empty-handed, Only after this event did Xia Chen come to realize that his adopted son possessed a heavenly-grade martial vein and had been secretly cultivating, reaching the initial stage of core formation, significantly surpassing others of the same realm. Naturally, Xia Chen bore no ill will towards his son's secrecy. He was well aware of Xia Tian's character. Following this, tales of Xia Tian's exploits circulated widely within the imperial city. Although the palace appeared tranquil, it was, in reality, a cauldron of unrest. Xia Chen understood that his brother, the Xia Emperor, had developed murderous intent towards him, that a core formation expert in his 20s, with an exceptional martial vein, would undoubtedly eclipse him in future achievements. Presently, the Xia Emperor was merely at the pinnacle of latest stage core formation, and that was under the advantage of possessing an earth-grade martial vein. The Great Xia dynasty was not solely under the Xia Emperor's dominion. The true power lay with the nascent sole ancestor of the dynasty. Although the ancestor had not intervened in court affairs for decades, the revelation of a grandson with a heavenly-grade martial vein would surely compel his return. Xia Chen was acutely aware that Xia Yu would never allow such a situation to unfold. Beneath the city walls, the moonlight gently cascaded down, and the silence was punctuated only by the calls of crickets. Though not a cultivator, Xia Chen could discern, even with the slightest intuition, that numerous spies from the Xia Emperor were undoubtedly lurking around his estate. The Emperor's apparent inaction might well be a ploy to await Xia Tian's appearance. Once Xia Tian emerged, the facade would shatter, and the once inseparable twin brothers would become bitter adversaries. With a soft sigh, Xia Chen reflected on his fate. Fortunately, he was approaching the twilight of his years, nearly 70, with his biological son far away in the Tianwang sect, free from concern. Summer must have received his letters by now, and will not return to the imperial city. He finds himself unburdened. Yet, after spending such an extended time in this world, Xia Chen still yearns for his relatives back on Earth. To be buried in a foreign land is indeed one of life's greatest regrets. The weather in February is somewhat chilly, prompting Xia Chen to pull his robe tighter and prepare to return to his quarters. Suddenly, a mechanical sound resonates in his mind. Ding! The host's state of mind transcends worldly desires, successfully activating the system. Ding! The system is merging. Goodness, am I experiencing delusions due to old age? Xia Chen rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat exasperated. When he first traversed into this realm, he had fantasized about possessing a golden finger, perhaps an extraordinary talent or a mysterious system, an unparalleled cultivation, manual, or even a magical ring bestowed by an ancient sage. Yet, none of these had materialized. Not only was he devoid of such gifts, but he had also been born with a severed fate for 70 years. Xia Chen had once been driven to madness by this reality, but by now, his temperament had grown tranquil and unperturbed, standing firm amidst the ever-changing tides of fate. In the Daxiao Imperial Palace, within a side hall, a man of formidable presence sat upon the throne, gently tapping the table. With a slight furrow in his brow, one could discern a resemblance to Xia Chen in his features. He is the ruler of the Daxia dynasty, Xia Yu. Though Xia Yu is also 70, he possesses a robust physique and a head of thick black hair, showing no signs of aging that in comparison to his brother Xia Chen. The disparity is striking. This is largely because Xia Yu is a formidable warrior at the late stage of foundation establishment, his vitality flourishing through cultivation, significantly slowing his aging process and extending his lifespan. Wuan Marquis, what do you suggest I do? Xia Yu inquired, closing his eyes and leaning back in his throne. Your Majesty, since Xia Tian remains elusive, perhaps we should take decisive action and eliminate Prince Xia, Wuan Marquis suggested, making a gesture across his throat. And continued, should Prince Xia perish, Xia Tian will undoubtedly reveal himself, allowing us to eliminate this lingering threat. What are your thoughts, Your Majesty? Absurd. Prince Xia is my own brother. How could I stoop to such treachery? Xia Yu reprimanded lightly, then spoke more slowly. However, I have recently heard that my brother has amassed wealth rivaling nations and may secretly harbor troops. If Xia Tian is indeed conspiring against the crown, we must ascertain the truth. Send someone tonight to investigate. It would be prudent to eradicate any traitors as a warning to others. Wuan Marquis' expression shifted, and he promptly inquired, Your Majesty, if Prince Xia indeed harbors treasonous intent, then we shall. I grant you permission to execute them on the spot. Upon uttering these words, a pained expression crossed Xia Yu's face. Yet to Wuan Marquis, it appeared as though the emperor was merely performing a charade. Xia Yu clearly sought a legitimate reason to act against his brother. And as for the rumored hidden troops, Wuan Marquis had never heard such claims. Prince Xia has always been known for his benevolence and kindness towards the people. How could he possibly rebel? However, This time, he has fallen victim to his own son, a true twist of fate. It is a tragic waste of his son's extraordinary talent. After Prince Xia's demise, Xia Chen will inevitably bear the heavy burden of treason, facing the full might of the great Xia dynasty's eradication. Ding. System integration complete. Would the host like to activate the system and receive the new player gift package? Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Xia Chen stood in a peculiar state, his expression reflecting a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. The emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more, and Xia Chen's previously unremarkable demeanor gradually turned serious. This time, he was certain he had not misheard. A robotic voice was indeed speaking within his consciousness. Activate. Xia Chen's lips felt parched, and his body trembled slightly. His long-dormant heart began to pulse with excitement. He was convinced he was not dreaming. He had just delivered a sharp slap to himself, and the stinging pain was all too real. His golden finger, a key to his destiny, had finally manifested. With the golden finger, he could undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of his life, becoming the mightiest being in this realm. Yet, amidst the exhilaration, a cold wave washed over him. What use was the golden finger? He was already 70 years old, having missed the prime of his cultivation years. Even taking a few steps left him unsteady. How could he possibly cultivate? At that moment, the system's emotionless voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding! The new player gift package is tailored to each host. The system has detected that the host possesses a unique physique. Therefore, the host's new player gift package consists of the Saint's Transformation Bundle. Ding! This package includes one Saint's heart, one piece of Saint's bone, one drop of Saint's blood, a pair of Saint's eyes, and one Saint's martial vein. Would you like to use it? Use. Xia Chen instinctively responded. Due to the host's frail condition, in order to ensure the host maintains an inexhaustible source of energy, the Saint's heart will be integrated first. Suddenly, a blinding golden light enveloped him, illuminating the night sky like a radiant sun. Countless individuals, numerous powerful beings, sensed something amiss and turned their attention towards the prince's residence. Xia Chen felt as though his blood was boiling, particularly around his heart, which seemed to be ablaze. Yet, this sensation was not painful, rather, it filled him with an overwhelming sense of comfort. The vitality that once felt faint now surged within him, rejuvenating him by decades, as boundless energy spread from his heart throughout his entire being. Ding! 20% integrated. Ding! 30% integrated. Ding! 40% integrated. As the integration progressed, the golden light surrounding Xia Chen intensified. Approximately 500 meters away from the prince's residence, a man clad in black stood in astonishment. He was a nascent soul cultivator, tasked by Marquis Wuan to covertly infiltrate the prince's estate. Bearing a burden upon him, he carried a five-clawed dragon robe intended to implicate Prince Xia in treason, thereby condemning him for rebellion at the appointed time, should he place the robe within the prince's residence. The Marquis of Wuan would swiftly arrive, sealing the fate of Prince Xia with accusations of insurrection. Yet, at that moment, the cloaked figure stood frozen, daunted by an overwhelming aura emanating from the direction of the prince's estate. This pressure felt akin to that of an ancient behemoth slowly awakening. It surpassed even that of the Marquis of Wuan and the Emperor of Xia. Such a formidable presence could only be attributed to the legendary ancestors of the Great Xia dynasty. However, the ancestor of the Great Xia was a mythical figure, rumored to possess unparalleled prowess at the nascent soul stage. As the oppressive force intensified, the cloaked figure's pupils constricted, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In the imperial palace, Xia Yu and the Marquis of Wuan stood gravely in the air, their gazes fixed intently on the direction of Prince Xia's residence. I hadn't anticipated that my ineffectual brother's estate would harbor such strength. Marquis Wuan, what realm do you believe that presence belongs to? Xia Yu questioned through clenched teeth. He had initially sought to frame his brother with baseless accusations of treason, merely to draw out Xia Chen. Yet now, an aura of such terror emanated from the prince's abode, undoubtedly summoned forth by an assassin dispatched by the Marquis of Wuan. Was this a warning from Xia Chen, or did it signify his stance on rebellion? Indeed, formidable. The Marquis of Wuan exhaled, bearing a hint of age, and with its might ever increasing, it is likely not merely at the nascent soul stage, but rather at the pinnacle of the late golden core stage, teetering on the threshold of nascent soul. Xia Yu clenched his fists, his complexion a shade of ashen steel, gritting his teeth in frustration. The path of cultivation is divided into various realms: body training, chi gathering, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, among others. Except for body training, which is further divided into 13 levels. Each subsequent realm is categorized into early, mid, and late stages. The journey of cultivation grows increasingly arduous with each advancing realm, heavily reliant on the quality of one's martial vein. Only with a higher-grade martial vein can one aspire to greater heights in cultivation. In the Xia dynasty, golden core cultivators are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only 100 among the billions of citizens, and those at the late stage of golden core are even fewer, let alone the extraordinary beings of the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, the Marquis of Wuan gasped in astonishment, and Xia Ye's gaze sharpened once more. Before them, a towering golden apparition materialized above the prince's residence, resembling an elderly figure. The elder, eyes closed, loomed several dozen feet high. Though merely an apparition, the terrifying pressure emanating from within instilled fear in countless formidable beings within the imperial city, deterring them from approaching. Recklessly, in the imperial city, numerous powerful figures ascended into the air. Upon seeing the Emperor of Xia above, they bowed slightly, their altitude falling short of the Emperor's. Under normal circumstances, Xia Yu would exchange pleasantries with these powerful beings. However, his focus was now entirely directed toward the prince's estate. The might of that apparition was overwhelmingly potent, so much so that even a latest-stage golden core cultivator dared not act recklessly. Your Majesty, should we summon the great ancestor to emerge from his retreat? The Marquis of Wuan's throat felt parched, his heart racing like a startled bird. If indeed there exists a peerless powerhouse at the nascent soul stage within the Prince of Xia's estate, then the individuals he dispatched must have long been discovered and captured by the adversary. The prince must certainly be aware that it was he who orchestrated this treachery. After the fact, he would undoubtedly be the first to suffer the consequences. Although astute observers would recognize that this scheme bore the hallmark of the Xia Emperor's design, the blame would inevitably fall squarely upon his shoulders. The Marquis of Wuan was filled with anxiety and trepidation, such as the nature of the relationship between sovereign and subject, the intricate stratagems of emperors. As a minister, he was acutely aware that he was stepping into a perilous pit, yet he had no choice but to leap forward. Xia Yu remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had initially believed that everything lay within his grasp. Yet now, uncertainty gnawed at him. He could not fathom the true nature of his brother. Decades ago, he awakened his martial veins, while his elder brother was born with a flawed lineage, possessing an extraordinary martial aptitude. He was undoubtedly destined for the position of heir apparent. As a member of the so-called waste lineage, Xia Chen could not contest this fate. Nevertheless, in a bid for self-preservation, Xia Chen chose to leave the imperial city for commerce, entirely refraining from meddling in the affairs of the dynasty. Remarkably, he covertly provided assistance on several occasions, enabling him to ascend as the sovereign of the Xia dynasty. In the aftermath, Xia Yu gradually let go of his wariness towards his brother, yielding to his wishes. Unexpectedly, over the years, this so-called waste brother seemed to be orchestrating something grand. First, he concealed his son, who possessed unparalleled talent. And then he harbored a formidable powerhouse within the royal residence. Xia Yu found himself perplexed and unable to see through these machinations. He had underestimated his brother, and regret gnawed at his heart. He realized he had failed to be truly ruthless. However, why had his brother chosen this moment to reveal his true cards? Xia Yu is not a fool. As a sovereign, his thoughts are quite comprehensive. Perhaps he has sensed that his own intentions have been discerned by others, prompting him to issue a warning. If Xia Chen truly wished to inherit the throne, there would have been no need for such a confrontation to arise at this juncture. Hence, there must be but one reason. That is, Xia Chen may have never harbored any desire for the position of heir to the Xia dynasty. With this realization, Xia Yu let out a sigh of relief. Yet soon after, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly, realizing that the true jester was himself. Alas, there is no need to disturb the great ancestor. Let us return. Xia Yu shook his head with a smile, gesturing dismissively as he turned to stride towards the palace. The Marquis of Wuan was taken aback, unable to comprehend the Emperor Xia's intentions. He hesitated, contemplating his words, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a single syllable. The Emperor had his own considerations. Should he speak further, it would undoubtedly provoke the Emperor's displeasure. If Prince Xia were to later seek accountability, he would have no choice but to beseech the Emperor to speak a few kind words on his behalf to spare his life. With a heavy sigh, the Marquis departed. Lost in thought and despondency, Prince Xia's mansion. Xia Chen sat solemnly on the ground, his expression grave, as an endless radiance of golden light emanated from his heart. The ethereal figure of the old man enveloped Xia Chen, and a terrifying pressure radiated outward, halting countless formidable beings who sought to approach and witness the scene. Thud, thud, thud. In the heart of Xia Chen, a golden heart pulsated rhythmically. With each beat, he felt an infusion of boundless strength, as if a mere punch from him could shatter boulders. This sacred golden heart, adorned with intricate golden patterns, encapsulated profound truths, steeped in mystery. Should an ordinary individual grasp even a fraction of its essence, they would undoubtedly save years of arduous cultivation. 13 layers of body refinement. 18 layers of body refinement. 33 layers of body refinement. Merging with the heart of a sage, Xia Chen transcended to the 33 layers of body refinement. The 13th layer was said to be the pinnacle, attainable only by cultivators of celestial-grade martial veins. Such prodigiously gifted warriors typically emerge from powerful sects, illustrious families, or sacred grounds. Those of terrestrial-grade martial veins could only reach the 10th layer. Xia Huang of the Xia dynasty, despite employing every means possible, managed to attain but the 10th layer through his earthly martial vein and some extraordinary techniques. Yet now, Xia Chen had astonishingly broken through to the 33rd layer. An unfathomable feat within him, intricate patterns reminiscent of the Sacred Heart marked his physique, subtle yet immensely augmenting his constitution. In just a short span, his aura continually intensified. At this moment, he had reached the pinnacle of the later stage of Qi gathering, mere steps away from becoming a foundational realm powerhouse. Attaining this realm in the Great Xia Kingdom might not grant him supremacy, yet he would be regarded with respect wherever he went. Only those in the foundational realm could be deemed true cultivators. In the next moment, an overwhelming force emanated from Xia Chen, akin to a whale drawing in water, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. In an instant, the density of spiritual energy within several hundred kilometers of the imperial city plummeted dramatically. To absorb such an immense quantity of spiritual energy was a feat only achievable by those of the nascent soul stage. Cultivators gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mix of horror and disbelief. Could it be that, aside from the great Xia's ancestral emperor, there existed another unparalleled powerhouse of the nascent soul stage within the imperial city? Indeed, none below the nascent soul stage could absorb such quantities of spiritual energy. There must be an ancient being of that caliber within the prince's residence. The gathered practitioners murmured amongst themselves, their faces etched with shock. Crack. The sound reminiscent of a shattered barrier echoed as Xia Chen broke through. He had become a foundational realm cultivator, while others might require dozens of days or even months. To transition from the later stage of Qi gathering to the foundational realm, Xia Chen accomplished this in less time than it took to sip a cup of tea. As the old man's ethereal form gradually dissipated, the oppressive aura enveloping the imperial city slowly vanished, allowing the crowd to regain their composure. At that moment, Xia Chen opened his eyes, and he appeared devoid of any signs of age. The wrinkles that once marred his visage had vanished entirely. He now resembled his vibrant self from decades past, although there are still strands of white hair. A closer inspection reveals the emergence of delicate threads of black amidst the white. As Xia Chen rose from his slumber, he gazed at his hands. A look of incredulity etched across his face. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if a mere punch could obliterate all existence. His senses had become astoundingly acute. He could discern the chirping of insects hundreds of meters beyond the city walls with crystal clarity. The sensation of possessing such formidable strength intoxicated him, filling him with unparalleled exhilaration. Suddenly, Xia Chen narrowed his eyes and forcefully brought his foot down. Instantly, the ground beneath him fractured like a spider's web, while the massive walls nearby also exhibited ominous cracks. The might of a single footfall proved to be astonishing. The stone used in the construction of these walls was derived from resilient diamonds, boasting an extraordinary hardness that would typically thwart even the most adept foundational cultivators. Yet, with merely a stomp, Xia Chen had caused the walls to shatter. Xia Chen was acutely aware that the foundation he had achieved was far from ordinary. However, he remained uncertain about the true extent of his strength. At that moment, the guards of the Xiao prince's residence gathered around him. Each one was a trusted confidant, personally selected by Xia Chen for the protection of the estate. Upon seeing him, the assembled officers knelt partially, paying their respects to their lord. Xia Chen appeared somewhat different from before. However, those who had accompanied him for decades could still discern that the individual before them was indeed Xia Chen. "I am well. You may return," he declared. Having broken through to the foundation establishment realm, Xia Chen felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as a long-held aspiration of decades had finally come to fruition. With the system in place, he was assured a place in this world. No longer would he need to live in fear. Xia Chen now possessed the strength to protect himself. My lord, I have just discovered a terrifying phantom in your vicinity. Its formidable presence enveloping the entire imperial city. The oppressive aura prevented us from approaching. I apologize for the delay in our arrival. The leading general spoke in a hushed tone. Xia Chen was taken aback. He had been preoccupied with his breakthrough and had scarcely paid attention to the outside world. At this moment, upon hearing the news, he furrowed his brow, and his expression gradually turned grave. A phantom? It has even stirred the entire imperial city? He inquired. Indeed. My lord. I also observed that the Emperor Xia seemed to have gazed upon it for an extended period before he departed, the general replied. This does not bode well. Xia Chen felt an increasing weight upon his heart, unable to fathom that the system's assistance in his breakthrough would stir such a profound commotion, alarming the entire imperial city. Ever since his younger brother ascended as the Xia Emperor, his suspicion had deepened, relentlessly eliminating any potential rivals. Should he discover that Xia Chen had acquired this extraordinary fortune, it would likely prompt him to swiftly summon the formidable experts of the imperial city to eradicate him. Xia Chen felt a profound reluctance. He had only just obtained a fortuitous turn of fate and successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage. He had yet to truly ascend to the pinnacle of the world. If he were to perish at this moment, extinguished in the bud, how could he ever find peace in the afterlife? Such thoughts surged in Xia Chen's mind as the first flicker of defiance. Although he found himself within the royal city, heavily guarded by the formidable forces of the great Xia dynasty, and surrounded by countless powerful beings, the prospect of escape seemed insurmountable. Yet, should he fall into the hands of his brother, despite their blood ties, history has shown that emperors are often suspicious and would not easily grant him clemency. Instead, they would likely impose even harsher punishments due to his numerous deceptions. Thus, once captured, his fate would be sealed, and he would face certain death. Therefore, Xia Chen refused to succumb passively to despair. Even the most insignificant creature strives for survival, let alone himself. If this were truly a dead end, then today, Xia Chen would resolutely shatter the impasse and carve out a path for his own survival. However, before he could make the necessary arrangements, a sudden jolt of alarm surged within him. As one who had reached the foundation establishment realm, his senses were extraordinarily keen. With a slight shift of focus, he discerned that several formidable beings were hastening towards the prince's residence. They were drawing ever closer. In but a moment, they had arrived at the gates. Time was of the essence. Xia Chen felt a subtle tension in his heart, contemplating that his younger brother could no longer contain himself. A considerable number of nascent soul cultivators had been dispatched. He pondered whether, after merging with the heart of the sage, he could stand against several nascent soul experts. If it came to that, he could only fight to the death. Wang Shuai, you shall lead the troops to guard the princely residence. Anyone who dares to enter shall be met with death. Xia Chen issued a stern command. The generals withdrew, and in the fleeting moments that followed, Xia Chen's mind raced with various escape strategies. If that person truly disregarded familial bonds, he would have no choice. My lord, it is the Qianchen Sanin from the imperial city, along with several other esteemed nascent soul elders, including the redundant Taoist. They claim to have come to offer their congratulations and request an audience with you. A subordinate reported shortly thereafter. Xia Chen squinted his eyes in surprise. The visitors were not from the imperial family, but rather some powerful cultivators from within the city. Come, let us take a look, he said. Approaching the gates of the royal residence, Xia Chen felt no trace of hostility from these individuals. I wonder what brings esteemed seniors to my royal abode, he inquired, maintaining a demeanor of respectful composure. Though he belonged to the royal lineage, in this world where martial prowess was esteemed above all, it was entirely appropriate for him to address those at the golden core stage as seniors. Opposite Xia Chen stood 5 or 6 venerable elders, figures rarely seen in everyday life, distinguished by their exalted status. All of them were formidable cultivators at the core formation stage, capable of navigating the realms of the great Xia dynasty with ease. Even his brother, who held the esteemed rank of the 9th 5, would not dare to assume an air of superiority in their presence. Yet today, these illustrious individuals congregated here for reasons unknown. Such humble words, esteemed seniors, are truly overwhelming. Your Highness need not be so courteous, one elder, his hair and beard as white as snow, proclaimed. Moreover, I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to your Highness on your return to the path of cultivation. Please accept this modest gift from an old man. He presented a brocade box to Xia Chen. Xia Chen recognized this elder as the renowned Qianchen Sanren, whose prowess was said to have reached the late stages of core formation, rendering him one of the most formidable figures in the great Xia dynasty. While Xia Chen maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, tumultuous waves surged within him. It was widely rumored that the Prince of Xia was born with a severed meridian, rendering him incapable of cultivation. However, witnessing him today dispelled such misconceptions. Furthermore, the vitality within the prince's body was astonishingly robust. And what astonished Xia Chen even more was the subtle yet palpable aura of terrifying pressure emanating from him. This oppressive force undoubtedly stemmed from the elder in the royal residence who had attained the nascent soul stage. The prince's ability to resume his cultivation journey must certainly be attributed to the blessings of that venerable figure. To enable one with severed meridians to return to the path of cultivation is a feat that can only be described as a manipulation of celestial creation. Though the gap between the core formation and nascent soul stages appears to be merely a single realm, the disparity is akin to traversing vast distances. For a core formation cultivator, breaking through to the nascent soul stage is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Typically, only 1 in 100 cultivators of the core formation stage might achieve such a breakthrough. If we could receive guidance from such an esteemed elder, it could save us years, even decades, of arduous practice. The other core formation cultivators chimed in, eager to present their congratulations to the prince on his breakthrough, offering their own humble gifts in hopes that he would graciously accept them. Xia Chen wore an unusual expression, perplexed by the enigmatic intentions of those around him. Congratulations, Your Highness. The Marquis of Wuan has heard of your breakthrough and has sent me to present you with a Tianxin Dan. At that moment, a handsome young man from behind spoke up. Upon seeing this youth, Xia Chen's surprise deepened, for he was none other than the eldest son of the Marquis of Wuan. It was well known that the Marquis was a trusted confidant of the Xia Emperor, and thus, the Marquis's intentions were synonymous with the Emperor's desires. The underlying flattery was unmistakable. After all, the Tianxin Dan was invaluable, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in dispelling inner demons. For any practitioner whose realm did not exceed the core formation stage, consuming a Tianxin Dan during a breakthrough could enhance their success rate by 30%. And even those at the core formation stage would find themselves envious. Xia Chen grew increasingly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why were practitioners in the core formation stage seeking to befriend her? Even the Xia Emperor and her brother, who had once harbored intentions to bring about her demise, were now extending gestures of goodwill towards her. Xia Chen is not naive, as the saying goes, one who offers unsolicited favors is either deceitful or has ulterior motives. Each of these individuals is astute, and it is highly improbable that they would generously present gifts without reason. Their actions undoubtedly stem from some underlying cause. So it would be prudent to play along with their intentions. I sincerely appreciate your goodwill. Therefore, I shall graciously accept your offerings. Wang Shuai, please take these gifts on my behalf. Today, I have just achieved a breakthrough and feel somewhat fatigued, so I may not be able to entertain you all properly. However, I assure you that I will host a banquet for you in due time. After accepting the gifts, Xia Chen issued a polite dismissal. Since these individuals do not intend to create difficulties for him, he need no longer tread so cautiously. The priority now is not to engage in trivial chatter with these elders, but rather to discern the true functions of the system. Did some esteemed elder find our presence bothersome? The expression of the redundant Taoist changed slightly as he inquired anxiously. Esteemed elder? Xia Chen felt an odd sensation in his heart. Glancing at the expressions of those around him, he suddenly understood that their intentions were not directed at him, but rather, they believed that a revered elder resided within his royal manor, prompting their visit. In response, Xia Chen maintained a facade of composure and remarked, "Indeed. As Taoist Rong Yu has aptly stated, that esteemed elder does not take kindly to disturbances. Therefore, I must kindly request that you all take your leave. Since that is the case, perhaps it would be best for us to return another day, to avoid intruding upon the elder. We humbly ask the prince, when the elder is at leisure, to speak a few kind words on behalf of us old fellows, to elucidate some of our perplexities regarding cultivation." Interjected Xia Chen. As anticipated, Xia Chen nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, this group of old fellows had made a mistake, believing that there were other experts within the residence. Nevertheless, this turn of events proved advantageous, sparing him considerable trouble. Of course, the esteemed gentleman had often shown him kindness in the past. Should that venerable elder find the time, he would certainly convey their words. Xia Chen nodded and spoke. However, had it not been for the decades he had spent cultivating an unperturbed demeanor and having long since seen through the complexities of human nature, his expression might have been quite nuanced at that moment. After all, he had scarcely met these individuals more than thrice. What care could there truly be? Thus, he graciously replied, Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take my leave for now. Subsequently, Xia Chen offered a few brief instructions before returning to his chamber. As for the gifts presented by those in the core formation stage, he now regarded them with indifference. System, what functions do you possess? His immediate priority was to leverage the system to enhance his strength. Only by becoming sufficiently formidable could he disregard any threats, although he could currently intimidate the Xia Emperor. Should his ruse be uncovered, it would result in a disastrous failure. Ding. Loading function page. The familiar voice of the system resonated, and an explanation of its functionalities appeared in Xia Chen's mind. The primary function of this system revolves around exchange. One can redeem items using points, and as long as one possesses sufficient points, any item within the system's store can be acquired. Upon a glance, Xia Chen discovered that he currently possessed an initial score of 500 points. Subsequently, he refreshed the information in the system's shop, and to his astonishment, he was taken aback by the offerings displayed. Mid-transformation puppet, 10,000 points. Qilin arm, 1 punch to obliterate the heavens, duration of 15 minutes 1,000 points. Heart of the Sage, 1 piece 100,000 points. Celestial Flame Sword, 1,000 points. Xia Chen was left speechless. What was the point of accumulating millions or even billions of points? Consequently, Xia Chen continued to read, and gradually, he felt a sense of relief. Late-stage core formation puppet, 500 points. Early-stage nascent soul puppet, 3,000 points. Haha. Xia Chen could not help but burst into a hearty laugh. A puppet of the nascent soul stage required merely 3,000 points, and he had already amassed 2,500. With just an additional 500 points, he would be able to acquire a nascent soul puppet. At that point, if he had such a puppet by his side, he could vanquish any deity that dared to oppose him and annihilate any Buddha that stood in his way. The world would be his to conquer. If his brother attempted to obstruct him, it would be akin to an ant trying to stop a chariot. However, the question remained, from where could he acquire these coveted points? Xia Chen hastily opened the taskbar. Daily activity, 1 point to unlock the Qianyu Sacred Land. Unlock the Tianwang sect. Unlock the ancient ruins. Good heavens, the system tasks are numerous, spanning dozens to hundreds of pages, though only the first page is temporarily visible. Yet, even on the first page, aside from the daily activity, there are no tasks available for earning points, leaving Xia Chen rather disheartened. Wait. There seems to be one task he can accomplish immediately. Achieve the feat of 9 times in one night, 15 points. The following day, Xiaoxiang awoke gently. Glancing at the man beside her who was still in slumber, a blush creeping onto her delicate face. Xiaoxiang is one of Xia Chen's concubines, and last night, in order to fulfill the system task, she had whimsically called for a selection, fortuitously landing on Xiaoxiang. Awake quite early, aren't we? Xia Chen smiled. The master is truly mischievous, knowing full well that my constitution is frail, yet behaving so wildly. Xiaoxiang playfully chided him, then added, It seems the master is even more formidable now than in his youth. If the other sisters were to find out, it would be quite a scandal. Implying that the master was not impressive in his younger days? Oh, you cheeky girl, you deserve a reprimand. Xia Chen shot a glare at Xiaoxiang and promptly pinned her beneath him. Oh, the master is at it again. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving the 9 times in one night accomplishment. You have earned 15 points and randomly triggered a hidden reward, a primordial infant early stage experience card, valid for 24 hours. A primordial infant early stage experience card. Xia Chen was astounded. Far more than the meager points he had acquired, he was significantly more concerned about this experience card for the early stage of the nascent soul. Throughout the entire Xia Empire, there were numerous cultivators at the core formation stage. Yet, the only one possessing the formidable realm of the nascent soul was none other than the founding emperor of the Xia Empire. If he were to utilize this experience card, who in the Xia Empire could possibly stand in his way, aside from the founding emperor? It was nothing short of extraordinarily powerful and exhilarating. At this moment, within the residence of the Marquis of Wuhan, upon hearing that the black-clad individuals he had dispatched had not been detected by the unparalleled experts of the Summer Prince's estate, or perhaps had been noticed but dismissed, the Marquis felt a sense of relief. After all, the Summer Prince had accepted the Tianqing pill he had gifted. He could not help but breathe easier. Matters of the royal family were most perilous, often resulting in collateral damage. However, it seemed that the Xia Empire was on the brink of a significant upheaval. Henceforth, it might be wise to cultivate a closer relationship with the Summer Prince the Marquis mused. This incident was merely a minor interlude in the city. Knowing that there were extraordinary masters residing within Xia Chen's household, no one dared to approach with ill intent any longer. Time gradually passed. In recent days, Xia Chen has been diligently unlocking various minor tasks. In total, he has accumulated over 100 points, bringing his current total to more than 600 points, bringing him one step closer to redeeming a puppet of the nascent soul stage. However, while perusing the system store, Xia Chen stumbled upon an intriguing feature, a lottery. For 500 points, one could partake in a draw with an array of prizes. These included weapon treasure chests and experience card treasure chests, among many other categories. Unfortunately, if one did not win a treasure chest, the outcome would simply be a polite thank you for participating. Upon examining the experience card treasure chests, Xia Chen noted the enticing possibility of obtaining powerful experience cards for various realms, including the core formation, nascent soul, infant transformation, and even the out-of-body and divine sin stages, many of which he had never even heard of before. Thus, he thought, fortune favors the bold. Although saving points was crucial, the thrill of the lottery was undeniable. With this in mind, Xia Chen promptly spent 500 points to enter the draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a polite thank you for participating. The mechanical voice of the system echoed, nearly disheartening Xia Chen. What kind of congratulations was that? To receive merely a thank you for participating on the very first draw? Unbelievable. Resolute, Xia Chen decided to try his luck once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won an experience card treasure chest. At that moment, a smile broke across Xia Chen's face. Indeed, one must be willing to take risks to reap rewards. However, before he could open the treasure chest, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Master, it's bad news. A woman's voice called from outside. Xia Chen hastily opened the door, and before him stood an exquisitely beautiful woman. Her name was Yuer, once the cherished jewel of a family patriarch. However, due to her family's entanglement with a formidable force, they faced near annihilation. By a stroke of luck, Yuo escaped and found herself wandering within the borders of the great Xia dynasty. At that time, she was harassed by a group of ruffians. But Xia Chen came to her rescue. Unexpectedly, she fell deeply in love with him at first sight and pledged herself to him. What is the matter? Have you already begun to miss me after such a brief moment apart? Xia Chen teased, casting a mischievous glance at Yuer. Since regaining his vigor, he had not idled away his days. He had almost indulged every concubine he had taken into his favor. My lord, you seem to grow increasingly frivolous with age. Yuer remarked, rolling her eyes at him. She noted how not only had he become more spirited lately, but also increasingly irreverent. A man must have a hint of wickedness for a woman to love him. Xia Chen chuckled softly and continued, What troubles you? You appear somewhat flustered. Yuer sighed and replied, Just now, Steward Lu from the royal residence sought my assistance. He implored our princely house to aid him, as his son has been kidnapped by the men of Qifeng Stronghold. It seems they initially intended to abduct young Master Xia Tian, but mistakenly took Steward Lu's son instead. Though they are a band of foolish thieves, Steward Lu has remained unwaveringly loyal to them. We cannot turn a blind eye to this. The kidnappers have threatened that within 3 days, they demand a ransom of 30 million, or else they will resort to murder and silence. Humph, what audacity from Qifeng Stronghold. Daring even to lay hands on my son. Steward Lu has devoted himself tirelessly to the royal house over the years. I shall ensure the safety of his son. Xia Chen let out a cold snort. Although he held no overwhelming power within the Xia dynasty, he possessed immense wealth, a fact widely acknowledged and envied by many. Consequently, in light of the delicate relationship between Prince Xia and Emperor Xia, some individuals regarded the prince's residence as a ripe target for extortion. The emperor, indifferent to Xia Chen's fate, would even relish the thought of him being slain by outsiders. Thus, Xia Chen had always navigated his affairs with utmost caution. In the past, he would refrain from taking action unless matters could be resolved with money. However, times have changed. The Xia Chen of today is no longer the one of yore. The slumbering lion is gradually awakening. Anyone daring to treat the prince's residence as an easy mark will find themselves facing dire consequences. My lord, Steward Lu wishes to borrow the ransom, a voice interjected. Though Lu's son was implicated due to Master Xia's actions, the amount in question was substantial, and it would likely be challenging for our estate to gather such liquid assets promptly. Yua felt a surge of gratitude. She was relieved to realize she had not misjudged him. Indeed, her lord was a man of deep loyalty and righteousness. Borrow money. Xia Chen scoffed. Even if we were to give them money, I fear they would earn their lives only to lose them. "My lord, I do not comprehend your meaning," Yue replied, momentarily perplexed by Xia Chen's words. "I shall personally retrieve the individuals involved and, in the process, ascertain who has emboldened Qingfeng village." Xia Chen's lips curled slightly as he held an experiential card of the Yuaning stage. Since the Qingfeng village was so oblivious to the situation, he decided to use this village as an example to demonstrate his prowess, allowing the world to recognize the strength of Prince Xia. Upon hearing this, Yue quickly interjected, "My lord, please reconsider. I have heard that Qingfeng village harbors several formidable cultivators at the Zhedan stage, whose strength is quite remarkable. Over the years, even the great Xia dynasty has only been able to drive them to the borders without annihilating them entirely. Moreover, the great Xia dynasty has not genuinely dispatched experts to eradicate Qingfeng village. It is said that the village chief possesses an extraordinary identity, one that even the great Xia dynasty regards with trepidation. Thus, these ruffians have continued their nefarious deeds unabated. It would be wiser for us to pay the ransom and settle the matter quietly, without escalating it further." Yue, though somewhat vexed, found herself powerless to change the situation. Women have a penchant for wealth, and such a substantial sum weighed heavily on her conscience. After all, how could Manager Liu, given his position, possibly repay such an enormous debt? Furthermore, considering the circumstances, how could this money even be expected to be repaid by Manager Liu? Wealth is but a transient possession, easily earned again if lost. However, Xia Chen's life is singular and irreplaceable. Even the Emperor of Xia harbors concerns regarding the identity of the chief of Qingfeng village. Xia Chen's involvement might only complicate matters further, potentially endangering his life. "Heh, foolish girl," he chuckled. "I am aware of your worries, but fret not. Return and reassure old Liu. I shall bring back his son within a day." Xia Chen offered a warm smile, enveloping Yue in her embrace. After sharing tender moments together, Yue reluctantly took her leave. A fleeting tenderness flickered in Xia Chen's eyes, quickly replaced by a cold fury born from his fierce protectiveness. His expression darkened as he muttered to himself, "Qingfeng village, humph, this is a consequence of your own making." In the next moment, Xia Chen promptly accessed the system interface and confirmed the use of the early Yuanying experience card. Boom. Xia Chen's face suddenly flushed with color as boundless spiritual energy surged forth. Within the imperial city, cultivators who were in deep meditation were abruptly awakened. Centered around the Prince Xia's residence, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy began to form. Simultaneously, Xia Chen's aura ascended rapidly, soaring from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the nascent soul stage. His formidable presence instantly enveloped the entire imperial city. Xia Chen had just reached the initial stage of the nascent soul and was still unaware of the need to conceal his aura, which led to this significant blunder. At this moment, the venerable Qianchen, his face filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "A nascent soul powerhouse." The Taoist of redundancy looked horrified, realizing it was the esteemed elder from the royal palace. Countless cultivators turned pale, as the overwhelming pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. This was the terrifying strength of a nascent soul cultivator. Merely a fragment of their aura was sufficient to compel numerous practitioners to kneel. The great Xia imperial city was instantly thrown into chaos by this formidable presence. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, the epicenter of this disturbance, remained blissfully unaware. He felt extraordinarily comfortable, intoxicated by his newfound strength. So this is what it means to be in the realm of the nascent soul, he mused. Xia Chen leapt into the air, descending above the royal palace, surveying the entire imperial city below, feeling a sense of dominion over all. Suddenly, Xia Chen sensed something and gazed in the direction of the imperial city. There, he detected an aura that was not inferior to his own. However, this presence, though formidable, seemed to be waning as he perceived a deficiency in vitality. Within the depths of the imperial palace, an elderly man with snow-white hair wore a grave expression. He was straining to control his aura, concealing any hint of hostility from the newcomer. This was the founding ancestor of the great Xia dynasty, a nascent soul cultivator and the protector of the empire. The terrifying aura that had emerged within the imperial city filled him with alarm. This was no ordinary initial stage nascent soul cultivator. Even at the height of his powers, he might not stand a chance against the master of this aura, especially given his current frail state. The founding ancestor had no desire to confront this unexpected peer who had appeared in the imperial city unless absolutely necessary. Xia Chen pondered briefly and concluded that this aura must belong to the founding ancestor. The legends of the great Xia dynasty had persisted through time, and to his surprise, What he once thought to be mere myth was indeed true. The ancestor was still alive. Xia Chen slightly bowed towards the direction of the great ancestor before soaring into the air, making his way to the location of the clear wind stronghold. This gesture led the great ancestor to believe that Xia Chen was deliberately exuding an aura, prompting a moment of alarm. He hastily rose, intending to return the courtesy, however. At that instant, the nameless nascent soul powerhouse had already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Emperor Xia wore an anxious expression as he awaited outside a mysterious Xian iron gate. The usually composed Xia Yu, who projected an air of authority, now found beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Tension and fear, along with a multitude of complex emotions, intertwined in his heart. Since ascending the throne, he had never imagined that one day the dragon throne would feel so scorching, rendering him restless and uneasy. He even felt compelled to venture into the imperial grounds to seek out the great ancestor for reassurance. Return, that esteemed friend bears no ill will. A venerable voice emanated from within the Xian iron gate. Upon hearing this voice, the emperor's expression brightened. Great ancestor, should I send someone to gather information regarding that elder? Previously, a formidable aura had emanated from my brother's residence. Yet it was but a flickering firefly compared to the brilliance of the full moon today. Nevertheless, I suspect there may be a connection between the two. Emperor Xia spoke respectfully, warning, do not provoke trouble. The voice of the grand ancestor echoed once more from within the Xian Tai gate, tinged with a hint of displeasure, with a tremor coursing through his body. Emperor Xia hastily knelt and proclaimed, I, your humble grandson, acknowledge my transgressions. It is I who have been foolish. In the midst of Qifeng village, one robust and muscular man voiced his skepticism. Brother, do we truly require such an exorbitant sum of 30 million? It seems rather excessive. Beside him stood a slender gentleman who shook his head and chuckled. Fear not, third brother. That old scoundrel Xia Chen is notoriously spineless. He will yield whatever we demand. If we refrain, others will surely seize the opportunity. It is far better that we take from him ourselves. Indeed, the words of the fifth brother resonate with truth. Over the years, countless individuals have extorted fortunes from the residents of Prince Xia. What harm is there in our own endeavor? Yet, I must say, the lad you have captured appears woefully inadequate, lacking any semblance of royal stature. I wonder if that old rascal will even consider ransoming him. As the group conversed, their eyes drifted toward a corner where a young man, beaten and bruised, was bound. His mouth was gagged with a torn cloth, his eyes glistening with tears as he could only emit muffled whimpers. One of the burly men approached him, removing the cloth and remarking, You and your father are cut from the same cloth, cowardly. Please, esteemed sirs, you have made a grave mistake. I am not the son of Prince Xia. Lu San cried out in despair, finally seizing the chance to speak. Just the previous day, under the bright moonlight, he had been strolling through an alley when he was suddenly struck from behind. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself bound and silenced, subsequently enduring a beating from this band of ruffians. Only now did he realize he had fallen victim to an unfounded calamity, mistaken for the prince's son. Enough of your nonsense. Did you not go by the name Xia Tian? The burly man retorted, delivering a swift kick that caused Lu San to grimace in pain. We seek only your father's gold, not your life. If that old scoundrel knows what's good for him, he will deliver the ransom within 3 days. Otherwise, your life will be forfeit. So pray your father acts wisely. Please, esteemed sirs, I am truly not young Master Xia Tian. My name is Lu San, merely the son of the steward. Release me, I beg you. You have truly made a mistake. Lu San wailed, his heart heavy with frustration. Did these brigands possess no sense at all to have so grievously misidentified him? Third brother, this fellow does indeed seem unlike young Master Xia, remarked the second-in-command of Qifeng village, retrieving a scroll for inspection. Damn it, could it be that we have truly captured the wrong person? The group exchanged glances, scrutinizing the portrait, growing increasingly convinced of the error. By all that is holy, what a stroke of misfortune to have brought back such a worthless individual. The more I look, the more vexed I become. Someone, take this man away and dispose of him to the dogs. The mood of the leader of Qifeng village shifted abruptly, his irritation palpable. Yet at that very moment, a foreboding presence enveloped Qifeng village, casting a shadow of dread. What is that? The lookout among the villagers gazed upward, witnessing a dark figure rapidly enlarging in the sky. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine and nearly robbing him of breath. Within Qifeng's stronghold, several formidable cultivators at the core formation stage sought to resist. Yet, this oppressive presence rendered them utterly immobile. Dong! Dong! The sound of 3 resounding bells echoed, heralding the approach of a formidable foe. Who dares to act so brazenly in Qingfeng's stronghold? The third elder exclaimed, his expression grave as he raised his voice in fury. Xia Chen cast a derisive glance at the newcomer. With but a single look, the third chief spat blood, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Third brother, the eldest chief exclaimed in fury, while the others fell into a profound silence. A mid-stage core formation cultivator had perished at a mere glance. This was a formidable being, an unparalleled powerhouse. Release him, Xia Chen uttered those two simple words, causing the hearts of all present to nearly explode. May I inquire who you are? It seems that our Qifeng village has no grievances with you. The chief of Qifeng village spoke, his expression grave yet devoid of the fear displayed by the others. Who am I, you ask? Xia Chen replied, a smile dancing on his lips as he glanced at him. I am Xia Chen. Xia Chen? Impossible. The worthless prince of the great Xia dynasty could never possess such strength. The second chief of Qingfeng village blurted out instinctively. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the gravity of his mistake. This individual before him had no need to shroud his identity in mystery, indicating that Xia Chen had deliberately concealed his true self for years. A case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yet now, this man had openly revealed his identity. This is bad. We must flee. The eldest chief had yet to issue the command for retreat when, in the next instant, the second chief's body erupted, instantly transforming into a mist of crimson. Another early-stage core formation cultivator had met his demise. Countless bodies trembled anew, even among this band of ruthless marauders. Accustomed to living on the edge, the displays of the newcomer instilled a profound sense of dread. Truly ruthless. Compared to this harbinger of death, they felt like mere trifles. Second, the eldest chief roared, his eyes wide with fury. Do you know who I am? If my father were here, he would surely have you torn to pieces and fed to the dogs. Xia Chen stroked his chin, and upon hearing the other person's words, he did not feel anger but instead smiled and said, So, you have a father. No wonder you dare to commit arson and murder within the territory of the great Xia, harming my people. Since you have said this, I am indeed curious to see what sort of man your father is. My father is an elder of the Ling Tian sect. If you have the courage, come with me to the Ling Tian sect. The leader glared at Xia Chen with reddened eyes. Ling Tian sect? Xia Chen was indeed aware of this sect, which bore a resemblance to the Tianwang sect where his younger son resided, perhaps even surpassing it by a considerable margin. It was said that within the Ling Tian sect, there existed formidable powerhouses at the late stage of the nascent soul. Naturally, this was not something the Xia dynasty could afford to offend. Hence, Xia Yu chose to turn a blind eye to Qingfeng village, revealing the underlying reason. His son may not be a virtuous individual, and it is likely that his father is not a paragon of righteousness either. Since you wish to invoke the authority of the Ling Tian sect to intimidate me, I shall pay a visit to the Ling Tian sect myself. Xia Chen, naturally unfazed by his provocations, sought to leverage the power of the Ling Tian sect to carve out his own reputation. With his formidable strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator in the early stages of the nascent soul realm, he was confident that even if he encountered defeat, his escape would pose no challenge. With the presence of this troublesome youth, a visit to the Ling Tian sect became entirely justified. The leader of the bandits smirked, realizing that the young man had indeed taken the bait. Once he arrived at the Ling Tian sect, regardless of his nascent soul cultivation, he would face a fate of no return. However, before that, there was a matter of punishment to address. In a sudden, sinister smile directed at the bandit leader, Xia Chen swiftly incapacitated him by severing his tendons and meridians. He instructed Lu San to return on his own, while he escorted the now crippled leader to the Ling Tian sect. Adjacent to the great Xia dynasty, the Ling Tian sect is the closest sect to the imperial court. Thus, the royal family often sent promising princes there for training. Xia Yu had spent a decade cultivating within its walls to foster good relations with the Ling Tian sect. The great Xia dynasty invested considerable resources, annually dispatching treasures, grains, and wealth to the sect. After over 15 hours of experiencing his card's duration, Xia Chen arrived at the Ling Tian sect with the incapacitated leader of the Qingfeng bandits. At this juncture, Xia Chen displayed no restraint, unleashing his formidable nascent soul cultivation. Though the Ling Tian sect housed many strong practitioners, it took but a moment for several streaks of light to dart forward. However, these individuals were merely foundation establishment and core formation cultivators, hardly warranting Xia Chen's attention. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our Ling Tian sect? The sect members stood on high alert, sensing the overwhelming might of the newcomer. Even the core formation practitioners felt the weight of his terrifying presence. The only plausible conclusion was that he was a powerful nascent soul expert. The Ling Tian sect understood the gravity of the situation and knew better than to treat him lightly. They must extend him the courtesy he deserved, striving to avoid conflict. Bring him his father. Xia Chen nonchalantly tossed the bandit leader onto the ground. The leader's visage twisted in agony, bloodied and contorted as if wearing a mask of suffering. You scoundrel! When my father arrives, I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust and your corpse torn asunder. He screamed hoarsely. Who was his father? The members of the Ling Tian sect exchanged glances, unable to identify the figure sprawled on the ground. He is the son of Elder Qingfeng, someone whispered. Seemingly recognizing the bandit leader's identity, a late-stage core formation practitioner, perceiving the ill intent emanating from Xia Chen, approached him with a respectful gesture. Esteemed senior, it appears there may be a misunderstanding. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss this matter. Meanwhile, from the crowd's rear, a nascent disciple of the Ling Tian sect in the early stages of core formation appeared to be discreetly transmitting a message. Each sect possesses its own secret techniques. And at this point, it was too late to intervene. Xia Chen cast a fleeting glance at him, too apathetic to engage in conversation. Meanwhile, the raucous leader on the ground continued to hurl curses, much to Xia Chen's annoyance. Noisy, he shot a glare at the leader, who seemed struck by a heavy blow. Sinking into the ground, rendered voiceless and gasping for breath, as if even a celestial being could not save him now. My son, roared a voice from the Ling Tian sect, filled with unrestrained fury, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of terror. It was Elder Qingfeng. The disciples gasped in shock, retreating in haste. Elder Qingfeng was an unparalleled powerhouse in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, rumored to be on the verge of a breakthrough to the mid-stage. His power was formidable beyond measure. When deities clash, mortals suffer, and the capabilities of a nascent soul cultivator could bring about cataclysms. Clearly, he had placed some special measures on his offspring. The moment Xia Chen struck down the leader, this mechanism was triggered, instantly conveying the news of his child's demise to Elder Qingfeng. Is that all? Weak. Upon sensing the depth of the incoming aura, Xia Chen's brows did not even furrow. The strength of the newcomer was threefold inferior to that of his forefather, the founding emperor of the Xia dynasty, rendering him insignificant in Xia Chen's eyes. You are the one who killed my son. Elder Qingfeng's eyes widened in fury as he fixed his gaze on Xia Chen, his tone laced with murderous intent. Watching his son die before him drove Elder Qingfeng into a frenzy. Do you realize your son committed atrocities, burning, killing, and plundering without mercy? I merely sought to rid the world of his menace. At this point, you should be thanking me. Xia Chen shrugged indifferently. Nonsense. I demand your life as retribution, so that my son may find peace in the afterlife. A tremendous aura enveloped Elder Qingfeng, a destructive force beginning to erupt. Instantly, the sky seemed to darken, clouds swirling ominously as the terrifying presence sent the ordinary disciples of Ling Tian sect retreating even further. A nascent soul cultivator exerting their full strength created such an overwhelming spectacle. Yet, amidst it all, only Xia Chen remained unfazed. Just a show of bluster. You think you are formidable? Is this truly all you can muster? A peculiar smile emerged at the corners of Xia Chen's mouth before he vanished into thin air. Swiftly, alarmingly swift, Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he failed to discern his opponent's trajectory. Suddenly, a sense of panic gripped Qingfeng as he found himself face to face with Xia Chen, who had two fingers poised at his brow. In the next heartbeat, Qingfeng's nascent soul shattered, and his life essence dissipated entirely. In the depths of Qingfeng's gaze lingered only the seemingly harmless smile of Xia Chen. His eyes gradually dulled, vitality extinguished, while a lingering expression of terror remained etched upon his features. In the presence of this white-haired figure, a formidable practitioner of the nascent soul realm found himself utterly incapable of escape. Though the man's aura was not overwhelmingly powerful, his methods were exceedingly insidious. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Qingfeng was dead. A late-stage core formation elder, seemingly seeing a ghost, let out a horrified cry. A nascent soul realm practitioner is a being of exalted status, wielding the capacity to unleash cataclysmic power with every action. Yet here, Qingfeng had only exchanged a single blow with his assailant, and with that, he was obliterated. What kind of power did this individual possess to instill such terror? Panic ensued, and the crowd scattered in fright. The Lingfeng sect was indeed powerful, boasting several nascent soul practitioners among its ranks, and its disciples commanded respect wherever they went. Yet now, someone had the audacity to challenge the sect and annihilate a nascent soul elder in plain sight. This was a blatant provocation, and a monumental conflict between the Ling Tian sect and this enigmatic powerhouse was inevitable. With the matter settled, it was time to depart. Xia Chen, with his clear sense of justice, noted that the time on his experience card was dwindling, and lingering any longer could lead to unforeseen complications. However, just as he prepared to leave, a wave of terrifying auras emanated from the Ling Tian sect. A formidable pressure accompanied a chorus of enraged shouts. "You insolent fool! How dare you act with such arrogance in our presence? Those who provoke the Ling Tian sect shall meet their demise." It was the 8 nascent soul elders of the sect. The disciples of Ling Tian's sect were invigorated. This was the source of their pride. For while other factions might boast a single nascent soul practitioner, they had 8. This was the strength of the Ling Tian sect. Such a formidable assembly would undoubtedly bring slaughter upon any intruder. 8 nascent soul practitioners? Among them were several in the mid to late stages. Xia Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The strength of the Ling Tian sect exceeded his expectations, possessing a full 8 nascent soul practitioners. The disparity between the strength of the great Xia dynasty and the Ling Tian sect was indeed substantial. It seemed that resolving today's affairs would prove quite challenging. Even in one-on-one combat, Xia Chen felt no trepidation when facing mid to late stage nascent soul practitioners. Confidence surged within him, yet as he faced the 8 formidable adversaries, Xia Chen could not shake the sense of uncertainty that lingered in his heart. Soon, the 8 nascent soul experts stood before him, led by a figure whose aura was particularly profound. Xia Chen surmised that he was likely the sole late-stage nascent soul among them, and judging by his ornate attire, he must be the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. Qing Feng. The arrival of the 8 men elicited a stark reaction as they beheld the lifeless form of Elder Qing Feng, whose eyes remained wide open in death. Their faces paled, and they turned their furious glares upon Xia Chen. How dare one at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm audaciously challenge the dignity of the Ling Tian sect? The sect leader, his countenance darkened, chose to withhold immediate action until he could ascertain the origins of his opponent. "Do I owe you an explanation?" Xia Chen chuckled, his voice tinged with mockery. He continued, "If you wish to detain me today, feel free to attempt it. But I fear you may find yourselves woefully inadequate for the task, fueled by the boundless energy of a heart akin to that of a sage." Xia Chen felt no trepidation regarding the consumption of his strength. "Arrogance. Today, the Ling Tian sect shall ensure your capture," bellowed a hot-tempered elder, his fury ignited by the sight of his dear friend Qing Feng's tragic demise. Had it not been for the mysterious origins of Xia Chen, his fiery temperament would have compelled him to unleash a storm of wrath upon this insolent intruder. In an instant, the 8 nascent soul experts encircled Xia Chen, their terrifying auras erupting forth, stirring the very winds and clouds around them, heralding a cataclysmic confrontation the likes of which had not been witnessed in a century. Xia Chen was equally unyielding, channeling his spiritual energy with fervor. In the next moment, he collided fiercely with his opponent. A thunderous roar erupted, leaving countless disciples of the Ling Tian sect with ringing ears, as an overwhelming wave of energy surged forth, toppling numerous towering trees. The disciples of the Ling Tian sect were forced to retreat repeatedly, their faces paling in the presence of such astounding might. Xia Chen's complexion turned pale as he staggered back, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Indeed, he had underestimated his opponent. The power of 8 nascent soul stage experts was formidable and had inflicted some minor injuries upon him. Ling Tian sect has no intention of becoming your enemy. The grievances between Qing Feng and yourself have been resolved. If you choose to withdraw, our sect will not pursue this matter. The sect leader of Ling Tian spoke gravely, his expression solemn. He was filled with uncertainty, pondering the origin of this individual who possessed such immense strength. Though he appeared to be merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul, he had managed to withstand a combined assault from their 8 members. This person possessed an extraordinary martial vein and a sufficiently powerful physique, likely hailing from one of those superpowers. Although Ling Tian's sect held a formidable reputation in this region, it paled in comparison to those superfactions. Engaging in conflict with such titans could lead to their obliteration in the blink of an eye. The other elders recognized that the sect leader was yielding. Despite the humiliation it brought to Ling Tian's sect after centuries of honor, there was little they could do. Offending those superpowers would jeopardize the very existence of Ling Tian's sect, and this individual before them was unfathomably strong. They could scarcely hope to subdue him in a short span of time. Xia Chen's eyes shifted as he activated the experience card chest he had previously acquired. A sound echoed, announcing, Congratulations to the host for obtaining an initial experience card for the out-of-body realm, valid for 24 hours. The system's voice sent a jolt through Xia Chen's robust frame. The out-of-body realm? This level sounded entirely unfamiliar. Could it be a stage beyond the infant transformation? Haha. Why delve into this matter? This king's affairs are of no concern to you. Should the Ling-Tian sect prove unwise, I could obliterate it with a mere wave of my hand. Xia Chen laughed heartily, invigorated by the acquisition of a new experience card that surpassed even the infant transformation. Who could possibly intimidate him now? If the Ling-Tian sect had displayed a modicum of humility and respect, Xia Chen might have tempered his demeanor. Yet, their current stance suggested they were granting him clemency, which he would not abide. Does your esteemed self insist on a bloody confrontation with the Ling-Tian sect? If that is the case, then we shall not hesitate to demonstrate our might. Elders, form the array and eliminate the intruder. The expression of the Ling-Tian sect's leader darkened, nearly dripping with frustration. Their continuous concessions had emboldened the adversary. Did this individual truly believe he could oppose an entire sect alone? Even if he was not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, what of it? The profound legacy of the sect amassed over millennia was an extraordinary force to reckon with. When the time came, they would silence him and erase all traces, leaving no evidence for any forces that might come seeking retribution. The 8 nascent soul cultivators, their robes billowing, prepared to unleash their full strength against the intruder. However, just as the formation began to take shape, their expression shifted dramatically, terror washing over their faces as if they had encountered a specter. The intricate formation created by the 8 nascent soul cultivators was remarkably profound. In mere seconds, an impenetrable blue dome enveloped Xia Chen. Yet, before the formation could fully materialize, an unfathomably terrifying aura erupted from beneath the blue shield. The sheer intensity of this presence was beyond description, rendering the 8 nascent soul cultivators paralyzed with dread. They had never felt such fear. Under this overwhelming pressure, they felt diminutive, as if the opponent could extinguish their lives with a mere flick of a finger. Retreat. This instinct, honed over hundreds, even thousands of years of cultivation and countless life and death moments, compelled them to flee, warning them that failure to do so would endanger their lives. However, it was already too late. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Although the 8 nascent soul cultivators perceived the threat in time, they were still hurled backward by Xia Chen's out-of-body realm aura. The 8 cultivators from the Ling-Tian sect were sent flying like kites severed from their strings, blood spraying through the air as they crashed to the ground before the sect. The 8 elders had been defeated. Countless disciples of the Ling-Tian sect stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. These were nascent soul cultivators, 8 in total, led by their sect leader. Yet, even such formidable strength had been vanquished, bloodied, and cast aside. This is an infant transformation cultivator. One elder of the nascent soul stage cried out in horror. An elder of greater age, his countenance pale with astonishment, murmured, "No. This is far more powerful than the infant transformation. Return to the sect and activate the protective formation." The master of Ling-Tian's sect commanded with authority. As the leader, he maintained an admirable composure. This individual had been concealing his true power. Merely his presence had sent their 8 members sprawling. Such strength likely exceeded that of the transformation stage. A being of this caliber was far beyond the capabilities of mere nascent soul practitioners to contend with. Xia Chen's expression remained indifferent as he watched several individuals retreat to their sect, making no effort to impede their departure. Indeed, should he desire it, their demise would be inevitable. However, Xia Chen was intrigued to observe what further stratagems the Ling-Tian sect might employ, while simultaneously assessing the combat prowess of those at the out-of-body stage. The sect leader of Ling-Tian, accompanied by the other elders, returned to their stronghold and produced an ancient token, intricately adorned with archaic engravings. As spiritual energy was continuously infused into it, the token emitted an eerie black glow. Subsequently, the mountain gate of Ling-Tian sect was illuminated by a depiction of a Bagua diagram. Disciples of Ling-Tian, heed the call of our sect and activate the grand formation. At the core of this edifice were 8 formidable beings at the nascent soul stage, unleashing a blinding radiance that surged into the sky. Quite intriguing, Xia Chen remarked, arms crossed, observing the grand formation of Ling-Tian sect with keen interest. Ling-Tian's sword. Harnessing the collective strength of the sect and utilizing the ancient formation, they conjured a colossal sword, hundreds of feet in length, which descended upon Xia Chen with lethal intent. The enormous blade exuded a terrifying aura, and under normal circumstances, this proud defensive formation, the sect's ultimate safeguard, would suffice to withstand the onslaught of a transcendent nascent soul master. Yet now, a sense of trepidation permeated the hearts of those in Ling Tian's sect, especially the sect leader, who clung to a mere thread of hope. "Ha," he scoffed. Xia Chen, filled with disdain, soared into the sky, raising a single fist, and met the colossal sword, imbued with a terrifying aura, with a powerful strike. In the next moment, as the two forces collided, a resounding bang echoed through the air. The enormous sword shattered instantaneously. The members of Ling Tian's sect felt a jolt that left them reeling, with some spitting blood and a few of the less experienced disciples rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground. The relentless onslaught of Xia Chen surged forth, his fierce assault directed towards the protective array of the Ling Tian's sect. In an instant, a beam of light erupted, striking the formidable barrier. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the seemingly indestructible formation was marred by deep fissures, culminating in a thunderous explosion as the protective array of the Ling Tian's sect shattered. The sect master trembled, acutely aware that the assailant's power far surpassed the embryonic transformation stage, instilling a profound dread within him. Even if they were to muster the full strength of their sect, defeat was inevitable. "Senior, we acknowledge our transgressions. As mere ants, we dared to provoke your divine might and offend you. We beseech you, spare our sect a reprieve." The sect master unexpectedly knelt on one knee, raising his voice in desperation. The millennia-old foundation of their sect could not be allowed to crumble at their own hands. Moreover, it seemed that there was no profound enmity between the Ling Tian sect and this formidable figure. Could it be that a misunderstanding lay at the heart of this conflict? If so, the sect's plight was indeed tragic. Observing their leader's submission, the other elders followed suit, kneeling in unison and imploring, "It is we who have been blind. We humbly request your mercy, great senior. Grant us clemency this once. Such is the nature of this world, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and martial prowess reigns supreme. Those with the mightiest fists command absolute authority." As Xia Chen gracefully descended, he surveyed the formidable figures of the Ling Tian sect and nodded slightly, saying, "This king bears no significant grudge against your esteemed sect. The current state of affairs cannot be attributed to any one party, can it?" The sect leader of Ling Tian quickly welcomed him with a beaming smile. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Responding, "Senior speaks wisely. It is indeed our younger generation's lack of decorum that has led to this offense. If you would not mind, might you consider visiting our Ling Tian sect? We would certainly offer you a warm reception as a means of atonement. Indeed, if the esteemed senior were to grace our Ling Tian sect with your presence, it would be a tremendous honor for us. We humbly request the opportunity to make amends." The other elders promptly echoed his sentiment, recognizing the importance of currying favor with such a significant figure. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice chimed in. "Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement of overcoming a small sect, earning 1,000 points. Xia Chen raised her eyebrows in delight, cleared her throat a couple of times, and nodded, saying, "In that case, I shall step inside and take a seat." Xia Chen had initially intended to leave, but fortuitously, he noticed a task in the quest bar concerning the Ling Tian sect, unlocking the sect's forbidden area to earn 500 points. With such a bounty, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. As for the nature of the forbidden area, Xia Chen was indifferent. After all, one must consider the formidable strength he currently possessed. Unlocking a mere forbidden area should pose little challenge. The elders of the Ling Tian sect, including the sect master, were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that this esteemed elder would genuinely choose to visit their sect. Observing that the elder seemed no longer inclined to hold them accountable, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, after inquiring further, Xia Chen arrived at the forbidden area of the Ling Tian sect. "Elder, do you truly wish to enter this forbidden area? It has existed within our Ling Tian sect for 2 millennia, fraught with peril. 3 of our Yuanying stage elders have already perished within its confines." The sect master, Yang Wanli, wore a mask of concern, though it was evident to Xia Chen, even without deep contemplation, that this display was merely a fade. Xia Chen shook his head, gazing at the fog-laden forbidden land ahead. He remarked, "No matter. I find myself intrigued by this forbidden realm. You shall wait here." With that, he ascended into the air and vanished into the depths of the Ling Tian sect's forbidden domain. Upon entering the forbidden ground, Xia Chen made his way directly towards its heart, where he sensed a formidable presence. It was as though this forbidden realm resembled a treasure trove. As Xia Chen traversed the path, he encountered numerous skeletal remains, yet he also discovered an array of magical artifacts, ranging from the foundational to the nascent soul tier. Suddenly, the scattered artifacts on the ground began to quiver. Whoosh! One after another, streams of light shot towards Xia Chen, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Xia Chen furrowed his brow in mild irritation, gently pressing his right foot against the ground. Instantly, an invisible force emanated from him, causing the incoming magical artifacts to plummet to the earth, with those of inferior quality disintegrating into dust. It became apparent that these artifacts had gained sentience. A smile graced Xia Chen's lips. If his conjecture was correct, this so-called forbidden zone was merely an illusion conjured by a magical artifact. However, this particular artifact was of a significantly higher grade, likely of the infant transformation level. Generally speaking, provided that an artifact possesses sufficient quality and has existed long enough, it may gradually absorb spiritual energy or benefit from the nurturing of practitioners, thereby acquiring a chance to develop awareness over time. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, prompting Xia Chen to turn. Among the dozens, if not hundreds, of weapons, a white longsword lunged toward him. The sword appeared unadorned, yet it was enveloped in a resplendent aura of prismatic colors. It was, in fact, a newly ascended artifact spirit that had just broken through to the infant transformation realm. Upon a brief moment of perception, Xia Chen understood its essence, and with a gentle motion, he grasped the white longsword. Upon closer inspection, he noted the two characters Ling Tian inscribed on the hilt. The white longsword erupted with a formidable sword energy, repeatedly striking Xia Chen. However, it was as if it were merely tickling him, failing to even graze the hem of his garment. The sword buzzed and struggled in vain. "Release me at once." A furious roar suddenly emanated from the white longsword. Xia Chen chuckled and remarked, "Though your strength is lacking, your temperament is quite formidable. It seems that once I have tamed this broken sword of yours, my mission will be deemed accomplished." After Xia Chen spoke, he unexpectedly grasped the sword's hilt with his other hand, exerting a forceful twist, as if he intended to shatter the long sword, which was comparable to the infant transformation tier. No. The sword spirit panicked, sensing the formidable power of this individual, one capable of annihilating it, and immediately yielded. The birth of consciousness within a magical artifact is a challenge akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, artifacts that can cultivate to the infant transformation tier are exceedingly rare. Having lived for several millennia, nearing a decade, the sword spirit harbored its own aspirations to become the supreme sword, ruling over all swords in the world. Yet now, it faced imminent demise before even embarking on its journey, and it was unwilling to accept this fate. It was merely a matter of recognizing a master. The artifact spirit had no concept of lifespan. Even if it had to endure, it could outlast any human. "Have you submitted?" Xia Chen said, bemused. Had he inadvertently disturbed a nest of cowards? The Ling Tian sect was a group of weaklings, and it seemed this broken sword was no different. I submit. From now on, you shall be my master." The white long sword retracted all its sword energy, no longer displaying its sharpness. "Do not presume too much. You are unworthy of my recognition. If you truly submit, then immediately withdraw from this forbidden ground, or do not blame me for rendering you powerless." Xia Chen casually plunged the infant transformation tier's sword into the ground, fearful that this broken sword might cling to him. On one hand, within the system, as long as there were points, he could exchange for any tier of magical artifact he desired. On the other hand, he had only achieved such immense combat power through the use of an experience card. Should the experience card expire, and this broken sword harbor ulterior motives, he could end up losing more than he gained. The sword spirit gasped in outrage. It had never encountered anyone so disdainful in several thousand years. It must be remembered that it was an artifact of the infant transformation tier. Such a treasure was rare and sought after. Even a powerful being in the out-of-body realm would take notice if it were to emerge. Yet this individual before it dared to show contempt? Nevertheless, the sword spirit dared not express its feelings, for the current situation was dire. It could only lower its tail and comply, silently withdrawing from the forbidden ground. "You have displayed wisdom. I shall grant you an opportunity." Amused by the sword's compliance, Xia Chen smiled, and in a moment of good spirits, he pointed his right hand, sending a stream of light into the sword's body. "Is this the psychic force of the out-of-body realm?" Thank you, Master." The sword spirit beamed with joy, for with the psychic force, its rank might rise even further. "I shall soon fall into slumber. Given time, should you require my assistance, I am at your service." Upon finishing its words, the sword spirit clattered to the ground, presumably having entered a deep sleep. At this moment, the mist within the forbidden ground had nearly dissipated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Ling Tian sect's forbidden ground. Earn points, 500. Hearing the notification of points being credited, Xia Chen smiled broadly, departing with a sense of satisfaction. Master, that senior must have already engaged with the entity within the forbidden ground. Outside the forbidden ground, an elder inquired with curiosity. The sect leader of Ling Tian pondered for a moment and replied, that esteemed senior possesses unparalleled power. This mere forbidden realm could likely be shattered with a mere flick of their finger. Yet, we remain in the dark about what truly lies within. At that moment, the mist surrounding the forbidden ground began to dissipate, and the hearts of the onlookers already held an answer. It was within reason. Yet it still sent a chill down their spines. Such an exalted being, and yet our Ling Tian sect had unwittingly offended them. As Xia Chen emerged from the forbidden area, he did not linger at the Ling Tian sect, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. That elder has departed, the sect leader of Ling Tian murmured. Indeed, this elder possesses a rather peculiar temperament. However, sect leader, it appears that the forbidden area has been breached by this elder. We should venture inside and ascertain its nature, one elder suggested, rubbing his hands in anticipation. The sect leader nodded and replied, since that elder has already assisted us in breaking the barriers of the forbidden area, we must certainly explore it. With that, the group swiftly darted inside, where they were greeted by a multitude of magical artifacts strewn across the ground, prompting gasps of astonishment. The sect leader's expression brightened with joy upon witnessing the sheer quantity of artifacts, over 1,000 in total, many of which were of the nascent soul level, with the majority being of the foundation establishment and core formation tiers, though some were slightly damaged. A mere touch of restoration would equip the disciples of Ling Tian sect and enhance the overall strength of the sect. Truly, this elder is a fortuitous star for Ling Tian sect. Sect leader. An elder trembled with excitement, an aged face alight with fervor, as he approached the sect leader wielding a white longsword. What troubles you, Elder Wang? The sect leader inquired, puzzled by the elder's impulsive demeanor. Considering he had lived for nearly a millennium. Sect leader, behold what I have. Elder Wang presented the white sword before the sect leader. This is Ling Tian. Upon recognizing the ancient characters on the hilt, the sect leader's composure shattered, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Gripping the white longsword, his body quivered with exhilaration. Who would have thought that the Ling Tian divine sword, lost for 5 millennia, would resurface within this forbidden area? The assembly of nascent soul elders gathered around, their eyes fixated on the sword, speechless with excitement. This was the personal artifact of the sect's founder, Ling Tian, which had vanished from existence after just 2 generations. Astonishingly, it had been found within this forbidden area. The founder had reached a formidable realm at the peak of the infant transformation stage, and the artifact had achieved nascent soul status. After millennia, why did the Ling Tian divine sword now appear devoid of brilliance, lacking any semblance of its former sharpness? Could it have become nothing more than a hunk of scrap metal? Initially elated, the elders soon furrowed their brows, sensing an ominous premonition. The sect leader, too, knitted his brows slightly, attempting to channel spiritual energy into the sword to investigate further. However, the next moment, a change flickered across his countenance. Noticing the sect leader's altered expression, an elder hastily inquired, Sect leader, what is wrong? Ha ha ha, truly, the heavens have favored Ling Tian's sect. The sect leader replied with a laugh, leaving the other elders exchanging bewildered glances. Unable to conceal his joy, the sect leader addressed the gathered elders, esteemed elders. The Ling Tian divine sword has not only escaped the fate of becoming scrap metal, it has instead grown even more formidable. If our assumptions hold true, the soul of the Ling Tian divine sword has likely reached the infant transformation realm. The sword's spirit lay dormant, appearing merely as an ordinary iron blade. A transformation at the infant stage, exclaimed the elders, their jaws agape. The sword spirit within the Ling Tian divine sword had astonishingly reached the infant transformation realm. What a terrifying revelation. Truly, it was the innate artifact of the founding patriarch, exuding such formidable power. With the sword, the Ling Tian sect undoubtedly possessed a formidable being at the infant transformation level. That venerable elder, exhibiting such noble integrity, had liberated our sect's forbidden grounds yet chose not to take this divine sword. What a paragon for our generation. Perhaps that elder deemed this mere infant transformation artifact unworthy. If it were indeed a rare treasure, they might have already claimed it. Well said, third brother, yet it is also possible that the sword's spirit remains in slumber, unnoticed by that venerable elder, thus left behind. After all, artifacts of the infant transformation level are exceedingly rare. Amidst their discussion, a direct disciple in the late stage of the core formation rushed in, bearing a grave expression. "Wuching, how dare you enter the forbidden grounds without our permission?" One elder scolded. Though Wuching was among the most talented disciples of Ling Tian's sect, so no severe reprimand was issued. Bowing respectfully, Wuching spoke with measured humility. "Respected sect master, honored master, esteemed elders, I admit my fault in trespassing the forbidden grounds, but there is a pressing reason. A junior sister has claimed to recognize that venerable elder who visited our Ling Tian sect. The identity of that venerable elder?" The sect master of Ling Tian flashed before Wuching, urgently commanding, "Quickly, lead me to that disciple." The unexpected visit of such a powerful elder had nearly caused the sect master to question his own existence. When exactly had they attracted such a formidable individual? Simultaneously, he was deeply intrigued by the origins and identity of that elder. Thus, accompanied by Wuching, the formidable members of Ling Tian's sect made their way to the grand hall. Within the hall, someone awaited them. "Sect master, it is junior sister Xia Chen. She claims to know that venerable elder." Bowing before the sect master, Xia Chen was taken aback, startled that the sect master and the 7 elders had come to see her. She had never encountered such an imposing assembly before. The sect master waved his hand dismissively, expressing mild impatience. "There is no need for formalities. Please, share the origins of that venerable elder." Xia Chen promptly nodded and said, "Esteemed master, I do not dare to definitively confirm the identity of that venerable elder. However, the elder's appearance and voice are strikingly identical to that of my royal uncle. Though my uncle lacks the extraordinary prowess possessed by that elder." "What, your royal uncle?" A senior elder cast a peculiar glance at Xia Chen. Subsequently, Xia Chen recounted her own identity and the remarkable deeds of her royal uncle to the assembly, leaving the members of Ling Tian's sect with expressions of skepticism. "Aside from their unparalleled cultivation, can you truly ascertain that this is indeed your royal uncle?" The master of Ling Tian's sect could not help but inquire once more. Xia Chen nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, the attire worn by that senior bears the distinctive insignia of the great Xia dynasty. It is highly probable that he is my imperial uncle." When Xia Chen uttered these words, disbelief was evident on her face. Her uncle, known to be naturally incapable of cultivation, now exhibited such astonishing power, completely overturning her understanding. Had her uncle been pretending all along? "Master, I have just received word regarding why that esteemed elder personally came to confront Qingfeng." One elder spoke solemnly. It turned out that Qingfeng's inept son had kidnapped the son of a servant from a prince of the great Xia dynasty, demanding a ransom of 30 million. That was why the elder had come. The prince of the great Xia dynasty. The leader of the Ling Tian sect murmured, realizing that Xia Chen's assertion must be true. That powerful figure was undoubtedly her uncle. "Wuchia, offer your junior sister a seat. As her senior brother, how can you let her stand for so long?" The leader of the Ling Tian sect, wise and seasoned, immediately scolded Wuchia. Wuchia was taken aback, quickly acknowledging his mistake and hastily bringing a chair for Xia Chen. "Master brother, this. Xia Chen was left speechless in shock. With her modest talent, she was merely an ordinary disciple of the Ling Tian sect. Yet today, not only had she been received by the sect's high-ranking officials, even a direct disciple had personally brought her a chair. "Your uncle is truly extraordinary. A celestial being. You are Xia Chen, correct? If you don't mind, may I call you Star?" The leader of the Ling Tian sect wore a warm smile. No. I don't mind." Xia Chen felt as if she were dreaming. Was this truly the once lofty sect master? The leader of the Ling Tian sect was pleased with Xia Chen's reaction and cheerfully said, "As long as you don't mind, that's wonderful. I see your exceptional talent and remarkable potential. You are indeed a prodigy in cultivation. Had we not discovered you, you might have remained overlooked. Therefore, I hereby declare you as a direct disciple of our sect. Would you be willing?" "Ah, a direct disciple." Xia Chen was utterly astonished. Truly, the wheel of fortune had turned. By merely basking in her uncle's glory, she had leaped from an ordinary disciple to a position of esteemed honor as a direct disciple, no less than that of the sect master. Overwhelmed with emotion, she wept tears of joy, eager to share this news with her father, wanting him to know that his daughter had made a name for herself. For the leader of the Ling Tian sect, accepting a direct disciple was a mere formality, primarily aimed at fostering a closer relationship with that esteemed elder. After all, he already had several direct disciples. One more or one less made little difference. However, a more pressing concern weighed on his mind. Would that elder still harbor negative feelings towards the Lingtian sect? He had heard of the troubles caused by Qingfeng's faction, a group of inept individuals misusing Qingfeng's name to wreak havoc in the Great Xia dynasty, committing acts of arson and robbery. Since Qingfeng was an elder of the Lingtian sect, the root of the issue traced back to the sect itself. Although that elder, a prince of the Great Xia dynasty, did not intend to pursue the matter further, the dynasty itself might not feel the same. Previously, the Great Xia dynasty was merely presided over by a weary cultivator at the nascent soul stage, who was easily disregarded by the Lingtian sect. However, the situation has dramatically changed, as this venerable figure is now revealed to be a member of the imperial family of the Great Xia dynasty. Should any ambitious individuals within the dynasty seek to exploit this opportunity with ulterior motives and dare to strike against the Lingtian sect, it would spell utter disaster for them. Contemplating this, the sect leader felt a surge of anxiety, exchanging knowing glances with the other elders. Having lived for centuries, they understood each other's unspoken thoughts. If that esteemed predecessor were to turn their attention towards the Lingtian sect, it would indeed be a calamitous fate for them. Dispersing the disciples, the sect leader promptly convened a discussion with several elders. What if we take the initiative to show our goodwill towards that venerable figure? One elder suggested after some contemplation. The third elder's words hold merit. We cannot remain passive. Perhaps we should present some of our sect's treasured artifacts? Artifacts of the sect? That venerable one has disregarded even the Lingtian divine sword, a weapon of the nascent soul caliber. Would they truly deign to accept our humble treasures? Another elder countered. Moreover, let us ponder, which of our sect's treasures could possibly rival the Lingtian divine sword? The discussion escalated as the elders exchanged their opinions. Enough of this debate. The third elder's reasoning is sound. We indeed need to take the initiative and offer a treasure. I propose we present the Lingtian divine sword to that venerable figure. But sect leader, the Lingtian divine sword is a relic passed down from our ancestors, the pride of our sect. To part with it so easily would bring shame upon our lineage. One elder immediately retorted. The fifth elder, our sect is on the brink of severing its lineage. At such a critical juncture, you still cling to these concerns, the sect leader remarked with a shake of the head. We must offer the Lingtian divine sword. First, while it is our sect's treasured artifact, it fundamentally belongs to our ancestor. The sword has been absent for millennia. What if the sword spirit awakens and no longer recognizes our sect? We all understand that artifacts acknowledge their masters, not their sections. If the Lingtian divine sword fails to protect us, what shall we do then? Secondly, given the profound cultivation of that venerable figure, they have surely already sensed the Lingtian divine sword, leading them to breach our forbidden grounds. It is likely that our sect's hidden treasures are also known to them. In comparison to the Lingtian divine sword, our treasures are insignificant. Should we fail to present the Lingtian divine sword, that venerable figure might interpret our offering of lesser items as an insult, which would be far from favorable. By presenting the Lingtian divine sword, even if it does not capture their interest, it will genuinely demonstrate our sincere intentions. What do you think, esteemed elders? Concluded the sect leader. Immediately, one elder chimed in. Indeed, sect leader, your insights are astute and far-reaching, far beyond our old minds. It is true that once the sword's spirit awakens, it may not serve our sect. Better to present it to that venerable figure as a gesture of goodwill. Moreover, without the guidance of a certain esteemed elder, this secret sword would never have come into existence. I wholeheartedly agree with the words of the sect leader. I have no objections. Upon such analysis, the other 7 elders expressed their unanimous agreement. Since all esteemed elders are in accord, let us select an appropriate day for our sect to personally present the Lingtian divine sword as a token of respect to that venerable elder. The sect leader of Lingtian sect proclaimed. It is said that in 5 days, we will celebrate the elder's 70th birthday. Perhaps we should wait until that auspicious occasion to accompany the sect leader in delivering the Lingtian divine sword? One elder suggested. 70th birthday? The corners of the Lingtian sect leader's mouth twitched slightly. Such celebrations of 70th or 80th birthdays are mere trifles for ordinary folk. For practitioners like them, living for several hundred or even 1,000 years is commonplace. It seems rather peculiar for someone over 2,000 years old to commemorate another's 70th birthday. How remarkable it is. That elder is indeed gifted beyond compare. If he truly is only 70 years old, he must be an exceptionally rare talent. One that may not be encountered in a millennium. The Lingtian sect leader nodded thoughtfully. In the Great Xia imperial city, at the residence of Prince Xia. Shortly after returning to the royal estate, the time limit of Xia Chen's experience card came to an end. His cultivation level gradually declined, and his aura diminished. However, Xia Chen felt that, having experienced those various cards, certain insights regarding the Yuan Ying and out-of-body realms had lingered in his mind. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Chen seated himself in meditation, and in just over an hour, he made a breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Reward, 1,000 points. Additionally, for achieving a self-initiated breakthrough for the first time, you are awarded a hidden treasure chest. Breakthroughs also yield points. Xia Chen's smile was so wide it seemed almost uncontainable. The joy was overwhelming. While the enhancement of his abilities brought him delight, what truly thrilled Xia Chen was the accumulation of 600 points. Additionally, he had unlocked a hidden treasure chest. Let us open the chest, Xia Chen said with a beaming expression, eagerly anticipating the treasures that might emerge. Moments later, a flash of white light enveloped him, revealing 2 stone lions. What on earth is this? Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback. Had the system malfunctioned? Instead of presenting a magnificent artifact, an extraordinary skill, or a celestial treasure, it had bestowed upon him 2 stone lions? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a pair of guardian lions. The mechanical voice of the system resonated, leading Xia Chen to believe that these stone lions were likely far more significant than they appeared. Xia Chen stepped forward and caressed the stone lion, only to be met with an overwhelming chill that penetrated to his very bones, causing him to shudder. Fortunately, a surge of warmth emanated from the heart of the sage at the center of his chest, dispelling the cold. The stone lions were remarkably lifelike. Crafted from an unknown material, their surfaces adorned with peculiar runes. However, what captivated Xia Chen the most were the lion's piercing eyes. Upon gazing into them for a brief moment, he felt a menacing aura reminiscent of a primordial beast, instilling a sense of dread. Truly, these were magnificent artifacts, Xia Chen exclaimed in admiration, recognizing the exceptional quality of the system's offerings. Placing these stone lions at the entrance of a royal residence would indeed exude an air of dominance. After opening the treasure chest and acquiring this remarkable pair of stone lions, Xia Chen's excitement grew even more. The next step involved exchanging his earned points for a powerful puppet to safeguard himself. Setting aside the fact that using an experience card diminished his reserves, which pained him greatly, the risk associated with drawing lots also weighed heavily on his mind. However, possessing a puppet of nascent soul level would be delightful, sparing him the need to expend experience cards and providing a permanent solution. Ding! Exchanging for a mid-stage nascent soul puppet requires 4,000 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange. Xia Chen, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together. The points for a mid-Yuan Ying puppet were merely 1,500 more than those for a puppet. However, the disparity in their combat prowess was undeniable. The thought of having a mid-Yuan Ying puppet trailing behind him was indeed exhilarating. Congratulations, the host has acquired a mid-Yuan Ying puppet, announced the system. As the voice faded, a flash of brilliance illuminated Xia Chen's surroundings. Before him stood an unremarkable young man, his gaze vacant. Though he merely stood there, an ineffable aura emanated from him. Xia Chen grasped the arm of the puppet, briefly assessing its strength, and could not help but smile broadly. Indeed, it was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and judging by its power, it was at least 3 or 4 times stronger than the nascent soul ancestor within the imperial palace. This was splendid. Within the entire imperial city, and indeed throughout the great Xia dynasty, there should be no one capable of threatening him further, allowing him to rest and recuperate with peace of mind. With 600 points remaining, he pondered over another draw. Upon glancing at his remaining points, he resolved to try his luck once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a key treasure chest. A key treasure chest? Xia Chen's expression was peculiar as he promptly opened it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Heavenly Martial Key. In a blink, the so-called Heavenly Martial Key appeared in Xia Chen's hand. What a useless item! The Heavenly Martial Key was entirely black, composed of an unknown material, and felt icy to the touch, seemingly lacking any significant utility. Goodness! There wasn't even a hint provided. Well, never mind. Xia Chen rolled his eyes to himself. Yet, speaking of which, whose card should he turn tonight? Stowing away the Heavenly Martial Key, thoughts of his numerous beautiful concubines stirred a mischievous grin upon his face. Ah, the days of divine revelry in his youth have returned. As 4 or 5 days passed by, Xia Chen's 70th birthday approached. Initially, he had no intention of celebrating this significant birthday. Yet he was unable to resist the fervent desires of his wives and concubines, who wished to dispel the misfortunes of the Wangfu. Thus he arranged for this grand celebration. Consequently, the entire Wangfu buzzed with excitement well in advance. 1,000 miles away, nearly 100 individuals stood poised. At the forefront was a man with eyebrows like swords and an imposing demeanor, clearly not an ordinary mortal. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the rest were all cultivators, their realms spanning from body refinement, chi gathering, foundation establishment, and more, with even 3 golden core stage cultivators among them. It is worth noting that not everyone possesses the martial veins necessary for cultivation. Gathering so many cultivators within the great Xia dynasty is no trivial feat likewise. With such a multitude of formidable beings present, they constituted a remarkable force. Young Master Tian, we are like brothers. Even if we must traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, we will not regret it, declared a resolute golden core cultivator. Indeed, young Master Tian, we have shared life and death together. With your father in peril, we shall undoubtedly stand by your side. Indeed, Tian Xiao, each of us, as cultivators, expressed our heartfelt sentiments, profoundly moving Xia Tian. Throughout his childhood, his father instilled in him the virtues of humility and discretion, teaching him to avoid drawing undue attention. In his youth, Xia Tian was oblivious to the reasons behind his father's teachings, but as he matured, he came to comprehend his father's profound intentions. The royal palace intrigues are merciless, yet Xia Tian harbored a desire to cultivate his abilities. Upon discovering his exceptional martial lineage, he chose to keep it a secret, even from his father. Through diligent practice, he steadily ascended to the realm of Dan formation, aspiring to achieve the great realm of Yuaning, to honor his father's name and alleviate his cautious existence. However, recently, due to the inadvertent exposure of his strength, Emperor Xia grew wary, casting the royal household into peril. At that time, his father penned a letter urging him to distance himself as far as possible, warning that should he dare to return to the royal residence, their father-son bond would be irrevocably severed. In a moment of profound emotion during the summer, the father revealed in his letter that the son was not his biological child, but rather one he had found. The father encouraged him to embark on a quest to discover his true parents. In the sweltering heat of summer, tears streamed down his face. Although Summer Morning was not his biological father, the debt of gratitude for his nurturing was one he could never repay in 10 lifetimes. Thus, he resolved not to heed his father's advice to flee and instead utilized every connection at his disposal, gathering a group of cultivators with the intention of rescuing his father from the imperial city. I sincerely thank you all. The favor bestowed upon me today, I, Summer, cannot repay. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall repay it 100-fold. In the sweltering heat of summer, tears brimmed in his eyes as he was unwilling to let his brothers face danger. Yet, if he were to confront the formidable experts of the great Xia dynasty alone, he would stand no chance. He required someone to provide cover, for only then could he hope to rescue his father. We await your command, young master. The group declared in unison, their voices resonating with the depth of their brotherhood. Then let us engage in battle together. Summer shouted, his voice booming like thunder. The skilled warriors spurred their horses, galloping towards the imperial city. High above, within a magnificent dragon boat, several individuals gazed down at the scenery of the great Xia dynasty. The imperial city now within arm's reach. To their astonishment, they discovered that a venerable elder was practicing here in the mortal realm, leaving them feeling somewhat abashed. It was said that to achieve the state of enlightenment, one must undergo trials in the mundane world, which indicated that this elder had indeed reached a profound level of mastery. The elders aboard the dragon boat conversed animatedly, revealing themselves to be several high-ranking members of the Ling Tian sect. Below, hundreds of riders charged towards the imperial city, and one among them radiated a palpable aura of menace. An elder observed curiously, "Today marks the elder's birthday. Surely these individuals do not come with good intentions. However, given their lowly cultivation levels, they cannot possibly intend to offend the elder, can they?" The sect leader of Ling Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully, raising a hand to suggest, "Let us follow them and discern the intentions of these young ones. If they truly seek the elder, we shall apprehend them at the first opportunity." A smile graced the sect leader's face, as he secretly hoped these individuals were indeed heading towards the elder, for capturing them would present a splendid gift. After all, as the elders had pointed out, it was not inconceivable that the elder, having chosen to refine his heart amidst the mundane, had suppressed his own cultivation, thereby attracting some audacious individuals with ill intentions. In the southwestern part of the imperial city, a vast white jade disc appeared, upon which 3 figures stood, 1 elder and 2 youths, a boy and a girl. The elder, with hair as white as snow, exuded an ethereal presence. Known as Zifeng, he was an elder of the Tian Wang sect, possessing terrifying strength at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, allowing him to traverse the great Xia dynasty with ease. The youth, strikingly handsome and possessing an extraordinary aura, was named Xiaobing, the youngest son of Prince Xia of the great Xia dynasty, with exceptional talent and a rare heavenly-grade martial vein. He was nurtured as a core disciple by the Tian Wang sect, his future bright with promise. The girl, equally stunning, had a beauty that could rival the moon and stars. Named Zilinger, she was the granddaughter of Zifeng, possessing commendable talent with an earth-grade martial vein. Yet, she often stole glances at the dashing young man beside her, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue, prompting repeated sighs from the distant Zifeng. This group was indeed from the Tian Wang sect. Just days prior, Xia Bing had received a letter from his brother, Xia Tian, revealing that their father was in peril, potentially facing the wrath of the Xia Emperor. This news ignited a sense of urgency within Xia Bing, for he was well aware of the enmity between his father and the Xia Emperor. Otherwise, his father would not have traveled countless miles to send him to the Heavenly King sect for cultivation to safeguard his life. Each time he returned home, he treaded cautiously, fearful of being seen by those with ulterior motives and of arousing the suspicions of the Summer Emperor, which could lead to calamity. Consequently, Xia Bing was resolute in his dedication to his training, exerting himself relentlessly. Coupled with his celestial-grade martial veins, he advanced at an astonishing pace. By merely 20 years of age, he had already attained the status of a core formation practitioner. Given time, achieving the nascent soul realm was merely a matter of course, and even surpassing it was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, Xia Bing required time. He had yet to truly mature. Now, with his father ensnared in a crisis, Xia Bing could not afford to ponder such matters any longer. Of course, he did not come unprepared, accompanied by a powerful nascent soul expert. Even the Summer Emperor would think twice before acting rashly, ensuring his father's safety. Initially, Zifeng had no intention of intervening in the affairs of the great Xia dynasty, and he felt a profound sense of humiliation in celebrating the longevity of a mundane person from an extinguished lineage. Yet, he could not resist the heartfelt pleas of his granddaughter, which led him to agree to return for a visit. "Brother Bing, is this your hometown? It's so beautiful," Zilinger exclaimed as she gazed excitedly at the scenery below, rushing to Xia Bing's side. Observing the lively girl before him, Xia Bing sighed softly. He was well aware of Zilinger's affections for him. However, his purpose in coming to the Heavenly King sect was not to indulge in romance. Women would only impede his cultivation speed. Thus, Xia Bing had long preferred solitude, subtly rejecting Zilinger on several occasions. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, and over time, Xia Bing found himself harboring a flicker of affection for her. It was only when he received a letter from Xia Tian that he sought out Ziling, hoping her grandfather would assist him. Without hesitation, Zilingo agreed. However, Zifeng was not so accommodating. He laid down conditions. Xia Bing must become a Dao partner with Zilinger and swear an oath that should he ever betray her, he would descend into the 18th layer of hell, never to be reborn. Xia Bing acquiesced. Yet, this seemingly transactional love left her momentarily bewildered. Utilizing such means for personal gain filled Xia Bing with disdain for her own actions, yet what could she do? Life often compels one to forsake their true self. Indeed. "This is my hometown. Shortly, I shall introduce you to my father." Xia Bing gently tucked Zilinger's hair behind her ear, offering a warm smile. "Ah, Brother Bing, are we moving too swiftly? Will your father think poorly of me?" Zilinger exclaimed, her delicate face displaying surprise, her heart racing like a wild bull. The tension was palpable. How could one not feel anxious about meeting the parents of the one they cherished? Despite being the favored daughter of the heavens, encountering the family of a beloved inevitably stirred nerves. "He dares," interjected Zifeng with a scoff, rolling his eyes. "If my granddaughter does not find him worthy, what audacity must he possess?" "Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking?" The once gentle Zilinger, upon hearing Zifeng's words, could not help but stamp her foot in frustration. Her face flushed with indignation. Her grandfather always seemed to look down upon those she admired, which was infuriating. All right, Elder Zifeng was merely jesting." Zilinger need not take it to heart, Xia Bing reassured, a smile gracing his lips, though a fleeting coldness flickered in his gaze before vanishing. Zifeng, with a twinkle of amusement, cast a glance at Xia Bing, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Having lived long, Zifeng was astute enough to perceive the subtle shift in Xia Bing's demeanor. Yet, he mused inwardly, "Young man, you are still somewhat lacking in your contest with me." Despite Xia Bing being a prodigious cultivator at the initial stage of the core formation, the chasm between the core formation and the nascent soul stages is as vast as heaven and earth. Countless geniuses have faltered in the later stages of core formation, unable to transcend to the nascent soul realm. Thus, although Xia Bing possessed a rare celestial vein, indicating a higher potential for achievement, until he ascended to the nascent soul realm, he remained unworthy of Zifeng's regard. The Summer Prince's mansion was adorned with vibrant decorations, creating a lively atmosphere. Since the extraordinary phenomena observed in the imperial city a few days prior, numerous core formation experts and noble scions within the royal city have once again lavished flattery upon the Summer Prince's mansion. The astonishing spectacle that manifested that day suggested that the mansion was far more complex than it appeared, concealing within its depths an unparalleled master. Almost everyone speculated that this extraordinary individual resided at least at the nascent soul stage. Against such a formidable opponent, who among the royal family could stand a chance unless the founder of the great Xia dynasty were to intervene? Moreover, the founder would hardly concern themselves with the petty squabbles of descendants. Such a person is deeply engrossed in their cultivation and remains largely indifferent to worldly affairs. It is only in times of dire crisis for the great Xia dynasty that the founder might truly take action. Consequently, the current status of Emperor Xia is indeed precarious. On the surface, Xia Yu is the emperor of the great Xia dynasty, yet the hearts of the ministers and officials are restless, rendering his position unstable. In contrast, the Summer Prince has become the object of everyone's flattery, with nobles frequently visiting, believing that should the Summer Prince desire it, the empire of Great Xia would be within easy reach. However, Summer Chen has resolutely kept these visitors at bay, refusing to meet with them. Reporting. The Marquis of Wuhan delivered 3 core formation-grade magical artifacts, 5 heavenly heart pills, and a fragment of the heavenly pivot, a treasure from the heavenly fire dynasty. At this moment, the servant's loud proclamation captured the attention of many. For those who arrived bearing precious gifts or noble status, the servants would announce their offerings to show respect. 3 core formation-grade magical artifacts and 5 heavenly heart pills would certainly leave countless individuals in awe. But the fragment of the heavenly pivot from the heavenly fire dynasty nearly left many visitors astounded. The heavenly fire dynasty is no ordinary realm. Its legends have endured for millennia, and to this day, mentioning the heavenly fire dynasty within the imperial city sparks fervent discussions. Historical evidence suggests that the heavenly fire dynasty was an ancient empire, possessing strength many times greater than that of the great Xia dynasty. It is said that during its peak, even the nascent soul stage was considered commonplace, while only those at the infant transformation stage were deemed true powerhouses. Yet, this formidable dynasty vanished overnight, and its revered treasure, the heavenly pivot, is rumored to possess the ability to calculate the fate of the world, shrouded in mystery. Yet it remains shattered, scattered across the lands. The reasons for the dynasty's demise vary greatly. Some claim it was due to a rebellion against the celestial beings, while others suggest it incurred the wrath of a superpower, leading to its brutal annihilation. In any case, opinions abound, and no reliable account exists. As for the heavenly pivot, there are whispers that it conceals the unparalleled legacy of the heavenly fire dynasty. Whoever can gather all the fragments of the heavenly pivot shall inherit the rule of the heavenly fire dynasty. Thus, whenever fragments of the heavenly pivot surface, they undoubtedly incite a bloody tempest. Unexpectedly, the Marquis of Wuhan has offered such a tremendous treasure, nearly depleting his own resources, which has left countless individuals astounded, clearly demonstrating his sincere intentions. However, what intrigues these nobles even more is that the Marquis of Wuhan is among the closest allies of the Emperor of Xia. The fact that he willingly extends his resources to curry favor with Prince Xia subtly implies that the Emperor may have lost the support of the people. It seems the fate of the great Xia dynasty is indeed on the brink of transformation, as more and more individuals gather to celebrate the birthday. The number of people in the royal residence continues to swell, with nobles and powerful figures, typically a rare sight, now abundantly present. Outside the imperial city, Xia Tian and his brothers stand ready at the city gates. Dear comrades, this journey is fraught with peril. Prioritize your safety and do not engage in prolonged battles. Your sole purpose is to divert their attention. Outside the imperial city, Xia Tian's eyes are bloodshot as he earnestly speaks. He genuinely wishes for nothing untoward to befall his loyal brothers. After all, every action taken in this endeavor is for his sake. Thus, before they embark on their mission, Xia Chen once again imparts his solemn warning. The chosen location for the summer is indeed splendid. Merely leaping over the city wall and traversing a few streets will grant us direct access to the prince's mansion and the opportunity to rescue his father. Brothers, in 1 hour's time, regardless of the outcome, you must swiftly retreat. Now, let us breach the imperial city together. In the summer, with black hair billowing and garments rustling in the wind, the figure surged with the formidable aura of a mid-stage alchemist. Wielding a black spear reminiscent of an ancient war deity, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill. One after another, figures leapt into the air, their terrifying presence striking fear into the hearts of the ordinary soldiers atop the imperial city. An enemy attack. On the dragon boat. The elders of the Ling Tian sect were nearly beside themselves, astonished that these youngsters, barely out of their childhood, dared to disrupt the celebration of that esteemed elder's longevity. Outrageous. How could they disturb the elder's enjoyment? Third, go and capture them, commanded the sect leader with a cold snort, though inwardly he was already reveling in delight. Such a fortuitous occurrence had unexpectedly fallen into his lap, truly a delightful surprise. The third elder nodded and gracefully descended. In the vibrant summer, with the spear akin to a dragon, Xia Chen leaped atop the city walls, intent on seizing the moment to escape towards the royal palace, following in his father's footsteps. However, at that very instant, a formidable and terrifying pressure descended upon him, instilling a sense of dread within Xia Chen. This overwhelming aura was so fearsome that it induced a suffocating sensation, heralding the arrival of an unfathomable power. At the very least, a peerless being of the nascent soul realm. Young one, your courage is commendable, yet today, encountering me is indeed your misfortune. Spoke the third elder with an air of nonchalance. The might of a nascent soul cultivator is immensely terrifying. Merely emanating their aura is sufficient to cause a golden core practitioner to lose their composure. As Summer executed a difficult turn, he beheld an elderly man behind him, whose eyes were veined with crimson and whose forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat, while he clenched his teeth tightly. In a moment of silence, the spear of annihilation thrust forth. Suddenly, Summer leaped high into the air, the black spear enveloped in a dark radiance, its sharpness exuding an aura as if no one could withstand its might. In the summer, Xia Chen thrust his black spear fiercely towards the third elder. Unfazed by the attack, the third elder merely waved his hand, causing Xia Chen's formidable aura to dissipate entirely. The moment Xia Chen, who had just leapt into the air, was met with such a blow, he was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. In the sweltering summer, Xia Chen's complexion was pallid as he fixated intently on the elder across from him. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable presence at the nascent soul stage. Young one, this person has attained the nascent soul realm. Our only option is to flee. At that moment, a grave voice resonated from the spatial ring on Xia Chen's finger. In the summer, I bit my lip, filled with reluctance. Today's meticulously devised plan was supposed to be foolproof, yet unexpectedly, a formidable adversary emerged, shattering my intentions. Teacher, I cannot accept this. If I do not rescue my father, I would rather perish here. I fear I may betray your expectations. I hope you can find a more suitable successor than I. I am truly sorry, dear teacher. In the sweltering summer, tears filled his eyes as blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth. He loathed his own powerlessness, resented his inability to save his father, and felt he had let down his Miner's expectations. Foolish child, so determined you are. Very well, if you are so resolute, then I shall engage you in a battle. Leave it to me now. How dare a mere nascent soul challenge me? Suddenly, the expression on Xia Chen's face transformed. He retained his original appearance, yet his eyes were now filled with the weight of experience. Gradually, he rose from the ground, gripping a long spear, his aura steadily intensifying, soon approaching the late stage of condensation. Yet, he did not stop there, rapidly breaking through to the nascent soul realm. The countenance of the third elder across from him shifted from nonchalance to solemnity as he regarded the bloodied youth, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Quite intriguing indeed. However, in the next moment, the boy's aura surged to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. His demeanor remained composed, yet he charged toward the third elder with overwhelming force. In the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, you possess quite a few secrets. I shall see to it that I subdue you. The third elder dared not underestimate him and exerted his full strength. On the dragon boat, the leader of the Ling Tian sect furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing an aura comparable to that of the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Fearing for the safety of the third elder, he turned to the other elders and said, "Come with me to investigate." With that, the seven, led by the sect master, leaped down from the dragon boat. Xia Chen, who had previously held the upper hand against the third elder, suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. Looking up to the sky and witnessing 7 figures, his expression changed abruptly. For among those 7 figures was a formidable presence at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. As summer approached, the desire to retreat emerged swiftly. However, it was too late. Surrounding him were no less than 8 formidable practitioners at the nascent soul stage, including the one from the early phases of his cultivation. In the sweltering summer, a bitter smile graced her lips as she shook her head, her eyes brimming with helplessness and despondency, her aura gradually diminishing. "Disciple, your master is of no use. I cannot assist you today." The voice from the spatial ring gradually faded away. The Summer Prince's residence was bustling with esteemed guests. Yet the flow of visitors remained unceasing, with rare treasures and exquisite artifacts continuously arriving, creating a lively atmosphere. Amidst the revelry, a sudden shadow captured the attention of the crowd, prompting many to glance upward. Soon, a colossal jade disc emerged before their eyes, suggesting the arrival of a significant figure. The onlookers fixated on the grand flying artifact, whispering amongst themselves. The disc bore an emblem, the insignia of the Tianwang sect. A seasoned cultivator, well-versed in the ways of the world, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? The Tianwang sect? Is it not the sect that boasts 6 formidable entities at the nascent soul stage?" Indeed. It was that very sect, reputed for its leader's extraordinary power, rumored to have reached the later stages of the nascent soul realm, an utterly formidable presence. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as the implications dawned on them. The Summer Prince's identity was no trivial matter, even for a mere 70th birthday. The Tianwang sect had deemed it worthy of their commendation. Those who comprehended the depth of the Tianwang sect's prestige could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Shocked expressions crossed the faces of the cultivators as they exchanged glances. For cultivators, celebrating a mere few decades, or even centuries, was hardly significant. Only upon reaching the millennium mark would one host a grand birthday banquet, inviting guests from all corners to celebrate, a display of one's might. Yet, what kind of entity was the Tianwang sect? In the realm of the ordinary, even a small sect boasting a single golden core cultivator was considered impressive, and possessing a nascent soul practitioner was enough to dominate a region. Yet, the Tianwang sect possessed multiple nascent soul powerhouses, holding a revered status, and they had personally sent representatives to honor a prince of the mortal realm. The influence of Prince Xia is indeed quite formidable. It appears that his status is far more powerful than they had anticipated. "Is this your residence?" Elder Zifeng remarked with a smile, evidently relishing the adoring gazes of those around him. "Indeed, Elder Zifeng, my abode is humble. I hope you will not look down upon it." Xiaobing's expression was tinged with excitement. After all these years, he was finally returning home. The thought of soon reuniting with his father filled his heart with immense joy. "Hiki, how could we possibly disdain Brother Bing's home?" Zilingo laughed like a blooming peach blossom, linking her arm with Xiaobing's, brimming with happiness. "You haven't even married yet, and you're already learning to suppress your grandfather for outsiders," Zifeng remarked with a knowing glance at Zilinger, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He mused to himself that indeed, a girl should not be kept too close. However, Xiaobing was quite a decent lad, so it was all acceptable. Zilinger playfully stuck out her tongue. "Since we've arrived, let us descend." Elder Zifeng took the lead down the jade platform. To their astonishment, the elder leading the way was actually a nascent soul expert. The influence of Prince Xia was truly remarkable, as the Heavenly King sect had dispatched an elder to celebrate a birthday. "Pray tell, how did you discern that seemingly ordinary old man was a nascent soul expert?" one inquired. "Ah, my friend, you may not be aware that within the Heavenly King sect, hierarchy is well defined. Any elder of the nascent soul stage bears a golden sect emblem embroidered upon their chest. Observe the young men behind that elder. They display a blue sect insignia on their chests, indicating they are at the core formation stage. Goodness, a nascent soul expert. We are truly fortunate to behold such a figure. This life is without regret." Those 2 young men, so young yet already at the core formation stage, indeed. The Heavenly King sect is teeming with talent. Word spread swiftly, and Elder Zifeng's identity was soon known to all. Almost everyone present regarded Elder Zifeng with awe. After all, a nascent soul expert was a rare sight. It was said that within the entire Xia dynasty, only one royal ancestor was a nascent soul expert. To their astonishment, they were witnessing a nascent soul expert in the flesh today. In the future, as they traversed the world, they would have ample tales to boast about. The crowd was electrified, as if in the presence of an idol. Such individuals were not easily encountered. Among them, a youth appeared somewhat familiar, yet bore a resemblance to Prince Xia. Could he be Prince Xia's son? Speculation about Xia Bing's identity quietly circulated. Could it be that Prince Xia had two sons, with Xia Tian merely being one of them? The crowd buzzed with discussion. However, it was not long before they would receive an answer to this query. Upon hearing that her son had returned, Xia Chen hurriedly rushed out from the main hall. Bingo! Tears welled up in her eyes as she beheld her son's arrival. Her heart brimmed with joy. Father! Xia Bing could no longer hold back his tears upon seeing Xia Chen, having long yearned for this moment. With that, the father and son embraced each other tightly. It seemed that aside from his son Xia Tian, Prince Xia had another son. The onlookers had already come to a conclusion. Yet they were astonished to discover that this newly revealed son had actually joined the Heavenly King sect. The recruitment process of the Heavenly King sect was exceedingly stringent, with disciples being of exceptional talent. It appeared that Prince Xia's newly unveiled son possessed extraordinary abilities. Prince Xia has indeed made a remarkable move. Some individuals cannot help but secretly admire Xia Chen, filled with profound respect. Simultaneously, his two sons are truly exemplary among men. His eldest son, Xia Tian, at merely over 20 years of age, has already attained the intermediate stage of the Golden Core, and it is said that he possesses a celestial-grade martial vein. The younger son, not to be outdone, has also shown considerable talent. Despite his youth, he has reached the Golden Core realm and has joined the esteemed Heavenly King sect, promising an immensely bright future ahead. Xia Chen gently wiped the corner of her son's eye and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Why are you crying, you little rascal? You are no longer a child." Her voice softened, revealing her joy. Xia Bing wiped his eyes and let out a chuckle. It had been a long time since he had felt such elation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly pulled over a young girl beside him, saying, "By the way, father, these two are Linger and her grandfather, Elder Zifeng. During my time training at the Heavenly King sect, Linger took great care of me. Otherwise, my cultivation would not have advanced so swiftly. Linger, Elder Zifeng, allow me to introduce you to my father." Xia Bing hurriedly introduced Xia Chen, while Lingo blushed and shyly tugged at Xia Bing's sleeve, saying, "Lingo has met Uncle Xia. Ha ha, what a match. It is truly a perfect pairing. This little rascal has finally grown up." Xia Bing remarked that this boy was naturally a blockhead, and he added, "If he ever bullies you in the future, do not hesitate to tell your uncle. I shall take care of him for you." Xia Chen laughed heartily, his words causing Lingo to blush profusely, though her heart brimmed with joy, for it seemed that Brother Bing's father had acknowledged her. "Elder Zifeng, please, come in. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings in my hospitality," Xia Chen urged, eager to please, given that the elder was the grandfather of his future daughter-in-law. "Too polite." Elder Zifeng replied with a glance at Xia Chen, a hint of displeasure flickering within him. The audacity of this worldly prince, referring to himself in such a manner before someone at the Yuanying stage, was somewhat unappreciated. Were it not for Lingo, he would have been tempted to dismiss this presumptuous prince with a mere wave of his sleeve. Elder Zifeng and Linger entered the grand hall of the royal residence, surrounded by a crowd that had grown somewhat reserved, for the elder's status was indeed extraordinary, and none dared to act recklessly in such a setting, lest they invite trouble. As Elder Zifeng took his seat, his expression remained impassive, surveying the assembled guests with a touch of disdain in his eyes. "Grandfather, Uncle Xia must have recognized me by now," Lingo thought, her cheeks still flushed with excitement. However, she was filled with joy despite her grandfather's apparent disapproval. Elder Zifeng cast a bemused glance at his granddaughter and remarked, "If he dares to refuse, I shall dismantle this absurd royal residence." "Grandfather," Linger pouted, stamping her foot in irritation. She understood that her grandfather had always looked down upon Xia Bing. Yet what is love if not mutual affection? It is a bond where both hearts are entwined, free from societal constraints. Elder Zifeng scoffed to himself. The sect was filled with exceptionally talented disciples vying for his granddaughter's affection. Yet she had chosen Xia Bing, a boy whose only merit lay in his talent. What else did he possess that could rival the other geniuses within the sect? Elder Zifeng's discontent had long been brewing, and while he had agreed to come primarily for Linger's sake, he also intended to negotiate an agreement with Xia Bing's father. His aim was to arrange for Xia Bing to join the Z family, thereby ensuring that Linger would not be subjected to outside bullying. Furthermore, the Z family held a significant position within the Tianwang sect, which would undoubtedly benefit Xia Bing. However, given his understanding of Xia Bing's character, Elder Zifeng was aware that while the boy's strength was lacking, his pride was formidable. Thus, he planned to have a serious discussion with Xia Bing's father. The timing for this conversation would be after he resolved Xia Bing's father's predicament. Should the father prove ungrateful at that juncture, Elder Zifeng would not hesitate to show his displeasure. Were it not for his granddaughter's happiness, he would have little interest in such matters. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in his eyes, accompanied by a cold smile. "Your Majesty has arrived." At that moment, the servant's voice echoed in the ears of all present, causing the guests to halt their activities and turn towards the entrance. Outside the royal residence, 9 imposing and majestic fire steeds stood at attention, pulling a golden dragon carriage behind them. These adult fire steeds possessed strength comparable to that of late-stage foundation cultivators. However, they possess a gentle nature, having been domesticated by the royal family, becoming one of their symbols. "We present ourselves before your Majesty." The civil and military officials, led by the Marquis of Wuhan, stepped out to greet the royal carriage. "No need for excessive formalities, my lords, please rise." A firm voice resonated from within the dragon carriage. The curtains were drawn back, revealing a resolute man clad in a golden imperial robe. This man was Xia Yu, the twin brother of Xia Chen. "Thank you, your Majesty." The officials displayed no outward signs of surprise, yet internally, they were eager spectators to the unfolding drama. "Today marks the 70th birthday of my elder brother, the Emperor. Let us all enjoy ourselves." Xia Yu offered a gentle smile as he took hold of the crimson invitation. At that moment, Xia Chen had just arrived outside the palace. Upon seeing Xia Yu, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. The bond shared between the two brothers in their youth had been strong, yet the entanglements of power had driven them further apart, nearly leading to enmity and conflict. "My elder brother, this is a congratulatory gift I have prepared for you." Xia Yu stepped forward a few paces and unexpectedly inclined himself slightly towards Xia Chen, adopting an extremely humble posture that nearly left half the onlookers in astonishment. "Your Majesty, does this signify your concession? We are but brothers. There is no need for such formality." Xia Chen chuckled softly as he assisted Xia Yu, observing the sibling who bore a striking resemblance to him. A warmth enveloped his heart. Glancing at the invitation, he noted the rare and exquisite treasures listed within, among which was an artifact of near-nascent soul level, eliciting a hint of surprise from Xia Chen. In the Great Xia dynasty, nascent soul artifacts were regarded as legendary, with a few decades of nurturing. This near-nascent soul artifact could undoubtedly transform into a genuine nascent soul-level treasure. The magnitude of this gift clearly reflected Xia Yu's intentions. "Royal brother, I have come today not only to celebrate your birthday but also to convey a message from our revered ancestor. He instructed me that the legacy of the Great Xia dynasty can only flourish under your stewardship. Thus, I earnestly hope you will take the helm of the Great Xia dynasty and uphold our imperial might." With that, Xia Yu slowly retrieved an object from his bosom, revealing the imperial jade seal of the nation. Emperor Xia truly lives up to his title, exhibiting such resolute determination and a keen sense of self-preservation. The eyes of the crowd brimmed with admiration for him. A true gentleman knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Aware that the hearts of the people had already dispersed, Emperor Xia made the audacious decision to abdicate and cede the throne of the Great Xia to another. Yet, amidst the throng, only Zifeng furrowed his brow in concern. Could it be that the scoundrel had deceived me? Is it possible that his father is not in peril after all? Xia Bing took Zilinger to explore other areas of the Wangfu. Otherwise, he would certainly have interrogated that young man about his ulterior motives for luring him here. However, as a formidable nascent soul cultivator, Zifeng did not concern himself with his own safety. What infuriated him was the audacity of Xia Bing, who, emboldened by Linger's affection, dared to deceive even himself. He must make this young man realize he had overstepped his bounds. Elder Zifeng squinted, already formulating alternative plans in his mind. As for Xia Yu's actions, not only were others bewildered, but even Xia Chen himself was taken aback. Handing the throne to himself? What a ridiculous notion. Xia Chen had no inclination to assume the role of an emperor, having previously distanced himself from the imperial court out of fear of political machinations. Returning would be a torment for him. However, he was not a fool and could discern the intentions behind Xia Yu's words. "What are you saying, dear brother? The realm of Great Xia belongs to the Xia family. It matters little who ascends the throne. Moreover, you have governed for decades, during which Great Xia has flourished. Its army strong and its people content. It is evident that you are indeed suited for the imperial mantle. As for myself, I have grown accustomed to a leisurely life, making me ill-suited for the responsibilities of governance. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from such suggestions in the future. Concerning the founding ancestor, if he insists that I take the throne, let him come and see me directly." Xia Chen laughed heartily, though his words were astonishing. causing those around him to instinctively swallow hard. To suggest that the founding emperor should meet him? Onlookers did not perceive Xia Chen's statement as mere boastfulness. Rather, they recognized his formidable prowess. Xia Chen was certainly not as simple as he appeared. He might possess qualities that even the formidable Yuan-ing realm cultivators found daunting. Had this fellow always been so audacious? Zifeng's expression bore a hint of confusion. He had certainly heard of the founding emperor of the great Xia dynasty, an ancient figure of the Yuan-ing level. Yet, this young man had the audacity to summon a Yuan-ing expert to meet him? Or perhaps, a forebear to meet a descendant? Upon their initial encounter, he had the audacity to refer to himself as this king. And now he requested an audience with a revered ancestor? What audacious capital did this young man possess to act with such arrogance? Zifeng pondered a myriad of thoughts but soon shook his head dismissively, letting out a scoff. Perhaps this young man was merely accustomed to the privileges of his worldly status. As a distinguished Yuan-ing cultivator, did he truly need to decipher the intentions of others? Should the young man dare defy his wishes, he would surely come to understand why flowers bloom so vibrantly. After all, his granddaughter had endured the insolence of that wretched Xia Bing, and now she was expected to tolerate his equally disagreeable father? Zifeng had reached his limit. In a short while, he would personally seek out Xia Chen to discuss the matters concerning their families and the prospect of Xia Bing's marriage. Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback by his brother's words, letting out a sigh within. Xia Chen had never shown a penchant for the pursuit of power. He was indifferent to the throne. In contrast, Xia Yu was consumed by ambition and even harbored thoughts of harming his own brother. This realization filled Xia Yu with shame. Wishing he could vanish into the ground. His brother treated him as kin, yet he harbored thoughts of ending his brother's life. Such sentiments were utterly reprehensible. As for the notion of summoning their ancestor personally, Xia Yu dared not entertain such a thought. Regardless of Xia Chen's indifference to the ancestral authority, Xia Yu understood that the ancestor remained an esteemed figure, and he could not utter such treasonous words. Xia Chen pulled Xia Yu into the Wang residence. In Xia Chen's heart, she had always regarded Xia Yu as her younger brother, though her soul originated from another world. The blood that coursed through their veins was the same. Family is forever family. If Xia Yu had intended to silence himself decades ago, he could have done so long before now, rather than waiting until the present moment. However, circumstances have shifted, and Xia Chen has come to comprehend Xia Yu's actions. Zifeng stroked his chin and, seizing a moment when Xia Chen was free, called out to him, saying, "Xia Chen, come over here. I have matters I wish to discuss with you." "Ah, certainly. Elder Zifeng, if there is something you need, please feel free to speak. Should my hospitality fall short, I kindly ask for your understanding," Xia Chen replied with a smile as he approached. "Here is the matter at hand. I was initially opposed to your son forming a partnership with my granddaughter. Yet, due to her earnest pleas, I reluctantly acquiesced," Zifeng stated, casting a glance at Xia Chen, his tone imbued with an air of superiority. "If Elder Zifeng has something to say, please do so directly." "We are all reasonable individuals," Xia Chen maintained his smile, though it lacked warmth. Zifeng nodded and continued. "Your Xia family is merely a prominent household in the mundane world, perhaps esteemed among nobility. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, you hold little significance. In contrast, my Z family is a lineage of cultivators. If we consider foundation and strength, Xia Bing marrying into my family is a substantial boon for him. Furthermore, my family boasts 2 nascent soul experts with significant standing within the Tianwang sect. Thus, should Xia Bing join our family, we will provide him with the finest resources for cultivation, enabling him to become a formidable power. After all, nurturing a nascent soul expert requires considerable resources." Having spoken, Zifeng awaited Xia Chen's response. Is that all? Xia Chen had expected this old fellow to elaborate further, but was surprised by the lengthy monologue. "Indeed, that is all," Zifeng affirmed, glancing at Xia Chen. Yet, to his astonishment, Xia Chen shook his head and replied, "I cannot agree to the notion of marriage into your family. My son is a paragon among men, a true prodigy. There is no reason for him to marry into another family. As for the nascent soul realm, is that truly impressive? I find it quite laughable that you think the Xia family has gained so much from this arrangement. Merely a nascent soul, a title I have encountered before. Moreover, I possess a nascent soul puppet in my own estate. What are you flaunting here? A frog at the bottom of a well? Nothing more. As for cultivation resources, whatever your Tianwang sect possesses, I certainly have as well. And what you lack, I undoubtedly possess too. Therefore, there is no need for Elder Zifeng to concern himself excessively over such trivial matters." Xia Chen maintained an air of indifference as he continued. Elder Zifeng is not young anymore. He should be enjoying the pleasures of life rather than fretting over the matters of the youth. Besides, it is not as if Elder Zifeng is the one in romantic pursuits. Being overly concerned is not beneficial for the children's growth. The more Elder Zifeng listened, the angrier he became, his countenance darkening. How audacious it was for this fellow to disregard even the formidable beings of the nascent soul realm. How could he dare to be so brazen? If he were truly so impressive, would the great Xia dynasty possess only a single exhausted nascent soul practitioner? Elder Zifeng found Xia Chen's arrogance utterly insufferable. So, you have no intention of acquiescing to my proposal? Elder Zifeng's expression grew grim as he contemplated employing certain tactics to teach this presumptuous individual a lesson. Clearly, Xia Chen shrugged nonchalantly, perceiving this old man as merely stirring trouble. After such lengthy discourse, it amounted to nothing significant. Were it not for Xia Bing's reputation, Xia Chen's temper would have already led him to have the nascent soul puppet in the backyard expel this old man without hesitation. Elder Zifeng was nearly apoplectic with rage. Not only did this mere foundation establishment waste refuse to show him respect, but he also dared to lecture him. If word of this were to spread, it would be nothing short of ludicrous. How could he continue to maintain his standing in the Heavenly King's sect? With a cold snort, Elder Zifeng was about to unleash his wrath and instill some sense into this insolent youth when suddenly, a cacophony of gasps erupted from outside. A dragon boat. My heavens, it's a dragon boat of considerable length, and more significant figures have arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The air reverberated with thunderous sounds. Elder Zifeng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his face etched with vigilance. He recognized that sound. It was the unmistakable noise of a colossal dragon boat in flight. Such vessels were of high rank, and their operational costs were immense, only bearable by powerful sects like theirs. Typically, only during collective sect activities would such grand dragon boats be dispatched. Ordinary elders on errands would merely use lower-tier flying artifacts like jade discs. Who could be arriving? Elder Zifeng retracted his intention to reprimand Xia Chen and hurried outside. As he emerged, everyone gazed skyward, where a massive dragon boat descended slowly from dozens of meters above. The overwhelming pressure and awe it exuded left many speechless. Some had never even heard of a dragon boat, let alone seen one. Once the dragon boat lowered to a certain altitude, the onlookers discerned the identities of its passengers. Simultaneously, a conspicuous banner on the boat captured their attention. A blue longsword emblazoned upon the flag was unmistakable, compared to the distant Heavenly King sect. This emblem was far more familiar to the people of the great Xia dynasty. It was the Ling Tian sect. Indeed, it was the Ling Tian sect. An individual unconsciously swallowed. Gazing at the figures upon the dragon boat with a countenance filled with reverence and awe that emanated from within rather than being feigned. The Ling Tian sect is in close proximity to the great Xia dynasty, hence many are familiar with the sect's emblem. Countless talented cultivators aspire to join the Ling Tian sect, yet most are summarily turned away. When disciples of the Ling Tian sect traverse the world, others invariably show them deference, keeping their distance with utmost respect. Within the great Xia dynasty, there are times when the words of the Ling Tian sect are regarded with greater trepidation than those of the royal family. In essence, the Ling Tian sect is an insurmountable behemoth, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. As the dragon boat descended gradually, an oppressive aura became increasingly palpable, rendering the crowd breathless, their gazes fixed upon the vessel. Upon the dragon boat stood several figures, gradually coming into view. There were 8 individuals, each appearing as elderly men. Yet they exuded an indescribable air of gravitas. The foremost among them possessed an exceptional presence, clad in a blue robe, with a demeanor so aloof that it seemed capable of extinguishing one's courage to resist at a mere glance. Elders of the Ling Tian sect, there were a total of 8. An individual instinctively licked his dry lips, swallowed hard, and struggled to articulate a sound. The elders of the Tian Wang sect bore distinct insignia. Similarly, the Ling Tian sect had its own symbols. Among these 8, 7 bore blue longswords upon their chests. As for the foremost individual, his robe appeared unremarkable, devoid of the unique insignia of the Ling Tian sect. Yet, who would dare underestimate this person? Standing before the 7 elders of the Ling Tian sect, his status was evidently more exalted than that of any elder. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme and hierarchy is meticulously observed. What rendered the situation even more astonishing was that the elders of the Tian Wang sect were at the nascent soul realm, and likewise, the elders of the Ling Tian sect were also formidable nascent soul experts. This signified the presence of 8 nascent soul powerhouses within the Xia prince's estate. Countless individuals were left in stunned astonishment. Even if these eminent figures were not present for their sake, it was nonetheless an honor to share the same space with them. Many felt as though their ancestors had bestowed upon them a remarkable fortune. In that moment, the countenances of all were flushed with pride, basking in the glory of the occasion. That was the revered leader of the Ling Tian sect, Song Wenjie. Standing behind him, Zifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. While others were unaware of the identity of the foremost figure, he was certainly not. For such a person stood on par with the leader of the Tianwang sect. Of the same caliber and stature, Zifeng struggled to comprehend why the esteemed leader of the Ling Tian sect would appear in such a desolate locale. Moreover, what perplexed him further was not only the presence of Song Wenjie, but also the accompaniment of 7 esteemed elders. It was known that the Ling Tian sect had only 8 elders in total, and apart from the old man Xingfeng, all had come. This meant that Song Wenjie had effectively brought the entire fighting strength of the Ling Tian sect with him. What on earth was Song Wenjie intending to accomplish? Is it possible to celebrate the birthday of Xia Chen? Such an idea seemed utterly ludicrous to Zifeng, who found himself chuckling at his own foolishness. How could he be so confused in his advancing years? What stature did the Ling Tian sect hold, and what significance did this Xia Chen possess? The two were simply incomparable, and it was absurd to even consider any intersection between their existences. Could it be? Suddenly, Zifeng's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled an event from 130 years prior, when he had clashed with the third elder of the Ling Tian sect over a coveted treasure, resulting in a deep-seated enmity. Was it possible that the entirety of the Ling Tian sect had mobilized for his sake? The mere thought sent chills down his spine. And although it seemed like an exaggeration, there was a sliver of truth to it. It was said that the sect leader of Ling Tian was notoriously eccentric, particularly protective of his own. Perhaps they had discovered his departure from the sect and had come to confront him with the entire congregation. The grievances from a century ago could very well be resurrected, leaving Zifeng utterly speechless. The Ling Tian sect's lack of decorum was staggering. Calm, remain composed. Zifeng continually reassured himself, striving to maintain a semblance of rational thought, while a suspicion began to form in his mind. Surely, that wily brat Xia Bing had colluded with the Ling Tian sect, deceiving him into leaving the Tianwang sect. The pretense of assisting his father was merely a fade, concealing a true intent to conspire against him. Should he fall victim to this scheme, the boy would then elope with his granddaughter. What a treacherous little scoundrel! Zifeng trembled with rage, utterly taken aback by Xia Bing's cunning. After living for over a millennium, he never imagined he would be outwitted by a mere child. In that moment, he conjured countless scenarios in his mind, diligently suppressing his presence while seeking out Zilinger, preparing to discreetly make his exit. Clang! The dragon boat touched down, and Song Wenjie, with an air of nonchalance, descended slowly alongside the elders. The grandeur of their presence was nothing short of terrifying, leaving countless individuals in awe. What kind of esteemed figure was Prince Xia that he could command the full might of the Ling Tian sect to celebrate his birthday? First, the elders of the Tianwang sect arrived, followed by the 8 formidable Yuaning experts from the Ling Tian sect. Just who was Prince Xia? Xia Yu felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment as he rose to his feet. The Ling Tian sect was indeed formidable, and even someone of his imperial stature must maintain a profound respect. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Brother, you truly have taken me by surprise." The crowd murmured softly, with some even recalling a recent exchange with Prince Xia, their hearts swelling with pride. Such honor was indeed rare. Song Wenjie surveyed the surroundings, and suddenly his gaze shifted. He spotted Zifeng in the corner. Upon being noticed by Song Wenjie, Zifeng's heart quivered, a chill ran down his forehead, and his expression immediately stiffened. He had been discovered. However, Song Wenjie merely cast a glance his way before withdrawing his gaze, seemingly indifferent to Zifeng's intentions. It appeared that the Heavenly King sect was aware of the elder's identity. However, sending only a single elder was rather dismissive of the elder's stature. Song Wenjie felt a twinge of annoyance, but then reconsidered, realizing that this might actually elevate the Ling Tian sect's standing in the elder's eyes. Yet, this left Elder Zifeng perplexed. Was the visit not for his sake? What, then, was the purpose of the Ling Tian sect's gathering? It must be for something of monumental significance for the entire sect's leadership to convene. Just then, the reason for the high-ranking members of the Ling Tian sect's presence became clear. The sect leader, Song Wenjie, along with 7 elders, had come to celebrate the birthday of Prince Xia. At this revelation, countless minds momentarily ceased to function. their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the procession from the Ling Tian sect. Though they had long speculated about the remarkable identity of the leader, they could hardly fathom that it was indeed the sect leader himself. Song Wenjia's proclamation left many in a state of utter shock. During the grand celebration of Prince Xia's birthday, not only did elder representatives from the Yuan-ing realm come to convey their well wishes, but even the esteemed elders of the Ling Tian sect made a personal appearance, signifying an extraordinary level of respect. Among the multitude present, Zifeng was undoubtedly the most astonished. A tempest of confusion surged within him, as he struggled to comprehend the mobilization of the illustrious Ling Tian sect for what he initially believed to be a momentous occasion, only to discover it was merely to celebrate Xia Chen's 70th birthday. This was utterly unfathomable. Had Song Wenjia lost his senses? After all, Xia Chen was merely a prince of the mundane world, his cultivation level only at the foundation establishment stage. What could possibly warrant Song Wenjia's personal involvement? Was it conceivable that Xia Chen was merely masquerading as a simpleton while harboring profound strength? Outwardly, he appeared as a mere foundation establishment prince, yet beneath the surface, he might be a figure deserving of respect even from the Ling Tian sect. Zifeng was no fool. He quickly began to discern certain implications. However, many questions lingered in his mind. If Xia Chen were indeed a remarkable individual, why would he send his son to Tian Wang's sect? One must note that in terms of overall strength, Tian Wang's sect was somewhat inferior to Ling Tian's sect. Was it possible that he intended for his son to undergo training there? As the saying goes, daughters are raised in wealth while sons are raised in hardship. Had Xia Chen chosen Tian Wang's sect as a place for his son's development? The more Zifeng pondered, the more plausible this seemed. At that moment, he had already abandoned his previous disdain for Xia Chen, and an inexplicable chill crept up his spine regarding the Xia father and son. Xia Chen exited the main chamber in silence, casting a discontented glance at the imposing dragon boat of the Ling Tian sect, which occupied an excessive amount of space. With the Wang residence already bustling with people, the presence of such a grand object rendered genuine conversation nearly impossible. How could one, of such stature, lack a modicum of perceptiveness? Nevertheless, one should not strike a frowning face. After all, these individuals had come to celebrate his birthday, and it would be unbecoming to dampen their spirits. Thus, despite his inner displeasure, Xia Chen chose to conceal his feelings. Upon noticing Xia Chen, the elders of the Ling Tian sect, including the sect leader, appeared noticeably tense, standing rigidly as if awaiting inspection, hardly daring to breathe for fear of causing offense. Although this elder's aura seemed unremarkable, he had effortlessly shattered a defensive formation comparable to the infant transformation stage. With a mere step, he had breached a forbidden area guarded by a spirit tool of the infant transformation realm, showcasing an unfathomable prowess that inspired fear and trepidation. On this auspicious occasion of your venerable birthday, we humbly intrude, and we hope you will not take offense, stammered Song Wenjia, his expression stiff, scarcely daring to exhale. Gasped. The onlookers could not help but draw in a sharp breath at the display of such deference from the Ling Tian sect. How peculiar it seemed that they appeared so meek, almost like soft-shelled shrimp. Many began to question whether these individuals were indeed from the Ling Tian sect. In the outside world, the sect was renowned for its formidable reputation, yet within the confines of the Xia royal residence, the sect leader and his entourage seemed to bow before Xia Chen as if he were their superior. This was decidedly contrary to their usual demeanor. However, despite any lingering doubts among the crowd, Zifeng remained resolute in his belief. These individuals were indeed from the Ling Tian sect, without a doubt. Yet, what merit or capability did Xia Chen possess to warrant such treatment? The sect leader's cultivation was formidable at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. To compel such a figure to bow, one would need to be a being of unparalleled might, at least of the infant transformation stage. Yet, in the eastern wilderness, it had been an eternity since a peerless being of that caliber had graced the land. Could this mere prince truly be such an extraordinary figure? Moreover, Song Wenjia had just referred to Xia Chen as senior, a title laden with significance that warranted deeper contemplation. Even if Xia Chen did not possess an extraordinary cultivation level, he undoubtedly held something that inspired both caution and respect from Song Wenjia and the entirety of the Ling Tian sect. Otherwise, why would they extend him such reverence? Zifeng's gaze flickered, fixated on Xia Chen's retreating figure, his heart racing. Fortunately, he had not acted against him. Otherwise, matters might have spiraled beyond his control. At this thought, Zifeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He realized he was growing old, unable to keep pace with the younger generation due to his limited perspective. He had almost made a grave error by underestimating others. Xia Chen casually waved his hand and smiled, saying, All who come are guests. Since you are here, you are my guest, and I shall not take offense." Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Song Wenjie felt a wave of relief wash over him. For he had been genuinely concerned that the abrupt intrusion by the Ling Tian sect might displease Xia Chen. Some elders possess eccentric temperaments, treating life with utter disregard. "Thank you for your magnanimity, esteemed elder. This is a congratulatory gift from our Ling Tian sect, a humble token, which I hope you will graciously accept." As Song Wenjie spoke, he retrieved a cloth pouch from his waist, presenting it with both hands towards Xia Chen. The pouch was adorned with peculiar and intricate patterns, and those with discerning eyes would discern that the designs were anything but ordinary. Upon closer inspection, one could sense an indescribable profundity woven within the patterns. Is it truly the case that the illustrious Ling Tian sect presents merely a cloth pouch? How rather shabby. Could it be that they are impostors? Some voiced their confusion, their faces reflecting bewilderment. "You ignorant fool, what do you know? That is a spatial pouch." "A spatial pouch? Is it truly remarkable? Why have I never heard of such a thing?" "Indeed, it is remarkable. A spatial pouch is a prized possession crafted by spatial alchemists. It can store tangible objects. The larger the space, the more valuable the pouch becomes. Few golden core cultivators can afford such an item. It is exceedingly precious. According to the market value within our great Xia dynasty, a pouch with merely 10 square meters of space could fetch around 50 million gold coins. And that is if one could even find a seller. Such exorbitance. Today, I am truly enlightened." As some recognized the significance of what Song Wenjie had presented, they eagerly began to enlighten the others. Upon learning that this seemingly unassuming item was the creation of spatial alchemists, many became animated, exclaiming their astonishment. No wonder spatial pouches are seldom seen. Their rarity and exorbitant value render them largely unknown to the average person. Given the scarcity of alchemists, their status is inherently esteemed. Moreover, spatial alchemists are akin to nobility among their kind, truly formidable figures. Even factions as formidable as the Tianwang sect and Ling Tian sect would treat such rare spatial alchemists with utmost respect, never daring to slight them. "Esteemed elder, this is a spatial pouch crafted by a friend of mine, boasting an impressive space of over 200 square meters. While it may not meet your expectations, it is nonetheless a gesture of goodwill from our Ling Tian sect." Though Song Wenjie conveyed this with humility, pride was evident on his face. This spatial pouch, encompassing over 200 square meters, had cost the Ling Tian sect a considerable fortune, rendering it invaluable. Gasped the onlookers. Recognizing the astonishing capacity of the spatial pouch before them, were left utterly astounded, many with mouths agape. Typically, even a pouch with a mere 2 or 3 square meters of space would incite a frenzy, with countless individuals vying for possession. Yet now, the appearance of a spatial pouch exceeding 200 square meters seemed almost unfathomable. "Dao brother, you just mentioned that a 10 square meter space bag is valued at 50 million gold. What, then, is the worth of this 200 square meter space bag?" The monk, who had just been explaining to the crowd, felt his mind falter upon hearing this question. The magnitude of such a space bag transcended his comprehension. He opened his mouth and murmured, "Its value is beyond measure." In the distance, Elder Zifeng also stood in stunned silence for a considerable time. As an elder of the Heavenly King sect and a being of the nascent soul level, he was acutely aware of the worth of space bags. Generally speaking, a powerful nascent soul practitioner would possess a space bag as a symbol of their status. However, most nascent soul practitioners carried space bags that were relatively modest in size, typically around 50 square meters. The emergence of such a vast space bag was truly astonishing to Zifeng. It appeared that the Ling Tian sect had exerted considerable effort. "How thoughtful," thought Xia Chen, oblivious to the significance of the space bag, maintaining a serene expression. Observing Xia Chen's demeanor, Song Wenjie silently mused, "Indeed, the elder has witnessed much of the world. He remains unfazed by such treasures." Under ordinary circumstances, upon encountering a space bag of such immense proportions, even someone as formidable as Song Wenjie would be tempted to seize it. "Ah, it is only appropriate, esteemed elder. There are also some gifts within this space bag that I shall retrieve," Song Wenjie remarked, waving his ornate robe. He produced 3 nascent soul-grade magical artifacts, 10 kilograms of celestial iron, and 3 vials of soul-enhancing elixirs. Elder Zifeng, having also experienced the grandiosity of the world, felt a surge of avarice upon witnessing the valuable items Song Wenjie extracted. These were indeed treasures. The nascent soul-grade artifacts aside, the celestial iron, even in small quantities, could significantly elevate the quality of crafted artifacts, while the soul-enhancing elixirs were also of considerable value. Wait, that sword. As Song Wenjie unveiled a white longsword. Elder Zifeng furrowed his brow in mild confusion, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had encountered a similar description in some ancient texts. In a moment, his keen eyes discerned the ancient inscriptions upon the longsword. Ling Tian. It was the Ling Tian divine sword. Elder Zifeng was suddenly taken aback. The Heavenly King sect was well acquainted with the Ling Tian sect. Given their status as both rivals and collaborators, they were privy to each other's general circumstances. The Ling Tian divine sword before him possessed a remarkable lineage, said to be the personal artifact of the sect's founding ancestor, wielding unfathomable power. Yet, had not the Ling Tian divine sword been missing for several millennia? Zifeng's brow knitted in concern. Not that broken sword again, Xia Chen instinctively remarked, causing Song Wenjie's smile to freeze. The expressions of several elders behind him also faltered. Broken sword? Xia Chen found himself at a loss for words. He had discarded this sword not long ago, only to have it retrieved by this old fellow. Though the sword possessed remarkable qualities, and if memory served, its sword spirit exhibited strength comparable to that of a nascent soul, Xia Chen could not maintain the prowess of the out-of-body realm at all times. Keeping this sword close was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. With his current abilities, Xia Chen could hardly manage it. It seemed that the sword truly was inadequate. Even Prince Xia had deemed it a broken sword. Upon hearing this, the guests around them immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. Do not speak so lightly. As the leader of the Ling Tian sect, every gift bestowed is a treasure of exceptional value. This sword may appear unremarkable, yet I sense a terrifying aura emanating from within, remarked a cultivator in the mid-stage of the core formation realm, his expression grave. Ahem, esteemed elder. While this sword may be deemed broken, it embodies the heartfelt intentions of our Ling Tian sect, and I humbly request that you accept it. Song Wenjie coughed awkwardly, his demeanor somewhat uncomfortable. After all, it was rather embarrassing for a grand sect's divine sword to be referred to as a broken one. Nevertheless, Song Wenjie could only respond with a smile. Xia Chen curled his lips, contemplating whether he should first stow away the sword. Perhaps after the banquet concludes, he could find a secluded spot to dispose of it? Indeed, that seemed like a plan. With that thought, Xia Chen accepted the Ling Tian divine sword with a cheerful smile. Had Song Wenjie been privy to Xia Chen's intentions, he might have been rendered speechless with shock. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Xia Chen grasped the Ling Tian divine sword, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted. It was the presence of that person. The soul of the Ling Tian sword abruptly awakened from its slumber, but upon sensing who wielded it, it quickly retracted the infant-level aura, not daring to let it run rampant. Although this individual currently seemed as weak as an ant, the terrifying impression they had left was indelibly etched in the memory of the Ling Tian sword's soul, impossible to erase. Goodness! Xia Chen felt as though his hand gripping the Ling Tian divine sword had been pierced multiple times. Were it not for the transformation granted by the heart of the sage, he might have been incapacitated by the sword's aura just moments ago. Closest to Xia Chen, Song Wenjie wore an expression of horror, for the Ling Tian divine sword had just revealed a glimpse of its terrifying aura, one akin to that of an infant transformation. Though it lasted but an instant, it was beyond description in its dreadfulness. The others were already struck dumb with fear, their spirits shaken, as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. That fleeting moment felt as if death itself had grasped their throats, a terrifying experience akin to walking through hell. There was no mistaking this aura. Zifeng's lips turned pale, and he swallowed hard. That seemingly unremarkable longsword was undoubtedly the Ling Tian divine sword. Everyone understood that the source of that ephemeral yet terrifying aura was indeed the ordinary-looking longsword in Xia Chen's hand. The memory of that aura would linger for a lifetime, for many among them had faced the might of a nascent soul cultivator. Yet none could compare to the intensity of the aura they had just encountered. No one dared to underestimate the sword in Xia Chen's grasp any longer. Breathing heavily, Zifeng looked at Xia Chen with newfound solemnity. The Ling Tian divine sword dared not act recklessly in Xia Chen's hands, signifying its recognition of him. The fact that the esteemed Ling Tian sect would bestow such a precious gift upon Xia Chen was a clear indication of their desire to curry favor with him. How remarkable it was for such a prestigious sect to deign to flatter Xia Chen. What extraordinary background did he possess? As beads of sweat formed on Zifeng's forehead, he pondered whether Xia Chen, if he were indeed such a formidable figure, had already discerned his intentions. Everyone, no need to stand around, let us proceed inside and take a seat, Xia Chen remarked, casting a glance at the Ling Tian divine sword before lifting his gaze to address the others. Xia Chen was acutely aware that the reason for the Ling Tian sect's profound respect towards him stemmed from his earlier visit, during which he had employed an out-of-body realm experience card to astound them, prompting their utmost deference. Thus, it was only natural for him to continue to uphold his esteemed image, although the recent events had indeed been perilous. He was fortunate that the old sword in his grasp proved to be sensible and did not cause any disturbances. Upon witnessing Xia Chen accept the Ling Tian divine sword, Song Wenjie felt a wave of relief wash over him. In these times, it felt like a significant loss to part with a gift. Yet the anxiety of not being able to present one was equally disheartening. He found himself increasingly exasperated by this absurd world. After taking a seat, Xia Chen noticed Elder Zifeng at another table and couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Elder Zifeng, you are also a distinguished guest of my Wang Fu. Do come and join us over here, Xia Chen called out. Beside him, Zilinger, holding onto Xia Bing's arm, realized with a start that her grandfather was not seated with them and promptly shouted, Grandfather, why have you gone over there? Come over here, quickly. Cough, cough. Elder Zifeng awkwardly cleared his throat, his face flushed with embarrassment. The heat intensified as he became aware that the entire assembly of Ling Tian sect was staring at him, making his cheeks burn even more. The third elder of Ling Tian sect also caught sight of Elder Zifeng, his expression twitching slightly, recalling the minor friction that had occurred between them centuries ago. Lacking the strength of Song Wenjie, and noticing how Elder Zifeng had deliberately concealed his aura, he had only just recognized him. Ah, I seem to have taken a wrong turn. I am Zifeng. It is an honor to meet you, Sect Master Song. Elder Zifeng rose and gave a slight bow to Song Wenjie. You are too courteous, Elder Z. There is no need for such formality. Song Wenjie waved his hand dismissively. Since you are already acquainted, there is no need for further introductions. By the way, on this auspicious occasion of my birthday celebration, I would like to announce another matter. My youngest son, Xia Bing, has found a kindred spirit in Elder Zifeng's granddaughter, and today we shall conduct their engagement ceremony. Xia Chen gazed at the crowd, then turned to the affectionate Xia Bing and Zilinger seated beside him, and offered a warm smile. What the hell? Song Wenjie could not restrain an exclamation, realizing that this old fellow had such an origin. Indeed, throughout history, heroes often falter in the presence of beautiful women. This old man was utterly shameless. Knowing the identity of the elder, he shamelessly resorted to using his own granddaughter to entice the elder's son. Such a despicable act. Regret consumed Song Wenjie. Why had he not thought of this strategy? Just look at this old man. How cunning. He resolved to inquire whether Elder Xia had any more sons, for he must ensure that his own daughter was wed to Elder Xia's offspring. Establishing a familial bond with Elder Xia would undoubtedly surpass mere gifts. With his daughter's beauty, she was certainly no less than that old man's granddaughter. At the table, the third elder, upon hearing this, raised his brows in surprise, quickly standing to approach and grasp the hand of Elder Zifeng, exclaiming, Congratulations, Elder Zifeng. What fortune your granddaughter possesses to connect with Elder Xia's son. We are truly envious. Elder Zifeng looked at the third elder, whose face was adorned with sincerity, completely unaware that this old man believed their relationship to be exceptionally close. Fortune indeed. Elder Zifeng replied, his face flushing. Previously, he had thought that the Xia family was merely reaching for their Zifeng clan. Now it seemed, according to the third elder of Ling Tian sect, they had struck gold by associating with the Xia family. This was a matter of young people's free love. As long as the younger generation was happy, there was little for the elders to say. Elder Zifeng took a seat beside them. Although he could not discern the extraordinary capabilities of Xia Chen, nor understand why the Ling Tian sect treated him with such deference, he recognized that the Ling Tian sect was far from foolish. At that moment, as Xia Chen beamed at Elder Zifeng, the latter could not help but avert his gaze. In hindsight, Elder Zifeng felt a flush of embarrassment. How could a formidable nascent soul expert be intimidated by a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Yet, recalling that even the sect master of Ling Tian treated this individual with such utmost respect, he found solace in understanding. Elder Zifeng, I was foolish hundreds of years ago when we had our disagreements. Before this esteemed elder, I wish to apologize today. I shall drink this cup of wine as a gesture of respect, the third elder declared, downing the drink in one gulp. Upon realizing that Elder Zifeng and Xia Chen were now in-laws, he thought it wise to seize the moment to apologize in front of Xia Chen, thus resolving their past grievances and leaving no grounds for Elder Zifeng to pursue later. Too kind, too kind. I am not a stingy man, Elder Zifeng responded hastily, also raising a cup to drink. The third elder, known for his haughty demeanor, openly apologizing was a testament to Xia Chen's significance. After settling down, Elder Zifeng sat upright, feeling somewhat awkward, frequently glancing at Xiaobing. The more he looked, the more he found the young man increasingly agreeable. After engaging in casual conversation, Xiaobing expressed her concerns to Xia Chen. Father, why haven't elder brother and the others returned yet? Perhaps they were delayed on the journey. Xia Chen too felt a twinge of uncertainty. Several days prior, he had personally penned a letter to Xia Tian, informing him that the crisis at the Wang residence had been resolved and he could return home. Could it be that Xia Tian had not received the letter? Nonetheless, given Xia Tian's composed demeanor, meticulous thought process, and his cultivation at the core formation stage, he was unlikely to encounter significant danger in the Great Xia. Therefore, Xia Chen did not dwell overly on his worries. As the attendees began to gather and the birthday banquet approached its fervent climax, Song Wenjie, with a slight smile gracing his lips, rose to speak. Senior Xia, just as we arrived, we happened upon a group of audacious individuals attempting to disrupt your celebration. They were promptly apprehended by my Ling Tian sect. Oh, and what has become of these miscreants? Xia Chen inquired, intrigued. It was indeed peculiar that anyone would dare to cause a disturbance at his birthday banquet. Reporting to you, Senior, the band of thieves remains aboard the dragon boat. I shall send someone to bring them down, Song Wenjie replied, his smile broadening as he noted Xia Chen's interest. He gestured, and two disciples from the Ling Tian sect promptly understood, making their way toward the dragon boat. This group of thieves had nefarious intentions, but fortunately, my Ling Tian sect arrived just in time. Otherwise, they might have succeeded. Though, with a mere flick of your wrist, Senior, you could have dispatched them effortlessly. It would have undoubtedly marred your enjoyment. Initially, I intended to eliminate them outright, but their leader possesses a certain intrigue that I believe you will appreciate upon your arrival. Song Wenjie chuckled, alluding to the mysterious and ancient soul residing within Xia Tian. Song Wenjie's words piqued Xia Chen's curiosity. It was evident that this was a premeditated act on such a significant occasion. At that moment, the two disciples of Ling Tian's sect returned, escorting an individual clad in a black hood. You scoundrels! If you dare to harm me, know that if I so much as frown, you shall bear my surname. The voice, resonant and magnetic, emerged from beneath the hood. Though youthful, the individual exhibited commendable courage and harbored numerous secrets, as noted by Song Wenjie, who stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is that voice? Xia Chen furrowed his brows, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Subsequently, at Song Wenjie's gesture, the black hood was drawn back. Once unveiled, the identity of the speaker sent shockwaves through the onlookers. All present stood frozen in disbelief, particularly Xia Yu, who instinctively rubbed his eyes. Having heard tales of Xia Tian's exceptional talents and boundless potential, he had commissioned numerous portraits of Xia Tian, yearning to capture him. Thus, Xia Yu had etched the visage of Xia Tian deeply into his memory. Song Wenjie, possessing acute perception, sensed the disquiet in the air almost instantaneously, a gnawing premonition stirring within him. Elder brother, exclaimed Xiaobing, her eyes wide with astonishment as she leaped forward to untie Xia Tian. Elder brother? Song Wenjie and the members of Ling Tian's sect found themselves in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Second brother, father, you are all still alive. Upholding the honor of the warrior, Xia Tian had resolved that if his captors sought to humiliate him, he would rather embrace death than grant them such satisfaction. Yet, upon the removal of the hood, he was astonished to behold his father and younger brother. You must flee. They are all nascent soul cultivators, Xia Tian urged, his expression tightening as he beheld the members of Ling Tian's sect, raising his voice in alarm. At that moment, even the dimmest among them, Song Wenjie, grasped the magnitude of his captives. His complexion draining of color as beads of sweat, akin to peas, began to form upon his brow. Not only Song Wenjie, but the other nascent soul elders also dared not breathe a word. Xia Chen cast a glance at the battered Xia Tian, who bore the marks of a savage beating, took a deep breath, and then turned his gaze to Song Wenjie, inquiring, was it you? Song Wenjie trembled, instinctively swallowing hard. Senior, allow me to explain. Before he could complete his sentence, Xia Chen sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick. In an instant, the size 43 shoe connected with Song Wenjie's face. Given Song Wenjie's formidable strength, even if Xia Chen's foundational cultivation were to increase tenfold, it would not inflict any harm upon him. Yet, Song Wenjie understood that the senior was genuinely enraged. Employing his foundational cultivation to deal with him likely indicated a desire to spare his life. Thus, he recognized the necessity of being tactful. Song Wenjie was sent flying, crying out in agony, as he soared through the air. He seized the opportunity to strike his own chest with remarkable swiftness, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. The might of Prince Xia's kick was indeed terrifying. The esteemed leader of the Ling Tian sect, a being of unparalleled power in the late Yuanying stage, was not only sent sprawling by a single kick from Prince Xia, but also left gasping for breath, blood spilling from his mouth. Elder Zifeng was equally astonished, witnessing the sect leader being treated with such disdain, leaving him to ponder the fate of his own Tian Wang sect at the hands of such a formidable foe. Leader, the elders of the Ling Tian sect rushed forward, and Song Wenjie quickly signaled them discreetly. Having collaborated with him for over a millennium, the elders grasped his intent immediately. Senior Xia, please grant mercy. Our sect leader acted out of concern for your safety, leading to this regrettable incident. Had we known that this young hero was your son, the Ling Tian sect would never have behaved in such a manner. We implore you, Senior Xia, to consider our goodwill and treat the Ling Tian sect leniently. Meanwhile, Xia Tian, who had just been freed from his bindings, stood in astonishment, marveling at how fiercely his father had acted, capable of delivering blows to a cultivator of the Yuanying stage. According to his teacher, the individual who had just been sent flying was indeed a superlative powerhouse in the late Yuanying stage. Xia Chen disregarded them, maintaining a composed expression as he approached and inquired, Tianer, have they treated you poorly? No, not at all. They merely bound me, Xia Tian replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's countenance softened slightly, and he continued to ask, how do you wish to address them? Ah well. Xia Tian hesitated. Young hero Tianer, it was all a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. We believed you intended to harm Elder Xia, which led to this unfortunate incident. Please consider that we acted out of concern for Elder Xia's safety. A magnanimous person does not hold grudges against the minor transgressions of others. Song Wenjie stepped forward, wearing a pained expression. In that moment, Song Wenjie bore little resemblance to a sect leader. His face bore the imprint of Xia Chen's shoe, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, painting a rather grim picture. If it was indeed a misunderstanding, then it is of little consequence. There is no need for such formality, esteemed elder. Xia Tian was surprisingly accommodating, especially considering he was in the presence of a formidable figure of the late nascent soul stage. He believed it prudent not to force anyone into a corner. In the world of martial arts, it is wise to leave a way out when dealing with others. Thank you, young hero Tianer. There is no need for such formalities. You need not call me elder. It is rather excessive. If you wish to be informal, simply refer to me as Uncle Song. While I may not possess half the unparalleled grace of Elder Xia, I do hold some reputation in this region. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to come to the Ling Tian sect. Listen well, from this day forth, young hero Tian shall be regarded as an esteemed guest of our Ling Tian sect. Meeting young hero Tianer is akin to meeting our sect itself. Song Wenjie, truly a leader of his caliber, managed to instill a sense of reverence in Xia Tian with just a few words. Unbeknownst to Xia Tian, those individuals were none other than the illustrious members of the Ling Tian sect. If he was not mistaken, the person who had just conversed with him must be the sect leader. Observing Song Wenjie's discernment and sincerity, Xia Chen's expression softened somewhat as he waved his hand and said, since it is a misunderstanding, let us not dwell on it any further. Song Wenjie visibly relaxed and promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. After taking a seat, Xia Tian could hardly believe his circumstances and discreetly inquired of his mentor. Teacher, is my father an extraordinary being? Why does even the sect leader of Ling Tian show him such deference? Not at all. Your father's prowess is quite ordinary, merely at the foundation establishment stage. However, there is an ancient aura within him, which likely accounts for the reverence shown by that late-stage nascent soul cultivator, his teacher replied. Furthermore, I have just discovered that within this royal residence resides a mid-stage nascent soul puppet, presumably belonging to your father, as it bears a similar aura. Thus, my father is certainly no ordinary man, Xia Tian murmured to himself. Indeed, the aura surrounding your father is profoundly ancient, even beyond my comprehension, suggesting that he must possess some great fortune. In the summer, I gazed at my father, my heart filled with astonishment. His knowledge was vast and profound, as if he possessed an understanding of all things. This was the first time I had heard him, my teacher, express uncertainty about the origin of something. The vibrancy of the Summer Prince's residence is beyond description, as nearly all prominent figures in the royal city have gathered, including legendary sects such as the Heavenly King sect and the Ling Tian sect. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to the prince, wishing him longevity equal to the heavens and an everlasting life. Sensing the opportune moment, Song Wenjie rose, raised his wine cup, and toasted from a distance. Instantly, everyone stood to toast Summer Chun, an honor that even the esteemed Summer Emperor, who holds the highest rank, has seldom experienced. Thank you all. Let us indulge today. Summer Chun laughed heartily, inviting everyone to take their seats. In the back courtyard, Summer Tian strolled alone and was taken aback by the sight of Summer Chen's puppet. Master, can you discern which sect forged my father's puppet? Summer Tian inquired with curiosity. I cannot tell, but the materials used for this puppet are of superior quality, making it significantly more powerful than an average mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, came the reply. Ah, it seems my father's methods are indeed shrouded in mystery, Summer Tian chuckled, feeling quite pleased. Tianer, why are you here instead of enjoying the merriment in the hall? At some point, Summer Chen had appeared beside Summer Tian, startling him. Although the atmosphere outside is lively, I find myself yearning for the comforts of home, which is why I unconsciously wandered here, Summer Tian responded. I see. Summer Chen nodded thoughtfully, then stroked his chin and continued. That spirit residing within you harbors no ill intent, does it? Should you feel threatened or harmed, inform your father at once. Regardless of its background or origin, I possess the means to ensure it never transcends to the next realm. Xia Chen's words exuded an imposing aura, imbued with a palpable sense of menace. This declaration was directed not only at Xia Tian, but also at the enigmatic spirit residing within him. Thank you, Father, Xia Tian replied, touched by the sentiment. He gathered his thoughts and expressed, this spirit is Tianer S. Mentor. Without a teacher, I fear I would have perished in the wilderness long ago. Thus, the mentor harbors no ill will towards Tianer. Please rest assured, Father. That is reassuring. I merely spoke offhandedly. By the way, regarding the 3-year agreement, what are your intentions? As Xia Chen mentioned the pact, a cold glimmer surfaced in his eyes, prompting him to clench his fists. Upon hearing about the 3-year agreement, Xia Tian's expression grew serious, and he declared with conviction, in 5 days, Tianer will personally attend the Tianqin sect to fulfill the agreement and engage in battle with the saints of Tianqin. We shall elevate the prestige of the Xia family and seek vengeance in a single confrontation. Good, good, good. This is the true son of mine. Xia Chen nodded with a smile, though a chill spread within him. Over 30 years ago, Xia Chen had rescued an elderly man, who unbeknownst to him was a steward of the Tianqin sect. In gratitude for his life-saving intervention, the old man arranged a betrothal with Xia Chen's family. However, as time passed, the elder was slain by enemies, leaving no trace in the world. His granddaughter, however, possessed extraordinary talent and became a celebrated prodigy of the Tianqin sect, receiving focused training. Meanwhile, Xia Tian, due to his father's constant admonitions, had failed to exhibit any signs of cultivation talent and was deemed a hopeless case. As the wedding approached, the elder's granddaughter sought to annul the engagement, accompanied by formidable forces from the Tianqin sect to exert pressure. Nonetheless, Xia Tian restrained himself, revealing neither strength nor talent, causing Xia Chen to feel both anguish and heartache. At that time, Xia Chen was merely a person of limited potential, unable to effect any change. Even the Xia dynasty had to cower before the Tianqin sect, unable to garner any respect. Furthermore, Xia Chen was merely a minor prince of the Xia dynasty. After the engagement was called off, the Xia family endured profound humiliation. Yet, what could be done? Without formidable strength, they were left vulnerable to oppression, forced to swallow their pride. On that day, after enduring such indignities, Xia Tian could not restrain himself from vowing that 3 years hence, he would make the elder's granddaughter regret her decision and challenge her to combat. Should she lose, an apology to the Xia family would be in order. Should he fail, he would accept any punishment she deemed appropriate. The members of the Tianqin sect regarded this with derision. Naturally, the elder's granddaughter dismissed it as mere jest, stating that if Xia Tian were to best her, she would serve him as a maid for life. This was Xia Tian's obsession, one that Xia Chen knew he could not impede, lest it haunt Xia Tian for eternity. Indeed, this matter weighed heavily not just on Xia Tian, but also on Xia Chen's mind. Were it not for the intention of allowing his son to take matters into his own hands, he would have obliterated the Tianqin sect with his own strength back then. As of today, the granddaughter of that old man has become the saintess of the Heavenly Heart sect, with a high probability of eventually becoming its leader. Master, please do not take offense. My father is merely concerned for my safety, Xia Tian remarked after Xia Chen departed. It is only natural. Your father was unnoticed by me when he arrived. He is likely more enigmatic than we presume. What? The master was unable to sense my father's approach? Xia Tian's expression shifted to one of greater astonishment. The master's spirit was incredibly sharp and powerful, yet he failed to detect Xia Chen's presence. Tiana, though your father did not reveal his true strength, he is indeed extraordinary. With him around, the Heavenly Heart sect could easily be obliterated. At this moment, Xia Tian's master spoke earnestly. Master, I wish to rely on my own strength. Xia Tian lifted his gaze to the starry sky, filled with determination. Simultaneously, boundless combat spirit ignited in his pitch-black eyes. As the night deepened, those who needed to leave did so, and those who needed sleep succumbed to slumber. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence, with Xia Chen seated alone atop the roof, reflecting on the opportunities and transformations brought about by the system. He felt as though he were in a dream, the reality of it all seeming somewhat surreal. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a King's gift pack. Would you like to claim it? The familiar mechanical voice of the system jolted Xia Chen back to reality. I'll claim it. Upon hearing it was a King's gift pack, Xia Chen's heart ignited with fervor, eager to see what treasures the system would bestow upon him this time. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Supreme Being's triple strike. Supreme Being? Xia Tian had never encountered such a high-level title before. However, Xia Chen was not naive. He immediately opened the exchange shop to see if there was a Supreme Being puppet, curious about what a Supreme Being entailed. To his astonishment, upon inspection, he stood dumbfounded. Mouth agape. Supreme Being puppet, 100 trillion points. Goodness! Xia Chen gasped, astonished by the magnitude of this Supreme Being level puppet. To put it into perspective, 1 trillion equals 10 billion. Upon seeing such a staggering point requirement, Xia Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He pondered that he might never accumulate such a vast number of points in his lifetime. By chance, he glanced at his task list. Noticing a task to unlock the Heavenly Heart Sect's treasury, which would grant him 5,000 points. A grin spread across his face. This was indeed fortuitous. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a hidden birthday benefit, 1 experience card treasure chest. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Wow, such splendid treatment for a birthday. Open it. Open it. In the joyous embrace of summer, laughter resonates, and the delightful benefits of a birthday are truly remarkable, alas. One can only celebrate such a moment once a year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a late-stage transformation experience card. Truly, one gets what one desires. Xia Chen had initially contemplated using some points to draw a few experience cards for self-preservation before heading to the Heavenly Heart Sect, yet unexpectedly, it has come to hand. The journey to the Heavenly Heart Sect is now assured. Today marks the 3rd day since Xia Chen's 70th birthday, and in just a few days, Xia Chen will ascend to the Heavenly Heart Sect to fulfill a 3-year-old promise with the sect Sanus. The overall strength of the Heavenly Heart Sect is comparable to that of the Ling Tian sect. However, the vast distance between them has resulted in minimal connection. On the evening of Xia Chen's grand birthday celebration, Song Wenjie, the esteemed leader of the Ling Tian sect, could not shake off the feelings of guilt regarding Xia Tian's plight. Consequently, he sought frequent conversations with Xia Tian, hoping to alleviate his remorse while also mending the rift in Xia Chen's heart. After all, he had physically assaulted the young man's son, which surely left a negative impression. As an experienced figure in the martial world, Song Wenjie adeptly extracted Xia Tian's concerns during their dialogues. Upon learning of the insults Xia Tian had endured, he was filled with righteous indignation and vowed to rally the Ling Tian sect to annihilate the Tian Xin sect at any cost. However, Xia Tian intervened, insisting on confronting the Tian Xin sect's Sanus on his own terms, without any external assistance. He even urged Song Wenjie not to involve himself in the matter. While Song Wenjie could only acquiesce verbally, he secretly planned to support Xia Tian during the grand competition, hoping to improve Xia Chen's perception of their sect. Moreover, he pondered the potential benefits if, in a moment of displeasure, Xia Tian were to obliterate the Tian Xin sect, allowing the treasures of the sect to fall into the hands of Ling Tian sect, thus elevating their strength significantly. At dawn, the Xia family prepared to depart for the Tian Xin sect. After the banquet, Elder Zifeng did not return directly to the Tian Wang sect. He kept the proposal of having Xia Bing marry into the Zi family to himself, not mentioning it again. As Xia Bing was accompanying the group, Zi Linga would also be present. Concerned for his granddaughter, Zifeng took on the role of protector, personally overseeing the jade vessel that would transport them to the Tian Wang sect. However, he was taken aback to find a mid-stage nascent soul puppet aboard the vessel. a formidable entity that far surpassed his own abilities as a nascent elder. Zifeng speculated that the puppet's strength could rival that of Song Wenjie, a late-stage nascent soul master. The more he interacted with Xia Chen, the more he grasped the latter's formidable nature. Though he was only beginning to glimpse the tip of the iceberg, the Xin sect was quite distant from the Xia dynasty, and it took a full day of flight to arrive. The group consisted of Xia Chen, Xia Tian, Xia Bing, as well as Zifeng and Ziling. Who approaches? Called out a disciple guarding the Xin sect's gates. Inform your saintess that Xia Tian has come to fulfill a 3-year promise. Xia Tian pointed his black spear forward, exuding a commanding presence. Impudent! It seems you have come to cause trouble at the Xin sect, retorted the disciple, showcasing his late-stage gathering chi prowess. As disciples of the Xin sect, they were inherently proud and held absolute authority in this region. Depart, lest you fail to recognize your own limitations. With a gentle step forward, Zifeng exuded a calm demeanor while simultaneously unleashing a formidable aura characteristic of the nascent soul realm. A nascent soul powerhouse. The disciple of the Heavenly Heart sect was utterly taken aback, having encountered such terrifying presence before. Under this overwhelming pressure, he found himself rendered speechless, his legs giving way as he knelt down in submission. Please wait a moment, I will report immediately. A hearty laughter echoed through the air. Ah, it is Elder Zifeng who has come to visit. My sincere apologies for not welcoming you properly. In an instant, a burly man approached, his robust figure eliciting a slight smile from Xia Chen. This was the very individual who had accompanied the saintess of the Heavenly Heart sect to annul the engagement with the Xia family, to issue a warning to the Xia. He had even released his own aura, instilling fear in both Xia Chen and Xia Tian. Now, sensing the man's strength, it was evident he was at the late stage of the core formation realm. May I inquire who these individuals are? The man halted, offering a respectful bow to Elder Zifeng before turning his gaze towards Xia Chen and the others. You dog truly has a short memory. Old Wang, incapacitate him. Xia Chen sneered, issuing a direct command to the puppet. Understood, master. The puppet replied, its voice devoid of any emotion. Xia Chen had named this puppet Old Wang, as he had once resided in a secluded room while the puppet ensured his safety, taking residence nearby. The burly man felt a vague familiarity towards the group. But before he could ponder further, an indescribable and terrifying force surged forth. Before he could react, he glanced down to find a gory hole where his heart once resided. In that instant, his vitality dissipated, his pupils dilating in shock as his body collapsed backward. Elder Fong has been slain. The 2 disciples of the Heavenly Heart sect stared in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief, and screamed in terror. Let us go inside, Xia Chen remarked nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at the fallen man as he led the way. Behind him, Zifeng let out a soft sigh, realizing that what he had anticipated as a mere duel had escalated into a confrontation with an entire sect. This was a declaration of war against a sect with his solitary strength. Had he known it would come to this, he would have refrained from wading into such treacherous waters. After all, he was one of the elders of the Heavenly King sect, and his actions could potentially embroil them in conflict. The discord between the 2 sects would likely become irreconcilable. However, it was too late to retreat. He could only brace himself and follow along on this perilous journey. Old Wang's ruthless methods instilled fear in the approaching core formation experts of the Heavenly Heart sect. Exuding an unmatched aura, Old Wang appeared as a merciless killing machine, devoid of any emotion. Crafted from superior materials, the puppet, lacking life and immune to pain, displayed an unrestrained ferocity, enabling it to unleash power surpassing that of an average mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Xia Chen believed that even a mere encounter with a cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm would not be insurmountable. Upon the eruption of a formidable aura from the mid-stage nascent soul, the entire Tianqin sect resonated with alarm, as powerful figures swept in from all directions. Who dares to trespass upon our Tianqin sect? 3 formidable figures descended rapidly from the sect, and Xia Chen, with keen perception, discerned that they were all at the nascent soul level. Old Wang maintained his composure, unleashing a shocking aura as he leaped into the air to engage the 3 in a clash of palms. Boom! Old Wang was sent flying by the overwhelming force of the trio, yet he surged back immediately, only to be halted by Xia Chen's gesture, prompting him to stand aside. Meanwhile, the 3 elders of the Tianqin sect retreated several steps, their expressions filled with astonishment, devoid of life. They are mere puppets of the nascent soul realm. One elder exclaimed in disbelief. I am Xia Tian, he continued, and I come to the Tianqin sect today not with any intent to offend, but merely to fulfill my 3-year pact with Tang Shishir. Stepping forth in summer, with a spear pointed resolutely, even in the presence of 3 formidable nascent soul experts, Xia Tian's aura was undiminished, his gaze fierce and unwavering. Saintus, the 3-year pact? The 3 elders exchanged confused glances, failing to grasp Xia Tian's intent. Uncles, this individual has come seeking me. At that moment, a young maiden clad in imperial robes, her enchanting visage exuding an icy beauty, soared forth on her sword. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her beauty was such that it could make fish sink and birds fall. Particularly, her demeanor radiated an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs. Tang Shishir. Upon seeing her, Xia Tian was not awed by her beauty. Instead, his teeth clenched in anger. Xia Tian, I did not expect you to possess the audacity to challenge me at Tianqin sect. Your courage is commendable. This place is not suitable for a duel. If you wish to fight, follow me. With that, Tang Shishir gracefully ascended and swept into the Tianqin sect. What is there to fear? Xia Tian huffed coldly and pursued her. Your Highness, do not. As Xia Chen attempted to follow, Zifeng quickly intervened, stating, venturing deep into enemy territory is a grave military error. If we were to be ensnared, we would be like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of our adversaries. It is wiser to wait here for Xia Tian's return. Elder Zifeng, you are overly cautious. Tianqin sect is a reputable faction. Surely they would not resort to despicable tactics, Xia Chen declared loudly, casting a glance at the 3 Tianqin sect elders, before leading Lao Wang and Xia Bing to follow. Zifeng, what are your intentions on behalf of Tian Wang's sect? After Xia Chen and Lao Wang departed, the Tianqin sect elder shot a frosty glance at Zifeng, snorting dismissively before leaving the scene. Zifeng sighed repeatedly, lamenting Xia Chen's stubbornness, for he was still too young. Could one truly expect to exit the domain of Tianqin sect unscathed? If only Ling Tian sect were present, Tianqin sect might think twice. Yet now, relying solely on that puppet nascent soul and himself, attempting to leave Tianqin sect was akin to chasing a mirage. Zifeng was tempted to flee immediately, weary of this troublesome matter. However, with his granddaughter ensnared by that wretched son of Xia Chen, he had no choice but to follow. In the martial arena of Tianqin sect, in the summer, standing tall with a black lance, he exudes a striking charisma, while opposite him, Tang Shishir wields a blue longsword, radiating an exquisite and enchanting beauty. At first glance, they indeed appear to be a match made in heaven. However, they now find themselves on opposing sides. Xia Chen approached Lao Wang and whispered, if you see Xia Tian in any imminent danger, do not hesitate to intervene. Understood, Master, Lao Wang replied. Elder Zifeng, standing nearby, cast a disapproving glance at Xia Chen, muttering to himself about the lack of martial ethics exhibited by this individual. It was evident to Zifeng that Xia Chen embodied the very essence of a practitioner from a dark sect, and he felt a wave of concern wash over him as he glanced at his granddaughter. If her father exhibited such behavior, it was reasonable to fear that her son would not fare much better. Boom. The arena erupted with a deafening roar, signaling the impending clash between the 2 combatants. Meanwhile, at the opposite side, the Tianqin sect had gathered 6 elders, all of whom were seasoned cultivators at the nascent soul stage, including a formidable mid-nascent soul powerhouse. Occasionally, their eyes drifted towards Xia Chen and his companions, their expressions shrouded in unease. Zifeng felt a chill run down his spine under their scrutinizing gazes and could only manage a few strained chuckles in response. To his surprise, the group did not reciprocate his courtesy. One of them brazenly raised a middle finger towards him, causing Zifeng's countenance to darken as he closed his eyes to meditate. In contrast, Xia Bing was equally unwilling to back down, defiantly shaking her fist at the elders of the Tianqin sect. Despite her relatively lower strength, her fierce spirit riled the old men considerably. Meanwhile, on the arena floor, Xia Tian and Tang Shishir exchanged blows in a relentless back and forth, unleashing lethal techniques at an astonishing rate. Within a mere 10 minutes, they had already engaged in over 10,000 exchanges. Tang Shishir's complexion paled, clearly exhausted. She found it hard to believe that Xia Tian, once an ordinary person, had developed such terrifying prowess in just a few years. As a prodigy of the Tianqin sect, she had received immense resources for her cultivation, enabling her to reach her current level of strength and realm. Yet, Xia Tian had somehow managed to suppress her. What fortuitous opportunity did he possess that allowed him to do so? With the battle continuing to deplete her energy, Tang Shishir realized that she could no longer afford to engage in a war of attrition against Xia Tian. She resolved that she must seek a swift conclusion to the fight. Sensing her intentions, a peculiar smile crept across Xia Tian's lips. Tang Shishir had already exhausted her tactics. Yet he had only exerted 80% of his true power. Summer must defeat Tang Shishir in this playful manner, shattering her pride. Almost there. Xia Chen observed the situation in the arena, rubbing his eyelids. After this battle, his son's obsession should be nearly fulfilled. Boom. Another powerful collision sent Tang Shishir soaring through the air, crashing to the ground like a kite with a severed string, blood spilling from her mouth. You have been holding back your strength all along. Tang Shishir exclaimed in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. She had lost, utterly defeated. As the favored daughter of the Heavenly Heart sect, a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy, adorned with countless accolades and glory, she found herself humiliated by her opponent today. There was no need for me to exert my full strength against you, Xia Chen remarked with a radiant smile, his face adorned with derision. The knot that had troubled him for years was finally untied, and he appeared exceedingly joyful. Well, upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Tang Shishir could not help but spit blood once more, clutching her chest as her fair face grew even more pallid, her body trembling. From this day forth, you and my Xia family shall sever all ties with no further connection, Xia Chen declared, brandishing his long spear, his right hand flicking. A letter of divorce landing before Tang Shishir. The saintess has been defeated. Many young talents of the Heavenly Heart sect were filled with rage. But the saintess represented their generation. If even she could be vanquished, how could they stand against this youth who had come to provoke the Heavenly Heart sect? The disciples of the Heavenly Heart sect could only remain rooted in place, their faces flushed with embarrassment, overwhelmed by impotent fury. After defeating Tang Shishir, Xia Tian cast aside a letter of divorce, not only humiliating her, but also delivering a severe blow to the Tianqin sect's reputation. Consequently, the elders of the Tianqin sect could no longer remain seated. Impudent brat, thundered one of the elders, rising with a wrathful roar. The overwhelming aura of the nascent soul surged forth, pressing down upon Xia Tian. In that instant, the winds howled and the sands stirred. The presence of a powerful cultivator at the nascent soul stage was indeed terrifying. Is this how the Tianqin sect treats its guests? Xia Chen scoffed, stepping forward to confront the overwhelming might of the nascent soul expert with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed. That individual is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Weaker than I, yet dares to provoke Elder Zhang, truly a foolhardy endeavor. Sneered a disciple of the Tianqin sect at the core formation stage. How dare such a lowly foundation establishment cultivator act so arrogantly? It is likely that Elder Zhang could reduce that reckless fool to ashes with just a single finger. The disciples of the Tianqin sect, witnessing Xia Chen's audacity in challenging a nascent soul powerhouse, could not help but laugh derisively, eagerly awaiting his imminent downfall. Old Wang, take him down, Xia Chen commanded, pointing at Elder Zhang hovering in the air. As the puppet of the nascent soul prepared to strike, 3 more nascent soul elders of the Tianqin sect soared into the air, surrounding Old Wang completely. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 nascent soul experts swiftly approached Xia Chen and his companions. Everyone, let us speak civilly. Elder Zifeng also unleashed his own nascent soul aura to shield Zilinger and the others. However, before Elder Zifeng could finish his words, Xia Chen's retort nearly left him speechless. How shameless the Tianqin sect is. If you have the guts, send your best. Xia Chen remained unfazed, after all. He possessed the experience card for the infant transformation realm, so whom should he fear? Silence does not equate to being mute. Elder Zifeng could not help but scold. Bewildered by this fellow's audacity, what exactly was his source of confidence? Was it reliant on that puppet of his at the infant realm level? That was hardly dependable. Unless he had 4 or 5 such puppets, which might make a difference. Elder Zifeng truly could not fathom where this individual derived such courage to speak so boldly. Old man, were it not for the fact that you are the grandfather of my son's wife, I would have long since dealt with you. Xia Chen cast a cold glance at Elder Zifeng, just as he was about to utilize his experience card, when suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from outside the gates of the Tianqin sect. The retort Elder Zifeng was about to unleash immediately died in his throat. How audacious of the Tianqin sect to show such disrespect toward a senior, as if my Ling Tian sect were non-existent. 8 formidable infant realm experts, led by Song Wenjie, stepped through the air, their overwhelming presence seemingly threatening to topple the very foundation of the Tianqin sect. Song Wenjie, what do you mean by this? Are you declaring war against my Tianqin sect? The sect master of the Tianqin sect, a woman of regal bearing, exuded an aura equally formidable, comparable to that of Song Wenjie, possessing the strength of the late infant realm. Yet, Song Wenjie did not flinch, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. What of war? Since the Tianqin sect wishes to show disrespect to a senior, let us engage in battle. Senior? The Tianqin sect master was perplexed. Xia Chen glanced at Song Wenjie and nodded slightly. This fellow proved to be quite reliable, far superior to the old scoundrel from the Tianwang sect beside him. Zifeng was taken aback, unable to fathom why the Ling Tian sect would dare to stand against the Tian Xian sect, let alone engage in battle. What could be Song Wenjie's true intention? Zifeng found himself utterly bewildered by the intricacies of this situation. Song Wenjie, regardless of the pretext you employ, should you attempt to deceive the Tian Xian sect, we shall ensure that the Ling Tian sect faces annihilation today. The leader of the Tian Xian sect scoffed. His disdain palpable. This was on their home turf, and would they allow outsiders to run rampant? The impending clash between the two sects was imminent. The disciples of the Tian Xian sect were stupefied. How had this escalated into a full-blown conflict between two major sects? The situation had spiraled out of control. What audacity! Let us see if your Tian Xian sect possesses the strength to back such claims. Song Wenjie's gaze turned icy, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. As he spoke, the formidable warriors from both sects immediately plunged into chaos. However, the tables soon turned in favor of the Ling Tian sect. As the old Wang managed to stall over half of the Tian Xian sect's nascent soul cultivators. Activate the sect's protective formation. The leader of the Tian Xian sect commanded with a sharp cry, forming an unusual seal with his hands. Instantly, a yellow luminescent barrier descended, enveloping everyone. You think the protective formation of your sect is merely defensive? What use is it to activate it? Song Wenjie chuckled dismissively. They currently exhibited an overwhelming superiority in strength. While it might be challenging to kill a nascent soul cultivator in the short term, in the long run, victory would undoubtedly belong to the Ling Tian sect. After all, having positioned themselves against that esteemed elder, the Tian Xian sect had already declared their own demise. Humph, do you assume I lack intelligence? The activation of the formation is merely to ensnare you. The leader of the Tian Xian sect retorted with a chilling laugh, closing his eyes to mutter incantations. Ensnare us. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Song Wenjie. Despite their overwhelming advantage, the Tian Xian sect's activation of the protective formation seemed a foolhardy endeavor. Was the leader of the Tian Xian sect merely intent on trapping them? A swift resolution was imperative. Song Wenjie's doubts intensified until suddenly. The leader of the Tian Xian sect spoke again. We welcome our master. The master of Tian Xian? Song Wenjie's expression shifted abruptly. Could it be that your master had not perished? As realization dawned upon him, his countenance paled. The master of Tian Xian, the previous leader of the sect, was rumored to have perished over a century ago while attempting to break through to the infant transformation stage. Yet, could it be that he was still alive? If so, did it imply that he had not failed, but rather succeeded in his breakthrough, becoming a formidable being of the infant transformation realm? It was over. His fate was sealed. Elder Zifeng's countenance darkened, a sense of unease swelling within him. Song Wenjie was aware of this, and naturally, so was he. Initially, with the support of Ling Tian's sect, he anticipated a smooth departure from Tianqin sect today. However, he was taken aback to discover that the former leader of Tianqin sect was still alive. And there existed a substantial possibility that he had successfully ascended to the infant transformation realm. A being of such caliber would regard even Tianyuan-ing realm practitioners with utter disdain. Indeed, a formidable aura, capable of instilling trepidation even among Yuan-ing experts, enveloped the surroundings. The members of Ling Tian sect, who were of the Yuan-ing realm, wore grave expressions as they raised their gazes toward a particular direction. The source of the unsettling energy that struck fear into their hearts emanated from that very point. Xia Chen gazed with great interest, sensing a formidable aura that even made Song Wenjie, who stood at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, feel a tremor within. He instinctively swallowed, aware that the power emanating from this presence undoubtedly surpassed the late nascent soul stage, having already reached the transformative phase. Glancing at Xia Chen, Song Wenjie felt a surge of courage ignite within him after receiving a slight smile and nod from Xia Chen, dispelling his initial trepidation. Although the owner of this overwhelming aura was not weak, in Song Wenjie's estimation, he paled in comparison to Xia Chen. Little Song, if your master were to witness your current state, would he not rise from his grave to chastise you? If you possess any sense today, surrender willingly. If the Ling Tian sect submits to our Tian Xian sect, there may still be a glimmer of hope for you. An elderly voice echoed. accompanied by a terrifying aura that enveloped the formidable figures of the Ling Tian sect. The sheer might of this presence forced the elders of the Ling Tian sect to stifle gasps, their faces turning ashen, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. This was a manifestation of both physical suppression and mental intimidation. The former generation's sect leader, witnessing the Ling Tian sect's nascent soul experts being subdued in such a manner, must undoubtedly be a legendary master of the transformative phase. Is it true? Our Tian Xin sect has produced a master of the transformative phase? Does this not imply that our strength now surpasses that of the other sects? Laughter erupted among the disciples of Tian Xin sect, their spirits invigorated as they waved their fists, envisioning the prosperous days ahead for their sect. Humph, submit to your Tian Xin sect? Keep dreaming your spring and autumn fantasies. You old fool, you are merely using your strength to bully the weak. If my master were still alive, would you dare to speak so boldly? With Xia Chen as his backing, Song Wenjie naturally stood his ground, responding with a defiant tone. Ha ha ha, how audacious of you, Junior. Since you are so brazen, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Today, the Ling Tian sect shall bring about its own demise. The elder's expression remained calm, unfazed, as he gently raised his hand, transforming it into a colossal palm that descended menacingly upon the members of Ling Tian's sect. Old fool, did you seek my permission before laying hands on my people? At that moment, a voice filled with amusement rang out, as Xia Chen stepped forward, his aura gradually intensifying. Father, the two brothers, Xia Tian and Xia Bing, felt a sudden tension as they observed their father preparing to take action. Though their father was merely at the foundation establishment stage, he could hardly contend with such a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, today, this king shall demonstrate to you how your father shields you from the storm and rain. As summer faded away, its form vanished from the spot. A colossal hand, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spines of those at the nascent soul stage, descended menacingly above the heads of the members of the Ling Tian sect, causing the elders of the sect to tremble in their nascent soul state, acutely aware of their inability to withstand such overwhelming power. Upon utilizing the infant transformation later stage experience card, Xia Chen instantaneously found herself beside Song Wenjie. The formidable aura of Xia Chen instantaneously obstructed the imposing presence of the previous sect master of the Tianqin sect, alleviating the pressure on the disciples of the Ling Tian sect. Simultaneously, Xia Chen extended two fingers and gently gestured towards the descending giant palm. With a resounding thud, countless fissures appeared on the surface of the colossal hand, which promptly disintegrated into nothingness. The overwhelming force, a lethal strike from a practitioner at the infant transformation stage, was effortlessly and nonchalantly neutralized by him. The former sect master of the Tianqin sect, who stood amidst the clouds, no longer bore the relaxed demeanor he once had. His expression gradually shifted to one of gravity. Below, another practitioner at the infant transformation stage emerged, whose strength was not only on par with his own, but surpassed it significantly. Zifeng stood frozen in place, his face a canvas of astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly ordinary foundation establishment cultivator was, in fact, a powerhouse at the infant transformation level. It was no wonder that the disciples of Ling Tian sect held Xia Chen in such high regard. Nor was it surprising that Xia Chen dared to challenge the Tianqin sect with such audacity, relying solely on his own strength. Reflecting on the audacity with which he had previously scolded a practitioner of the infant transformation stage, a cold sweat broke out on the nape of Zifeng's neck. The truth remains eternal. A powerful individual must not be insulted. Xia Chen spoke wisely, had it not been for the presence of Zilinger. Elder Zifeng might have already met his untimely demise. In response to the formidable onslaught from the previous leader of the Tianqin sect, Xia Chen unleashed his full power, soaring into the air to confront him directly. The terrifying aura emanating from Xia Chen, devoid of any restraint, caused the elder's face to twitch in disbelief. This was indeed a peerless powerhouse at the late stage of the transformation realm. How could such a formidable being possibly emerge from this diminutive region? What left him utterly speechless was the fact that the Tianqin sect had somehow incurred the wrath of such a mighty figure. He had merely achieved a fortuitous breakthrough to the initial stage of the transformation realm, yet here he was, audaciously flaunting his arrogance before such a strong adversary. The thought of it compelled the elder to contemplate delivering a couple of slaps to himself. Had he known of such a powerful presence, he would have refrained from stepping out of seclusion. Junior Dao Chang, may I inquire as to the purpose of your esteemed presence in our Tianqin sect? The former leader of the Tianqin sect hastily retracted all aggressive intentions and spoke with utmost reverence to Xia Chen. Yes, he had conceded and lowered his stance. Dao Cheng had expended countless resources and awaited innumerable opportunities to achieve a fortunate breakthrough to the transformation realm. And he certainly did not wish to be inexplicably eliminated by the other party. Although the opponent was also at the transformation realm, he was at the late stage. Being in the initial stage, if the other party intended to eliminate him, he would most likely meet his end. You have already made a move against me, yet you still feign ignorance? Xia Chen smiled, but in the next moment, his expression turned icy. Kneel before me. A formidable aura of terror enveloped Xia Chen, directly overshadowing Dao Cheng. Dao Cheng's countenance shifted dramatically, yet he dared not resist. He plummeted from the heights, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud as he knelt. The disciples of the Tianqin sect were oblivious to the extent of Xia Chen's prowess. They only recognized his formidable nature, but the true measure of his strength eluded them. Now, however, they were enlightened, for the previous sect leader, the legendary infant transformation expert, was kneeling before them. What a profound humiliation! Yet Dao Cheng endured. For he had traversed great trials to reach this juncture. In the face of life and death, what was it to cling to survival? He dared not reveal any semblance of discontent upon his face and proclaimed loudly, "It is our ignorance that has led to our offense against you, esteemed elder. We humbly beseech you to show mercy and refrain from holding our transgressions against us." Xia Chen approached Dao Cheng and gently remarked, "Your sincerity is quite commendable. How about having your Tianqin sect join the Ling Tian sect from this day forth? Thank you, esteemed senior, for your graciousness. The Ling Tian sect is a land of exceptional talents and auspiciousness, and it would indeed be a fortune for our Tianqin sect to become a part of it." Dao Cheng hurriedly replied. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. His eloquence surpassed that of Song Wenjie by far. The other disciples of the Tianqin sect were taken aback. Good heavens, in just half a day's time, the Tianqin sect had been reduced to a vassal of another sect? In mere moments, the once mighty Tianqin sect had bowed its head, a reality that even the sect leader could never have anticipated. Yet, what could she do? Even the previous sect leader, at the level of transformation into infancy, had willingly knelt before that enigmatic powerhouse, trembling in fear. As a mere Yuaning cultivator, what choice did she have? Xia Bing, Xia Tian, and Zilingo gazed at Xia Chen with a look of profound admiration. They could hardly fathom that their father was so formidable. No wonder he had kicked the lord of Ling Tian's sect, who was too intimidated to utter a single word in response. Song Wenjie was now beaming with joy. Astonished by Xia Chen's remarkable sense of righteousness in directly ceding Tian Xian sect to Ling Tian's sect, with Xia Chen's protection, commanding Dao Cheng would feel akin to directing a mere servant. Would he dare to voice any dissent? If the ancestors of Ling Tian's sect were aware of how Song Wenjie had elevated their sect to such heights, they might well rise from their graves to applaud him. Dao Cheng felt a bitter pang in his heart, but he dared not reveal any dissatisfaction on his face. He had come to understand that this formidable cultivator at the late infant transformation stage was, in fact, a master of deception, feigning the demeanor of a low-level practitioner until he could seize the opportunity to assert control over others once their arrogance reached its peak. Henceforth, having experienced the sting of defeat, Dao Cheng would never again underestimate someone like Xia Chen, an ordinary cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Tian Xian sect submitted without a hint of resistance, and Xia Chen was smoothly led by Dao Cheng to the sect's treasury. The purpose of this visit was twofold: to help Xia Tian fulfill a long-held aspiration and to unlock achievements within the system by accessing the treasury of Tian Xian sect. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the treasury of Tian Xian sect," Dao Cheng announced, leading the way with a smile that resembled more of a grimace than joy. These treasures were the culmination of the sect's accumulation since its inception, marking it as one of the most significant locations within Tian Xian sect. If the ancestors were to learn that he had personally brought outsiders to extract treasures from their sacred grounds, they would likely rise from the earth to chastise him. Dao Cheng inwardly lamented, considering himself a transgressor of the ages within Tian Xian sect. Xia Chen nodded, and, upon unlocking the door to the treasure vault, stepped inside. The map of the Heavenly Heart sect's treasure vault has been successfully unveiled. As Xia Chen stepped inside, the voice of the system echoed, and a gentle smile graced his lips, for it seemed the treasure vault was indeed real. Dao Cheng had not deceived him. Within the vault lay an array of exquisite magical artifacts, predominantly of the golden core level, with only a handful at the nascent soul level. A cursory glance revealed nothing that stirred Xia Chen's excitement. "If anyone wishes to select, please feel free," he remarked. Upon exiting the vault, Xia Chen rubbed his eyes. Hearing this, Song Wenjie immediately perked up, though he still insisted on entering alongside Xia Bing and Xia Tian. Observing the predatory gleam in Song Wenjie's eyes, Dao Cheng felt a sudden pang of apprehension. This lad did not appear benevolent. As anticipated, only 5 nascent soul artifacts were available in the vault. Xia Bing and Xia Tian each claimed 1, while Song Wenjie took 2. It was only after Xia Tian suggested that Song Wenjie leave 1 for future endeavors that he acquiesced, taking just 2. The members of Tianxin sect were smiles on their faces, yet their hearts bled. For the legacy built over millennia by their ancestors had truly crumbled under the weight of their generation's folly. With all matters concluded, it was time for Xia Chen to depart. He had no desire to entangle himself further in the affairs of Tianxin sect and Ling Tian sect. As he left, Tang Shishir watched Xia Tian disappear into the horizon, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Once Xia Chen and his companions vanished from sight, she could only shake her head in self-mockery. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Xia Chen eagerly examined the system's interface. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement of Tianxin sect's treasure pavilion, earning 1,000 points and receiving the Void Escape Talisman. The Void Escape Talisman? Xia Chen was taken aback, as an influx of information regarding the Void Escape Talisman surged into his mind. It was revealed that these talismans were crafted by the hands of the Great Void Emperor, a being revered since ancient times as an emperor. An existence of unparalleled destructive power. This formidable Void Emperor, a master of spatial arts, had forged the Void Escape Talisman, capable of traversing millions of miles. By establishing a coordinate point in a secure location, one could return at any moment, rendering it an exceedingly precious treasure. While Xia Chen immersed himself in the intricate study of the Void Escape Talisman, in a mysterious realm high above the heavens lay the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace. Within the palace, ethereal energies swirled, and the creatures, both avian and terrestrial, bore extraordinary appearances, exuding an unmatched aura of ancient majesty. At a serene, colorful lake, a woman was submerged. A peculiar mark adorned her brow, and she seemed to merge with the very essence of the universe, each breath resonating with the profound laws of nature. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes, emitting a blinding light. She then extended her delicate hand, commencing a calculation of fate. She murmured, seemingly affected by a backlash, letting out a soft groan as crimson seeped from her lips. He still lives. Yet, with my imperial power, I am unable to capture his fate. The woman was none other than the sovereign of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, the 9 Phoenix Saintess. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. Rising gracefully, she donned the legendary flowing celestial gown, her noble demeanor beyond description. Taking her seat upon the golden throne, the 9 Phoenix Saintess sighed gently. A middle-aged man's visage emerging in her mind, strikingly similar to Xia Chen. In an encounter with the daughter of the Demon Emperor, she had sustained grave injuries, and amidst the chaos of fractured space, had fortuitously crossed paths with Xia Chen, committing an error she would regret for a lifetime. What she thought was merely a chance meeting had woven an intricate web of fate. Since you have escaped the clutches of death, I shall grant you a chance to live. The voice of the 9 Phoenix Saintess was like celestial music, and as she spoke, she formed an unusual hand seal, resonating with the laws of the cosmos. Then, a drop of crimson essence appeared in her hand, drawn from that man. At that moment, she had foreseen a fatal calamity in Xia Chen's destiny, intending to resolve it, but the attempt had backfired upon her. With this drop of essence, the 9 Phoenix Saintess could invoke the supreme secret arts of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace to pinpoint his location. Subsequently, she reached into the fabric of space, retrieving a blue divine pill known as the Heavenly Mechanism Talisman, an invaluable treasure capable of defying fate and altering the course of one's life. Though that man had survived his mortal peril, the 9 Phoenix Saintess was acutely aware that he was born with an absolute void, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Since time immemorial, it has been believed that those who were severed from the pulse of life are castaways of the heavens. For one such as Xia Chen, to pursue cultivation is an impossibility unless they ascend to become the sovereign of heaven and earth, possessing the power to create laws. Thus, the esteemed lord of the 9 Phoenixes, unable to assist Xia Chen in his cultivation, could only bestow upon him a supreme elixir, intended to prolong his life and resolve this karmic entanglement. The Lord of the 9 Phoenixes exudes an aura of regal elegance, with every gesture radiating nobility and commanding immense power. The sky above is a brilliant blue, yet the space surrounding the Lord begins to tremble violently. For he has opened a spatial passage, merging his essence with the heavenly mechanism pill, transforming it into a resplendent arc that soars towards Xia Chen. May you enjoy a peaceful twilight, he muses, watching the space gradually close with a soft sigh. Suddenly, a delicate disciple of the Nine Phoenix immortal palace leaps forward. Speak. The Lord commands, his brow unraised, his voice devoid of any emotion, causing those nearby to feel a tightening in their hearts. Reporting to the Lord, during this grand competition, the three prospective saints, Feng Yu, Feng Shan, and Huang Ling, have each acquired a heavenly martial key, qualifying them for entry into the heavenly martial secret realm, the disciple respectfully states. And what else? The Lord's brow furrows slightly at the response. Reporting to the Lord, this time only 3 heavenly martial keys have descended, unlike in previous instances. The elders have personally investigated but found no clues. Indeed, only 3 keys were bestowed this time. You may leave, the Lord gestures dismissively. And the disciple bows respectfully before withdrawing. Truly inept, unable to seize even a single heavenly martial key, the Lord mutters to himself, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. These 3 are the steadfast heirs of a stubborn lineage. Whoever claims the title of saint will undoubtedly pose a threat to Xia Lu and the legacy of this sacred lineage. Within the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace, there are no fewer than 10 prospective saints, each possessing extraordinary talents. Whenever the heavenly martial secret realm opens, they vie for the 4 heavenly martial keys that descend. Possessing a key grants access to the realm. Ultimately, whoever inherits the legacy of the heavenly martial sovereign will experience a rebirth, transcending their former self, enhancing their pure bloodline, and achieving the status of a true saint of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. It is anticipated that they will inherit the legacy of the old sovereign and take command of the palace. Xia Lu, however, is an unforeseen creation born from the accidental encounter between the Lord of the Nine Phoenixes and Xia Chen. Initially, the Lord intended to extinguish the unformed Xia Lu but could not bring himself to do so and allowed him to emerge in secret. Traditionally, the bloodline of the sovereigns of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace has been exceedingly pure. If the hardliners of the Nine Phoenix Celestial Palace were to discover that she had sullied the sacred Phoenix bloodline, not only would she be stripped of her position as the Holy Master, but she might also face the wrath of the Nine Phoenix Celestial Palace. The bloodline of the Nine Phoenix Celestial Palace originates from the ancient divine beast, the Phoenix. The purer the bloodline, the more formidable its power. Unfortunately, as a faction of humanity, the Nine Phoenix Celestial Palace is incapable of attaining the true level of the divine fire phoenix. Their only recourse is to refine their bloodline through generations of Holy Masters' legacies. Although the Nine Phoenix Holy Master bore a daughter, Summer Willow, she did not disclose her lineage to her. Instead, she orchestrated a series of coincidences to bring Summer Willow into the Nine Phoenix Celestial Palace as an outsider. Over the years, the Nine Phoenix Holy Master secretly refined Summer Willow's essence and granted her preferential resources. The young girl, possessing a determined spirit, diligently pursued her cultivation. However, perhaps due to inheriting some of her inept father's qualities, she could not rival the true prodigies. Hence, during the contest for the heavenly martial key, she faced a dismal defeat. Yet, the Nine Phoenix Holy Master was perplexed. Typically, there were 4 heavenly martial keys, but this time there were only 3, an unprecedented occurrence. To provide her daughter an opportunity to enter the heavenly martial secret realm, the Nine Phoenix Holy Master began to invest tremendous resources to deduce the 4th heavenly martial key. Should her attempts fail, she contemplated more drastic measures, such as procuring the heavenly martial keys from the other 3 quasi-holy sons and bestowing them upon Summer Willow, enabling her to seize the inheritance of the heavenly martial Holy Master. How could this be possible? After a few moments, the usually impassive Nine Phoenix Holy Master, who had maintained her composure for millennia, was visibly shaken today. How could the heavenly martial key be associated with that man? The Nine Phoenix Holy Master voiced her astonishment, her expression marred by uncertainty. Strange occurrences abound each year, but this year seemed particularly rife. That man not only unraveled his fatal destiny but also possessed a heavenly martial key. It is well known that the heavenly martial secret realm is one of the most potent sanctums of the Nine Phoenix Celestial Palace, a supreme treasure left behind by the heavenly martial Holy Master. How could a person of such a frail lineage have stolen this heavenly martial key? Such an ability was beyond even her reach as the Holy Master of the Nine Phoenix Celestial Palace. Unfortunately, his bloodline was no longer accessible, and his fate transcended the great destiny arts, leaving her unable to locate him within any of the minor realms. No, I must try once more. The Nine Phoenix Holy Master, unwilling to concede, bit her fingertip and performed a series of mystical hand seals. Well, subjected to the backlash of the heavenly Tao, the Nine Phoenix Holy Master could not suppress the flow of faint golden blood from her lips. What trials had she endured that defied all calculations of fate? She wiped her mouth and murmured softly. It appeared that her only option was to seize a heavenly martial key from the other three quasi-holy sons. A glint of cold light flickered in the corner of her eye. The inheritance of the heavenly martial secret realm was of utmost significance, crucial to the future legacy of the Nine Phoenix Celestial Palace. The Nine Phoenix Holy Master had resolved to ensure that her daughter, Summer Willow, would enter the heavenly martial secret realm, regardless of the cost. In the desolate expanse of the eastern wasteland, a realm devoid of human presence and oppressive stillness reigns, earning it the ominous title of the Abyss of Death. At the heart of this abyss lies a golden coffin, beside which sits a figure clad in black robes. This enigmatic figure remains utterly motionless, exuding an aura of lifelessness, as if suspended between existence and oblivion. Suddenly, the black-robed figure stirs, emitting a hoarse voice. "Impudent! Am I not the sovereign of this forsaken land?" With those words, the figure's eyes snap open, revealing pitch-black pupils, and he rises with an explosive surge, enveloped in a torrent of dark energy. Above him, the air shimmers, and after a ripple, a beam of light descends from an unknown origin. The black-robed figure attempts to intercept this formidable force, but as he prepares to act, a gasp of realization escapes him. This is the power of an emperor. Countless tendrils of darkness retract into the black robe, leaving the figure momentarily frozen in place, watching as the light vanishes. He shakes his head in quiet resignation. The figure returns to the abyss of death, where the golden coffin sways gently, then falls silent once more. Gradually, the black-robed figure succumbs to stillness, and the surrounding area reverts to a deathly silence. Yet, amidst the emptiness of the eastern wasteland, a few ominous shadows linger, faint whispers of their conversations barely audible. The guardians of the tomb have acted. They have made their move, but it was futile. That celestial entity undoubtedly emanates from a figure of immense stature. Should you seek your demise, pursue it. I shall not intervene. As night descends, tranquility envelopes the land once more. Xia Chen stored the Void Escape talisman in his space pouch, took a sip of exquisite tiger whip wine to gather his strength, and prepared to seek out the consorts of the Wang family. However, at that moment, the skies above the great Xia imperial city suddenly became shrouded in a haze, resembling ripples upon a water surface. Following this, a blinding beam of light illuminated the imperial city. Within the confines of the palace, the Grand Ancestor abruptly opened his eyes, only to be overtaken by a look of horror the next instant. A sense of dread washed over him as he perceived the indescribable, terrifying aura contained within that mysterious beam of light. Even a mere glimpse of its energy made this Yuan-Ing realm Grand Ancestor feel as insignificant as an ant. Having lived for several millennia, he found himself confronting such an unprecedented situation for the very first time. As Xia Chen lifted his gaze, a breathtaking beam of light descended before him. Lao Wang attempted to rush forward, but alas, he was forcefully propelled into the ruins by an enigmatic power. Xia Chen was taken aback. However, he sensed no hostility emanating from the luminous ray. In fact, he felt an inexplicable warmth, as if something within the light was beckoning him. With a wave of his hand, Lao Wang positioned himself at a distance. Xia Chen extended his hand into the radiant light, and a blue elixir materialized in his palm. The pill was adorned with intricate and peculiar patterns, emanating a cerulean glow as it floated delicately above his hand. "System, what is this elixir?" he inquired. "Ding. This elixir is known as the Celestial Fate Pill. It contains the essence of destiny's laws and possesses the ability to reverse one's fate, granting an extension of life by 10,000 years. Would the host like to exchange for the Celestial Fate Pill?" Well, upon hearing the system's description, Xia Chen realized the extraordinary nature of this elixir. The prospect of extending life by 10,000 years seemed almost fantastical. With such longevity, even a mere pig could potentially become one of the mightiest beings on the continent. Goodness, can I even afford this? He pondered, incredulously. Xia Chen perused the exchange shop, only to find that a single Tianji Dan required a staggering 800 million points. With his current points barely exceeding 10,000, he felt utterly disheartened. He could not help but wonder if this absurd system was designed solely to mock him. Additionally, he discovered a letter accompanying the Tianji Dan. Upon opening it, he read, "This emperor shall raise the child well. The karmic ties with Huang Lu have been severed." The mere brevity of the words caused Xia Chen to tremble with emotion, nearly bringing him to tears. His thoughts spiraled back to several decades ago, to a memory from the Tianxiu. Back then, Xia Chen, feeling despondent due to his innate inability to cultivate, had left the Great Xia region, only to unwittingly stumble upon a spatial vortex that whisked him away to a realm known as Tianxiu. There, he encountered the saintess Huang Lu and the daughter of the demon emperor, Tu Shansu Su. through the mysterious forces of Tianqiu. Xia Chen experienced a series of intricate encounters with them. During the time he was ensnared, the saintess Huang Lu unexpectedly became pregnant, and it was evident that the child was his and Huang Lu's. At that moment, Xia Chen, newly embraced by fatherhood, was overwhelmed with joy, promptly naming the child by combining a character from his name and one from Huang Lu's, thus bestowing the name Xia Lu. As he departed from Tianqiu, Huang Lu had declared her intention not to keep the child, and despite Xia Chen's fervent pleas, she resolutely turned away. For many years, Xia Chen believed that the child had perished, yet he was astonished to discover that Huang Lu had ultimately chosen to keep the child after all. Xia Chen wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, contemplating that the child must now be in her early 30s. The poor soul likely never knew her father, having grown up devoid of paternal love. The Tianji Dan had lost much of its significance for Xia Chen. As with the system in place, his future accomplishments were boundless. Yet, it was this letter that stirred profound excitement within him. He yearned to behold the visage of his precious daughter, to ascertain whether she had endured any hardships. In any case, if it were possible, Xia Chen was willing to pay any price to meet her in person. He had heard Tushan Su mention that Huang Lu was the saintess of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. Curiosity piqued, Xia Chen swiftly opened the system shop, eager to discover any miraculous items that could facilitate his journey to the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. Source tracking talisman? Xia Chen chanced upon an extraordinary item, a one-time use talisman that could trace the most recent causal origin of an event. There were, of course, higher-tier versions capable of tracing the origins of all things. The most basic source tracking talisman required merely 1,000 points and would trace the nearest causal link, perfectly aligning with Xia Chen's intentions. Armed with the source tracking talisman, Xia Chen began to ponder what power he could harness to reach the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. Being merely at the foundation level, he found himself lacking the strength to assert himself within the great Xia dynasty. Thus, he faced the dilemma of how to leverage a force to traverse to the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind: the Supreme Being's 3 strikes. Xia Chen's eyes gleamed with realization, as he surmised that he could utilize the power of the Supreme Being to traverse space and arrive at the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. Naturally, he would not go empty-handed. He gathered his most valuable possessions, yet found little of worth to present. While Xia Chen pondered, a sudden chill crept down his spine, and the surroundings transformed abruptly. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Ah, so that presence belonged to an old acquaintance. It is a gift for you. A melodious female voice resonated in Xia Chen's ears. In an instant, a woman clad in a flowing black robe appeared before him. She seemed to possess an innate allure, each movement captivating and enchanting, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Tushan Su. Xia Chen blinked in astonishment. This woman, after decades, remained unchanged in her beauty. Yet the alluring aura surrounding her seemed to have intensified. How did you know I was here? It was the heavenly machine pill that guided me, she replied. I once thought we would never meet again in this lifetime, yet fate proves to be capricious. Tushan Su smiled, scrutinizing Xia Chen intently. So that's how it is. Xia Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, how could someone of Tushan Su's stature actively seek him out? Were it not for the heavenly machine pill, perhaps their paths would never have crossed again. Tushan Su approached with a playful demeanor, her delicate hand resting on Xia Chen's shoulder. Oh dear, why so melancholic? How is Huang Lu? Xia Chen glanced at her and replied, Humph, while I am here, you don't even ask how arduous my journey was, but instead inquire about that wretched woman. That wretched woman is doing quite well, having become an empress. Tushan Su's expression turned frosty as she pinched Xia Chen's wrist, clearly displeased. An empress? Xia Chen's mouth opened in surprise, a wave of emotion washing over him. He hadn't anticipated that Huang Lu had ascended to such heights. Her daughter must be faring well, being the daughter of an empress, positioned above all but one. And what of you? Xia Chen turned his gaze to Tushan Su, pondering whether this enchanting empress's daughter had also achieved such status. Not yet. And it is because of you. Were it not for you, my path wouldn't have faced such obstacles. I would have become an empress long ago. My ambition has always been to ascend to that throne. For years, I have sought the opportunity to do so. Recently, I heard that the ancestral land of 10,000 dragons is opening, and I intend to explore it. On my way there, I stumbled upon the heavenly machine pill and your essence, which led me to you. I never expected to find you. As she spoke of this, Tushan Su's face was filled with indignation. Because of me? Xia Chen was taken aback. instinctively becoming alert. The words of this enchanting woman were enigmatic, leaving him perplexed about her true intentions. Indeed, since our parting at Tianqiu, you have become the demon of my cultivation. Tu Shan gazed at Xia Chen with a smile, yet he detected no warmth in her expression. Have you come to take my life? A chill ran down Xia Chen's spine, his brows knitting together. Should she choose to strike, he would not hesitate to unleash the power of the Supreme Being to protect himself. Tu Shan remained silent, continuing to smile at him. Her gaze fixed for nearly half a minute before she suddenly sighed. You are my first man. I cannot harm you. Leaning into Xia Chen's embrace, she closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Overcome by the intoxicating fragrance enveloping him, Xia Chen instinctively took a breath, wrapping his arms around Tu Shan and whispering softly, I will make amends. A night of silence ensued, for a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold pieces. The following day, as the summer morning dawned, Xia Chen awoke to find Tu Shan seated beside him, her chin resting in her hand, gazing at him with a vacant expression. I am nearly ready to depart, she remarked. I have noted your whereabouts. If I ascend to the position of Demon Emperor, I shall bring you back to the mountain of the divine demons. Tu Shan said with a cheerful smile. Nonsense. It shall be I who marries you. When you become the Demon Emperor, I shall formally take you as my consort and bring you into my palace. Xia Chen retorted with a playful scoff. Well, we shall see if you possess the capability when that time comes, Tu Shan teased, casting a flirtatious glance at Xia Chen. However, must you truly leave? Xia Chen rose, his playful demeanor vanishing, replaced by an undeniable reluctance as he embraced Tu Shan tenderly caressing her hair. If you do not depart, will you assist me in becoming emperor? Do not forget that wretched woman has already beaten me to it. Tu Shan pouted, her expression betraying her displeasure, referring, of course, to Huang Lu. Xia Chen initially intended to express his agreement, yet he was uncertain about the capabilities of the system. After all, it was the Emperor Cheng, not some minor realm such as the Cheng Yuanying or the infant transformation. Xia Chen gritted his teeth, wishing to persuade Tu Shan to stay, and thus exclaimed, Is the Emperor truly that significant? Tu Shan sighed once more and replied, Since the emergence of myriad races, our demon clan has faced increasing oppression. I am the sole hope of our kind for nearly a millennium, if not longer, hence I must ascend to the throne. Foolish one, we are not ordinary beings. We bear our own missions. To live a mundane life is utterly impossible, so please do not attempt to dissuade me any further. Look at the time, the ancestral land of the 10 dragons is about to open, brimming with immense opportunities for our clan, and it presents my chance to become emperor. I must take my leave. A tinge of reluctance shadowed Tu Shan words as she continued, As I expected, you have also encountered your own fortune. Not only have you successfully navigated through the tribulation and gained the ability to cultivate, but you have also acquired numerous remarkable treasures. The stone lions at the entrance harbor the ancient lion spirits, which will provide you some measure of protection, easing my worries. Furthermore, that heavenly martial key is an exceptional artifact, granting you access to the heavenly martial secret realm in search of treasures. However, it has been millennia since the realm vanished, and the key was never seen again. To my surprise, you have been fortunate enough to obtain one. When the heavenly martial secret realm reopens, the key will guide you there. Should you find your strength has sufficiently grown, venture forth and seek your fortune. If you feel inadequate, then refrain from entering, for there are many dangers within. Originally, I intended to leave you some protective techniques, but given the plethora of rare treasures around you, it seems unnecessary now. I must take my leave. Tu Shan continually imparted her thoughts to Xia Chen, her words imbued with deep concern, which profoundly touched him. Wait. Xia Chen firmly grasped Tu Shan hand and said, The place you are venturing to is undoubtedly fraught with peril. Your husband has little of value to offer you, but please do not disdain this talisman. Take it with you, even if it proves unnecessary. Consider it a token from your husband, a memento to cherish. Whenever you find yourself missing me, you can take it out and gaze upon it. Xia Chen spoke as he produced the Void Escape talisman. How shameless. Who would even think of you? Tu Shan cast Xia Chen a sidelong glance, but her tone swiftly transformed. What is this? Upon seeing the Void Escape talisman, Tu Shan delicate face immediately grew serious, followed by an expression of immense joy. This talisman was left behind by the illustrious Void Emperor. Where did you procure such a treasure? It is no wonder Tu Shan was so astonished, for the Void Emperor was a formidable figure throughout history. Countless emperors have risen over the ages, yet due to the Void Emperor's profound understanding of the essence of space, His power ranks among the top 10 of these sovereigns, immensely powerful. However, the artifacts left by the Void Emperor are exceedingly rare, and each is remarkably precious. In nearly 10,000 years, it has been seldom heard that items from the Void Emperor have emerged in the world. This Void Escape Talisman, in particular, is among the more renowned of his legacies, serving a significant purpose. Possessing this talisman allows one to teleport back to a predetermined origin point at any time and place. Unless an adversary's strength vastly surpasses that of the Void Emperor, it is virtually impossible to interrupt the transmission. Possessing this talisman is akin to having an additional life. Thus, Tu Shansusu's delight and surprise are entirely understandable. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Xia Chen smiled mysteriously, and seeing Tu Shansusu's exuberance, he felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that this talisman would be beneficial to her. Wow, I absolutely adore you. With this Void Escape Talisman, my chances of success in the Dragon Ancestor's domain have increased significantly. Tu Shansusu immediately planted several kisses on Xia Chen's cheek. After she departed, Xia Chen inexplicably felt a pang of loss. However, what weighed more heavily on his mind was his daughter with Huang Lu. This child had lacked paternal affection since her early years, which deeply pained Xia Chen, the father. Hearing from Tu Shansusu that the Heavenly Martial Key was also a remarkable item, Xia Chen planned to gift it to his beloved daughter. Initially intending to present the Void Escape Talisman to Huang Lu, after giving it to Tu Shansusu, Xia Chen felt he had little else of value to offer. Thus, he roamed the system shop once more and unexpectedly discovered a delightful item. Upon seeing it, Xia Chen broke into a broad smile. The father-daughter heart-link spell. The system's explanation was as follows. When a daughter faces life-threatening danger, if she thinks of her father, there is a certain probability of triggering the great paternal love teleportation channel, through which the father can traverse to alleviate his daughter's peril. This spell required 3,000 points to exchange, but Xia Chen decisively redeemed it, as his current points only sufficed for this father-daughter heartlink spell. Now, the gifts prepared for his daughter were complete. A Heavenly Martial Key, to be given to her for seeking opportunities in the Heavenly Martial Secret Realm, and a father-daughter heartlink spell, to allow her a chance to summon him in times of crisis. Consequently, Xia Chen resolved to diligently accumulate points henceforth, to ensure that when his daughter needed him, he would not be found wanting, which would be quite embarrassing. Now, everything is in readiness. It is merely necessary to utilize the Celestial Essence Elixir and the Source Retracing Talisman to ascertain the location of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. Thus, Xia Chen penned a letter and, bearing the treasures intended for his daughter, journeyed to an open expanse, poised to commence the inaugural strike of the Supreme Being. Xia Chen first gazed into the mirror, adjusting her hairstyle slightly. The mere thought of meeting that woman sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, Xia Chen steadied her mind and withdrew a yellow talisman from the system. Supreme Sovereign, First Strike, activate. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted from Xia Chen, radiating outward. In the depths of the abyss of death, the figure in the black robe suddenly opened his eyes wide. He lifted his head and murmured, This is the aura of the Supreme Sovereign. How can such a powerful being exist in the present age? From the black-robed man's words, it became evident that the Supreme Sovereign's strength was likely even greater than that of the Emperor. Within Xia Chen's being, the heart of the sage radiated a divine light that enveloped him entirely, followed by an influx of extraordinary power coursing through his body. The strength he had previously gained from the experience card was incomparable to the might he now felt. With his eyes closed, Xia Chen seemed to grasp the very essence of this realm. In the eastern wilderness, the abyss of death, a golden coffin trembled violently, conveying an indomitable will. In the depths of the northern region's ancient ruins, a blood-red bell tightened its sanguine aura, causing the entire ancient site to quiver gently. In this realm, countless inexplicable phenomena began to manifest. Xia Chen opened his eyes, feeling as though he could pierce through this world with a mere punch, powered solely by his own strength. Simultaneously, he sensed countless wills urging him to tread carefully, to master his formidable power, lest he bring ruin to this small realm. So this is the might of the Supreme One, Xia Chen murmured. Source Symbol. Upon uttering these words, Xia Chen activated the source symbol, and a mysterious force, connecting the heavens and the earth, began to swirl around him. In the early morning, Xia Chen's eyes shimmered with a golden radiance, piercing through countless universes and transcending numerous dimensional barriers, perpetually traversing the river of time. I have found it. In just a few moments, a joyful expression graced Xia Chen's face as he prepared to activate the spatial passage. The Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace remained tranquil as ever, but suddenly, A colossal yin-yang formation emerged on its surface, with one phoenix rising skyward. Countless rare avians and creatures bearing the bloodlines of ancient beasts began to flee in a state of panic, their cries echoing with an innate terror reflected in their immense eyes. The grand formation of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace spontaneously activated, indicating the arrival of a formidable presence, at least of imperial caliber. Otherwise, the formation would not have triggered on its own. The powerful beings within the palace soared into the air, their expressions grave, as if facing a dire threat. The 9 Phoenix sovereign, with a cold demeanor, slightly raised his head, commanding the grand formation with the authority of an emperor. The formation radiated a celestial brilliance, yet when confronted by the immense power emanating from Xia Chen, the phoenixes were forcefully subdued. Upon the appearance of this humanoid silhouette, the spiritual energy within the powerful beings of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace inexplicably slowed, and they quickly realized that the mysterious entity descending upon them possessed strength surpassing that of an emperor. Could such a potent being truly exist in this world? They were filled with dread, aware that such a being could obliterate them in an instant if it so desired. This caliber of power was beyond anything they had ever heard of or witnessed. Strange phenomena began to manifest in this realm. As a colossal shadow materialized above the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, its form indistinct, yet it exuded an aura that transcended that of an emperor. Faced with this presence, countless powerful beings felt a primal fear arise from within. Even the imperial being, Huang Lu, could not suppress a feeling of submission. Yet, all creatures in this realm, confronted by this aura, felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. Who dares to intrude upon this domain? A voice emanated from the indistinct figure, ancient and resonant, imbued with unmatched power. This was the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. Some of the powerful beings of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace widened their eyes in astonishment, fixating on the hazy silhouette, their minds racing towards understanding. However, the arrival of this powerful entity had summoned forth the manifestation of the heavenly Tao itself. It is known that even those who ascend to the imperial realm must remain bound within this world, subject to the will of the heavenly Tao. Yet now, the Tao had chosen to reveal itself personally. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao emerging autonomously indicated that the strength of the newcomer posed a genuine threat to the safety of this world. Faced with the sudden emergence of this formidable force, Xia Chen felt a twinge of displeasure, furrowing his brow. Upon a closer look, he realized that the manifestation of the heavenly Tao had shattered. The powerful beings of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace were struck with greater terror. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao could channel the power of this realm, yet it had been obliterated merely by the gaze of that mysterious being. Such a formidable entity must hail from an even more powerful world. If he so wished, he could effortlessly annihilate this world, erasing all living beings within it. Not only the formidable beings of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, but all creatures in this realm felt as though they were laid bare upon a butcher's block, vulnerable to any whim. Fear, stemming from the depths of their souls, rendered them immobile, as they dared not exhibit even the slightest sign of disrespect. Following the shattering of the heavenly Tao's embodiment, an eerie silence enveloped the cosmos, and soon after, the fabric of space above the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace began to ripple with immense force. Amidst the undulating waves of space, a vortex materialized, from which emerged a figure clad in white. This ethereal being seemed to descend from the heavens, standing tall, exuding boundless power, with every movement stirring the enigmatic might of the universe. The assembled great powers finally discerned that the newcomer was indeed a humanoid entity, yet their trepidation only deepened. What could this mysterious powerhouse possibly seek upon their realm? Greetings, the enigmatic figure in white spoke, a radiant smile gracing his features, instilling shock among the world's formidable beings. To whom was this being addressing? Who among them possessed the stature to engage in dialogue with such a formidable entity? Although he had suppressed his aura, even the faintest trace of his overwhelming presence weighed heavily upon the souls of the realm's strongest, evoking a profound sense of dread. The previously stern countenance of the 9 Phoenix sovereign gradually morphed into one of astonishment, as she stared, transfixed, at the powerful figure, momentarily forgetting to wield her arcane techniques. It was him, the man who had nearly plunged her into madness, preventing her from ascending to the throne of an emperor. After the events in Tianqiu, her own heart had been shaken, particularly upon discovering the bloodline she shared with him, which almost led to her demise and the obliteration of her entire cultivation. Fortunately, subsequent fortuitous encounters had allowed her to rise anew and attain her imperial status. She had thought she had forgotten him, yet now, upon sight of him once more, her heart surged with tumultuous emotion. "It is you," she murmured, her crimson lips parting as she gazed at the man, imbued with immeasurable power, in the distance. Xia Chen chuckled softly, for he had never witnessed such an expression on this woman's face. In Xia Chen's memory, Huang Lu's demeanor was the complete antithesis of Tu Shan Su Su, always as cold as ice, detached from the mundane world. I have limited time. This is a gift for my daughter. At that moment, Xia Chen furrowed his brow, and with a wave of his right hand, a spatial pouch floated toward Huang Lu. Until we meet again. As he spoke, the space around them began to tremble violently, and with a smile, Xia Chen turned and stepped into the spatial passage. Once the space had settled into tranquility, the laws of order in this realm resumed their normal function, and the invisible pressure exerted by countless formidable beings gradually dissipated. Nevertheless, the profound impression left by that powerful figure had already been indelibly etched in their minds. The mere thought of that towering silhouette caused their pupils to instinctively constrict, accompanied by a sense of trepidation. Huang Lu held the spatial pouch, her expression still tinged with disbelief, as if caught in a dream. That man, a being born of an absolute lineage, had somehow become so extraordinarily powerful. The immense strength radiating from him made even an emperor-level expert like herself feel a tremor in her soul, rendering her incapable of harboring the slightest thought of resistance. Yet, how had he achieved such greatness in just a few decades? Huang Lu nodded slightly, perplexed, then shook her head to herself and opened the spatial pouch. Is this the celestial martial key? Huang Lu's eyes widened in surprise. With this key, Xia Lu could indeed venture into the celestial martial secret realm to vie for the position of the Holy Maiden. Additionally, there was a spell and a letter inside. Among the items in the spatial pouch, Huang Lu was most intrigued by the letter, so she opened it and began to read slowly. His fate still lies in the eastern wasteland. After perusing the contents of the letter, a faint smile played upon Huang Lu's lips, revealing a captivating grin that could ensnare the hearts of many. It was the first time in centuries that the disciples of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace had witnessed the smile of their holy master, leaving many in a daze. What astonished them even more was the realization that such an unparalleled powerhouse had come specifically for the holy master. Alas, the laws of this world were simply incapable of bearing the might of the Supreme. Xia Chen stood still, shaking his head. Despite his utmost efforts to control the power of the Supreme Being, he realized that allowing this force to persist could potentially shatter the very laws of this realm. Should the laws be broken, the world itself would face annihilation, a consequence Xia Chen could not dare to contemplate. This was, after all, his inaugural experience wielding the power of the Supreme Being, and he had yet to master its control. If he were to harness this power again in the future, he believed he could mitigate any significant harm to the current world. As he bestowed the spatial pouch upon Huang Lu, the Tao of heaven in this world emitted a mournful wail, a testament to its still developing nature, incapable of withstanding Xia Chen's formidable strength. Thus, even though he had detected the presence of his daughter within the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace, there was no time for him to seek her out, let alone meet her. Nevertheless, encountering Huang Lu brought Xia Chen immense satisfaction. Huang Lu remained as breathtakingly stunning as she had been decades ago, embodying the essence of the most perfect woman in existence. Her cultivation was extraordinarily high, representing the pinnacle of power Xia Chen had witnessed thus far. Tu Shan Su Su had mentioned that Huang Lu had ascended to the realm of the emperor. This realization filled Xia Chen with a sense of despair. The notion of a strong woman and a weak man was simply untenable. He resolved to devise a plan to elevate his own cultivation swiftly, lest he find himself reliant on his wife for protection in the future. What an embarrassment that would be. Henceforth, he vowed to diligently cultivate and strive for progress each day. Xia Chen was filled with an intense fighting spirit. The following day, while Xia Chen was still immersed in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by persistent knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Xia Bing, Zilinger, and Elder Zi Feng standing before him. "Father, I am returning to the sect," Xia Bing declared. "The foundation of Tian Wang's sect is insufficient, my son. It would be more beneficial for you to cultivate at home." Xia Chen felt somewhat speechless. His words were merely a reflection of the truth. The strength of the Tian Wang sect was comparable to that of the Ling Tian sect, and the resources available for his son were likely to be equally modest. In fact, it would be more beneficial for his son to earn points and exchange them in the system himself. Upon hearing Xia Chen's remarks, Elder Zifeng could not help but twitch his face, feeling quite awkward and responding with a series of dry laughs. "Father, there are indeed many aspects of the Tianwang sect that are worthy of my study. Moreover, everyone has their own unique opportunities," Xia Bing remarked, absent-mindedly touching his nose. The truth was that his desire to return to the Tianwang sect stemmed from the significant opportunities he had encountered there. Hidden within Xia Bing's mind was a golden page, the origins of which were shrouded in mystery. Yet, it was immensely powerful. Without this fortuitous encounter over the years, Xia Bing would not have reached his current level of strength. Thus, he yearned to explore the Tianwang sect further, hoping to find more golden pages to elevate his cultivation. Very well, since you have made up your mind, I shall not impede you. Here, take these communication talismans. Should you find yourself in danger, notify me at once. Your father is not as ordinary as he may appear, Xia Chen said, feeling a twinge of reluctance as he retrieved 2 communication talismans from his spatial pouch and handed them to Xia Bing. These talismans had been exchanged from the system store. Inexpensive and primarily intended for message transmission. Remember, do not focus solely on your cultivation. Take good care of your wife as well, Xia Chen advised. Understood, father. You know I am not as frivolous as you, Xia Bing replied, rolling his eyes at Xia Chen, who himself was hardly the model of fidelity. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen was immediately rendered speechless. What are you saying, you little rascal? Am I truly fickle? I am merely devoted, wishing to provide a home for the girl destined to be with me. As Xia Chen spoke, Xia Bing, Zilinger, and the others could not help but roll their eyes in unison. Watching Yupan depart, a hint of melancholy crept into Xia Chen's heart. However, before he could even contemplate breakfast, Xia Tian arrived as well. You are not here to bid me farewell, are you? Upon seeing Xia Tian, an ominous premonition washed over Xia Chen. This boy had never been one to stay home, and it was highly likely he was about to venture out into the world once more. Indeed, it seemed the father was wise beyond measure. Xia Tian awkwardly scratched his nose. Last night, he and his brother Xia Bing had conspired to come and say their farewells to Xia Chen today. Ultimately, a man must not linger too long, while he could somewhat trust Bingo at Tianwang sect. The complexities of the world left him genuinely concerned about his son's solitary adventures. With a soft sigh, Xia Chen expressed his worries. Summer and Xia Bing were raised in markedly different environments. Summer possesses a strong sense of independence and a resolute character, typically preferring to resolve difficulties on her own without troubling others. In Xia Chen's recollection, Summer has never sought his assistance for any matter. While this tenacity is generally commendable, Xia Chen perceives it as a source of concern rather than admiration for his daughter, which brings him considerable heartache. Moreover, had she remained at home, Xia Chen believes he could have provided even more support and ensured her safety to the greatest extent possible. In his mind, he would only feel at ease allowing Summer to venture into the world once she has attained a certain level of strength. Father, I understand your worries, but I do not wish to be a flower confined to a greenhouse. As the saying goes, a man with ambitions must not squander his innate potential. It is only through the world beyond that I can achieve my fullest growth. Furthermore, I have teachers who continuously guide and assist me, so please rest assured. In the summer, radiating confidence, brimming with vitality and exuberance. Since you have expressed your thoughts this way, I shall not stand in your way. However, always bear in mind that your father will forever be your strongest support. In times of adversity, do not hesitate to seek assistance. You are well aware that I am no ordinary man, haha. Xia Chen erupted into hearty laughter, then retrieved 2 communication talismans, presenting them to Xia Tian with the words, take good care of these talismans. In times of crisis, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall come to your aid with utmost swiftness. Thank you, father. Xia Tian replied, bowing deeply to Xia Chen. His mentor had once informed him that his father merely concealed his true realm, and his actual strength likely surpassed that of the infant transformation stage. Thus, as he set forth on this journey, Xia Tian no longer needed to fret over his father's safety. He could embark on his training with complete peace of mind. Dear child, the communication talismans your father has gifted you are indeed extraordinary. If my observations hold true, they are relics crafted by ancient sorcerers, capable of penetrating any array or barrier. I can only wonder about your father's true origins. With these talismans in hand, the ability to contact your father promptly provides you with a measure of security. In the summer, the teacher secretly conveyed a message. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Xia Tian felt even more touched, carefully stowing away the communication talisman. After bidding farewell to Xia Chen, he embarked alone on the path to self-improvement. With both sons having departed, Xia Chen's melancholy deepened as he sat dejectedly in a chair, inevitably reminiscing about the childhood days of his 2 sons. Although Xia Tian is merely a stepson, the bond between the two is even stronger than that of many biological fathers and sons. Xia Tian has also spent the most time with him. Xia Bing has always been nurtured within the confines of the sect, where the outside world is rife with cunning scoundrels. Xia Chen harbors deep concerns that once Xia Tian steps beyond the gates of the sect, he may encounter such individuals. As the saying goes, a mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles. As a devoted father, Xia Chen is undeniably subject to this universal truth. Xia Chen, feeling despondent, summoned his concubines to partake in strong spirits, seeking solace for his troubled heart. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu arrived. Ever since Xia Chen's grand birthday celebration, the entire Xia dynasty was aware that the true authority within the realm did not rest with the emperor nor the illustrious ancestors, but rather with Prince Xia. Why does my brother appear so glum? I wonder what troubles him? Xia Yu inquired with curiosity. It was perplexing, for his brother possessed immense power and commanded respect throughout the Xia dynasty and beyond. Who would dare to provoke him? Alas, it seemed merely a case of a troubled mind finding its own turmoil, best left unspoken. Xia Chen shook his head and then inquired, "Might it be that you have come to seek me for a particular matter, dear royal brother?" Xia Yu offered a gentle smile, though it bore a hint of bitterness. "Indeed, I cannot conceal the truth from you, brother. I have come with a matter of great urgency." "You may speak," Xia Chen replied, raising an eyebrow. "You are aware that our great Xia dynasty shares a border with the Rain God Kingdom. Until recently, our two realms coexisted peacefully. However, in the past few months, the Rain God Kingdom has frequently disturbed our borders. Particularly alarming is the sudden influx of formidable warriors from their land, compelling our soldiers to engage in repeated battles, each ending in defeat. To date, the Great Xia has lost 30,000 miles of territory and hundreds of cities. If this continues, it may jeopardize the very foundation of our dynasty. Thus, I have no choice but to seek your assistance." As he spoke, Xia Yu sighed deeply, his expression laden with more melancholy and worry than Xia Chen's. The Rain God Kingdom? Xia Chen paused upon hearing this name, suddenly recalling the accomplishments and quests related to the Rain God Kingdom within the system tasks. Indeed, the Rain God Kingdom had come prepared, with numerous Golden Core experts emerging from their ranks. If this trend persists, it is likely that within a year, they could besiege the imperial city. Xia Yu nodded, for Xia Chen was his last glimmer of hope. Should Xia Chen remain inactive, the Great Xia dynasty might very well meet its demise at its own hands. Although the Great Xia dynasty boasted a founding ancestor of the nascent Soul Realm, the Rain God Kingdom also possessed powerful figures of the same caliber. This mutual strength had previously allowed both nations to coexist without conflict. The Rain God Kingdom's current elaborate maneuvers suggest that other forces may be covertly instigating them, emboldening their audacity. Now, it appears that only Xia Chen can save the Great Xia dynasty from impending doom. Xia Yu had thoroughly inquired and discovered that not only had the Ling Tian sect completely submitted to Xia Chen, but even the Tian Xin sect was not spared, having been forcefully incorporated into the Ling Tian sect. The combined might of the nascent soul experts from these two sects was approaching 20 nascent soul-level powerhouses. Such strength was almost beyond comprehension. Xia Yu contemplated that if Xia Chen could summon a few of these formidable beings to oversee the Great Xia dynasty, the Rain God Kingdom could be effortlessly vanquished. Thus, after much deliberation, Xia Yu finally decided to pay a visit. Xia Chen gently tapped on the table, and Xia Yu assumed that he was deep in thought, contemplating whether to assist the Great Xia dynasty. In reality, however, Xia Chen was engrossed in perusing the system's task list and achievement section, seeking information pertinent to the Rain God Kingdom. Xia Chen perused the information for approximately 30 seconds and swiftly located the details concerning the tasks and achievements associated with the Rain God Kingdom. The first objective was to discover the underground palace of the Rain God Kingdom. The second was to conquer the Rain God Kingdom and expand the territory of the Great Xia dynasty. The third was to unlock the inheritance of the Rain God Kingdom. There were 3 substantial achievements, and if accomplished simultaneously, Xia Chen could scarcely fathom the rewards that awaited him. Previous rewards had proven to be exceedingly enticing. Furthermore, given the forces at his disposal, tackling the Rain God Kingdom seemed a trivial endeavor. Thus, the task of completing the map of the Rain God Kingdom appeared to be a mere trifle for him. Observing Xia Chen's silence, Xia Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Could it be that Xia Chen still harbored reservations regarding past events? If Xia Chen was unwilling to lend his aid due to lingering grievances, Xia Yu resolved that he would beseech Xia Chen, even if it meant kneeling, to assist in alleviating the peril faced by the Great Xia dynasty. How many nascent soul cultivators does the other party possess? Suddenly, as Xia Yu lost himself in thought. Xia Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu's expression brightened with joy. Xia Chen's inquiry, in a certain sense, subtly hinted at an intention to assist the great Xia dynasty in confronting the Rain God Kingdom. Based on the previous strength of the Rain God Kingdom, it was known to possess only a single nascent soul cultivator. However, I recently received intelligence indicating that 3 additional nascent soul experts have unexpectedly emerged within the Rain God Kingdom, bringing their total to 4 nascent soul practitioners. Xia Yu promptly conveyed all the information he possessed, attentively observing Xia Chen's reaction. Only 4? Xia Chen shrugged nonchalantly, having anticipated a greater number of formidable adversaries. It turned out to be rather unremarkable. Nonetheless, the audacity of the Rain God Kingdom was indeed astonishing. To dare invade the great Xia dynasty with such meager forces was akin to stirring up trouble in the lair of a mighty beast. Moreover, not only did the Rain God Kingdom boast a greater number of nascent soul cultivators, but it also outnumbered the great Xia dynasty in other realms of strength nearly twofold. Particularly in the Golden Core realm, the great Xia dynasty was utterly incapable of contending with the Rain God Kingdom, which led to a series of relentless defeats even without the involvement of their nascent soul experts. Xia Yu let out a heavy sigh, pondering the unseen forces that supported the Rain God Kingdom, a question to which he had yet to find an answer. It is a trivial matter. The disparity between the Yuan-Ing and the Zhedan realms is insurmountable, as long as our great Xia dynasty possesses sufficient elite combat strength. Even if the opposing side boasts numerous Zhedan cultivators, they would merely be moths drawn to the flame. Xia Chen nodded, entirely unperturbed, and continued. You need not worry about the Yuan-Ing cultivators. I shall promptly summon powerful experts from Lingtian's sect. Ah, for that, I am immensely grateful, elder brother. Xia Yu exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes, astonished at Xia Chen's decisive willingness to assist. With Xia Chen's intervention, the Rain God Kingdom would merely be offering up their lives. We are of one family. There is no need for formality. You may command the army upon your return. No need to retreat any longer. It is time to counterattack, Xia Chen said with a light smile, his gaze sharp and unwavering. At that moment, within the grand hall of the Heavenly King sect, Elder Zifeng had merely ventured out casually, yet unexpectedly found himself amidst a grand spectacle. Not only had he encountered a figure of Xia Chen's stature, but he had also formed a familial bond with him, leaving Elder Zifeng with an almost surreal sensation. Even though he had departed from the royal residence, the methods employed by Xia Chen remained etched in his memory for a lifetime. It is worth noting that within this small region, there have been little to no news of any sect producing a Yuan-Ing level powerhouse. Any historical references would likely date back 7 or 8 millennia. In the eastern wilderness, should a sect produce a Yuan-Ing level powerhouse, it would barely qualify as a second-rate sect, had it not been for Xia Chen. It is likely that the Tian-Xian sect would have harbored ambitions to aggressively subjugate other sects in the region to bolster its own strength, thereby achieving the status of a true second-rate sect. Among those that would have sought to conquer would certainly be the Heavenly King sect. In essence, the Heavenly King sect and its peers owed Xia Chen an immense favor. Upon returning to the Heavenly King sect, Elder Zifeng wasted no time in seeking out the sect leader to relay the details of his journey. Simultaneously, he contemplated the necessity of advising the sect leader to issue a directive. Disciples from the great Xia dynasty should be treated with utmost respect, and those of the sect venturing outside must avoid provoking anyone from the great Xia. Otherwise, should they inadvertently offend Xia Chen's vast array of relatives, be they uncles, aunts, or cousins, the repercussions could spell disaster for the Heavenly King sect. Zifeng, surely you jest. How could a mere secular prince wield such influence that even Ling Tian's sect must bow before him? Question 1. Indeed, what you assert lacks scientific grounding. Had such a monumental figure emerged, they would have unified the major sects long ago. Moreover, Ling Tian's sect has been a lineage for millennia. Everyone knows the temperament of Song Wenjie. How could he possibly yield to a secular prince? A gentle chuckle escaped as Elder Zifeng seemed to have developed an increasingly humorous disposition of late. None among the elders of the Tianwang sect believed him, and they erupted in mockery, convinced it was merely a jest from Zifeng. However, the elder was not taken aback by their reactions. After all, upon his first encounter with Xia Chen, Zifeng had perceived him as unremarkable, even having engaged in a confrontation with him. Reflecting on this now sent a shiver down Zifeng's spine. Esteemed colleagues, Zifeng declared earnestly, I speak no falsehood. On that day, Prince Xia unleashed a torrent of blows upon Song Wenjie, who dared not utter a sound in protest. It is worth noting that Song Wenjie, a sect leader in his own right, would not have submitted to such humiliation unless he was gripped by sheer terror. Moreover, I suspect you are unaware that the Tianxin sect has produced a practitioner of the infancy transformation realm. Have you? What? The Tianxin sect has indeed produced a practitioner of the infancy transformation realm? The countenance of the Tianwang sect's leader shifted dramatically as he turned sharply towards Zifeng. In this region, the various sects were evenly matched. However, if any one of them were to give rise to an infancy transformation powerhouse, it would herald a significant upheaval in the balance of power among the sections. The Tianxin sect would undoubtedly seek to expand its influence, aggressively annexing other factions. Zifeng's words struck the remaining elders with equal astonishment. In comparison to Xia Chen, the emergence of an infancy transformation level practitioner in the Tianxin sect was of far greater concern to them. After all, in their understanding, the infancy transformation realm represented an unattainable pinnacle of strength. With a resigned sigh, Zifeng continued, "Indeed, this practitioner is none other than Dao Cheng, the previous leader of the Tianxin sect. Is it truly him? I never imagined he still drew breath." The members of the Tianwang sect were no strangers to Dao Cheng, the formidable figure from the previous generation. What was surprising, however, was the rumor that he had long since departed from this world, only to discover now that he had transcended to the infancy transformation realm. This was far from good news. The intelligence brought back by Elder Zifeng weighed heavily upon the hearts of the Tianwang sect's upper echelon like a boulder. "My lord," one elder voiced anxiously, "with Dao Cheng's ascension to the infancy transformation realm, it is only a matter of time before he takes action against other factions. We, the Tianwang sect, shall surely not escape unscathed. What shall we do?" Another elder interjected, "Indeed, my lord, the Tianxin sect harbors grand ambitions. Were it not for Elder Zifeng bringing forth this news, we might have remained in ignorance. Given the Tianxin sect's modus operandi, they may have already commenced their operations in secret." The expression of the Tianwang sect's leader fluctuated between hope and despair, echoing the concerns raised by the elders. The Tianwang sect lacked a practitioner of the infancy transformation realm. If the Tianxin sect were to invade, it remained uncertain whether they could withstand the onslaught. Should they fight to the death, even with their protective formations, they would eventually succumb to attrition at the hands of their adversaries. On the contrary, if they surrendered without a struggle, it would spell the end of the Tianwang sect's legacy. How could he face the ancestors of the sect in the afterlife if he were to perish in defeat? To fight or to yield? This is indeed a most perplexing issue. At this moment, Elder Zifeng unexpectedly wore a relaxed smile and spoke, "Rest assured, esteemed elders and the sect leader, the Tianxin sect will certainly not take action against our Tianwang sect." "Oh, what do you mean by that, Elder Zifeng?" The sect leader of Tianwang displayed a flicker of curiosity, hastily turning to Elder Zifeng to clarify the implications of his statement. "Elder Zifeng, please do not keep us in suspense. Enlighten us swiftly. Why would the Tianxin sect refrain from acting against our Tianwang sect?" "Indeed, old Zifeng, everyone is quite anxious. Do share the reasoning behind this matter." The other attendees gazed expectantly at Elder Zifeng, eager to learn how he intended to resolve the existential crisis facing the Tianwang sect. Elder Zifeng stroked his beard and chuckled, "Very well, I shall reveal it to you. Do you recall the mundane prince whom you all once regarded with disdain? Even the members of the Ling Tian sect dared not be impertinent before him? Old Zifeng, are you truly jesting? Is that prince genuinely so formidable? Yet, how does this relate to the Tianxin sect's decision to spare us?" One elder pondered aloud, finding the connection to the Tianxin sect tenuous at best. Elder Zifeng shook his head, replying, No, there is a profound connection. For, unbeknownst to you at the time, the prince of the mundane world had already broken through to the infant transformation realm and was kneeling before the very prince you all disparaged. I can swear by my Tao heart that I witnessed this with my own eyes. The prince, in all his unparalleled glory, effortlessly subdued the Tianxin sect and left Dao Cheng defeated, kneeling before the esteemed Xia. Gasped upon hearing Elder Zifeng's words. The atmosphere in the discussion hall fell into an abrupt silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The elders, along with the sect leader of Tianwang, collectively inhaled sharply. If even a powerful being of the infant transformation realm had to kneel, how extraordinarily powerful must the opponent be? At this point, no one doubted that Elder Zifeng was jesting. His willingness to swear by his Tao heart indicated that he spoke with utmost sincerity. The Tao heart is a cultivator's most vital essence. Even in dark or demonic paths, it remains invaluable. Generally, one would never invoke a vow concerning the Tao heart, for actions are observed by the heavens. Any transgression against a vow made through the Tao heart would inevitably incur the wrath of the cosmic forces. History has continually affirmed the inviolability of celestial authority. I understand now. Since that prince's strength is so terrifying that even those of the infant transformation realm must kneel. And given that Elder Zifeng has formed a familial bond with that prince, it signifies that our Tianwang sect shall enjoy the protection of that esteemed elder. Therefore, our Tianwang sect shall naturally be free from peril. An elder, who had a close rapport with Elder Zifeng, burst into hearty laughter, well aware of Elder Zifeng's earlier intentions. What? Elder Zifeng has indeed allied himself with such a personage. In that case, our Tianwang sect has undoubtedly benefited from Elder Zifeng's influence. Ha ha ha. Elder Zifeng truly has a remarkable granddaughter. The elders exchanged glances, their faces betraying envy and jealousy. Even the leader of the Tianwang sect stared at Zifeng in astonishment. I had long suspected that Xia Bing possessed extraordinary potential. Her future seems boundless, and she is indeed an excellent candidate for cultivation. However, I never anticipated that this gem would fall into Elder Zifeng's hands through her charms. I regret it deeply, one elder exclaimed with profound indignation. Yet, if that prince is so powerful, why would he send his own son to the Tianwang sect? Surely, if he were to personally instruct him, the results would surpass mere expectations, wouldn't they? At this moment, another elder voiced a lingering doubt. Upon hearing this, the other elders began to ponder, realizing that it indeed seemed to be a valid point. Sending one's son to the Tianwang sect for cultivation appears to be nothing short of a waste of time and potential. Elder Zifeng was momentarily taken aback. He too found it perplexing why Xia Chen would entrust his son to such an ordinary sect. My esteemed colleagues, the intentions of such formidable beings are beyond our comprehension. Perhaps the prince has his reasons. An elder cast a meaningful glance at the assembly and continued, moreover, those great figures despise being speculated upon. Should we delve too deeply into this matter, the more we know, the more we risk incurring the displeasure of that eminent figure, potentially leading to dire consequences. Following this elder's warning, the group fell silent, their hearts filled with trepidation, abruptly halting the discussion on this matter. Indeed, there are many powerful beings capable of deciphering the secrets of the universe, thereby orchestrating monumental schemes. Viewed in this light, the Tianwang sect may have unwittingly become a pawn in the game of that illustrious individual. To be a pawn of such a great figure, whether it be a blessing or a curse, left the elders once again in a state of anxious speculation. Meanwhile, the leader of the Tianwang sect sank into deep contemplation. It is true that the actions of such great figures are beyond the understanding of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, even if one were to uncover certain clues, it could easily provoke the ire of that eminent personage, leading to calamity. Nevertheless, as the sect leader, he possessed far more knowledge and insight than the average elder. The leader of the Tianwang sect was privy to an ancient secret concerning the sect. A secret known only to the leaders of successive generations. Since ancient times, the Tianwang sect has upheld a legacy stating that whoever can unravel this mystery would elevate the sect to the ranks of a first-rate power. Perhaps this very secret elucidates the reason why that illustrious figure chose to enroll his son in the Tianwang sect. If this is the case, it would explain why a being capable of effortlessly eradicating threats would send his offspring to cultivate within the Tianwang sect. The leader of the Tianwang sect gradually descended into thought, while the other elders, observing the leader's serious demeanor, slowly closed their mouths. And the entire discussion hall was enveloped in a profound silence. The Tianwang sect has already established itself as a notable power in this region. However, when one gazes upon the eastern wilderness, it merely finds itself among the ranks of third-rate sections. Countless clans and sects possess greater prowess than the Heavenly King sect, rendering it a mere flicker of light in comparison to those formidable forces. Yet, unbeknownst to outsiders, should one trace the origins of the Heavenly King sect, its lineage can be traced back to the once mighty Emperor sect, the foremost power of the eastern wilderness. Legend has it that tens of millennia ago, the eastern wilderness was a cradle of talent, with heroes emerging in abundance. Even the Emperor sect, as the paramount force of the eastern wilderness, stood at the pinnacle of combat prowess across the continent. As time progressed into the era of chaos, the malevolent outer evil ancestor invaded, seeking to breach the boundary of the eastern wilderness to plunder the essence of this realm. The Emperor sect found itself at the forefront, transforming the eastern wilderness into the primary battleground against the outer evil clan. However, the Emperor sect faced relentless defeat and, in desperation, sought aid from other forces. Subsequently, the entire continent rose in rebellion, with countless powerful beings descending upon the eastern wilderness. Yet, the outer evil clan was overwhelmingly powerful, leading to the fragmentation of the forces led by the Emperor sect, resulting in the demise of numerous formidable warriors. in a critical moment. The emperor of the emperor sect broke through to the imperial realm, engaging in a fierce battle against the outer evil clan for several months. Ultimately, he vanquished the outer evil king, leading the continent to a momentous victory and sealing the boundary. However, the emperor, having just attained the imperial realm, had not yet solidified his newfound power and was left exhausted after his battle. Following that confrontation, the emperor vanished. Some claimed he perished, while others asserted he departed from this world. In any case, the tales diverged, and his presence was never seen again. With the emperor's disappearance, the emperor sect entered a decline, its once prestigious reputation fading into obscurity. Gradually, the emperor sect splintered into various minor factions scattered throughout the eastern wilderness. Thousands of years later, the unparalleled secret tome, the Emperor's Scripture, resurfaced, heralding a new wave of bloodshed across the continent. For it was said that one who mastered the Emperor's Scripture could ascend the path to becoming an emperor. According to the accounts of successive sect leaders, the ancestors of the Heavenly King sect were indeed a branch of the Emperor's sect. To remain inconspicuous and avoid attracting unwanted attention, they adopted the name Heavenly King sect. It is evident that a portion of the Emperor's sect's doctrine resides within the Heavenly King sect. This segment of doctrine, as speculated by successive leaders, may very well be the legendary Emperor's Scripture that once garnered worldwide acclaim. Should one inherit the teachings bequeathed by the Emperor's sect, they would undoubtedly be regarded as its successor, possessing the opportunity to wield the Emperor's Scripture and thus the potential to ascend to the imperial realm. Yet, after millennia, no leader of the Heavenly King sect has managed to uncover any remnants of the Emperor's sect's doctrine. Consequently, the existence of this doctrine has become mere folklore, acknowledged by all sect leaders as a legend. However, the current leader of the Heavenly King sect has begun to suspect that the doctrine of the Emperor's sect still resides within their ranks. The strong individual who sent his son may indeed be seeking the opportunity left behind by the Emperor's sect, aspiring to obtain the Emperor's Scripture. Xifeng, lead us to meet your grandson-in-law. The master of the Heavenly King sect is now nearly certain of his suspicions. Please, follow me, the master said. Xifeng nodded and guided the master and the elders to Xiaobing's residence. Greetings to the master and esteemed elders. Xiaobing respectfully bowed upon seeing the guests. Do not stand on ceremony, dear nephew. The elders hastily waved their hands, some even moving forward to warmly pat Xiaobing on the shoulder. Indeed, a glance revealed astonishing bone structure and a well-rounded celestial appearance, particularly the powerful aura emanating from within, which eluded my perception. The master of the Heavenly King sect scrutinized Xiaobing, discreetly scanning him with his spiritual sense, already forming conclusions in his mind. However, he was uncertain whether this young man had discovered the lineage of the human emperor sect, yet felt reluctant to inquire directly, leaving him somewhat vexed. After all, if the lineage of the human emperor sect truly existed, it would represent a fortuitous opportunity for the Heavenly King sect, and losing it to outsiders was indeed a great pity. But wait, isn't this lad Xifeng's grandson-in-law? He is also a disciple of the sect. Even if he were to claim the legacy of the human emperor sect, it would still connect the Heavenly King sect with that significant figure, ultimately benefiting its development. Yes, indeed, the youth is formidable. The master of the Heavenly King sect nodded, recognizing that since the powerful individual wished to keep his identity and purpose for coming to the Heavenly King sect hidden, he would not expose it. After praising Xiaobing a few times, he took his leave. Elder Xifeng, if that esteemed predecessor is cultivating in the mortal realm, do you think our active visit might displease him? Upon returning to the main hall, the master of the Heavenly King sect inquired. Elder Xifeng quickly responded. That esteemed predecessor possesses a free-spirited nature and should not take offense. On the contrary, if we personally visit and bring gifts, it might deepen the impression of the Heavenly King sect in the eyes of that esteemed predecessor. Indeed, Elder Xifeng makes a valid point. However, what gifts should we present? The master of the Heavenly King sect nodded in agreement. Last time, on that esteemed predecessor's 70th birthday, the Ling Tian sect not only presented a plethora of rare treasures, but also gifted the Ling Tian Divine Sword, Elder Xifeng remarked. What? The Ling Tian Divine Sword? The master of the Heavenly King sect expressed surprise, saying, Isn't that sword thought to have vanished for several millennia? I didn't expect Song Wenjia, that old fox, to be deceitful. Nevertheless, he acted decisively to give away the sect's heritage. Given this, we of the Heavenly King sect cannot appear stingy. Xifeng, please send someone to the treasury to retrieve the Heavenly King armor, and we will present it to that esteemed predecessor, the master declared. The Heavenly King armor. Elder Xifeng and the other elders were taken aback, realizing that the master had indeed confirmed the strength of that noble figure in the mortal realm. Precisely. The Heavenly King armor is a worthy offering from us. Once it is prepared, we shall collectively pay a visit to that esteemed predecessor. The master of the Heavenly King sect affirmed. After a brief passage of time, the disciples of the Heavenly King sect arrived in the grand city of the great Xia dynasty. Adhering to the principle of discretion, they attracted no attention from the imperial court and were led directly by Zifeng to the residence of Prince Xia. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Xia Chen residence, the sect leader gestured for everyone to halt. "Oh, when did two stone lions appear before the manor?" Zifeng inquired with curiosity. As the leader of the Heavenly King sect, he immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of these stone lions. The group paused before the prince's residence, with the sect leader staring intently into the eyes of one of the stone lions, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his heartbeat quickening. With his formidable cultivation at the late stage of the Yuaning realm, he sensed the profound mysteries contained within the stone lions. At that moment, his expression tightened, and he could not help but tremble slightly. "Leader, are you all right?" An elder, noticing something amiss with the sect leader, quickly asked. A breath of ancient energy emanated from the stone lions, startling the elders. The sect leader then seated himself in a meditative posture, forming numerous strange hand seals. As waves of spiritual energy surged into his body, "Huh!" the sect leader exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead, and under the astonished gazes of the elders. His aura began to escalate dramatically. Could it be that the leader is about to break through? Elder Zifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated such a momentous occasion upon their arrival. It was worth noting that the leader had been at the late stage of the Yuan-Ing realm for over a century. In mere seconds, the sect leader retracted his overwhelming aura, his expression brimming with excitement as he bowed deeply to the stone lions, saying, "Thank you, Venerable One. Congratulations, leader." "What a momentous occasion!" exclaimed an elder who quickly grasped the significance of the event, prompting others to follow suit. If the leader were to ascend to the realm of transformation, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Previous leaders had typically remained at the late Yuaning stage until their demise. The ascension of this leader would undoubtedly herald the rise of the Heavenly King sect. Just one step remains, and we have already discovered the opportunity to break into transformation. I believe that after a few months of seclusion, I shall successfully transcend to this new realm. The sect leader could not contain his joy. It had been centuries since he felt such elation. These stone lions were remarkable. Merely sensing a fragment of their energy had allowed him to identify the bottleneck of his yuan in cultivation. The potential for further enlightenment through such divine artifacts was unimaginable. Moreover, if his conjecture was correct, the essence of an ancient lion spirit might be slumbering within these stone lions. This primordial beast was immensely powerful, and even in its spiritual form, should it awaken, it could obliterate even those at the transformation realm. This prince is undoubtedly an extraordinary figure, casually displaying such divine artifacts at his doorstep. It is entirely plausible that the spirit of the ancient lion is sealed within, which is simply beyond belief. The leader of the Heavenly King sect sighed deeply, feeling the weight of comparison. This prince truly exudes grandeur. If only our sect possessed such treasures, we would revere them as ancestors, never revealing them so easily. The other elders, upon hearing this, were utterly astounded. They had initially thought the stone lions were unusual, but now they realized the staggering truth. They were so formidable that even a nascent soul grandmaster could be obliterated. Hearing is one thing, but witnessing is another. Now, from the sect leader to the elders, all in the Ling Tian sect felt a deep-seated fear towards that mysterious prince. Suddenly, the gates of the manor swung open, revealing a servant who appeared to be a youth. This is a late-stage nascent soul powerhouse. The elders gasped, except for Zifeng, their eyes widening in disbelief. The might of a nascent soul cultivator is immense. Particularly, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator could easily be a sect leader in this region. Yet, within this manor, he was merely a servant to that formidable individual. Is this truly the realm of the powerful? The elders of the Heavenly King sect, seemingly unacquainted with such grandeur, gazed at the old prince with admiration that flowed like an unceasing river. This is a puppet of a late-stage nascent soul, the leader of the Heavenly King sect. Being well-versed in such matters, quickly discerned that this late-stage nascent soul was not human, but rather a puppet. Most puppets they had encountered were of the Qi gathering or foundation establishment realms. Even those of the core formation realm were exceedingly rare. But a puppet of the late-stage nascent soul level was something they had never even heard of, let alone seen. The prince truly possesses an uncanny foresight. Having anticipated our arrival, I kindly request you, young sir, to guide us. The leader of the Heavenly King's sect wore a smile, his tone imbued with utmost respect, entirely devoid of his usual authoritative demeanor. Although smiles adorned their faces, their hearts raced with trepidation. Moreover, the prolonged wait suggested that the great figure had known of their impending visit long before. It appears that the Heavenly King sect is indeed a pawn in the scheme of that venerable individual, their actions meticulously calculated from the outset. Xia Chen sat in the living room, marveling at the swiftness of the Ling Tian sect. It had not been long since the information was dispatched. Yet they had already arrived. Xia Chen furrowed his brow slightly, instantly becoming alert. He observed old Wang leading a group of unfamiliar individuals into the room. The aura emanating from these individuals was remarkable. Upon a mere glance, Xia Chen discerned that they were all formidable Yuan-ing realm experts. What could these individuals possibly want at the Wang residence? Their intentions seemed far from benign. Old Wang truly displayed a lack of discernment by bringing such a chaotic assembly into their midst. If this group were to cause trouble, Old Wang alone would be insufficient to fend them off. With the absence of the powerful figures from Ling Tian's sect, it appeared that he would have no choice but to resort to the second strike of the Supreme Being, the leader of Tian Wang's sect. Upon catching sight of Xia Chen, immediately recognized him as the formidable prince spoken of by Zifeng. Just as he was about to pay his respects, he noticed Xia Chen's furrowed brow, which sent a chill coursing through him, as he feared that this powerful figure might annihilate them with a mere gesture. Lord Xia, I am Wang Yiping, the leader of Tian Wang's sect. I humbly seek your forgiveness for my audacity in coming to visit you, he stammered. Initially, he intended to address Xia Chen as senior, but given the latter's preference for solitude and anonymity, he refrained, fearing that such a title might only further incite displeasure. The other elders were equally taken aback, hastily bowing in reverence. Tian Wang's sect? Upon seeing Zifeng, Xia Chen felt a sense of relief. It became clear that the old man had summoned members of Tian Wang's sect. This group had likely come because Zifeng had returned and recounted tales of his dominance over Tian Xin's sect. Fearing that they might also seek to assert their authority over Tian Wang's sect, they had opted to take the initiative and approach him first. Xia Chen deemed this arrangement quite reasonable. Otherwise, one might assume these individuals had overindulged before arriving here. How fortuitous your arrival is. Xia Chen arched an eyebrow. Although the powerful experience card was no longer at his disposal, he still possessed 2 strikes as the Supreme Being, rendering him unconcerned about these mere Yuan-ing cultivators. Fortuitous? Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, the leader of the Tian Wang sect felt a surge of joy within. This was indeed a commendation from the senior, affirming their timely arrival. Consequently, his apprehension began to dissipate. Please, take your seats. Gentlemen, feel free to sit. There is no need for formality. Xia Chen found it rather peculiar. The members of Tian Wang's sect seemed to be afflicted with some sort of ailment, as their expressions appeared to fluctuate incessantly. After expressing gratitude, Wang Yiping, the sect leader, seemed to regain some composure upon taking his seat, indicating that this elder was indeed approachable. The elders of Tian Wang's sect could not help but cast furtive glances at Xia Chen, who, despite his head of white hair, possessed skin as smooth as warm jade, revealing no signs of aging. His sharp brows and bright eyes exuded an undeniable charisma. Particularly striking was the aura he emanated, which left the elders in awe. Although the elder's cultivation level was indeed, as Zifeng had indicated, merely at the foundational stage, an almost imperceptible pressure lingered in the air when seated before him, especially palpable to Wang Yiping, whose own cultivation was more advanced. Wang Yiping swallowed lightly. It was evident that this elder had once reached a higher realm of cultivation, likely encountering a bottleneck which led him to traverse the mortal realm in pursuit of spiritual refinement. According to ancient texts of Tian Wang's sect, those poised to ascend to emperor status might undertake this path to seek the opportunity for their ascension, and it was quite possible that Xia Chen was such an individual. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to my humble abode? Xia Chen broke the silence, feeling somewhat stifled. The members of Tian Wang's sect appeared genuinely peculiar. Previously, they had displayed a plethora of changing expressions, and now they were stealing glances at him incessantly. Ah, indeed. It is because the son of the prince has become engaged to Elder Zifeng's granddaughter. On the day of the engagement, we, from Tian Wang's sect, were unable to arrive in a timely manner. Thus, today I have brought several elders with me, both to apologize to the prince and to present some gifts to the Wang residents as a dowry for Linger, Wang Yi stated promptly. Indeed, Your Highness, we old fellows regard Lingo as our own granddaughter. We were quite taken aback by her sudden engagement. As grandfathers, it is our duty to provide a suitable dowry. Linger and young Master Xia Bing are truly a match made in heaven, a pair destined for one another. With young Master Xia as her grandson-in-law, Elder Zifeng is surely blessed. The elders exchanged words, each taking turns to extol the virtues of Xia Bing and Zifeng Linger. Your Highness, the talent of young Master Xia Bing is unprecedented in our Tianwang sect over the past millennium. Might we consider him as our sect's primary disciple? If young Master Xia could become our chief disciple, our sect would devote itself to his cultivation. At this moment, Wang Yiping cautiously posed his question. While the other elders could not help but direct their gaze towards Xia Chen, their hearts pounding in their throats. The sect's eldest disciple is typically destined to inherit the position of the sect leader. Ordinarily, the various esteemed disciples would fiercely compete for the title of the eldest disciple, often to the point of bloodshed. However, this time, it seemed a decision might have already been made. Of course, to formally designate someone as the eldest disciple, one must also seek the approval of their father, which, throughout history, is likely an unprecedented occurrence. Wang Yiping felt as though he had become a sycophant, yet curiously, he bore no sense of grievance. Rather, he hoped fervently that Xia Chen would swiftly agree to allow Xia Bing to become the eldest disciple of the Heavenly King sect. Establishing a connection with such a formidable individual would undoubtedly be advantageous for the sect. On one hand, Wang Yiping had come to believe that Xia Chen's decision to admit Xia Bing into the Heavenly King sect was primarily for the sake of the inheritance of the Human Emperor sect. With a powerhouse like Xia Chen present, Wang Yiping felt there was a high probability that Xia Bing would secure the legacy of the Human Emperor sect. On the other hand, should Xia Bing ascend to the position of sect leader in the future, it would equate to receiving Xia Chen's protection. If the Heavenly King sect were to face formidable adversaries down the line, would Xia Chen, as a father, not intervene? The eldest disciple? Xia Chen inquired with a smile, observing Wang Yiping with keen interest. Having lived for so many years, he could easily discern the ulterior motives of this old fellow. It was merely a notion that, believing himself to be a strong individual, he sought Xia Chen's protection for the Heavenly King sect. The old fellow was indeed calculating quite shrewdly. Upon witnessing the playful glint in Xia Chen's eyes, Wang Yiping was nearly struck with terror, hastily clarifying, Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. It is solely because young Master Xia Bing possesses extraordinary talent that I have always regarded him as the successor of the sect. I merely wish to know if you would consent. Beads of sweat trickled down Wang Yiping's forehead, fearful that Xia Chen might perceive his hidden intentions and dispatch him with a mere flick. He had only just grasped the opportunity to break through to the infant transformation realm. Should he be eliminated at this juncture, he would truly depart with regret. Very well. My gratitude to sect leader Wang, Xia Chen nodded. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations and will devote myself to nurturing young Master Xia Bing. Xia Chen's affirmative response sent Wang Yiping into a frenzy of joy, nearly prompting him to leap from the ground. However, being the leader of a sect, he made a concerted effort to temper his emotions, refraining from displaying any exuberance that might evoke ridicule, and instead contained his excitement deep within. The other elders also exhibited expressions of delight. It appeared that their Tianwang sect had indeed secured a significant ally. They were all curious to see just how powerful the Tianwang sect might become in the future. Announce His Majesty's arrival. As soon as Wang Yiping finished speaking, the servants outside cried out, Please take your seats, my brother is here. Xia Chen rose and waved his hand at the members of the Tianwang sect. He had originally arranged to meet with the people from the Ling Tian sect and Xia Yu to discuss a strategic plan against the Rain God Nation, but unexpectedly, the Tianwang sect had arrived first. As soon as Xia Yu arrived at the appointed time with Xia Chen, he eagerly made his way to the royal palace. After all, the expansion of the dynasty's territory was imminent, and how could he not feel exhilarated? By swiftly vanquishing the Rain God Kingdom, the might of the great Xia dynasty would significantly increase. Xia Yu introspected, pondering whether he was truly a commendable brother. However, he took solace in the fact that he was a worthy sovereign. Through his diligent governance over the years, the great Xia dynasty flourished, demonstrating a far superior state compared to the era of his father. Upon entering the grand hall, his expression shifted as he beheld the assembly of the Tianwang sect. These individuals were not from the Ling Tian sect, yet their formidable presence was undeniable. If his intuition served him correctly, these were all formidable practitioners of the nascent soul realm. These esteemed individuals are from the Tianwang sect. Allow me to introduce my brother, His Majesty Xia Yu. Emperor of the great Xia dynasty, Xia Chen announced from beside him. I am Wang Yiping, the leader of the Tianwang sect. It is an honor to meet you. Your Majesty, Wang Yiping responded promptly, rising to his feet and bowing respectfully alongside the elders of his sect. As he bowed, he mused to himself, recognizing the striking resemblance between the two brothers, one at the foundation establishment stage and the other at the core formation stage. It became evident to him that Emperor Xia was indeed a figure of tremendous power, which only deepened his reverence. As he witnessed the array of nascent soul powerhouses paying their respects, Xia Yu found himself momentarily paralyzed. Despite being the ruler of the great Xia dynasty and accustomed to the daily homage of officials, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease in this moment. These were not mere sycophants or mediocrities, they were genuine cultivators of the nascent soul realm. What merit had he, Xia Yu, to warrant such deference from these esteemed beings? In the past, any nascent soul cultivator he encountered would often be arrogant and dismissive. Yet now, Xia Yu found the situation almost surreal. Please. There is no need for such formality. Xia Yu stammered as he attempted to speak. Please, have a seat. Xia Chen guided him to the chair beside him. The principal seat, while the assembly of nascent soul experts settled in their places below. Xia Yu licked his parched lips, feeling a pang of unease within. He glanced at the formidable figures of the Yuanying masters, only to find them gazing at him with warmth, some even displaying a hint of reverence. This unexpected attention left Xia Yu both flattered and astonished, prompting him to take a seat. At that moment, his heart swelled with excitement. Though he was acutely aware that such deference stemmed from his elder brother, Xia Chen, he was merely basking in his brother's glory. Yet, what did it matter? Was this not a form of prestige in its own right? Seeing his brother summon so many Yuanying experts gave Xia Yu a sense of reassurance. After all, dispatching the Rain God Kingdom would be but a mere blink of an eye. However, he mused about his brother's decision to gather such a formidable force. Was it not a bit of overkill, a grand display? Nevertheless, such displays were essential to showcase the might of the great Xia dynasty, which held immeasurable significance for the dynasty's power. Report. The Ling Tian sect seeks an audience with the prince. At that moment, the representatives of the Ling Tian sect had just arrived. Upon receiving news from Xia Chen, Song Wenjie hurriedly led the elders to the hall. Upon seeing Wang yipping within, a shiver ran down his spine. Surely it was that old fox, Zifeng, who had summoned him, aware of the formidable reputation of the esteemed Xia. He had come early to curry favor. Song Wenjie shot Wang yipping a glare, resolving to make a commendable impression henceforth, ensuring that the Ling Tian sect would not fall behind the Heavenly King sect. The sight of 6 or 7 Yuanying masters joining the assembly left Xia Yu even more astounded. Good heavens! Was it truly necessary to summon so many for an expedition against the Rain God Kingdom? What exactly did his brother intend to achieve? Report. The Tian Xian sect seeks an audience with the prince. At this juncture, the servants of the Wang residence called out once more. Still more arrivals. Xia Yu's mouth gaped wide, as if it could accommodate an egg, and it was only now that he comprehended the formidable allure of Xia Chen's charisma. Shortly thereafter, 6 or 7 powerful figures entered, with the foremost among them exuding an aura so terrifying that it eclipsed even that of the leaders of the Tianwang sect and the Lingtian sect. Xia Yu surmised that this individual had likely transcended the Yuanying realm. Despite their immense strength, all who entered the royal residence displayed an air of utmost respect. Even the servants were greeted with amiable smiles and gentle demeanor, entirely devoid of the arrogance typically associated with might. Indeed, they were at the transformation of infancy stage. Wang Yiping, sensing the faint yet palpable aura, confirmed the likelihood of the emergence of a transformation of infancy expert from the Tianqin sect. At this moment, the royal residence had gathered over 20 individuals of the Yuanying realm, including a superlative expert of the transformation of infancy. The thought of such a formidable assembly sent shivers down Xia Yu's spine. With these powerful allies, could they not effortlessly obliterate any opposing force? As this realization dawned upon him, Xia Yu was filled with exhilaration, causing his body to tremble slightly with anticipation. In stark contrast, Xia Chen maintained a demeanor of indifference, as if these extraordinary individuals were utterly commonplace. At this moment, Xia Yu truly recognized the disparity between himself and Xia Chen. From the very beginning, their aspirations had never existed on the same plane. In the Grand Hall, the leaders and elders of Ling Tian sect, Tian Xian sect, and Tianwang sect were gathered together. Aside from Dao Cheng of Tian Xian sect, who had attained the infant transformation realm, there were a total of 21 formidable practitioners at the infant realm present. Since everyone is here, let us commence. Xia Yu, please share the details with everyone. Xia Chen remarked, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly. Xia Yu nodded slightly and proceeded to elaborate on the conflict between the great Xia dynasty and the Rain God nation in great detail. It turned out that there were indeed forces bold enough to provoke the great Xia dynasty. Your Highness, the Emperor of Xia, my Tianwang sect is willing to lend a hand in eradicating the Rain God nation, declared Wang Yiping. The leader of the Ling Tian sect, Song Wenjie, cast a glance at Wang Yiping, inwardly cursing him, and then inquired, Emperor Xia, what do we know about the origins of the Rain God nation? How many Yuanying-level cultivators reside within? Aware that the other two sects had brought substantial forces, Song Wenjie understood the necessity of making a commendable impression, especially since he had previously struck Xia Chen's son. He felt compelled to redeem himself quickly, thus displaying an exceptionally proactive demeanor. Xia Yu remarked, according to the latest information I've received, the Rain God Kingdom now boasts 5 formidable Yuanying realm experts. Initially, upon hearing this news, I was taken aback, bewildered as to how the Rain God Kingdom had managed to recruit such a multitude of powerful beings. However, I am no longer intimidated. After all, we have over 20 Yuanying realm experts on our side. What is there to fear? And then, as Xia Yu fell silent, Wang Yiping, the leader of the Tianwang sect, could not restrain his curiosity. Nothing more, Xia Yu replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable under the gaze of the assembled experts. Is that all? The Yuanying experts present exchanged exasperated glances, having expected the Rain God Kingdom to possess greater might, only to discover that their strength was rather insignificant, and yet they dared to provoke us. How audacious of the Rain God Kingdom! With such limited power, Xia, an elder of our ranks, could have easily dispatched them with a mere flick of his hand. Yet, they have summoned the 3 major sects, likely to test our loyalty. Song Wenjie, his eyes darting with scheming thoughts, quickly interjected, it seems the Rain God Kingdom is indeed bold. Elder Xia, allow our Ling Tian sect to take on the task of annihilating the Rain God Kingdom. We guarantee its success. Brother Song, while your Ling Tian sect is indeed formidable, it is possible that the Rain God Kingdom harbors hidden experts. If we were to falter, the consequences would be dire. Thus, my Tianwang sect cannot remain uninvolved. Wang Yiping promptly responded. Dao Cheng shot a disapproving glance at the two and coughed lightly, stating, what sect leader Wang says bears merit. However, given the Rain God Kingdom's audacity, they must have some reliance for their boldness. Should there be any Yuanying realm experts lurking, you may find yourselves at a severe disadvantage. Hence, my Tianxin sect cannot remain aloof. Let us proceed together as 3 sects for mutual assurance. Indeed, Brother Dao Cheng speaks wisely. It would be prudent for our 3 sects to venture forth together, Wang Yiping agreed. As the discussion ensued, they ultimately resolved to jointly confront the Rain God Kingdom. Since both of you have spoken, I have nothing further to add, Song Wenjie thought to himself, cursing the other 2 sects inwardly, yet maintaining a composed exterior as he said, now that we have established our numbers, we must finalize our strategy. I propose we strike directly at the heart of the matter. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Let us head straight for the royal palace of the Rain God Kingdom and capture their king. Dao Cheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, I concur with sect leader Song's proposal. It is a more straightforward and efficient approach. Then it is settled, Wang Yiping affirmed, turning to Xia Chen and inquired, what are your thoughts on this battle strategy? Your Highness and Elder Xia? Xia Yu's lips twitched. He marveled at how decisively the great ones clashed. In stark contrast to their previous reliance on intricate military tactics and elaborate strategies, such straightforward and brutal methods certainly saved a great deal of effort. You all decide. Xia Chen shrugged nonchalantly. He had initially intended to summon the formidable beings of the Ling Tian sect, and with this unexpected assembly, subduing the Rain God Kingdom would surely be a matter of mere moments. Xia Yu nodded in agreement and addressed the assembly, saying, esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, why not take a moment to rest at the great Xia Imperial Palace? I have instructed my servants to prepare songs and dances to welcome you. Oh, songs and dances? How splendid indeed, exclaimed an elder, his eyes sparkling with delight as he nodded vigorously. Since the Emperor of Xia has extended such an invitation, we cannot refuse his generous hospitality. Thus, the group was led by Xia Yu to the great Xia Imperial Palace. As night descended, the palace was alive with joyous revelry, filled with the sounds of music and dance. By the time the clock struck 3, the guests had indulged a bit too much. Even the formidable Yuanying realm cultivators felt a slight dizziness. In the shadows, 3 figures clad in black suddenly emerged, their movements as swift as the wind, employing powerful techniques to conceal their presence as they deftly bypassed numerous guards, making their way to the 100 Flowers Garden. It is said that Xia Yu is meeting distinguished guests in the 100 Flowers Garden, far removed from that old immortal within the palace, providing us with an opportunity to strike. One of the cloaked figures communicated to the others. Indeed, that old immortal has lived for quite some time. But I've heard he is merely at the mid-stage of the Yuanying realm, though severely weakened and still recovering from grave injuries, even if we encounter him. The three of us need not fear. Enough talk, enough talk. Let us first proceed to the 100 Flowers Garden and eliminate Xia Yu. Once he is gone, the great Xia dynasty will be leaderless, and the iron cavalry of the Rain God Kingdom can easily crush the empire. At that moment, Xia Chen, feeling slightly tipsy, gazed up at the luminous moon and could not help but declare aloud, "The moon is bright and the stars are few. The crows fly south. As I circle the tree thrice, on which branch can I depend?" Xia Chen felt that his soul had always been solitary since his arrival in this world. What exquisite poetry! Truly, the prince's literary talent is unparalleled, both in the past and the future. I am utterly in awe of you, my lord. Upon hearing this, Dao Cheng immediately applauded in praise. Soon, the assembly joined in the clapping, showering compliments upon the prince. Xia Chen observed these individuals and could not help but curl his lip in disdain. Do you even comprehend the meaning behind those words? Just mere flattery. There is an aura of menace. 3 initial stage nascent soul cultivators lay hidden behind the flower platform in the southeast. Suddenly, Old Wang leaned closer to Xia Chen and whispered, "Assassins?" Xia Chen's expression shifted, revealing a hint of hostility. It appeared that the visitors bore ill intent. Moreover, they had dispatched 3 nascent soul cultivators simultaneously, possibly sent by the Rain God Kingdom. Ah, how delightful it is to have friends come from afar. To those 3 in the southeast, how do you fare? Xia Chen rose and directed his gaze towards the flower platform mentioned by Old Wang. These individuals had not waited for the great Xia dynasty to seek them out. Instead, they had come forth of their own accord. The representatives from the 3 sects present were utterly bewildered, unsure of Xia Chen's intentions. The 3 assassins from the Rain God Kingdom were similarly perplexed, beginning to communicate telepathically. "Brother, have we been discovered?" One of them quietly inquired. "Impossible. Our concealment techniques are exceedingly sophisticated. Even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle to detect us unless they were specifically on guard. Perhaps that person is simply delusional." The eldest among them replied, "Let us approach later and ascertain whether any nascent soul experts are near Xia Yu. It is currently too distant to judge accurately. We must ensure absolute certainty." "Good." The prince suggested there were individuals nearby. Song Wenjie immediately grasped the implication, his expression turning cold. A powerful aura emanated from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, creating a formidable magnetic field that tightened the hearts of the 3 assassins from the Rain God Kingdom. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Their pupils constricted in horror, utterly astonished that such a formidable presence existed within the great Xia dynasty, an unfathomable reality. However, what shocked them even more, nearly causing them to vomit blood, was yet to come. Wave after wave of nascent soul auras were unleashed, nearly frightening the very souls from their bodies. "Brother, have we stumbled into a den of thieves?" One of the cloaked figures trembled, his lips parched, struggling to articulate his words. Over 20 late-stage nascent soul cultivators surrounded the trio, an imposing formation the Rain God Kingdom had never witnessed before. They had anticipated encountering nascent soul experts within the great Xia dynasty and had prepared accordingly. Yet, they could never have imagined that there would be so many of them. Was the value of nascent soul cultivators so diminished in this era that they appeared in such numbers? "Come forth, you 3. Xia Chen felt a hint of amusement as he observed the 3 foolish figures before him, unaware of the audacity they possessed to venture into the realm of the great Xia dynasty. The 3 men in black emerged with bitter expressions. Having met their demise even before initiating any action, they had been easily subdued. Moreover, did they dare to act now? They simply lacked the courage. For the multitude of Yuan-Ing realm experts surrounding them could easily overwhelm them. What right did a mere foundation establishment cultivator have to bellow commands at us? "Summon your superior." The 3 Yuan-Ing realm practitioners were incensed to see a lowly foundation establishment cultivator audaciously flaunting such arrogance. After all, the authority of Yuan-Ing experts was not to be trifled with. When had it become permissible for a mere foundation establishment waste to defecate upon their heads? How brazen! To show such disrespect towards a prince was tantamount to seeking death. Dao Cheng's eyes glinted coldly as he unleashed the formidable aura of a transformation of infancy expert upon the trio. Transformation of infancy. The 3 men gaped in terror, their spirits nearly shattered. The presence of so many Yuan-Ing realm experts had already been overwhelming, yet now there emerged a transformation of infancy powerhouse. The implications of this were staggering. Even all the Yuan-Ing cultivators present would likely falter against a single expert of the transformation of infancy level. The sight of such an entity in this modest locale transcended their comprehension. Under the weight of this immense pressure, the trio could scarcely hold themselves upright, trembling uncontrollably until they fell to their knees. Dao Cheng unleashed his full power, and the 3 Yuan-Ing realm cultivators could not withstand it. After a mere 4 or 5 seconds of resistance, they succumbed to the terrifying pressure and knelt before the onlookers. At that moment, their hearts were consumed by an overwhelming dread, a fear that transcended mere instinct. "Your Highness, how shall we deal with them?" Dao Cheng inquired respectfully, seeking Xia Chen's counsel. It was then that the 3 assassins from the Rain God Nation comprehended who truly wielded the absolute authority of life and death in this place. It was this seemingly unremarkable foundation establishment cultivator before them, a legendary transformation of infancy expert, who held their fates in his hands. What extraordinary background could this foundation establishment cultivator possess? The ability to command Yuan-Ing realm practitioners suggested an origin beyond imagination, perhaps from a fabled ancient clan, a sacred ground, or an illustrious sect. At that moment, they realized they had offended a figure of monumental significance, someone beyond their reckoning, and were filled with profound regret for their earlier actions. "Do I now possess the qualifications?" Xia Chen inquired with a playful smile, his expression one of bemusement. He was not angered. Rather, he found the misfortune of these 3 individuals rather amusing. Had his system not awakened, he would never have drawn such formidable allies. And the machinations of the Rain God Nation would have surely led to the demise of the great Xia dynasty. Yet, fate had played its hand, for with him, Xia Chen, the great Xia dynasty was destined to endure. As the masks of the 3 black-clad men were removed, their flushed faces were laid bare. "If I am not mistaken, you hail from the Rain God Nation, do you not?" Xia Chen observed the 3 individuals whose faces were flushed with anxiety, yet none dared to utter a word. Their eyes betrayed a growing impatience, which quickly instilled fear in the trio. "Yes," one of them stammered. For they were under the watchful gaze of over 20 formidable beings at the nascent soul stage, not to mention a terrifying presence at the transformation stage. The pressure was immense. Remaining composed without succumbing to terror was a commendable feat. "Goodness, we did not seek you out, yet you have come to us. Your Highness, perhaps we should swiftly eliminate these 3. Song Wenjie glared fiercely, his outrage at the audacity of the Rain God Nation evident in his thunderous voice. "Spare us. Although we are indeed from the Rain God Nation, we have come to seek refuge in the great Xia dynasty." The eldest of the cloaked figures exclaimed hastily. "What nonsense is this? To kill is permissible, but to endure humiliation is not. One may lose their reputation, but life, once lost, cannot be reclaimed." As soon as these words escaped the black-clad man's lips, the assembled crowd rolled their eyes in disbelief. "Is this fellow treating us as fools?" Wang Yiping scoffed in disbelief. "Indeed, it is true that the great Xia dynasty is blessed with fertile lands and peace, a realm we have long admired. We never anticipated that the scoundrels of the Rain God Nation would dare to invade the dynasty. Hence, we 3 brothers decided to depart under the cover of night, eager to pledge our allegiance to the Xia Emperor. However, we never imagined that such a grave misunderstanding would arise today," the older black-clad man hastily clarified. Yes. What my elder brother says is correct. We have truly come to seek refuge," the other 2 cloaked figures chimed in eagerly. "Xiaoyu, it is your responsibility to deal with them now. Dao Cheng, please first seal their cultivation abilities." Xia Chen had little patience left for their empty words. Thus, the 3 brothers found their powers sealed and were imprisoned within the celestial dungeon of the great Xia dynasty. "Your Highness, since the Rain God Nation is so ungrateful, why not take this opportunity to march upon them today and eradicate this insolent lot?" Song Wenjie suggested. Xia Chen nodded and said, "I share the same sentiment. Prepare yourselves. Shortly, we shall embark on the dragon boat of your Ling Tian sect to the Rain God Kingdom." "Understood," Song Wenjie replied with a nod. Meanwhile, within the Tian Wang sect, Xia Bing was in a meditative state. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and 2 beams of golden light shot forth from his gaze. The golden radiance was shrouded in an air of mystery, entwined with ancient, arcane runes. The power of these runes emanated an aura of sovereign authority. "Oh, so you are the Emperor's scripture," Xia Bing murmured softly, lifting his gaze slightly. Xia Bing had always been unaware of the nature of the pages within her mind, only knowing that they were a treasure of unparalleled value. Not only did they continuously refine her meridians, but they also significantly accelerated her cultivation speed. However, today, as Xia Bing delved deeper into her practice and comprehension of that golden page, she finally discerned its name, which resonated like a secret technique of cultivation. In the depths of the eastern wasteland, at the heart of the abyss of death, a golden coffin began to tremble gently. The tomb keeper, seated nearby, changed countenance, his body quivering slightly. "You mean to say, the Earth's sovereign has manifested?" The tomb keeper's heart swelled with surprise and elation, while the golden coffin fell silent once more. After millennia, the Earth's sovereign had finally appeared. "May you grow strong, and, when the time is ripe, I shall return to escort you." The tomb keeper gazed into the distance, his pupils as dark as ink, seemingly capable of piercing through the barriers of time and space. Above the imperial city of the Great Xia dynasty, an enormous dragon boat soared into the sky, gradually vanishing into the horizon. If all went as planned, they would reach the palace of the rain god's kingdom before dawn. As Xia Chen indulged in a moment of tranquility, he was unexpectedly jolted by the voice of the system, filling him with immense joy. "Congratulations, host. Your son has become the Earth Monarch. You have achieved the title of Imperial Father. Would you like to claim your achievement reward?" "Earth Monarch? Imperial Father?" Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the terminology. However, the title of Earth Monarch seemed rather impressive, and it appeared that he had benefited from his son's accomplishments, earning the title of Imperial Father. Yet, he was uncertain whether it was Xia Bing or Xia Tian who had attained the status of Earth Monarch. This revelation also imparted a degree of pressure upon Xia Chen. Both of his sons possessed extraordinary talents, threatening to overshadow him completely. He realized he must double his efforts without delay. "I will claim the reward," he promptly declared. "Congratulations, host. You have received 100,000 achievement points in the Monarch's Halo, a staggering total of 100,000 points. Xia Chen could hardly contain his astonishment. Such unexpected fortune had come upon him so suddenly. Previously, he had been frugal, diligently signing in daily to accumulate activity points, which had only amounted to a few dozen. With a stroke of luck, unlocking a task achievement might yield a few hundred points, but now he was bestowed with a remarkable 100,000 points, leaving him elated beyond measure. And that was not all. Suddenly, Xia Chen noticed a golden circle materializing before him, which swiftly merged into his very being. Xia Chen speculated that this must be the aura of a monarch. Once the aura assimilated into his being, a sense of formidable majesty emanated from within him. Although Xia Chen could not fully comprehend this sensation, he felt an undeniable change within himself. With the acquisition of such a plethora of points and the royal aura, it was evident even to Xia Chen that the Earth Monarch was extraordinarily powerful. He even entertained the thought of someday aspiring to become an Earth Monarch himself, believing that the rewards of such an achievement would far surpass any accolades his son could bestow upon him. In the kingdom of Rain God, as dawn approached, the royal palace remained vibrant with song and dance, illuminated and bustling with activity. The emperor of the Rain God Kingdom, filled with confidence and vigor, envisioned a promising future for his realm. In just a few days, the territory of the Rain God Kingdom would expand significantly, ushering in its most formidable era in history. Moreover, once the night passed and the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty met his demise, it would signify the near conclusion of the conflict. At that point, the armies of the Rain God Kingdom would march southward to conquer the Great Xia dynasty, and with the emperor's death, the morale of the opposing forces would undoubtedly waver, allowing the Rain God Kingdom to easily engulf the Great Xia dynasty. The Rain God Emperor harbored no concerns regarding the assassination attempt on Xiaoyu. After all, the assassins dispatched were 3 cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Even if they encountered the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, they possessed sufficient means for self-preservation. Thus, the assassination operation appeared almost foolproof. At that moment, a sudden rumbling noise emanated from outside, creating a stir within the palace. Just as the Rain God Emperor was about to express his anger, a heavy voice resonated nearby. An ominous presence approached. The elderly man seated beside the emperor, with white hair, shifted his gaze, revealing a look of alertness. The woman beside him also quickly gathered her composure, as if bracing for an imminent threat. Seeing the 2 nascent soul cultivators react in such a manner, the Rain God Emperor dared not utter another word. Just then, a soldier rushed in, visibly flustered, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, a massive unidentified flying object, nearly 100 meters in size, has suddenly appeared above our royal city. What? Nearly 100 meters. The rain god emperor's expression turned pale. Typically, flying artifacts utilized by cultivators measure only a few meters, and those exceeding several dozen meters are exceedingly rare. The presence of such a colossal flying object indicated the arrival of significant figures in the rain god kingdom. It was highly probable that individuals from major sects had come, for only they possessed such immense flying vessels. An unsettling premonition seized the elderly nascent soul cultivator, prompting him to urge everyone to prepare for the unexpected. "We shall observe the unfolding situation," the elderly woman remarked, her countenance reflecting concern. "Yuting, you shall lead us out to greet them and discern their purpose for visiting the Rain God Kingdom." Emperor Yutong of the Rain God Kingdom nodded, adjusting his attire, and led the group out of the grand hall, where they beheld the enormous flying vessel. "If my memory serves me right, this emblem appears to be that of the Ling Tian sect," the elder conveyed telepathically to the elder woman. "I am Yutong of the Rain God Kingdom. I was unaware of your esteemed presence and apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please do not take offense," Yutong called out, demonstrating ample respect. With a thunderous roar, the colossal dragon boat descended. Yutong gazed at the figures aboard the vessel, bending at the waist to a 90-degree angle, overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from them, so potent that it rendered him breathless. 21 cultivators at the nascent soul stage, the white-haired elder exclaimed in astonishment. The elderly woman, equally serious, shook her head and remarked, "There is more. There is also a formidable being at the infant transformation stage. An infant transformation powerhouse." The elder silently pondered, feeling as if his heart were tightening in anxiety. In any realm, a being of such caliber was an unattainable and awe-inspiring force. Yutong's heart was a tumult of joy and trepidation. He rejoiced at the arrival of such powerful beings in the Rain God Kingdom, hopeful for the chance to forge connections, yet feared that their intentions might spell catastrophe for his realm. What audacity you have, Rain God Kingdom. We did not seek you out, yet you dared to act against us." From the dragon boat, Wang Yiping scoffed, his words laced with an icy malice. At this proclamation, Yutong stumbled, nearly collapsing, realizing that these formidable figures had come to instigate trouble. "May I inquire, esteemed lords, if there is some misunderstanding between us?" Yutong implored. A desperate smile forced upon his face, almost on the verge of tears. "Do cease your laughter. Your smile is more wretched than your tears." Xia Chen leaped down from the dragon boat, standing before Yutong, exasperated by his insincerity. "Now, you have two choices. First, submit to the great Xia dynasty, and you may be granted the title of a local lord. Second, face the annihilation of your Rain God Kingdom. The choice is yours." Yutong raised his gaze slightly, scrutinizing the speaker, a middle-aged man with white hair. Though his appearance seemed ordinary, an aura emanated from him that inspired reverence. This presence was reminiscent of the imperial majesty of the supreme ruler, and Yutong felt an instinctive recognition that this mysterious figure was born to be a sovereign. I, of the Rain God Kingdom, willingly submit," Yutong declared, half kneeling on the ground in a gesture of respect, for he saw no alternative. "Those who understand the times are indeed the wise." Xia Chen chuckled lightly, finding this outcome within his expectations. In the face of life and death, few choose to stand and perish. Rather, they are accustomed to kneeling to survive. Subsequently, Xia Chen located the underground palace of the Rain God Nation. This was a task within the system, and having conquered the Rain God Nation, it was only natural to complete the associated missions. Yutong informed Xia Chen that the underground palace was, in fact, the altar of the Rain God Nation. However, after centuries of worship, it seemed the altar had never exhibited any peculiar phenomenon. Constructed from pure white jade, the altar was adorned with intricate carvings of rare beasts and ancient symbols, resembling an ancient magical array. Dao Cheng, the oldest among them, immediately discerned the altar's unique qualities. "Oh?" Xia Chen felt a spark of curiosity and began to study the altar. The others, however, displayed little interest and followed Yutong to the royal palace for enjoyment. What a trivial object, it seems merely for decoration. Xia Chen had anticipated that the location mentioned by the system would harbor treasures, believing the altar concealed riches. Thus, he quickly sent the others away, only to find that after several hours of investigation, he had discovered nothing of value. Frustrated, Xia Chen, known for his fiery temper, kicked the altar, causing it to crack. With a series of sharp sounds, the altar instantly became riddled with fissures. Yet the symbols upon it began to emit a radiant glow, releasing streams of golden vapor. This essence resembled the aura of a monarch. Surely, it must be something precious. Without hesitation, Xia Chen sat cross-legged to meditate. At that moment, the monarch's aura materialized beneath him, fervently absorbing the golden vapor, while countless streams of spiritual energy surged towards him, assimilating into his body. As he absorbed the golden vapor, the color of the monarch's aura deepened slightly. Once he had fully absorbed the energy, Xia Chen kept his eyes closed, his pores wide open, greedily taking in the spiritual essence. After half an hour, he experienced a breakthrough, advancing from the initial to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. This enhancement in strength brought about a remarkable improvement in his physical condition. Xia Chen felt an indescribable sense of comfort as his meridians expanded. The heart of the sage within him radiated a mysterious power, nourishing his body and elevating his physical aptitude to a new pinnacle. After reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment, Xia Chen ceased his advancement. As the saying goes, a shaky foundation leads to great upheaval. He preferred to consolidate his progress rather than hastily elevate his realm. Underground Palace of the Rain God Nation unlocked. Reward, 2,000 points. After the cultivation session, the voice of the system resonated. Observing the altar that he had shattered, from which golden gas wafted, Xia Chen fell into contemplation. He had once heard that dynasties favored accumulating dragon fortune, also known as national fortune. The greater the accumulation, the more robust the dynasty's fate would become. When amassed to a certain extent, profound transformations would occur within the dynasty, such as the emergence of prodigies among the royal family, the expansion of territorial boundaries, and a favorable climate. However, it seemed that the national fortune of the Rain God Kingdom had been entirely absorbed by Xia Chen. After this absorption, he sensed that he had gained a mysterious power, which, if he were not mistaken, was bestowed upon him by the aura of kingship. Yet now, the Rain God Kingdom no longer existed, having become a vassal state, and with the utilization of this national fortune, Xia Chen felt justified. He harbored an inkling that this enigmatic power of kingship would prove immensely beneficial in the future, though his current understanding was limited, and he had not yet fully unearthed its value. Exiting the subterranean palace, Xia Chen smiled with satisfaction. He had but one final objective in the Rain God Kingdom, to uncover its legacy. As for the reason behind seeking the legacy, he sensed that the Rain God Kingdom was far from simple beneath its surface. Thus, he summoned Yuting to inquire about the relevant details. Legacy? Yuting pondered for a moment before responding, Your Highness, if we trace the origin of our Rain God Kingdom's legacy, it should lead us to the Rain God Temple. The Rain God Temple? Xia Chen questioned. Indeed, the Rain God Temple houses a revered azure dragon, and each emperor of the Rain God Kingdom has traditionally paid homage there annually. Over countless years, the kingdom has enjoyed bountiful harvests and peace, as if the Rain God Temple exerted a latent influence. Given this, we should visit the Rain God Temple, Xia Chen nodded. However, at that moment, Song Wenjie entered with a troubled expression. Your Highness, the two nascent soul couples have vanished. Song Wenjie lamented, feeling vexed. He had sensed something amiss with the elderly couple and had not anticipated that they would truly be lost. Xia Chen glanced at Yuting, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. Despite this young man's apparent submission to them, he now appeared rather untrustworthy. Your Highness, spare me. I am not acquainted with Lord Longyu and his wife. Yuting was taken aback and hurriedly began to explain to the two individuals. It turned out that the elderly couple had only recently arrived in the kingdom of Rain God within the past month. They proclaimed themselves to be emissaries of the Rain God, sent to assist in expanding the kingdom's territory. It was precisely due to the sudden inclusion of two formidable Yuan-ing realm experts that the kingdom of Rain God harbored ambitions towards the great Xia dynasty. However, what was initially assumed to be an effortless endeavor soon revealed the profound depth of the great Xia dynasty's foundations, leaving him utterly astonished. The kingdom of Rain God had expended vast resources to secretly cultivate three Yuan-ing realm experts, positioning themselves among the top tier of nearby dynasties. Yet, after being dispatched to the great Xia dynasty, those experts had never returned, and it was now evident that they had been captured by the great Xia dynasty. This predicament greatly distressed Yuting, who fervently hoped that Xia Chen would show mercy towards the three Yuan-ing cultivators. Quite intriguing, Xia Chen remarked with a smile. The fact that the elderly couple had maneuvered beneath their very noses was indeed impressive. However, should they capture them again, Xia Chen had no intention of being so lenient. Your Highness, perhaps we should first visit the Rain God Temple, suggested Song Wenjie. Xia Chen nodded and said, You may proceed. I have some matters to attend to. Should you encounter those individuals again, do not hesitate, eliminate them without mercy. Having just transcended to a new realm, Xia Chen understood the importance of not rushing his progress and needed time to solidify his foundation. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall show no leniency. Song Wenjie replied with a gentle smile, harboring thoughts of dismembering the elderly couple. With that, he took his leave. Yuding, I have faith in you. But do not betray the trust one have placed in you. Strive diligently for the glory of the great Xia dynasty. Your rewards will be plentiful. Now, find me a relatively quiet room, Xia Chen instructed after Song Wenjie had departed. Yuding readily agreed, voicing heartfelt affirmations of loyalty. After approximately 2 hours had passed, Xia Chen finally fortified his cultivation and stepped outside. Your Highness, you have finally emerged. When Xia Chen arrived outside, Wang Yiping, Song Wenjie, Dao Cheng, and others were anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Xia Chen, they hurried over. Are you injured? Xia Chen looked at Dao Cheng, sensing that his aura was somewhat unstable. After careful observation, he furrowed his brow. Dao Cheng was indeed a formidable being at the infant transformation stage, nearly invincible in this region. However, the fact that he bore even a slight injury indicated that the Rain God Temple was indeed formidable. Dao Cheng nodded and remarked, It's merely a minor injury. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. This is also the reason we have been waiting for you here. He then recounted the group's encounters after heading to the Rain God Temple. When the 3 sects arrived, the elderly couple was indeed within the temple, leading to a fierce confrontation. What struck the crowd as peculiar was the extraordinary strength exhibited by the elderly couple near the Rain God Temple. Although they were only in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, they displayed combat prowess that was alarmingly close to the infant transformation level. Ultimately, it was only through the direct intervention of the 3 sect leaders, combined with Dao Cheng's strength, that the couple was slain. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the astonishing secret they uncovered within the Rain God Temple. The statue of the Azure Dragon was anything but ordinary, as it harbored the remnant soul of a true dragon. After battling with the true dragon's remnant soul, Dao Cheng discovered a drop of essence blood within the statue. This single drop of true dragon blood contained the consciousness of the dragon. The 4 divine beasts, among them the dragon clan, were once supreme rulers during the ancient times, holding a revered status. However, due to numerous cataclysms over the eons and the relentless rise of humanity, which led to the frenzied hunting of these ancient beings, many ancient divine beast species have reached the brink of extinction. The dragon clan is immensely powerful, encompassing many branches, with the Azure Dragon being one of the most formidable. Yet, many hold misconceptions about the Azure Dragon. Many believe that the Azure Dragon is simply a dragon, which is inaccurate. Dragons are a species comprising both males and females, capable of reproduction and mortality. In contrast, the Azure Dragon is a singular, asexual entity, unique in existence, devoid of a biological life limit. This uniqueness contributes to the Azure Dragon's might, while also rendering it exceedingly rare. Thus, the 4 divine beasts were named after the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger, illustrating the exalted status of the Azure Dragon within the Dragon Clan. Therefore, the remnant soul of the Azure Dragon within the Rain God Temple undoubtedly has an extraordinary origin. If humanity could obtain such divine beast blood, it could be integrated into oneself, not only cleansing the marrow but also enhancing one's cultivation talent and raising the upper limits of their training. It is essential to understand that every cultivator's martial vein is innate, and there are few heavenly materials and earthly treasures capable of enhancing a cultivator's talent. Among these treasures, divine beast blood is one of them. Previously, the 3 sects believed that Xia Chen's desire to subdue the pure Rain Kingdom was merely a frivolous endeavor. Due to the eccentricities of influential figures, they have come to realize that Xia Chen's actions were meticulously planned. Treasures such as the blood of a true dragon evoke envy even among other formidable beings, for even if one has no use for it, bequeathing such a gift to one's descendants to foster exceptional heirs is indeed a commendable endeavor. The members of the 3 major sects now hold Xia Chen's strategic brilliance in high esteem. Who could have anticipated that such a rare artifact lay hidden within this modest secular realm? However, the drop of Azure Dragon's essence had been nurtured for an extensive period, resulting in a remarkably potent remnant soul. Astonishingly, even with over 20 nascent soul experts and an infant transformation practitioner, they returned empty-handed, with the most powerful among them, Dao Cheng, sustaining injuries. According to Dao Cheng, the remnant soul of the Azure Dragon, having drawn strength from the essence, has become an independent entity. With merely several tens of thousands of years, it may evolve into a true divine beast, the Azure Dragon. Presently, this young Azure Dragon has ascended to a level comparable to that of the mid-stage infant transformation, which is why the formidable beings from the three sects were thwarted. Your Highness, this extraordinary entity has developed an intelligence akin to that of ordinary people, and its strength is beyond expectation. It seems that only your direct intervention may suffice to subdue it, Dao Qing remarked with a hint of humility. Xia Chen cast a glance at a few individuals, pondering the sheer misfortune of it all. Over 20 cultivators at the Yuan-Ing realm combined had failed to extract even a single drop of blood from their opponent. A truly embarrassing spectacle. However, if they had not even managed to engage with the Dao, the situation became considerably more troublesome. Lacking powerful experience cards himself, he was left with only the two strikes of the Supreme Being. Utilizing such formidable power against a mere remnant of a mid-stage infant transformation, the Qinglong, would undoubtedly be a waste. Thus, Xia Chen resolved to search within the system for an appropriate item capable of directly absorbing the blood essence of the Qinglong. System. Do you possess any treasures that can absorb the true dragon blood of a mid-stage infant transformation? Xia Chen activated the voice mode of the system, which promptly presented over 50 kinds of magical treasures. These artifacts varied greatly, with most being unfamiliar to Xia Chen. Yet, he eventually discovered a rather suitable item, the dragon-suppressing bottle. The dragon-suppressing bottle was specially forged for cultivators to capture dragon kind, intricately embedded with a dragon confinement formation. Upon encountering a dragon, the bottle would automatically activate to ensnare it, requiring a cultivator of at least the infant transformation realm to wield it, lest it provoke a backlash. This is the one. Xia Chen decisively exchanged 3,000 points for the dragon-suppressing bottle. Though there were superior treasures available, they demanded considerably more points. In terms of cost-effectiveness, the dragon-suppressing bottle ranked relatively high among the myriad of items, given the numerous taboos associated with my own abilities. The successful subjugation of this Qinglong will depend on your efforts. Xia Chen fabricated an elaborate tale, then added, I possess a treasure known as the dragon-suppressing bottle, capable of subduing dragons from all corners of the world. However, it comes at a considerable cost to those at the Yuan-Ing realm. I wonder if any among you can undertake this task for me? Xia Chen retrieved the Zhenlong bottle, from which emanated a formidable wave of power, intricately adorned with the carvings of 9 black dragons and enigmatic runes. However, judging by the intensity of the energy, this artifact merely belonged to the infant transformation level. Although the power of an infant transformation artifact is not to be underestimated, it remains relative. The Azure Dragon of the mid-infant transformation stage, despite being merely a drop of essence blood, possessed an ancient lineage, and to provoke it with the power of a Yuan-Ing realm cultivator would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, having previously assisted Dao Cheng in combat against this Azure Dragon, it was evident that aside from Dao Cheng, who could engage it for several hundred exchanges, the other Yuan-Ing realm cultivators could scarcely manage even a superficial confrontation. The true form of the Azure Dragon was undoubtedly terrifying. Even if it were reduced to a mere drop of essence blood, the faint aura it exuded instilled a profound dread in their hearts, leaving them without the courage to confront the Azure Dragon. Upon this inquiry, the crowd exchanged hesitant glances, uncertainty filling the air. Is there truly no one? Xia Chen furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of displeasure. These individuals, who typically vied for his favor, now seemed to shrink back at the moment of need, proving to be of little use. I shall, Song Wenjie declared, gritting his teeth as he stepped forward, assuring, rest assured, Senior, I will confront that beast, even at the cost of my life. Beside him, Wang Yiping hesitated, a faint sigh escaping his lips. After all, this was a gamble with one's very life at stake, and he could not bring himself to do so. He had just grasped the opportunity to break through to the infant transformation stage. To perish now would leave him restless even in the afterlife. If he were to die, he would do so only after transcending to the infant transformation stage. Song Wenjie's fearless demeanor pleased Xia Chen, who patted his shoulder and remarked, You are commendable. Great prospects await you. Song Wenjie nodded repeatedly. Ever since the last banquet where he had unwittingly struck Xia Chen, he had sought a chance to atone for his transgression. Now, with the opportunity presented by the Rain God Kingdom, he had not expected the other two sects to join in. Though capturing the Azure Dragon's soul was fraught with peril, fortune often lies within misfortune. If they could endure this trial, it would undoubtedly elevate the status of the Ling Tian sect in Xia Chen's eyes, a prospect too enticing to dismiss. Moreover, while the artifact may be of the infant transformation level, it was bestowed by Xia Chen himself, suggesting it was no ordinary item. Thus, the outcome of this endeavor remained uncertain, be it success or failure. Wang Yiping stood nearby, feeling a pang of jealousy, for in the memories of those present, Xia Chen had never before praised anyone in such a manner. And great prospects await. This seemingly foretells a future for Song Wenjie that is difficult to fathom. For someone as influential as Xia Chen, even a mere opportunity could suffice to benefit these nascent soul practitioners for a lifetime. Reflecting on this, Wang Yiping suddenly felt a twinge of regret. In his previous state of heightened anxiety, he had failed to consider the broader picture, thus missing such a monumental opportunity. Although it was a gamble with his life at stake, with such a formidable figure present, how could one disregard their own fate? Let us go. Take me to see that azure dragon, Xia Chen commanded. Are you coming along, senior? That is splendid. Song Wenjie, who had previously worn a face of despair, instantly beamed with joy and soared into the air. With such a powerful ally by their side, what could the azure dragon accomplish? If Xia Chen were to intervene, it would be a mere matter of a single strike. As for the recent incident involving the infant transformation level artifact, it was likely just a test of their loyalty. And since he had withstood this trial, it was no wonder the senior had implied that his future was boundless. Thus, Song Wenjie was nearly overwhelmed with emotion at Xia Chen's affirmation, feeling an immense gratitude that made him reflect that his recent actions might have been the most sagacious decision of his life. On the other hand, the others, particularly Wang Yiping, were growing increasingly agitated, their faces flushed with frustration and regret. Had he known that Xia Chen would accompany them, he would never have turned down such an extraordinary opportunity. Now, their standing within the Heavenly King sect would certainly diminish. Observing Song Wenjie's smug expression, Wang Yiping felt a surge of resentment, envy, and bitterness. Although Xia Bing was currently maintaining the relationship between the Heavenly King sect and Xia Chen, it was clear that Xia Chen had ulterior motives in sending her there. In essence, Xia Bing may not harbor deep feelings for the sect, meaning their fate was largely inconsequential to Xia Chen. Soon, the spirited Song Wenjie and his companions led Xia Chen into a rainforest. The Rain God Temple was situated at the heart of this verdant expanse. Ever since Dao Cheng's battle with the Azure Dragon, a subtle pressure had pervaded the entire rainforest. Senior, that Azure Dragon seemed to have existed for eons. When it merely glanced at me, I felt my very soul tremble. I feared that had it not shown mercy, we might not have returned, Song Wenjie expressed as they journeyed. Fear not, I shall handle everything, Xia Chen replied with an air of tranquility, appearing quite at ease. After all, their goal was merely to locate the legacy of the Rain God. They were now merely assessing whether this Azure Dragon was indeed the key to that legacy. If so, it would be captured. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Song Wenjie felt reassured and continued to guide him through the hidden paths, while behind them, Wang Yiping could only lament, feeling as if he had aged several years in just a few short hours. Senior, that is the Rain God Temple, he announced. At last, Song Wenjie pointed towards a certain direction. In an expansive area stood a palace towering dozens of feet high, majestic and imposing. One glance revealed the marks of time etched upon its structure. Approaching the Rain God Palace, many Yuaning realm cultivators wore solemn expressions. For the formidable dragon aura was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Master Song, let us commence, Xia Chen yawned, appearing languid. Observing Xia Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Song Wenjie felt a surge of confidence and ascended into the air. Dragon suppression bottle, arise, he bellowed, pouring a tremendous amount of spiritual energy into the vessel. The dragon patterns on the bottle seemed to come alive, writhing as it emanated a profound black light. Simultaneously, the bottle expanded rapidly, growing to the size of a person in the blink of an eye. Buzzing filled the air as the Rain God Palace suddenly trembled violently, radiating a blinding azure light. The clash between the azure and black luminescence caught Song Wenjie off guard, causing him to grunt in discomfort, compelling him to intensify his output of spiritual energy. However, to the astonishment of all, the immense azure light was absorbed into the dragon suppression bottle. Witnessing this, Song Wenjie let out a hearty laugh. Despite the considerable toll it took on him, causing his complexion to pale, joy flickered across his face. Roar. At that moment, a thunderous dragon roar echoed, filled with fury, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. I have spared you, recognizing the difficulty of your cultivation, yet you dare to return. Since you remain so obstinate, prepare to perish here. An ancient, resonant voice emanated from the Rain God Palace, followed by an eruption of brilliant light. The blinding azure radiance compelled everyone to shut their eyes. In the next instant, the entire Rain God Palace soared into the air, charging directly towards the dragon suppression bottle. The Rain God Palace is indeed a divine artifact, Wang Yiping exclaimed instinctively. The artifact's azure light eclipsed the sky, its power unfathomable, undoubtedly of a very high grade. Bang! The dragon suppression bottle was knocked down by the Rain God Palace, causing Song Wenjie to spout blood, his face ashen, plummeting from the sky, his vitality waning. After the rain god palace ascended, a 10-foot-long azure dragon spiraled upward as well. Behold the azure dragon! Xia Chen's expression betrayed a hint of excitement. Legends of divine dragons existed in his past life, yet he never imagined witnessing one in this world. The fallen dragon suppression bottle vibrated ominously, and the dragon-binding formation within unleashed a surge of black light towards the azure dragon. Dragon suppression bottle. The azure dragon spoke once more, its voice tinged with fear. Yet it continued, to think that a mere infant-level dragon suppression bottle seeks to subjugate me is the height of absurdity. Within the azure eyes of the Qinglong, a beam of cerulean light shot forth, colliding with the dark shadow that surged forward. It is evident that the ungoverned Jinlong bottle stood no chance against the mighty Qinglong. In an instant, the ebony light was shattered, and the azure energy surged forth unabated, striking the Jinlong bottle with great force. The immense pressure emanating from the Qinglong sent chills down the spines of the nascent soul cultivators present, prompting them to glance towards Xia Chen. The Qinglong coiled majestically in the air, surveying the throng of human insects below. However, when its gaze fell upon a middle-aged man with flowing white hair, the dragon's eyes narrowed instinctively. This individual exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he regarded the Qinglong with an unsettling calmness. Such a serene gaze lingered vividly in the Qinglong's memory, reminiscent of encounters from a time when its true form still existed. It had previously faced such eyes, belonging to a being of unparalleled power, capable of obliterating a star with a mere gesture and traversing the vast expanse of time with a flick of a finger. Just a single glance had once caused the Qinglong's true form to shatter, its essence dispersed into the ether. A figure of such caliber was beyond anything the Qinglong had ever witnessed in its lifetime. Countless fragmented memories from epochs long past flooded its mind, invoking the image of that earth-shattering man, forever etched in its memory. Xia Chen stood still, a contemplative expression gracing his features. The azure dragon before him possessed formidable strength, so much so that even the dragon suppression bottle could not contain it. While part of this was attributable to Song Wenjie being merely a nascent soul stage cultivator, unable to fully harness the bottle's power, it was undeniable that the dragon's might was indeed impressive. No wonder even Dao Chung could barely withstand a few blows before sustaining injuries. Xia Chen mused that even with a card embodying the prowess of a late-stage transformation of the infant, subduing the creature would not be guaranteed. Though he had other tactics at his disposal, he hesitated. The power of the Supreme Being was astonishingly fearsome, and employing it against this dragon would be an extravagant misuse of resources. Furthermore, should he mishandle the Supreme Being's might and inadvertently obliterate the azure dragon, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. Alternatively, perhaps he could experiment with the aura of a monarch? Xia Chen stroked his chin, pondering the enigmatic power bestowed upon him by the Emperor's halo, which he had yet to utilize. If the Emperor's halo proved ineffective, he could always resort to the might of the Supreme Being. Thus, Xia Chen began to concentrate, closing his eyes to meditate on the mysterious forces that the Emperor's halo had imparted to him. It appeared as if the halo was akin to a form of mental energy. As he focused his mind, a radiant golden ring manifested behind him. The azure dragon spiraled above, a divine beast born from a mere drop of blood. Despite its diminutive form, it possessed an innate sense of danger. Acutely aware that the seemingly insignificant individual below emanated an unsettling aura. Moreover, it discerned that the more formidable cultivators on the ground appeared to rally around this white-haired figure, suggesting that he was far from ordinary. Particularly disturbing was the faint yet palpable energy radiating from the man, which seemed to suppress the dragon's very bloodline, inciting a sudden surge of agitation within it. This revelation astonished the azure dragon. After all, it boasted one of the most prestigious bloodlines of the dragon clan, and few beings could ever hope to overshadow such lineage. A swift resolution was imperative to avert any unforeseen complications. The azure dragon's gaze shifted, a chill enveloping it as it resolved to take immediate action without delay. With a resounding roar that pierced the air, a cerulean orb of energy coalesced at the tip of its horns. This orb pulsed with a terrifying aura, crackling with faint lightning, expanding ominously as its intensity grew. The palpable energy sent shivers down the spines of the array of nascent soul cultivators below. Had Xia Chen not been present, they would have fled without a moment's hesitation. The golden halo beneath Xia Chen's feet grew increasingly solid. Simultaneously, the mysterious aura emanating from him intensified. This presence not only instilled a sense of submission within the heart of the azure dragon, but also compelled the distant Yuaning elders to feel an urge to prostrate themselves. It was the essence of a true sovereign of the human race, an aura seemingly etched into the very soul of humanity. For the born rulers of mankind, There existed an innate reverence, profound and unwavering. Perhaps the sects had previously yielded to Xia Chen due to his formidable power, yet now, their respect stemmed from the depths of their souls. This was the essence of a monarch. An aged Yuaning elder involuntarily exclaimed, trembling hands revealing his excitement, as tears glimmered in his dimmed eyes. A monarch? The monarch of Earth? Wang Yiping gazed intently at Xia Chen, his thoughts escaping him as he shouted. The monarch of Earth. Though the crowd may not fully grasp the true significance of the monarch of Earth, they had, to some extent, heard of the legends surrounding him. In ancient times, humanity was exceedingly weak, often becoming prey for other races. Yet, through countless epochs, humanity gradually rose, elevating its status among the myriad races, led each time by the monarch of Earth. Born under the mandate of heaven, the monarch of Earth stood as a source of pride for humanity and represented its most formidable foundation. No one knew the full extent of the monarch's power. They only understood that, throughout the ages, each generation of the monarch of Earth provided humanity with the confidence to stand against all others. Thus, countless individuals harbored profound respect for the monarch, the true king of the human race. Now, with the emergence of the monarch of Earth, it undoubtedly heralded a resounding and magnificent symphony for humanity in the vast world teeming with diverse races. The aura emanating from Xia Chen grew increasingly potent, not as a result of a mere enhancement of strength, but rather an enigmatic presence that seemed capable of subjugating the heavens. The azure dragon's eyes suddenly narrowed, as if a realization dawned upon it. Its massive form trembled violently, and the terrifying energy gathered upon its horns erupted explosively. In that moment, the azure dragon was utterly terrified. No wonder this individual's presence felt so oppressive. Even its own draconic lineage was being suppressed. Indeed, it was the aura of that person. Unmistakably so. The azure dragon was engulfed in fear. It could no longer recall the visage of that individual. Yet the memory of that terrifying aura remained vividly etched in its mind. Everyone, unite and assist me. Once more, unleash the dragon suppression bottle. Song Wenjia, having regained some composure, observed that Xia Chen seemed unable to engage. Thus, he formed a hand seal and immediately began to manipulate the dragon suppression bottle once again. The other nascent soul experts nodded in agreement, unhesitatingly channeling their spiritual energy to Song Wenjia. In an instant, chaos reigned as the skies darkened and sand and stones swirled about. The black light of the dragon suppression bottle erupted, transforming into an all-encompassing shroud of darkness, expanding the formation to envelop the azure dragon. The dragon confinement formation activated fully, instilling profound fear within the azure dragon. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The azure dragon failed to seize the fleeting opportunity to escape, inadvertently finding itself ensnared and further intimidated by Xia Chen's aura, which disrupted its composure. No, it is not him. Although this individual shares a similar aura, he has yet to truly mature. The azure dragon let out a low growl, still shaken but retaining a semblance of rationality. There remained a glimmer of hope. If it fought with all its might, perhaps a chance at survival would present itself. Once free, it vowed never to return to this cursed place, to flee as far as possible. Who could have anticipated that in such a remote and desolate locale, a figure of such monumental prowess would emerge? The azure dragon was genuinely afraid. It had initially planned to cautiously cultivate, spending thousands of years leisurely restoring its primordial power, only to encounter such a formidable entity unexpectedly. Seizing the opportunity while that person had yet to unleash their full potential, the azure dragon resolved to exert itself to the utmost, striving for a sliver of survival. In an instant, a powerful and terrifying aura erupted throughout the entire rainforest. The rain god nation had, in fact, been meticulously crafted by the azure dragon as an ideal cultivation ground. Particularly this rainforest, a sanctuary of its own making, would greatly enhance its combat prowess within its own territory. Unrepentant dragon, ancestor dragon incarnate. The azure dragon roared defiantly at the heavens, its scales shimmering with a blood-red glow. In a desperate battle against the odds, the azure dragon expended tremendous cost to invoke the draconic sorcery embedded within its essence, potentially jeopardizing millennia of accumulation in an instant. However, in the face of life and death, the azure dragon could no longer afford to hesitate. Upon invoking the azure dragon's mystical arts, it expanded to an astonishing several hundred feet, its might unparalleled. The colossal azure dragon, stretching over 100 feet, obscured the heavens and eclipsed the sun, effortlessly shattering the array laid by the dragon suppression bottle. The cultivators from the three sects were left reeling, spitting blood, some even succumbing to a violent backlash, falling unconscious. Song Wenjie suffered 2 severe blows, blood gushing from all 7 orifices, his face drenched in crimson, his aura further diminished, causing his cultivation level to plummet back to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The immense dragon had opened its abyssal maw, lunging towards Xia Chen, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Impudence! Xia Chen abruptly opened his eyes, radiating an aura of majestic grandeur, his gaze imbued with resplendent golden light. Simultaneously, towering ethereal palaces emerged behind him, resembling the celestial realm. Accompanying these magnificent structures were countless spectral manifestations of rare and exotic beasts, including the vermilion bird, white tiger, phoenix, Qilin, and divine dragon. At a glance, Xia Chen appeared as a deity descended from the heavens, and his voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the 9 heavens. We pay homage to the sovereign of earth. The remaining conscious cultivators knelt in reverence, calling out to Xia Chen, who embodied the essence of the earth sovereign, a being of extraordinary destiny akin to a divine entity. Wang Yiping's heart trembled with awe, having been well acquainted with the legends of the earth sovereign since childhood. He had considered them mere figments of imagination. Yet today, he bore witness to the manifestation of the earth sovereign himself. What he had presumed to be merely an exceptional individual who had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation turned out to be the legendary earth sovereign, the king of humanity. The emergence of such an existence in the desolate expanse of the eastern wilderness signified the impending resurgence of a land that had remained dormant for millennia. In the era prior to the fall of the human emperor sect, this territory was known as the Eastern Victory Divine Land, a place of remarkable talent and spiritual essence, ideal for cultivation. However, following the demise of the human emperor sect, the essence of Tao was shattered, leading to a decline in talent. And the Eastern Victory Divine Land gradually transformed into the present Eastern Wilderness, a barren realm devoid of strong cultivators, where prodigies fled. Wang Yiping glanced at the ailing Song Wenjie, who, despite his weakened state, still retained consciousness. Bowing in homage to Xia Chen with the support of an elder from the Ling Tian sect, Wang Yiping was engulfed by feelings of regret and frustration. The Earth Sovereign, embodying the mandate of heaven, possessed unparalleled strength. It was evident that during their encounter in the Rain God Kingdom, Xia Chen had been testing them, gauging their courage and resolve, yet only Song Wenjie had proven worthy. Historical texts chronicled that the Earth Sovereign had followers, and these followers, in later generations, were renowned for their formidable prowess. Some established powerful clans, while others founded invincible sections. In summary, no follower of the Earth Sovereign was weak. Each left an indelible mark in history, celebrated throughout the ages. Similarly, the Azure Dragon trembled in spirit. The audacious proclamation resonated like divine words from the heavens, stripping the Azure Dragon of any will to resist. Xia Chen held a peculiar hand seal in his grasp and spoke with an air of tranquility, gathering spirit. This was a technique he had exchanged within the system to accumulate spiritual energy, intended to aid others in replenishing their internal vitality and healing their injuries. As Xia Chen spoke, the ethereal energy surged wildly towards him, drawing upon the unique divine will of the Earth Sovereign. The dense spiritual energy visibly transformed into a delicate spiritual rain, showering upon the cultivators of the 3 sections. This energy, summoned by the Earth Sovereign, was infused with his distinctive aura and the formidable power of the laws of nature. The cultivators felt their internal injuries swiftly healing, while their primordial spirits received nourishment, leading to an unparalleled clarity in their understanding of their realms. Swiftly grasped the gifts bestowed by the Earth Sovereign, Wang Yiping was the first to recognize the extraordinary nature of this spiritual rain. He immediately sat in a meditative posture. He was already half a step into the transformation of the infant realm, merely awaiting a fortuitous moment for a complete breakthrough. Xia Chen had taken special care of Song Wenjie, and a beam of unique regal power transformed into a golden light that entered Song Wenjie's brow. Crack! The barriers within Song Wenjie's mind shattered one after another, and his realm rapidly ascended, restoring him to the late stage of the primordial infant realm. However, it did not stop there. An abundance of insights from the heavens flooded his consciousness. Song Wenjie suddenly let out a pained scream as his garments turned to dust, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body. Subsequently, a tremendous aura emanated from him, as he astonishingly surpassed Wang Yiping to break through to the infant transformation realm. Opening his eyes, streaks of brilliance flashed within them. He was radiant, beaming with joy. However, just as he was about to express his gratitude to Xia Chen, the spiritual rain from the heavens showed no sign of abating, instead intensifying as it gathered around him. It dawned on Song Wenjie that Xia Chen intended for him to seize the moment and pursue yet another breakthrough. Opportunities like the spiritual rain were rare and precious, Each occurrence could forge a new generation of powerful beings, enhancing cultivators' comprehension of the laws of the heavens, thereby greatly benefiting their future practices. Indeed, those fortunate enough might even elevate the quality of their martial veins. Thus, Song Wenjie once more channeled his inner methods, greedily absorbing the spiritual rain imbued with profound insights. With a resounding crash, his barriers crumbled, allowing him to advance to the mid-stage of the infant transformation realm. Meanwhile, Wang Yiping successfully broke through to the early stage. And many other elders at the primordial infant realm also experienced breakthroughs to varying extents. We humbly thank the Earth Sovereign for his celestial grace. The crowd expressed their respect, their hearts brimming with elation as they once again conveyed their gratitude towards Xia Chen, bowing deeply. Among them, many had been ensnared in a particular realm for decades, even centuries, and today's breakthroughs filled them with unparalleled excitement and joy. Xia Chen nodded with a smile, thoroughly pleased with everyone's performance. He employed the technique of gathering spiritual energy, manifesting it as rain. However, the consumption of energy was still quite substantial given his current foundation-building stage. Should he ascend to the core formation stage, he would likely be able to summon spiritual rain with but a mere gesture. The power of the Emperor's aura proved to be remarkably effective, yet the amusing misunderstanding of his identity as the Earth Sovereign left Xia Chen chuckling. In truth, he was merely a faux Earth Sovereign, while the true Earth Sovereign was none other than his son, Xia Bing. The breakthrough in realms and the enhancement and understanding of the laws of nature brought joy to the experts of the three sects, yet one individual felt an unexpected discontent. Wang Yiping, despite also breaking through to the infant transformation stage, harbored feelings of imbalance. He was a century older than Song Wenjie, with talents comparable to his. Yet now Song Wenjie had unexpectedly advanced to the mid-phase of the infant transformation stage, while he himself had only just reached the initial phase. It was ironic. The weakest among the three sects, Song Wenjie, had now emerged as the strongest. Wang Yiping felt a pang of regret, lamenting the squandered opportunity that had slipped through his fingers. In his heart, Wang Yiping silently vowed that in the future, whenever Xia Chen issued a command, he would be the first to seize the opportunity to act. At that moment, Xia Chen turned his gaze towards Qin Long. Qin Long, meeting Xia Chen's eyes, immediately lowered his head in response. Xia Chen found himself somewhat uncertain about the intentions of the Azure Dragon. Through his recent probing, he discerned that the Emperor's halo exerted a formidable restraining influence over the creature. However, should a true confrontation occur, the extraordinary might of the Azure Dragon could easily overwhelm even the two infant transformation realm cultivators present. Faced with two paths, life or death, Xia Chen could only resort to intimidation. He felt a tinge of regret. It was ironic that Song Wenjie and his companions had inadvertently complicated matters. At the moment Xia Chen unleashed the power of the Emperor's halo, he noticed the Azure Dragon's inclination to flee. Yet Song Wenjie and his group had united to activate the Dragon Suppression Bottle, trapping the Azure Dragon. Now, if the Azure Dragon were to become obstinate and opt for mutual destruction, Xia Chen would have no choice but to exchange for some formidable weaponry or hastily draw several powerful experience cards for self-preservation. I am not the master. I, the dragon, shall submit. The Azure Dragon immediately lowered its proud head, retracting its aura. Although dragons held a high status and their noble lineage often led them to disregard all other races, this particular being was different. Should this entity achieve its full potential, its power would be beyond description. Xia Chen vividly recalled a formidable figure from epochs long past, whose mere gaze had shattered his prime self, leading to the annihilation of his soul, leaving only droplets of essence adrift in various small worlds, surviving on remnants of his spirit. Thus, aligning with such a powerful being did not strike the Azure Dragon as a humiliating affair. Rather, it stirred a sense of pride within. Quite good, Xia Chen nodded, pleasantly surprised by the dragon's awareness. He continued, in that case, let us formalize our contract. In this realm, many cultivators possess their own mounts, spirit beasts, and spirit companions. To establish a pact with these beings, contracts are often signed to safeguard the interests of both parties. Numerous sects and families specialize in forging unequal contracts with beings other than humans, compelling them to fight on their behalf. The Azure Dragon, well aware of this, opened its maw and expelled a dragon pearl the size of a fist. This is the contract of the Dragon Clan. You need only to drop your blood upon the pearl. As Xia Chen grasped the dragon pearl, he closed his eyes to delve into its depths. Indeed, within lay the ancient covenant of the Dragon Clan, stipulating that henceforth, the Azure Dragon would regard Xia Chen with reverence and heed his every command, while Xia Chen, in turn, was obliged to safeguard the Azure Dragon's well-being. After perusing the terms of the agreement and finding no significant concerns, Xia Chen pricked his fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood, red and gold intertwined, to escape. The Azure Dragon Pearl shimmered brilliantly before being drawn back into the Azure Dragon's maw, instantly igniting a spark of enlightenment in the creature's gaze. The potency of his bloodline was formidable, awakening dormant bloodline secrets. And having tasted the sweetness of their newfound bond immediately after signing the pact, the Azure Dragon gracefully soared to rest at Xia Chen's feet. Xia Chen, unrestrained, ascended to the head of the Azure Dragon, exuding an air of sovereign majesty. Below, the onlookers from the three sects gazed in astonishment. The fact that Senior Xia had tamed the Azure Dragon as a steed was truly admirable. Song Wenjie, his visage filled with envy, remarked on the pride inherent in ancient divine beasts. These beings were born at the pinnacle of existence, regal in their essence, looking down upon myriad races. Their intrinsic pride rendered them incapable of yielding to any creature, although the Azure Dragon currently possessed only the strength of the infant transformation realm. If it were to continue evolving, upon reaching maturity, such a supreme race could contend with emperors. It was astonishing that today it had been subdued by Xia Chen. Leaving all in all, Wang Yiping, however, maintained a calm demeanor, stating, Senior Xia is indeed a sovereign of the earth. The Azure Dragon becoming his mount does not disgrace its lineage. Indeed, a sovereign of the earth, such a being has not graced us for tens of thousands of years. Song Wenjie lamented, a sense of wistfulness in his tone. What he had thought to be a mere myth, an ancient legend, he now beheld with his own eyes, rendering his life devoid of regrets. Upon forging a bond with the Azure Dragon, a mysterious connection formed between them, allowing for direct communication through thought. Can you take on a human form? Xia Chen inquired. I regret to inform you, Master, that I am currently confined to the infant transformation realm. Once I reach the out-of-body realm, I shall be able to assume my true form, the Azure Dragon replied, somewhat abashed. The creature's repeated self-reference as this dragon struck Xia Chen as peculiar. What is your name? How did you come to be in such a place for cultivation? He further asked. Once, I was known as the Azure Dragon Holy Spirit. You may call me Xiaoqing, Master. I encountered a supreme being of your lineage during a journey to the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace and, in a moment of folly, provoked that being, resulting in my defeat. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to escape, having my soul not entirely obliterated. Thus, I began my slumber with a drop of my blood, relying on the secrets of the Dragon Clan to be reborn. I have only recently awakened after several millennia, seeking a secluded place to cultivate until I could regain my strength. Recalling memories of the past, the Azure Dragon felt a pang of sorrow. Naturally, to maintain its dignity, it refrained from disclosing to Xia Chen that it had been vanquished by a mere glance from that supreme being. The Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace? And a supreme being of my lineage? Xia Chen paused, realizing that this was the sect to which Huang Lu belonged. Indeed, Master, at that time, I was friends with the spirit of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. Unfortunately, during my visit, I inadvertently provoked that existence. I am truly aggrieved, the Azure Dragon lamented, tears beginning to well in its eyes. All right, from now on, refrain from referring to yourself as this dragon. Instead, consider me your representative, Xia Chen said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. However, he pondered, was the Azure Dragon not a singular entity? How could it engage in dual cultivation with other beings? The Azure Dragon, perplexed, nodded slightly, its immense claws unconsciously scratching its back. Today at the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace, tens of thousands of disciples had gathered, for it marked the day the heavenly martial secret realm would be unveiled. On the elevated platform stood three young prodigies, the talented individuals destined to enter the heavenly martial secret realm. It was highly likely that the future saints would emerge from among them. The heavenly martial secret realm, a hidden treasure left by the heavenly martial sovereign, attracted countless factions and formidable beings, all coveting its secrets. Thus, every time the realm opened, numerous talents surged forth to compete for its treasures and inheritances. The disciples of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace, imbued with the bloodline of the Phoenix, aimed to enter the heavenly martial secret realm to seek the inheritance of the heavenly martial sovereign, while also utilizing the nirvana pool left behind by the sovereign to enhance their bloodlines. Obtaining even a single aspect of the heavenly martial sovereign's inheritance or the nirvana pool would be an unparalleled opportunity, greatly benefiting their future growth. The inheritance of the heavenly martial sovereign was extraordinary. Acquiring it would lay a solid foundation for becoming an emperor, while the nirvana pool, said to be crafted by a mighty dragon, was a divine artifact used to awaken dragon veins, fortuitously left behind by the heavenly martial sovereign in the secret realm, providing tremendous opportunities for posterity. This time, the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace secured 3 heavenly martial keys, and through various competitions, the 3 most gifted candidates emerged as potential saints, destined to seek opportunities within the palace. Whoever obtained the inheritance of the heavenly martial sovereign would undoubtedly become a saint of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace and ultimately take charge of it. In a courtyard of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace, Xia Lu felt somewhat disheartened. Among the 10 candidates for the 3 heavenly martial keys, she had failed, not due to a lack of skill, but because she did not belong to the Feng or Huang surnames. The 2 most powerful factions within the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace were the Feng and Huang clans, from which most of the past sovereigns had been chosen, while other smaller clans held lesser status. Among the 10 candidates, 7 were from the Feng and Huang clans. Thus, during the competition for the heavenly martial keys, these 7 candidates first eliminated the outsiders before contending among themselves. In terms of talent, Xia Lu ranked among the top 3, bearing the bloodline of an emperor. Her strength was formidable. Had it not been for their united assault, she believed she could have at least contended for 1 heavenly martial key. However, now, no matter what she said, it was all in vain. The position of saintess was no longer within her grasp. A single failure destabilizes your resolve. How can you achieve greatness? Just as Xia Lu was lost in thought, a cold snort echoed through the air. Xia Lu was taken aback and quickly raised her head. Upon seeing the newcomer, her body involuntarily trembled slightly as she hurriedly bowed and exclaimed, "I pay my respects, master." Huang Lu gazed at her daughter, gesturing to establish a formidable barrier of space, and said, "No one can eavesdrop on our conversation now. Simply call me mother." Xia Lu timidly raised her head, a flicker of trepidation in her eyes, and softly uttered, "Mother." Gazing upon the ice-cold visage of the peerless empress before her, Xia Lu felt a profound anguish. This was her mother, yet she could only embrace this truth in solitude. In the presence of others, she was merely her revered master. The most daunting defeat is not that which is suffered at the hands of others, but rather that which one inflicts upon oneself. This is a lesson bestowed upon you. Huang Lu retrieved a brocade box from the depths of space and extended it towards Xia Lu, adding, "Consider your choices carefully before seeking me. I shall facilitate your entrance." With that, Huang Lu stepped into the void, vanishing from sight. Xia Lu, perplexed by her mother's intentions, nonetheless felt compelled to unveil the contents of the brocade box. "The celestial martial key!" Xia Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Was it not stated that this iteration of the celestial martial realm was to bestow merely 3 celestial martial keys upon the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace? Why then had an additional key materialized? A sudden conjecture flickered within Xia Lu's mind. Had her mother intervened with the other 3 destined prodigies? Beyond the celestial martial key, the box also contained some healing elixirs and a letter. "My dear daughter, as you read this letter, consider it a meeting of our hearts. Your father is unable to visit you in person due to myriad circumstances. However, rest assured, he has been watching over you closely. Do not harbor resentment towards him. When the time is ripe, he will come to retrieve you himself. Enclosed is a gift from your father, which he hopes you will cherish. This world is fraught with peril. You must learn to safeguard yourself and confront challenges with courage. Should you find yourself ensnared in insurmountable danger, remember to recite the incantation left by your father, and he shall hasten to your side." Xia Lu was taken aback, never expecting that this was a letter penned by her father. For decades, she had been unaware of any details concerning him. She had once inquired about him from her mother, yet received no answers. Now, having received a letter from her father, she finally realized that he had been watching over her all along, and that she was not alone. The day the mystical key arrived, it turned out to be a gift from her father. Xia Lu was unaware of the immense price her father had paid to obtain the celestial martial secret key. However, she was certain that he had sacrificed an unfathomable amount. For such an artifact, even her mother, the revered sovereign of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace, would not be able to engage in favoritism or misuse her authority. "Father, your daughter has grown, and I shall not let you down." Xia Lu lifted her head, brushed away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her gaze brimming with determination and confidence. Xia Lu has now comprehended her mother's earlier intentions, prompting her to rise and make her way to Huang Lu's residence. Following the conquest of the Rain God Kingdom, Xia Chen returned to the Great Xia Dynasty accompanied by the forces of the 3 sects. This time, not only did he bring back the Azure Dragon, but he also retrieved a significant treasure of the Dragon Clan, the Mountain River Seal. This mountain river seal is, in fact, an incarnation of the former rain god palace. According to the Azure Dragon, this artifact was crafted in imitation of the Dragon Emperor's innate weapon, the Dragon Emperor seal. Possessing the remarkable ability to absorb the faith of the populace, refine territories, and ultimately transform into the wielder's power. Although the Azure Dragon is a distinguished member of the Dragon clan, he does not belong to the royal lineage. Therefore, while he is fortunate to harness the power of the mountain river seal, Xia Chen is in a different league altogether, endowed with the aura of a sovereign. His utilization of the mountain river seal would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Naturally, if Xia Bing were to wield it, it would be even more fitting, as she is the true Earth sovereign. The caliber of this artifact is exceedingly high. The Azure Dragon has mentioned that it can encompass countless faith energies and refine vast territories. The more lands it refines, and the greater the recognition from the masses, the more formidable the power it can bestow. It is said that a powerful being from the Dragon clan once utilized the mountain river seal to refine billions of miles of land, and in battle, the mere emergence of the mountain river seal could unleash the natural forces of countless mountains and rivers, rendering it terrifyingly potent. After properly placing the mountain river seal, Xia Chen began to peruse the tasks and achievements previously unlocked in the Rain God Kingdom through the system. The task of unlocking the underground palace of the Rain God Kingdom yielded only points, without any tangible treasures, leaving Xia Chen somewhat speechless. Consequently, he pinned his hopes on the subsequent 2 achievements, wishing for the system to reward him with some substantial treasures. The rewards from the system tend to be highly random. Although the initial task unlock yielded only points without any rewards, Xia Chen remained optimistic about the 2 subsequent task achievements. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully conquering the Rain God Kingdom and expanding the territory of the Great Xia Dynasty. Reward: points 5,000, gravitational force 10. Gravitational force? 3 question marks inexplicably appeared on Xia Chen's forehead. What on earth is this? Subsequently, a beam of pink light descended from the heavens and penetrated Xia Chen's mind, startling him. Fortunately, once this light entered his body, it did not evoke any discomfort, which somewhat reassured him. He then glanced at the description of universal attraction. Seeking to comprehend its function, universal attraction grants the host a unique, mysterious power that can draw all things towards them, fostering a sense of affinity, particularly pronounced with the opposite sex. Goodness, Xia Chen finally understood what this universal attraction entailed. It was essentially a means to enhance one's likability. However, he pondered. He was not one who relied on looks to get by. Was this really necessary? It was utterly ludicrous. Xia Chen scoffed at it, showing little concern. He decided to take a look at the 3rd achievement. Unlike the previous tasks, this 3rd one was indeed an achievement. Unlocking an achievement offered far more substantial rewards than merely completing tasks. Thus, Xia Chen was filled with anticipation regarding the accomplishment following the unlocking of the Rain God Nation. Finding the underground palace of the Rain God Nation and subduing it were mere trifles, easily accomplished in a matter of moments. The crux lay in the 3rd achievement, unlocking the legacy of the Rain God Nation, which involved the existence of divine beasts like the Azure Dragon. The rewards for such an accomplishment were undoubtedly considerable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the legacy of the Rain God Nation achievement. You have earned 80,000 points and received a drop of the Dragon Clan's essence. The familiar mechanical voice of the system resonated, causing Xia Chen's body to tremble with excitement. Hiss! The essence of the Dragon Clan. Xia Chen inhaled sharply, realizing that the essence of the Dragon Clan was indeed a rare treasure, one that could not be sought after. Though he had never tasted pork, he had certainly seen pigs run, and anything related to the essence was beyond mere description. Such treasures are exceedingly scarce in the world. To elaborate on the essence of the Dragon Clan, it represents the origin, the very source from which myriad dragons emerge. Typically, only the ancestral dragon possesses the mastery over the Dragon Clan's essence. The dragon ancestor is the primordial dragon vein of the universe, said to have been born from chaos. Ageless and immortal, enduring through the ages, in the presence of the dragon ancestor, even the sovereign of the Dragon Clan appears as merely a lesser being. In a flash of light, Xia Chen extracted a droplet of this Dragon Clan essence from the system. This orb, roughly the size of a fist, radiated the most ancient, sacred, and powerful essence of the cosmos. The miniature Qinglong, dozing atop the stone lion statue in the royal palace, suddenly opened its eyes with an expression of astonishment. This is the breath of the ancestor, having lived through countless epochs and undergone multiple rebirths, especially after nearly perishing from the gaze of that supreme being. An unfathomable number of eras had passed. Yet, in the eyes of the ancestor, it still felt like a mere child. The ancestor is the progenitor of every dragon descendant, and the respect towards the ancestor is inherently woven into the bloodline of the dragon kin. Countless dragon offspring have perpetually sought to follow in the ancestor's footsteps. However, since the ancient calamity of the Dragon Han, the ancestor seemed to have vanished, leading to a gradual decline of the dragon clan. Indeed, it is the breath of the ancestor. The Qinglong reconfirmed this, its draconic form trembling lightly, filled with vigor and excitement, before it suddenly vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the two stone lions began to sway gently, colossal and ethereal shadows materializing above them. Their lion faces displayed expressions of astonishment, gazing towards the direction from which the essence of the dragon clan emanated. It was a seven-colored orb, continuously radiating an aura from the ancient times. The Qinglong stood transfixed, as if transported to another realm, where it beheld an immensely long seven-colored divine dragon. This magnificent creature seemed to fill the entire world, so vast that it obscured the sky and sun beyond the realm of description. The ancient pressure emanating from the dragon instilled both familiarity and fear within the Qinglong. This was undoubtedly the ancestral dragon. The Qinglong had previously glimpsed the shadow of the ancestral dragon. Yet the sensation at that moment paled in comparison to the vividness it experienced now. Although this was merely a fragment of the ancestor's essence, it encapsulated the pinnacle of the dragon clan's bloodline and the most extraordinary techniques. The Qinglong even harbored doubts that, following the ancestor's disappearance, the dragon sovereign had ever witnessed the true essence of the dragon clan. Xia Chen stroked his chin, glancing at the little azure dragon and then at the droplet of the dragon clan's essence. Both stemmed from the same lineage. Should the azure dragon acquire this droplet of the dragon clan's essence, it would significantly enhance its growth. Indeed, if the little azure dragon were to obtain this droplet, its accomplishments in this life would likely surpass those of its previous incarnation. While the droplet also held some significance for Xia Chen, its impact paled in comparison to that on the azure dragon. After all, Xia Chen had yet to exhaust the benefits of his saintly ensemble. Even a single heart of a saint was sufficient for him to experience considerable growth for a while. Furthermore, he still possessed treasures such as the blood, bones, and eyes of saints, which remained untouched. Although the saintly ensemble may not possess the same rarity as the dragon clan's essence, suitability is of paramount importance. Xia Chen pondered whether to bestow this drop of dragon essence upon the little azure dragon, contemplating the prospect of forming a covenant with it. He felt no trepidation regarding potential betrayal from the little dragon. Furthermore, should the azure dragon ascend in strength and capability by becoming his mount, it would be to Xia Chen's undeniable advantage. If you truly desire it, then I shall grant it to you, Xia Chen mused, glancing at the little dragon, who happened to gaze back at him with eager eyes, prompting a gentle smile to cross his lips. The azure dragon's expression blossomed with joy, only to be swiftly replaced by shock as it shook its head fervently. It had momentarily succumbed to an overwhelming desire for the dragon essence, forgetting the distinction between master and servant. After all, this was the essence of the dragon clan, one of the most potent and enigmatic secrets of the universe. The azure dragon believed no sentient being could remain indifferent to such a treasure. How could one expect to receive such a gift without ulterior motives? Its master must have perceived the glint of greed in its eyes and made such a suggestion to test its resolve. Should it overstep its bounds, it could face dire consequences, perhaps even annihilation. Even if spared, a severe reprimand would serve as a reminder of the hierarchy between them, ensuring it never crossed that line again. The azure dragon swallowed hard, thankful for its quick wit and sharp intellect. Otherwise, it might have fallen into a trap. Thoughts collided in its mind, and it swiftly clarified the situation, internally exclaiming its fortune at having discerned the cunning of this scheming human. Otherwise, it might have been ensnared once more. It was well aware that masters of such contracts often employed various means to admonish their bonded beings. The azure dragon recalled the plight of a celestial dog friend from its childhood. That unfortunate creature had been captured by a human and forced into servitude as a contracted beast. Its life had been fraught with suffering. The celestial dog recounted how its master would often place the flesh of powerful beings nearby, containing tremendous life force that could significantly enhance one's cultivation if absorbed. However, should the celestial dog dare to consume it, it would face a brutal beating from its master. Ever since, it had refrained from touching anything not explicitly given. The azure dragon, reflecting on this, silently cursed the cunning nature of humanity. The essence of the dragon clan was the most precious treasure in existence. Would a scheming human truly offer it so freely? What a farce. Yet, despite these thoughts, the azure dragon could not resist casting a furtive glance at the drop of dragon essence, its mouth watering with desire. Xia Chen glanced at this foolish dragon, realizing that even the most immense opportunities offered to it were dismissed. This azure dragon truly appeared to be quite dim-witted, seemingly the simpleton among its kin in the dragon lineage. Xia Chen could not help but feel a sense of concern. Having acquired such a seemingly inept spirit beast, he wondered if it might indeed become a burden. Yet, to squander such a valuable asset on himself would be a grave misallocation. Bestowing it upon the azure dragon would undoubtedly enhance its prowess significantly. With the azure dragon's strength augmented, his own safety would consequently be better secured. Thus, Xia Chen scrutinized the seemingly dim-witted dragon, striving to comprehend why it would spurn such a grand opportunity. Under Xia Chen's unwavering gaze, the azure dragon instinctively swallowed hard, its heart racing with trepidation. This white-haired human hardly appeared benevolent. Could it be that he harbored ill intentions? Yet, having already forged a contract, the dragon posed no threat to him. What could he possibly desire? The azure dragon's mind was a tempest of confusion, yet outwardly it managed only a sheepish smile, suppressing any signs of disquiet. Alas, how unfortunate it was that the dragon race had given rise to such a simpleton. Xia Chen muttered to himself before continuing. This is inherently a treasure of your lineage. Your assimilation of it would yield far greater benefits. Absorb it and see how much you can take in. Moreover, your cultivation must advance to facilitate your transformation. Otherwise, bringing you along would be rather awkward. Though the source of the dragon race appeared no larger than a fist, it contained boundless power. Given that this azure dragon had only recently been reborn after millennia, it would likely struggle to absorb even a tenth of it. Is this truly for me? The azure dragon, undeterred by Xia Chen's jibes, licked its lips in disbelief. Tentatively, it edged forward, and upon seeing Xia Chen nod, it began to realize that it may have misjudged the situation. Thus, the azure dragon opened its mouth and promptly commenced the absorption of the dragon race's essence. After a grueling 20 minutes, it collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath while hastily refining the energy. Yet, despite this exhaustive effort, it had only managed to assimilate a mere third of the source. At that moment, the azure dragon felt as though its body might burst. Overwhelmed by an influx of tremendous power, it sensed that any further absorption could lead to a catastrophic explosion of its form. Countless secrets of the dragon lineage began to unfold within its mind, revealing the core strengths of its kind. Indeed, weaker than I anticipated, Xia Chen remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at the azure dragon. The dragon, hearing this, felt an almost explosive frustration, yet was powerless to retaliate, for the human was its master. Nevertheless, the azure dragon mused internally, this was the essence of the dragon race, imbued with unfathomable might. Merely a fraction could wreak havoc upon the world. For instance, the minuscule essence it has just absorbed, if carelessly released, could annihilate all living beings within 1,000 miles. Thus, the azure dragon perceived Xia Chen as merely a braggart, a mere master of words devoid of substance. If he were truly capable, why not attempt to absorb it himself? Surely, with a human physique, even a fraction of that essence would be enough to shatter him. The azure dragon cursed inwardly, his heart seething with rage at Xia Chen's audacious remark. Such precious resources could not be squandered. Xia Chen stroked his chin, beckoning with his hand as the remaining essence of the dragon lineage floated toward him. And in a moment that left the azure dragon's eyes nearly bulging, he swallowed it whole. The azure dragon stood dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting to hastily refine the essence within his own body. Had he lost his mind? To absorb such a vast amount of dragon essence at once was a feat that even the dragon emperor would struggle to accomplish. Fear surged through the azure dragon, causing his scales to bristle. His initial instinct was to flee. After consuming such an immense quantity of dragon essence, how could he possibly endure it? His fate was clear, an inevitable explosion of his body. Moreover, this fool had not only endangered himself, but also jeopardized all life within that vast expanse. However, just as the azure dragon reached the threshold, he found no signs of disturbance within, prompting him to return, still shaken. As Xia Chen swallowed the essence of the dragon clan, his body immediately felt as though it were engulfed in flames, with an overwhelming force violently surging through him. As Xia Chen's complexion shifted dramatically, his veins became visibly pronounced. At that moment, a glimmer of golden light emanated from his chest, enveloping him entirely. Instantly, the tumultuous energies within Xia Chen's body subsided. It was the heart of the sage, under its regulation. The primal power of the dragon clan was fervently absorbed by Xia Chen. The surface of the azure dragon was already seeping with traces of dragon blood, a testament to the damage inflicted by the chaotic primal energies. Yet, the azure dragon was unperturbed by such matters. In disbelief, it rubbed its eyes with its claws, astonished that its master could absorb such a vast amount of dragon essence without any adverse effects, while it itself felt utterly drained after merely a slight intake. Was the disparity between them truly so pronounced? The azure dragon felt utterly defeated. No wonder it had been overwhelmed in the presence of that supreme being during its peak. Observing how effortlessly Xia Chen absorbed the dragon clan's essence, it was clear that his future power would instill dread in countless beings. Such a figure was undoubtedly a paragon of strength within an era, perhaps even a leader of a generation. At that moment, the azure dragon felt an immense sense of gratitude for being aligned with such a formidable master. It would undoubtedly elevate its own stature. Most importantly, with such a powerful protector, it would be able to command both wind and rain at will. Surely, in due time, it would be a significant figure across the realms. Suddenly, a sound akin to the striking of a grand bell resonated from within Xia Chen, echoing thrice with a profound clarity. The power of the dragon clan within him became entirely subdued. Even the azure dragon, standing nearby, appeared bewildered, sensing that the once tumultuous might within itself had also calmed significantly. The essence of Xia Chen surged steadily, as he held his breath and fervently absorbed the primordial power of the dragon lineage. Suddenly, with a crisp crack, the barrier of his foundational realm shattered, and his aura rapidly intensified, soaring in momentum. At the same time, countless strands of spiritual energy coalesced into a vortex, rushing towards the royal palace. The immense concentration of spiritual energy transformed into a rain of ethereal essence, cascading upon Xia Chen, who absorbed it entirely. The entire royal palace was enveloped in a mystical ambience reminiscent of an otherworldly realm. Though the denizens of the imperial city had long grown accustomed to the palace's myriad wonders, with the essence returning to its source and energy coalescing into a core, Xia Chen uttered a low incantation, circulating the spiritual force within his body through countless cycles, ultimately forming the nascent core. Within Xia Chen's dantian, the essence amalgamated into a vibrant sphere, exhibiting a spectrum of colors: deep black, yellow, red, and orange, a dazzling array. At this moment, Xia Chen continued to focus and strengthen his intent, gradually refining the nascent core into a pure, jade-white elixir. Thus, he reached the pivotal stage of core formation. Xia Chen felt an invigorating surge coursing through his entire being, as if he were imbued with boundless strength. A small portion of the primordial power of the dragon race still lingered within his flesh and blood, while the majority had been absorbed and stored by the heart of the sage, promising a continuous release of power during his future cultivation, thus providing an ample source of strength. "Incredible!" exclaimed the azure dragon, its visage brimming with admiration. However, the azure dragon failed to promptly refine the primordial power of its lineage, and inadvertently, its dragon form was already drenched in its own blood due to the overwhelming force. "What are you doing?" Xia Chen inquired, exasperated at the foolish dragon, who was not in haste to refine the primordial power, but instead was fixated on him. "I am here to serve as your guardian," the azure dragon declared with righteous fervor. Xia Chen curled his lips and beckoned to the azure dragon, saying, "Come here." The azure dragon hurriedly darted to Xia Chen's side. Xia Chen extended his palm and gently pressed it upon the dragon's head. The azure dragon dared not make any sudden movements, fearing that Xia Chen might inadvertently crush its brain with a mere slap. However, in the next moment, the azure dragon felt a surge of mysterious power flowing into its body, assisting it in refining the primal energy within. The azure dragon, understanding the significance of the moment, promptly focused its mind and began to diligently refine the primal energy inside. In the southern region, within a vast and desolate valley, a young boy opened his eyes. His gaze sparkled like the stars, and ancient runes faintly appeared on his body, emanating an aura reminiscent of primordial times. During this period, Xia Chen had been honing his skills under the guidance of his master, rapidly enhancing his strength. Most importantly, Xia Chen had discovered the legacy of the Beast Master Emperor. Although the Beast Master Emperor may have been weaker than other emperors of his rank, he was a prodigious talent who devised the method to command myriad beasts. It is said that the Beast Master Emperor could manipulate divine beasts to fight on his behalf during battles, making his overall combat prowess formidable, leaving an indelible mark throughout history. Indeed, you have grasped a mere fragment of the Beast Master Emperor's teachings. A phantom appeared before Xia Chen, smiling as it spoke. This was his master, whom Xia Chen sometimes referred to as Old Zhu. Xia Chen was not entirely aware of Old Zhu's origins. only knowing that he had been pursued by enemies in his former life, resulting in the destruction of his physical body. Thus, he had taken refuge within a spatial artifact, which Xia Chen had obtained. Old Shu seemed to possess profound knowledge about the legacies left by ancient powers, including the heritage of the Beast Master Emperor, which he had led Xia Chen to uncover. Alongside this discovery, they had also found the Beast Master Emperor's innate imperial artifact, the Beast Master Ring. It is said that countless demonic beasts are sealed within the Beast Master Ring, imbued with the power of beast mastery, and they obey only the commands of the Beast Master lineage. Additionally, the Beast Master Ring possesses an innate restraining power over countless demonic and even divine beasts, rendering it unparalleled in strength. Now, Xia Chen has received the recognition of the Beast Master Emperor. Having obtained the Emperor's legacy, he also gained the approval of the Beast Master Ring. He chuckled, "I never anticipated receiving the Emperor's acknowledgement so swiftly." With newfound strength in the recognition of the Beast Master Ring, Xia Chen felt an eagerness to step out and make a name for himself. Summer had just explored the Beast Master Ring and discovered it was home to countless formidable presences. Upon a slight perception, he realized that even the weakest of the beasts within were at the nascent soul stage. However, Elder Zhu informed Summer that these formidable beasts likely weren't placed there by the Beast Master Emperor. Rather, they were possibly the offspring of the great beasts residing within. After all, why would an entity like the Beast Master Emperor house creatures of no use to him, thereby occupying valuable space and resources? With the Beast Master Ring in his possession, Summer's safety was significantly assured, for the beasts within were said to be comparable to those of an emperor. Perhaps it is due to your exceptional talent. Elder Zhu was quite pleased with his disciple. He himself had sought the legacy of the Beast Master Emperor in his youth, but alas, he had not garnered the Emperor's approval. "Master, where shall we venture next?" Summer inquired, stretching his limbs, his expression brimming with eagerness, as he felt an abundance of strength coursing through him, yearning for a sparring partner. "To the celestial martial secret realm," Elder Zhu replied with a gentle smile, producing an object resembling a key from his palm. Summer was momentarily taken aback, as he seemed not to have heard Elder Zhu mention the heavenly martial secret realm. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Master, what is the heavenly martial secret realm?" Elder Zhu's expression turned reminiscent, and with a gentle sigh, he replied, "The heavenly martial secret realm was left behind by the heavenly martial sovereign, a place brimming with opportunities and the legacy of the heavenly martial emperor." The heavenly martial sovereign was a formidable figure, his strength unfathomable, rivaling that of an emperor. His martial arts were unparalleled in the world. To select a worthy successor, he distributed the heavenly martial keys to numerous powerful factions, gathering countless prodigies in the heavenly martial secret realm to compete for the legacy of the sovereign. Countless prodigies. Summer's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he was soon filled with an indomitable fighting spirit. "Master, I have already acquired the legacy of the Beast Master Emperor, rendering the legacy of the heavenly martial realm of little consequence to me. However, I am eager to engage in a contest of skills with those prodigies." In a world where there are always individuals greater than oneself, Summer's perspective had broadened since leaving the great Xia dynasty. He realized that this world was not lacking in strength, nor was it devoid of prodigies. Those once exalted nascent soul experts in the great Xia dynasty might find themselves insignificant in this vast expanse. In the Summer, there exists a heart of a warrior, relentlessly growing in strength until ultimately becoming an unparalleled emperor. This embodies the indomitable and unwavering spirit of Summer. Having absorbed the essence of the dragon lineage and transcended realms, Xia Chen found his spirits considerably lifted. Yet, a lingering sense of frustration remained, for that foolish dragon had inexplicably succumbed to slumber. It seemed the overwhelming power of the dragon's essence had overwhelmed it, leading to a desire for rest after indulgence. Xia Chen, too, had no leisure to concern himself with such matters. He had been diligently consolidating his cultivation at the core formation stage. As the saying goes, a shaky foundation leads to tumultuous upheavals. Xia Chen placed great importance on the role of foundational strength. Upon reaching the core formation stage, Xia Chen discovered a fascinating phenomenon. When he intentionally wished to conceal his cultivation and realm, others were utterly incapable of discerning his true prowess. Xia Chen speculated that this was likely a result of his enhanced cultivation, unlocking certain minor functions after developing the heart of a sage. One morning, as Xia Chen was meditating atop the roof, Wang Yiping from the Tiangong sect arrived. "Senior Xia, in 5 days, it will be the grand awarding ceremony for Xia Bing to become a disciple of our Tiangong sect. Might I request your esteemed presence at the event?" Wang Yiping said, bowing carefully. Wang Yiping felt a mix of anxiety and trepidation in front of Xia Chen. Ever since he had refrained from stepping forward during their last expedition to the Rain God Nation, he had grown increasingly fearful of Xia Chen, concerned that the latter might harbor some grievances against him. Of course, I will personally attend, Xia Chen replied with a smile. He felt a sense of pride. Reflecting on how he had initially sent Xia Bing to the Tiangong sect merely to evade the turmoil within the royal family, never expecting him to become the foremost disciple of the sect today. As the eldest brother of the Tiangong sect, Xia Bing was destined to inherit the position of sect leader, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Wang Yiping's expression brightened. He had come to the Wang residence with considerable apprehension, fearing that Xia Chen would not greet him kindly. However, it seemed he had underestimated the situation, allowing his misgivings to cloud his judgment. The upcoming awarding ceremony was unprecedentedly grand, especially since Wang Yiping had recently achieved a breakthrough to the infant transformation realm, thereby elevating the standing of the Tiangong sect. Consequently, invitations would be extended to all notable powers in the region. The event promised to be a magnificent affair, and bestowing the title of the sect's eldest disciple upon Xia Bing would undoubtedly bring prestige. While Xia Chen might not particularly value such accolades, it was nonetheless a gesture of goodwill from Wang Yiping. With Xia Chen's agreement, the arrangements became significantly more manageable. We shall await your esteemed presence at the Tiangong sect, Wang Yiping said with a grateful smile before taking his leave. As he returned to the Tiangong sect, he hastened his pace, elated by the prospect of the impending ceremony. 5 days passed swiftly. The Tiangong sect buzzed with activity, welcoming guests from various factions. As one of the most prominent sects within a vast expanse, the Tiangong sect wielded considerable influence. By morning, over 50 powers had already arrived, with more still en route. The selection of the mysterious eldest disciple, who had not undergone rigorous trials, but was directly appointed by the sect's higher-ups, sparked much discussion among the attendees. However, apart from the numerous elders of the Tiangong sect, the disciples themselves were unaware of the reasons behind Xia Bing's ascension to this esteemed position. I admit Xia Bing is formidable, but that is merely among the inner disciples. If he were to face the direct disciples, would he even have a say? Wang Ping's demeanor darkened. As Wang Yiping's nephew, he was originally a standout among his peers, with a near-certain path to becoming the eldest disciple of the Tiangong sect. Yet now, he found himself eclipsed by an inner disciple, leaving him bewildered. Brother Wang, the position of eldest disciple was rightfully yours. Xia Bing only flaunts his status due to Elder Zifeng's backing, yet the sect leader and others inexplicably decided to appoint Xia Bing as the eldest disciple. Indeed, Brother Wang, among the direct disciples, you are the most formidable and esteemed. We all submit to you, not to Xia Bing. How about you challenge him at the upcoming inheritance ceremony? The other disciples chimed in, further darkening Wang Peng's expression. Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of unwillingness and declared, even if I ruin this inheritance ceremony, I must give it a shot. The position of the elder brother should rightfully belong to the capable. Brother Wang, we stand with you. The chorus of encouragement from his fellow disciples only solidified Wang Peng's resolve to confront Xia Bing. The position of the sect's elder brother was inherently his. He merely sought to reclaim what was rightfully his. Li Hua's sword sect has arrived, a disciple shouted, causing a ripple of unease among the others. The Li Hua sword sect was indeed a formidable presence, recognized as one of the true great sects in the region. It was said that the sect boasted a peerless master of the infant transformation realm, who dominated the area in just months prior. The Taoist Tian within the sect had also successfully ascended to the same realm. With 2 masters of the infant transformation realm, the sect's overall strength had escalated significantly. The mere stamp of the Li Hua sword sect could cause tremors throughout the region. However, it appeared that relations between the Li Hua sword sect and the Tian Wang sect were rather strained. Reports suggested that the former had long sought to subjugate the latter, leading to frequent skirmishes both overt and covert. The arrival of the Li Hua sword sect prompted a mix of schadenfreude among the onlookers, who surmised that they were undoubtedly here to provoke trouble. Only 2 members from the Li Hua sword sect approached. At the forefront was an elderly man exuding an ethereal presence, with kind eyes and clad in a blue Taoist robe. Yet, his gaze was sharp as a sword. This man was Taoist Tian, one of the 2 powerful masters of the infant transformation realm, whose swordsmanship was unparalleled, rendering those who caught sight of him instantly mute with awe. Behind Taoist Tian stood a youthful figure with striking eyebrows and piercing eyes, cradling a long sword in his arms, radiating an intense aura. Ha ha ha, Sect Master Wang Yiping. Why was the Tian Wang sect's ceremony not communicated to the Li Huasort sect? Do you hold us in disdain? Daoist Tian Yi boomed with laughter, his tone dripping with mockery. The gathered crowd then grasped the situation. The Li Huasort sect had come uninvited, and it seemed the Tian Wang sect's inheritance ceremony would face considerable challenges ahead. Upon realizing the identity of their visitors, the elders of the Tian Wang sect, including Wang Yiping, immediately fell silent, their smiles vanishing. The intentions of the newcomers were clear. They harbored no goodwill. Under normal circumstances, Wang Yiping might have tolerated such overt provocation from the Li Huasort sect and offered apologies. However, could he endure this time? In contemporary times, the Heavenly King sect's strength is unparalleled compared to its former self. The sect leader, Wang Yiping, has ascended to the infant transformation realm, signifying a monumental elevation in the sect's status. Even though the Fire Sword sect boasts two formidable beings of the same realm, dominating vast expanses and instilling a sense of trepidation in other sects, the considerable distance between the two sects, coupled with the presence of a powerful figure in the Heavenly King sect, renders any potential conflict not as straightforward as it may seem. Thus, the Heavenly King sect finds no need to bow in subservience to the Fire Sword sect. Although Wang Yiping outwardly displays fury, internally he harbors a sardonic smile. Initially, he had intended to invite the Fire Sword sect to the grand ceremony, anticipating that their characteristic arrogance would lead them to create difficulties for the Heavenly King sect, thereby enhancing their own prestige at the expense of Wang Yiping's sect. This would have perfectly aligned with Wang Yiping's ulterior motives, allowing him to leverage Xia Chen's capabilities to eradicate the rival sect, while simultaneously showcasing the invincible force backing the Heavenly King sect, thus solidifying its reputation and laying a robust foundation for its future ascendancy. However, upon deeper reflection, Wang Yiping questioned the wisdom of relying on Xia Chen for such a scheme. Should the Fire Sword sect uncover his machinations, not only would he face ruin, but the entire sect might also suffer dire consequences, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Consequently, he refrained from extending an invitation to the Fire Sword sect. Unexpectedly, fate took a turn. The Fire Sword sect, rather than waiting for an invitation, arrived unannounced. Observing the audacious demeanor of the Fire Sword sect's representatives, Wang Yiping couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of elation. Their choice to disrupt the ceremony of his esteemed predecessor's son was nothing short of reckless folly. Old Tianyi, while the Fire Sword sect is indeed powerful, the Heavenly King sect is no weakling. There is no question of superiority or inferiority. If anything, the notion that we look down upon the Fire Sword sect is merely a figment of your own imagination. As for the lack of an invitation, it was an oversight on our part. Should the Fire Sword sect earnestly wish to attend this year, the Heavenly King sect shall extend a warm welcome, Wang Yiping declared with unwavering confidence, implying that any perceived disdain was solely the Fire Sword sect's own delusion. Tianyi, the Taoist elder, scoffed at Wang Yiping's audacity. 2 centuries prior, when he first encountered the elder, Wang Yiping had fervently addressed him as senior. Yet today he dared to speak his name with such familiarity, an act of sheer arrogance. What a farce! Who does not recognize the might of the Fire Sword sect? It seems you, Heavenly King sect, have grown complacent, believing that with the emergence of an infant transformation, you can dismiss us. While we do not seek trouble, we are unafraid of it. Today, we sincerely come with goodwill, yet do not mistake our courtesy for weakness. The Daoist Tianyi could hardly tolerate the duplicitous demeanor of Wang Yiping, and with a cold smirk, he spoke, his words laced with a subtle undertone of menace. Master Wang, I am Jian Wuchen, a disciple of the Li Huasort sect. I have heard that the elder brothers of the Tian Wang sect throughout the ages are exceptionally gifted individuals. Might I be granted the opportunity to seek guidance from the elder brother of the Tian Wang sect? Upon the conclusion of Daoist Tianyi's words, the youth standing behind him spoke with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing his name, the onlooking cultivators were taken aback. Jian Wuchen? Could he be the prodigious sword cultivator from the Li Huasort sect? It is said that Jian Wuchen possesses a natural sword body and has comprehended the Li Huasort intent, a talent unparalleled in the annals of time, making him the most extraordinary sword cultivator in millennia. To grasp the Li Huasort intent at such a tender age. Jian Wuchen is indeed a prodigious genius. Undoubtedly, it is said that Jian Wuchen is barely over 40 and has already attained the Yuaning realm. Moreover, I have heard that a century ago, when Master Wang was still the elder brother of Tian Wang's sect, he was defeated by a genius from the Li Huasort sect. Hiss. The cultivators engaged in fervent discussions, as the rumors surrounding Jian Wuchen were numerous and utterly astonishing. Such an extraordinary sword prodigy is rare in this age. Once Jian Wuchen truly matures, he will undoubtedly elevate the Lihua sword sect to the ranks of a second-tier power. Hearing Jian Wuchen's words, Wang Yiping's body trembled slightly. When he was conferred the title of elder brother of the Tianwang sect, the Lihua sword sect had similarly dispatched a talented disciple to provoke him. He had lost that contest. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. He simply lacked the skill, tarnishing the reputation of the Tianwang sect. The tactics employed by the Lihua sword sect were not solely aimed at the Tianwang sect. Other sects had also received similar warnings, yet they dared not voice their anger. Now, the Lihua sword sect sought to employ similar methods once more, further inciting Wang Yiping's fury. Setting aside whether Xia Bing could defeat the genius of the Lihua sword sect, Wang Yiping had no intention of allowing Xia Bing to intervene. Xia Bing, a figure of immense significance, is the son of Xia Chen. Should he suffer any harm, how could he possibly explain it to Xia Chen? The reputation of the Heavenly King sect is vital, yet the safety of Xia Bing holds even greater importance, a fact that Wang Yiping is acutely aware of. Humph. What an audacious young one. As elders, our discourse should not be interrupted by the likes of you. With a cold snort, Wang Yiping unleashed a formidable aura of the infant transformation realm, pressing down upon Jian Wuchen. The Heavenly King sect's audacity took everyone by surprise, especially the Lihua sword sect. Jian Wuchen let out a muffled groan, retreating only 3 steps under the overwhelming pressure of the infant transformation realm. Nevertheless, the aura of Jian Wuchen's nascent soul realm immediately radiated, confirming his undeniable status as an extraordinary talent. Impudence, roared Daoist Tianyi, as he too exuded a fierce aura of the infant transformation realm. However, just as Daoist Tianyi was about to take action, Jian Wuchen waved his hand dismissively and mockingly addressed Wang Yiping. Master Wang, is your senior brother from the Heavenly King sect truly so lacking? Not even daring to engage in a friendly spar? Such a scenario is indeed tedious. Uncle Tianyi, let us take our leave. The cultivator's present sighed inwardly at Jian Wuchen's formidable prowess. Even among the elder generation, he could be considered a prominent figure, and in this vast eastern wilderness, few young talents could rival him. Thus, Jian Wuchen's words cut deep, regardless of whether a battle ensued or not. The Heavenly King sect's reputation had suffered significantly today. Although some cultivators felt indignant on behalf of the Heavenly King sect, who dared to voice their grievances, the elders of the Heavenly King sect wore grim expressions, and the disciples felt a profound sense of humiliation. Rage welled up within Wang Ping. Even if he could not win, he could not remain passive. Just as he was about to step forward, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Haha, how delightful it is to have friends from afar. Since my esteemed friend Jian Wuchen wishes to spar, I, Xia Bing, shall accept the challenge. As tensions escalated between the Heavenly King sect and the Lihua sword sect, a bright and cheerful voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a young man gracefully descending from the sky, landing firmly before them. The youth exuded an aura of vigor, adorned in a golden-trimmed robe of pale yellow, resembling a flawless jade figure. Even in stillness, he radiated elegance and charm, embodying an air of noble refinement. Senior brother, many disciples of the Heavenly King sect, recognizing the decorum, immediately bowed in respect upon seeing Xia Bing. His willingness to stand forth in the face of danger was enough to earn the respect of the disciples, for they were all acutely aware of the life and death stakes involved in the enmity between the Lihua sword sect and the Heavenly King sect. Seeing Xia Bing take a stand, Wang Ping retreated, still haunted by trepidation. After all, Jian Wuchen was a nascent soul cultivator, while he, Wang Ping, was merely at the core formation stage, a disparity too great to compare. He had acted impulsively in his earlier bravado, and now felt grateful he had not truly stepped forward. Had he done so, a single blow from his opponent could have rendered him incapacitated, jeopardizing his standing within the Heavenly King sect. Now that Xia Bing has stepped out, isn't it just perfectly fitting? With Xia Bing's defeat, there was no longer any face to uphold as the senior disciple of the Heavenly King sect. At that moment, Wang Ping could seize the opportunity to challenge him, and the position of senior disciple would be effortlessly within his grasp. Moreover, that position rightfully belonged to him. It was merely usurped by Xia Bing. Wang Ping found it incomprehensible why the usually unassuming Xia Bing garnered such attention from the higher-ups and numerous elders of the Heavenly King sect, who had directly designated him as the senior disciple. He had even inquired with his uncle Wang Yiping about this perplexity. But not only did his uncle refuse to divulge any information, he also cautioned him against provoking Xia Bing, which left him utterly baffled. Was Xia Bing perhaps his uncle's illegitimate child? Indeed, Xia Bing nodded, turning to Wang Yiping and said, Sect Master, since Brother Jian Wuchen is so enthusiastic, our Heavenly King's sect naturally cannot neglect the proper etiquette in receiving guests. You must not. You should go inside. Even if both supreme beings of the Liwa Sword sect ascend today, our Heavenly King's sect will not allow them to lay a finger on you. Wang Yiping shook his head, emphasizing the gravity of Xia Bing's safety. They could not afford to be careless. Ha ha ha. Is your Heavenly King's sect truly so cowardly? Wang Yiping. Even your disciple is more sensible than you. You are growing old. Laughed Taoist Tiani heartily. There is no need for the sect master to worry. The disciple has diligently practiced and fears no one, Xia Bing replied lightly, his eyes shimmering with a golden glow, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity. Simultaneously, the peak momentum of his late-stage core formation surged forth, astonishing those around him. Such formidable energy far surpassed that of an ordinary late-stage core formation cultivator. Moreover, what left many pale was that beneath this aura, they felt an inexplicable urge to submit. What kind of technique is this? The crowd's expressions turned ashen, urgently fortifying their resolve to dispel this strange influence. Something is amiss. Taoist Tiani fixed his gaze upon Xia Bing, his expression tightening. Jian Wuchen observed Xia Bing, his previously placid demeanor now replaced with seriousness. Although the senior disciple of the Heavenly King sect possessed only the strength of a late-stage core formation, even he, a nascent soul cultivator, felt a sense of threat. This was indeed a formidable opponent. Whoosh! Jian Wuchen's unparalleled sword aura soared into the heavens. A swordsman values invincibility and relentless forward momentum. This was an adversary worthy of his blade. Initially, Jian Wuchen had approached with a leisurely spirit, but upon encountering Xia Bing, excitement surged within him. Defeating this opponent would solidify his resolve, sharpening his already unmatched sword edge. The two great talents locked eyes, and an invisible yet cataclysmic battle seemed to ignite between them, one sharp and unstoppable, the other reigning supreme. Both were prodigies of the heavens. Wang Yiping, observing Xia Bing, retreated to the side upon meeting Xia Bing's unwavering gaze, understanding that he could not sway Xia Bing's decision. Thus, one can only adapt to circumstances. Once Xia Bing encounters peril, you will act without hesitation. The ideals of righteousness, the honor of the sect, pale in comparison to the safety of Xia Bing. The crowd continuously retreated, clearing a vast space for Xia Bing and Jian Wuchen. The Lihua Sword sect, Jian Wuchen, gazed at Xia Bing, a frenzied expression dawning upon his face. Xia Bing smiled and nodded, responding, Heavenly King sect, Xia Bing, please offer your guidance. Ding! In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Jian Wuchen, his treasured sword soaring forth. As a Yuanying sword cultivator wielding a magical artifact of the Yuanying level, he epitomized the pinnacle of cultivators. In stark contrast, Xia Bing bore no weaponry. Xia Bing's expression grew heavy, for this was the most remarkable genius he had ever encountered, as well as the most formidable adversary. With a thunderous clash, the two collided, sending forth a colossal mushroom cloud that left the onlookers wide-eyed, eager to discern which of these two prodigies would prevail. The majority of the crowd leaned in favor of Jian Wuchen, whose reputation was immensely formidable. Not only did he possess the power of the nascent soul stage, but he was also equipped with a nascent soul artifact, enabling him to unleash his utmost potential. Cough. Cough. Xia Bing retreated several hundred steps, clutching his chest, having been injured by the sword energy. Jian Wuchen staggered back a few dozen steps, his expression one of astonishment. The opponent's physical form was surprisingly comparable to that of a nascent soul, and the mysterious technique employed rendered his nascent soul artifact hesitant to confront him directly. It was worth noting that his artifact was imbued with a sword spirit, yet it trembled before the might of his opponent. Go, Brother Bing! Xilingu cheered, waving her embroidered fist to rally Xia Bing, prompting the disciples of the Heavenly King sect to erupt in spirited shouts of encouragement. Xia Bing gazed at Jian Wuchen. This opponent had not disappointed him. In the next instant, Xia Bing vanished from his position, seemingly intent on launching a proactive assault. Jian Wuchen, naturally unwilling to be outdone, immediately engaged once more in combat. The Taoist Tiani wore a grave expression. He could hardly believe that this senior brother of the Tianlong sect was also a prodigious disciple, and his talent might even eclipse that of Jian Wuchen. Although there exists merely a single tier of distinction between the nascent soul and the core formation realms, the disparity in their foundational depth is monumental. Generally speaking, a cultivator in the early stages of the nascent soul realm can withstand the onslaught of at least 10 late-stage core formation cultivators without succumbing to disadvantage. Yet, This genius from the Tianwang sect, when faced with the early-stage Jian Wuchen, found himself only subtly at a disadvantage. Should such a prodigy mature, he would pose an immense threat to the Lihua sword sect. Taoist Tianyi even contemplated whether he should unleash his full power to eradicate this menace at once. Although this might provoke a lethal counterstrike from the Tianwang sect, the threat posed by this genius far outweighed any danger stemming from the sect itself. At this moment, the confrontation between these two extraordinary talents had reached a fevered climax. You have performed admirably, but this is where it ends. Jian Wuchen, panting heavily, prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Xia Bing's complexion was pallid, the toll of exhaustion evident, and her body bore several minor injuries. Nodding in agreement, she declared, "Indeed. It is time to bring this to a close." Tianyi Dao Rin's eyes glinted with a cold light. He was poised to act. As soon as the duel between Jian Wuchen and Xia Bing concluded, he would seize the opportunity under the pretense of catching Jian Wuchen, unleashing his lethal move to eliminate Xia Bing. Boom. Another deafening clash reverberated through the air, as the onlookers held their breath, eager to discern who held the upper hand. Wang Peng clenched his fists, excitement coursing through him. In the face of momentous choices, he recognized how to confront his own convictions. Indeed, he had wholeheartedly acknowledged Xia Bing. Her prowess rightfully earned her the title of the master brother of Tianwang's sect. Wang Ping even considered Xia Bing to be the most formidable master brother in the history of Tianwang's sect. As for Jian Wuchen, he was renowned as an unparalleled genius, celebrated as one of the top 10 prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness. Although the Eastern Wilderness had fallen into decline, its resources scarce and spiritual energy thin, far inferior to other regions teeming with talent, these 10 prodigies remained figures of aspiration, beyond the reach of many. Yet, it seemed that Xia Bing stood on par with these illustrious talents, perhaps even surpassing them. With such a genius at the helm, Tianwang's sect was destined to ascend to a remarkable level of prosperity. Xia Bing's body radiated a dazzling golden light, and behind her appeared a colossal golden-hued apparition. Its eyes closed and hands clasped, rendering its form indistinct. Yet, from this seemingly ordinary specter emanated a terrifying energy. Jian Wuchen, with his eyes shut, was nonetheless amplifying his aura, seeking a particular state of being. Witnesses to this scene gasped in astonishment, recognizing the extraordinary realm of merging one's essence with the sword, a state attainable only with great difficulty by an ordinary sword cultivator. The hallmark of a sword cultivator's journey is the achievement of this unity, where the sword and its wielder become one, a pinnacle revered since ancient times. "What is this?" Wang Yiping inquired, his expression clouded with confusion. The techniques Xia Bing employed were not from the Heavenly King sect, yet there was an inexplicable familiarity. However, his primary concern remained Xia Bing's safety. Two figures were propelled away from the epicenter of the explosion, and the Taoist of Tianyi immediately soared into the air, prompting onlookers to assume he was there to catch Jian Wuchen. Wang Yiping also ascended, his intent singular, to save Xia Bing, Lihua Dang Jian style. As the Taoist of Tianyi advanced, he abruptly altered his course, extending 2 fingers of his right hand to conjure a formidable sword energy, transforming himself into a deep crimson sword that surged towards Xia Bing. "Old thief Tianyi, how dare you!" Wang Yiping instantly sensed the anomaly, horrified, and propelled himself towards Xia Bing with all his might. "Uncle Master Tianyi, no?" Blood trickled from Jian Wuchen's lips as his pupils constricted in fury. He exerted all his strength to hurl his life's treasured artifact at the Taoist of Tianyi. Unfortunately, despite Wang Yiping's fervent flight, the Taoist was drawing ever closer to Xia Bing. That was a strike from a nascent soul-stage cultivator, meticulously plotted. What could a mere core formation cultivator possibly do against it? Though the crowd despised the shameless tactics of Tianyi, their hearts ached for Xia Bing, the prodigy nurtured by the Heavenly King sect who could rival the Lihua sword sect, now seemingly destined to perish. Blood trickled from the corner of Xia Bing's mouth, a testament to the fierce clash between him and Jian Wuchen, where neither could claim superiority. Yet, at this moment, he found himself drained of spiritual energy and nursing minor wounds, rendering him incapable of withstanding the strike from a formidable opponent in the infant transformation realm. Nevertheless, he refused to succumb to fate, unwilling to accept defeat. The path of cultivation is one that defies the heavens. For only in dire circumstances can one find a way to survive. At that moment, the Celestial One had already approached Xia Bing, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Reveling in the prospect of extinguishing talent, was it not a source of amusement? No. Wang Yiping's eyes blazed with fury, knowing Xia Bing could not withstand the onslaught of that old dog. Yet, just then, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. At the center of Xia Bing's forehead, a golden page emerged, expanding continuously until it reached a towering height. Although the page appeared devoid of any offensive capability, it was, in truth, unyieldingly resilient. Tianyi Daoist presumed this was merely Xia Bing's final struggle and paid it no heed. However, in the next moment, a colossal sword collided with the golden page, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The golden page remained unscathed, while Xia Bing stood unwavering in the air. It was Tianyi Daoist's great sword that shattered. How could this be possible? The crowd gasped in disbelief, as it defied all logic. The seemingly unadorned golden page, upon enduring the assault of the massive sword, radiated an ancient aura, unleashing a formidable force that surged towards Tianyi Daoist. "Tianyi, you old scoundrel, how dare you touch young Master Xia Bing?" A furious shout erupted from the back of the crowd. It was Song Wenjie, the leader of Ling Tian's sect, the powerful aura exuding from him, representative of the mid-stage of the child transformation realm, left countless individuals in awe. They had not anticipated that Song Wenjie, the sect leader of Ling Tian, was also a formidable force at the mid-stage of child transformation. "Tianyi, you have provoked the wrong person," came another thunderous roar, further astonishing the crowd. As this immense aura belonged to yet another powerful being of the child transformation realm, they turned around to see Dao Cheng, the former leader of Tian Xian's sect. Everyone had thought Dao Cheng had ascended, but it turned out he had successfully broken through to become a powerful figure in the child transformation realm. At that moment, three formidable beings of child transformation, brimming with righteous fury, flew towards Tianyi Daoist, leaving the onlookers in sheer terror. The appearance of four child transformation realm experts on this day was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Meanwhile, Tianyi Daoist had been struck by that mysterious and potent force, crashing into a pit in the ground. The ability to withstand the might of a child transformation practitioner and even retaliate against one made it evident to all that Xia Bing's golden page was an extraordinary treasure. Though many in the crowd revealed covetous glances, who would dare make a move? No one was blind. Three powerful entities of child transformation had already emerged. Not out of respect for Tian Wang's sect, but rather in defense of the young Xia Bing. Cough, cough. Struck by that mysterious force, Tianyi Daoist found himself in disarray, yet he had not sustained significant injury. However, this was of little consequence. For three powerful child transformation beings were now encroaching upon him, one of whom was even at the mid-stage of child transformation. Tianyi Daoist could not fathom why Tian Xian's sect and Ling Tian's sect would dare oppose Li Hua's sword sect for the sake of Tian Wang's sect. Did they not fear the potential wrath of Li Hua's sword sect in retaliation? Before Tianyi Daoren could ponder further, a fierce battle erupted, and the four formidable practitioners of the infant transformation stage immediately engaged in a chaotic melee. In that instant, the atmosphere within the Tian Wang sect was filled with flying sand and rolling stones, as the wind swept through like a tempest, creating an utterly terrifying spectacle. The onlookers retreated in fear, anxious to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The clash among the four infant transformation experts unleashed waves of horrifying energy that instilled dread in the hearts of all present. Yet, within a mere quarter of an hour, one figure was sent flying, blood spewing forth, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Tianyi Daoren of the Li Hua sword sect. A sight that, of course, did not surprise anyone. Tianyi Daoren was merely at the initial stage of the infant transformation, while his opponents included three formidable practitioners of the same realm, one of whom was even at the mid-stage. Defeat for Tianyi Daoren was simply a matter of time. Cough, cough. Tianyi Daoren, bloodied and covered in wounds, bellowed with a contorted expression. "If you have the ability, let us face off one-on-one. What kind of noble gentleman resorts to 3 against 1? In a fair fight, I would surely make you bleed on the spot." "Huh? You old fool, do you think you are worthy of discussing noble conduct with us? How utterly shameless." Wang Yiping scoffed, ready to strike, but was halted by Song Wenjie. "One-on-one it is then. The Li Hua sword sect is nothing more than this," Song Wenjie sneered, his right hand transforming into a fist, gathering a terrifying surge of energy. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, launching a fierce punch towards the fallen Tianyi Daoren. This was a concentrated strike, showing no mercy whatsoever, causing the onlookers to instinctively hold their breath in anticipation. Tianyi Daoren, forcing himself to gather energy, managed to erect a defensive barrier with his remaining spiritual power. However, upon sensing the opponent's fierce assault, despair flickered in his once clear eyes. Not only was the attack at full force, But his adversary also possessed a higher cultivation level, rendering him incapable of withstanding the blow. With a thunderous crash, Tian Dao Ren's eyes widened, his hands clawing at the ground. His chest caved in, bones shattered, and blood gushed forth once more. Uncle Tian, Jian Wuchen, standing at a distance, shouted frantically, attempting to rush forward, only to be flung back several dozen meters by Wang Yiping's wave of his hand. Amidst the blood Tian Dao Ren coughed up were fragments of internal organs. His breath became faint, lacking even the strength to speak. His head tilted, and he closed his eyes, slipping into unconsciousness, the brink of life and death uncertain. At this moment, the three infant transformation experts gathered before Xia Bing, examining her injuries with concern, fearful that something might happen to her, which they could not report to Xia Chen. "Thank you, esteemed seniors. I am not gravely harmed," Xia Bing replied, circulating her energy through several small cycles, gradually regaining her strength, her complexion becoming somewhat more vibrant. "That old scoundrel Tian is truly despicable and shameless, bullying the weak and relying on his age. How dare he strike you? I wonder if he is dead. If not, I shall make him pay dearly," Song Wenjie said indignantly. Dao Cheng and Wang Yiping nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting their shared sentiments. Had it not been for Xia Bing possessing a rare treasure that deflected the formidable strike from the opponent at the infant transformation stage, she would undoubtedly have fallen victim to that old scoundrel's nefarious intentions. Such an affront is intolerable. Today, that old wretch must pay with his life. In the distance, Jian Wuchen appeared disheveled and grim, his silence punctuated only by the bloodshot hue of his eyes. "Xia Bing, you possess extraordinary talent, surpassing even my own. My master, disregarding the decorum befitting his age, has resorted to such despicable tactics, which are indeed held in disdain by all. However, he has now received his just deserts. I wonder if we might yet depart." Sword cultivators are typically proud and ambitious, living their lives like sharp blades, relentlessly forging ahead without yielding to others, steadfast and unbending. Yet Jian Wuchen's words today suggest that his resolve may be wavering. Wang Yiping cast a glance at Jian Wuchen before turning to Xia Bing, asking, "Xia Bing, the decision rests with you." Dao Cheng and Song Wenjie nodded in agreement, urging Xia Bing to take the lead. The prominent sects and noble families gathered for the grand ceremony exchanged glances, astonished to witness these three formidable beings of the infant transformation stage seemingly seeking Xia Bing's counsel. Despite Xia Bing's remarkable abilities, he remains merely the eldest disciple of the Heavenly King sect, still at the stage of Golden Core, having yet to reach the realm of nascent soul. Yet, the three formidable nascent soul experts seem to be subservient to his whims. This phenomenon is truly unprecedented, leaving many in astonishment. Could it be that Xia Bing possesses an extraordinary background that compels these powerful figures to exhibit such deference? As for the behavior of the three, Xia Bing had long since grown accustomed to it. Of course, he maintains a clear understanding of his own position. The profound respect shown by these experts, particularly the higher-ups of the Heavenly King sect, who have effectively designated him as the sect's eldest disciple, is undoubtedly influenced by his father. In Xia Bing's past recollections, his father was always meticulous in his endeavors and cautious in life. It turns out that all this was a result of diligent preparation. For his father is a peerless powerhouse concealed within the mundane world. Xia Bing felt an immense pride in having such a father. Naturally, he often vowed silently within himself to emulate his father's reserved strength and patience, while also striving to become a source of pride for him in return. As for the position of the eldest disciple of the Tianwang sect, Xia Bing believed that even without his father's influence, he could achieve it on his own merit. After acquiring the mysterious golden page, his confidence surged, as it was a testament to his own capabilities. Today, Xia Bing unequivocally proved his worth, securing the title of the eldest disciple of the Tianwang sect, a position that was rightfully his and beyond dispute. Among the younger generation of disciples in the sect, none could rival him in combat prowess. Thus, Xia Bing felt that his title was not merely a hollow honor. "Let them go," he said. Xia Bing was not inherently a person of bloodlust. Although he possessed extraordinary talent, he did not share the ruthless mentality that sought to eradicate all. For every living being, he wished for gentle treatment. His father had once told him that such a disposition was ill-suited for a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Yet, Xia Bing found it impossible to regard life as insignificant. He aspired to one day attain the strength to dominate the world, to establish the laws of existence, and to create an era of peace and prosperity. "Brother Wuchen, should the opportunity arise, I hope we can spar again." Jian Wuchen was a worthy opponent. and Xia Bing held a deep mutual respect for him, hoping that on his path to invincibility, they could engage in friendly competition once more. Jian Wuchen regarded Xia Bing in silence, nodding gently. He then lifted the unconscious Tianyi Daoren and, after taking a few steps, turned back to Xia Bing and said, "Thank you, Brother Xia, for your kindness today. The strength of the Li Hua sword sect is formidable, and today they have suffered a significant humiliation. There is a 90% likelihood they will seek vengeance." Furthermore, the young man, Jian Wuchen, possesses a talent that borders on the extraordinary, destined to become an unparalleled sword cultivator in the future. However, since the sect leaders have allowed Xia Bing to make her own decision, they find it difficult to contest her choice to let Jian Wuchen depart. The farce of the Li Hua sword sect quickly came to an end, and the grand ceremony of the Tian Wang sect resumed its normal order. The atmosphere soon became lively once more, with cups clinking and exchanges of pleasantries, yet the primary topic of discussion remained Xia Bing and the Li Hua sword sect. It was evident that this incident was quite significant. At this moment, no faction dared to provoke the Tian Wang sect, given the current circumstances. It appeared that the Tian Wang sect, Tian Xian sect, and Ling Tian sect had formed an alliance. Collectively, these three sects possessed three nascent soul cultivators, a strength that surpassed, if not equaled, that of the Li Hua sword sect. Even if the Li Hua sword sect contemplated retaliation, they would need to weigh their capacity to contend with the combined forces of the three sections. Guests continued to arrive at the Tian Wang sect, filling the halls with esteemed company. As the time approached, everyone awaited the formal ceremony of the Tian Wang sect's enfeoffment. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura emanated from the eastern horizon, reminiscent of ancient times, prompting astonishment among the crowd, who feared an incursion by a powerful adversary. It was a dragon. No, not merely any dragon. It bore the antlers of a deer, the head of a camel, the eyes of a rabbit, the neck of a serpent, the abdomen of a mythical beast, the scales of a carp, the claws of an eagle, the paws of a tiger, and the ears of an ox. It was the Azure Dragon. A nascent soul cultivator cried out in terror, his face etched with fear. The Azure Dragon is a formidable branch of the dragon lineage. What is the Dragon Clan? It is the most powerful race among the demon tribes, often regarded as possessing a potent bloodline that distinguishes them from ordinary demons, classifying them as divine beasts. The might of the Dragon Clan was unparalleled in ancient times, reigning supreme at the apex of the food chain. Although the demon race has gradually declined since the calamity of the Dragon Han, even the mighty dragons have not escaped unscathed. Nonetheless, the power of the Dragon Clan remains deeply ingrained in the hearts of many. They are endowed with unparalleled techniques within their bloodlines, and each dragon possesses catastrophic combat prowess. Particularly, the Azure Dragon represents the pinnacle of combat strength within the dragon lineage. Though scarce in number, each Azure Dragon is a force to be reckoned with. Thus, when the nascent soul cultivator voiced his alarm, an uproar ensued, and all present braced themselves for the impending threat. Such divine beasts would not casually appear in a place of this scale. The arrival could not bode well. Some even speculated that it was summoned by the Li Hua sword sect. Sect leader Wang, swiftly activate the protective array for our sect. The master of the sect bellowed fiercely, activating the protective formation of the sect. With the combined strength of everyone present, along with the three formidable practitioners of the infant transformation realm, there was indeed a glimmer of hope for resistance. If they could hold out long enough, it was certain that a powerful figure would arrive to capture the Azure Dragon. After all, demonic beasts, particularly those possessing the bloodline of divine beasts, are treasures in themselves, useful for concocting elixirs, forging artifacts, and enhancing cultivation, among various other purposes. Therefore, the demon race often faces rampant hunting by other clans. However, the three practitioners of the infant transformation realm seemed to have noticed the Azure Dragon, yet their expressions betrayed no signs of tension. Instead, they wore relaxed smiles. What was this strange behavior? Everyone was puzzled. These demonic beings were notoriously violent, and the arrival of a Dragon Clan member signaled danger. Even if the three practitioners worked together, they likely wouldn't be a match for the Azure Dragon. Finally, the seniors had arrived. Wang Yiping's demeanor brightened, and both Dao Cheng and Song Wenjie felt a surge of excitement, their hearts filled with admiration. How many in the world could tame the Azure Dragon as their steed? Seniors? The practitioners standing beside the trio were suddenly taken aback. No wonder the Tianwang sect dared to confront the Li Hua sword sect with such audacity. They had a divine beast as their backing. However, to acknowledge a demonic beast as one's master, even one of the powerful dragon lineage, could be somewhat embarrassing. The human race currently boasts the largest population among all races, with numerous experts emerging, earning the title of the leader of all spirits. To recognize a demonic race as their master left many practitioners feeling discontented. As the Azure Dragon drew closer, its potent divine beast aura and strength, comparable to the peak of the late infant transformation realm, caused everyone to instinctively hold their breath. Many lower-ranked practitioners trembled uncontrollably, gripping their magical tools tightly. The several Zhonglong Azure Dragon had a commanding presence, its massive head creating a striking visual impact. Yet, when they beheld the Azure Dragon in its entirety, they discovered a figure standing atop the colossal dragon's head. Clad in a flowing yellow robe, the individual had long white hair billowing in the wind, sharp brows and piercing black eyes, with thin, slightly pursed lips and a chiseled profile, as if every feature had been meticulously sculpted by the heavens. Simultaneously, this tall and slender figure, not rugged but rather graceful, resembled an eagle in the night, proud and solitary, exuding an air of dominance that commanded respect. This person seemed to merge seamlessly with the heavens and the earth, perched high above, unattainable by others. The only possibility for such an individual to stand atop the head of a creature as proud as the Dragon Clan was that this mysterious figure, with an unclear origin, was indeed the master of the Azure Dragon, and the immensely powerful dragon was merely this person's steed. Heavens! What extraordinary personage could possibly claim the Azure Dragon as their own? Everyone is astounded. A mere accidental gaze into the eyes of that enigmatic powerhouse instinctively breeds feelings of inferiority, as if this mysterious figure embodies a divine presence. That supreme being seems to be observing us. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage subconsciously swallowed hard, his heart taut with tension. Yet, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence, with no one daring to utter even a single word. They feared that a careless remark might offend the celestial authority and invite dire consequences. The crowd was frozen in apprehension, their anxiety palpable. At that moment, someone moved, instinctively. All eyes turned to Xia Bing, accompanied by the leaders of the Tianxin sect, Tianwang sect, and Lingtian sect, advancing towards the direction of that supreme being. The spectators felt a chill run down their spines, terrified that the actions of these few might provoke the wrath of this transcendent entity. Leading the way, Xia Bing, along with Wang Yiping, Song Wenjie, and Dao Cheng, approached respectfully from behind. However, one individual stole a glance at the figure atop the Azure Dragon's head, and upon noticing that the being did not display any signs of anger, he breathed a subtle sigh of relief. Xia Chen gazed downwards, where nearly 10,000 individuals gathered, a sight that left him profoundly awestruck. As the Azure Dragon positioned itself suitably, Xia Chen descended gracefully. "Father," Xia Bing exclaimed upon seeing his father, his countenance brimming with exuberance. For a son, the most gratifying experience lies in having his father witness his efforts and achievements. "I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." The leaders of the three major sects bowed respectfully, their expressions filled with reverence. In the palpable silence, Xia Bing's words jolted everyone awake, their attention instinctively converging upon him. They gazed at Xia Bing with disbelief, rendered speechless by the revelation that he was the son of this transcendent being. This newfound understanding illuminated everything. It explained why Xia Bing, a disciple of the Heavenly King sect, possessed a defensive artifact impenetrable even by those in the infant transformation realm, and had even repelled formidable experts of that caliber. It was no wonder that the leaders of the three sects treated Xia Bing with such deference, seeking his counsel on all matters. It also clarified why the Heavenly King sect exhibited such audacity towards the Flamesword sect, seemingly indifferent to the latter's considerable strength that far surpassed their own. For behind the Heavenly King sect stood an unparalleled figure of immense stature. With a legendary beast such as the Azure Dragon as his steed, one must ponder how many in this world could rival such a remarkable individual. Even beyond the eastern wastes, such a personage remains resplendent and unmatched. They had previously found the sect leader's deference towards a junior somewhat distasteful, viewing it as ludicrous. Yet now, all they felt was an overwhelming tide of envy and jealousy. They envied the Heavenly King sect for having secured such a formidable ally, ensuring their prosperity for countless generations. With such an extraordinary figure as their patron, would they not stride confidently in any realm? Throughout history, rank and respect have been dictated by martial prowess. The Heavenly King sect had indeed struck gold, not only accepting the son of this illustrious being as their disciple, but also designating him as the eldest senior brother. As the eldest senior brother, barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to inherit the position of sect leader, thus intertwining his fate with that of this eminent individual. The crowd now found themselves filled with anticipation, pondering whether the Flame Sword sect would seek retribution for the fallen Taoist Tianyi. Should the Flame Sword sect's formidable experts arrive, intent on avenging their disgrace and annihilating the Heavenly King sect, what expression would they wear upon encountering this supreme existence? The irony of life's unpredictability elicited a quiet amusement among the onlookers, as these events often transpired beyond human control. Indeed, becoming the eldest senior brother should not lead to arrogance. One must continue to strive diligently to become a formidable figure renowned throughout the land. Xia Chen nodded approvingly at Xia Bing, and then addressed the sect leaders. We are all well acquainted. No need for formalities. By the way, where is Linair? I have yet to see her. Xia Chen harbored a genuine concern for his daughter-in-law, and, upon noticing her absence, could not help but inquire. Elder Zifeng's excitement was palpable. He had not anticipated that Xia Chen would hold his granddaughter in such high regard. It seemed inevitable that Zilinger would become a member of the Xia family. The Z clan was destined for greatness, soaring to unprecedented heights. Zilinger was pulled from the crowd by Zifeng, feeling somewhat awkward. The longer she spent in his presence, the more she realized just how formidable her father-in-law was. She could hardly fathom the illustrious background of Xia Bing. Reflecting on the times she had encouraged Xia Bing not to feel inferior due to her origins, urging her to maintain an optimistic outlook, she was startled to discover that she herself was the true fool in this scenario. The mere thought of this made Zilingo blush. "Greetings, esteemed Senior Xia," she said, her voice bright and vivacious. Xia Chen smiled kindly and shook his head, saying, "Since you are now my daughter-in-law, there is no need for such formality. Reflect on what you should call me." "Father," Xiling hesitated for a moment. Yet her charming face flushed as she uttered the word. Immediately after, she regretted it, realizing that she should have addressed him as Uncle Xia instead, considering she had not yet officially entered the family. Xia Chen was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Very well, Bing. You must not neglect Linger in the future, or I shall have to hold you accountable. Rest assured, Father, Linger is my destined partner in this lifetime." "I shall recognize only her," Xia Bing declared, pulling Zilinger into his embrace. "Senior Xia, the auspicious time for the ceremony has arrived. Shall we proceed?" Wang Yiping praised briefly before shifting the topic. "Indeed, let us commence without delay," Xia Chen nodded. Instantly, everyone parted to create a broad pathway, with Xia Chen leading the way to the most esteemed seat. "Now, the grand ceremony of the Tianwang sect shall begin," an elder at the nascent soul stage proclaimed, his voice resonating powerfully across thousands of miles. Ancestral worship. With the sect leader at the forefront and 7 nascent soul elders assisting, they formed mysterious light seals, unleashing a brilliant radiance that illuminated the surroundings. An enormous phantom emerged, seemingly grounded yet towering, embodying the founder of the Tianwang sect. All members of the sect bowed slightly in reverence to the colossal figure. The sealing ceremony commenced. The officiating elder continued to call out, his voice booming like thunder. Wang Yiping stepped forward, gazing at Xia Bing. "Today, I appoint you as the master brother of the Tianwang sect, the foremost of the younger generation. Do you accept?" "I accept," Xia Bing replied solemnly with a nod. "This is the master brother's token from this day forth. You shall bear the responsibility for the safety of our sect and uphold its dignity," Wang Yiping stated, presenting a white token to Xia Bing. With the ceremony complete, "Let us all welcome our master brother," the nascent soul elder announced once more. "We pay our respects to the master brother." Nearly 10,000 disciples of the Tianwang sect knelt in unison, raising their voices in salute. The grandeur of the scene stirred the blood and ignited the spirit. "Ding! Congratulations to the host's son for becoming the heir of the human emperor sect, unlocking an achievement. Would you like to claim the reward? Is this truly possible?" Xia Chen was overjoyed, never expecting that this could also lead to an achievement unlock. However, what exactly is the origin of this human emperor sect? Hasn't Xia Bing become the senior brother of the Heavenly King sect? How did he become associated with the human emperor sect, a faction I have never even heard of? Nevertheless, Xia Chen could hardly be bothered with such matters now. The priority at this moment is to unlock the achievement, which surely means he will receive rewards. Claim. Xia Chen waited with a sense of anticipation, eager to discover the nature of this reward. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 points and a pin of the Emperor." "A pin of the Emperor?" Xia Chen directly extracted the reward, revealing a white, translucent brush. This was an artifact he had never encountered before. He pondered to himself, could someone truly refine a magical tool to resemble a brush? Was it intended for his own calligraphy practice, or did it serve another purpose? Xia Chen endeavored to sense the profound power contained within the Emperor's pen. discovering it to be imbued with an astonishing might, vast and boundless. He promptly withdrew. The system's creations are indeed extraordinary. Interestingly, Xia Chen had initially intended to present Xia Bing with a defensive artifact of the infant transformation level, but now he found himself with a superior option. The system indicated that Xia Bing had become the heir of the emperor lineage, signifying a significant connection between her and this so-called emperor's sect. Since the pin is named the emperor's pin, it must also be associated with the emperor's sect. Bestowing the emperor's pin upon Xia Bing as a gift would be a splendid choice. Following numerous procedures, Xia Bing had already acquired the token of the eldest senior brother from the Heavenly King's sect, thus becoming the rightful eldest senior brother of the sect. Xia Chen wore a look of satisfaction as he regarded his son. Xia Bing had always been a determined child. He vividly recalled the day he sent him to Tianwang's sect, when the boy had solemnly promised to strive diligently and become the senior disciple of the sect. Now, decades later, he had fulfilled that promise, achieving the esteemed title of senior disciple. Father, I have become the senior disciple of Tianwang's sect. Upon the completion of the ceremony, Xia Bing rushed to Xia Chen, his joy palpable, for nothing delighted a child more than receiving acknowledgement from their elders, especially their parents. My child, you have done remarkably well. I am proud of you, Xia Chen said, gently ruffling his son's hair, suddenly feeling a prick of emotion in his eyes. This day is extraordinary for you. Allow me to present you with a gift. With a benevolent smile, Xia Chen produced the Renwang brush. Upon hearing that the Supreme Being intended to bestow a gift, everyone craned their necks in anticipation, eager to behold the momentous offering. The object was a transparent artifact. Intricately crafted into a brush resembling crystal, at first glance, it appeared unremarkable. Yet, any skilled artifact forger who beheld the densely packed patterns upon the brush would be left in awe. This remarkable item was known as the Renwang brush. Imbued with boundless power and steeped in ancient lore, it was a rare treasure indeed. Renwang brush? Xia Bing was taken aback. His own exceptional fortune lay in the golden pages of knowledge he possessed in his mind, known as the Renwang Sutra, a powerful and mysterious text that had enabled his rapid advancement. However, despite wielding such an extraordinary technique, he was unaware of its origins. Now, gazing at the Renwang brush gifted by his father, he began to speculate that these items were likely connected. Onlookers gazed at Xia Bing with envy, many casting covetous glances at the Renwang brush, understanding that such a gift from a being of supreme stature was anything but ordinary. Some even conjectured that the Renwang brush might be an imperial artifact. Never before had anyone witnessed a transparent artifact. Such an object clearly indicated a return to simplicity, possessing unparalleled power and potentially catastrophic capabilities. While others speculated about the immense potential of the Renwang brush, Wang Yiping could assert with utmost clarity that it contained the terrifying power to annihilate worlds, and was indeed one of the treasured relics of the Renwang sect from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It was said that during the height of the Renwang sect's power, emperors emerged in droves, and powerful beings were abundant, bestowing the sect with a preeminent position across the continent. In that era, it was not only due to the multitude of formidable warriors from the human emperor sect, but also because the sect possessed two extraordinary heirlooms. These two treasures, namely the human emperor scripture and the human emperor brush, were akin to imperial artifacts, exuding immense power and harboring terrifying destructive forces. Alas, with the disintegration of the human emperor sect, these two clandestine heirlooms vanished into obscurity, and the legends surrounding the sect have gradually faded from public memory. Since the founding of the Celestial King sect, there has been an incessant quest to gather information regarding these unparalleled inheritances. However, after millennia of searching, they remained elusive. It was once thought that these two secret treasures would never grace the mortal realm again, yet today, the human emperor brush has made its appearance. Beside him, Wang Yiping stifled his excitement, his gaze fixed intently on the brush, yearning to leap forward and examine it closely. Such a celestial artifact encapsulates the profound insights of every wielder throughout generations. To absorb even a fraction of its wisdom would yield immense benefits for one's cultivation. After all, it is a tool of the great emperor, and there are rumors that the first human emperor transcended even the great emperors themselves, thus forging the human emperor brush and scripture. Should the origins of these two extraordinary treasures become known to the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite countless powerful beings to vie for them, leading to a tempest of bloodshed. Nevertheless, Wang Yiping harbored no concerns, for standing behind Xia Bing was none other than Xia Chen. "Thank you, father," exclaimed Xia Bing, receiving the human emperor brush, his confidence swelling as he resolved to strive diligently and become a true powerhouse, determined not to disappoint his father. At that moment, as Xia Bing made contact with the brush, it emanated a mysterious aura. Concurrently, the golden pages of the human emperor scripture within Xia Chen's mind began to tremble gently. As the two remarkable artifacts resonated with one another, the human emperor brush and scripture appeared as long-lost friends, expressing their heartfelt sentiments after years of separation. As the inheritor of the human emperor legacy, Xia Bing felt a surge of joy, deeply attuned to the elation of the two divine objects. A beam of light shot skyward, enveloping the heavens in a grand atmosphere, embodying the supreme insights of a true warrior. Bestowing blessings upon the tens of thousands of cultivators present. Each cultivator sat cross-legged, absorbing this momentous fortune. Amidst the radiance, Xia Bing received the greatest opportunity. As the human emperor scripture bestowed upon him the most profound power, while the human emperor brush recognized him as its master, allowing him to assimilate countless extraordinary insights. After approximately 10 minutes, Xia Bing opened his eyes, golden beams of light emanating from them. Behind him, a golden phantom appeared, reminiscent of his earlier battle with Jian Wuchen. However, this time, the phantom appeared more vivid, with its outline becoming discernible. It was indeed the human emperor. Wang Yiping's face flushed with excitement, realizing why he had previously sensed a familiarity in Xia Bing's aura. Upon closer inspection, it mirrored the portraits of the human emperor stored within the Celestial King's sect. Thus, it was destined for Xia Bing to become the inheritor of the human emperor lineage. The revival of the Heavenly King sect appears promising, with the potential to be led by Xia Bing to recapture the former glory of the human emperor sect. Wang Yiping, with tears streaming down his face, reflects on the countless predecessors who toiled to rejuvenate the Heavenly King sect and restore the illustrious past of the human emperor sect. To his astonishment, this aspiration has finally come to fruition in his generation. Witnessing the rise of the Heavenly King sect and its inheritance of the legacy of the human emperor sect brings Wang Yiping a sense of fulfillment, leaving him with no regrets in this life. Xia Bing exuded an awe-inspiring presence, resembling a sovereign of the heavens and the ruler of the earth. As the monarch of the land, Xia Bing possessed a heart full of compassion for all beings. Witnessing countless cultivators of the human race receiving their blessings filled him with profound joy. At that moment, Xia Bing appeared extraordinarily majestic, standing aloft in the air, his golden robe billowing in the wind with a resonant sound. Simultaneously, his aura surged ever higher, causing the cultivators below to wear expressions of astonishment. Xia Bing has broken through, ascending to the realm of the nascent soul. Instantly, following this momentous achievement, a multitude of ethereal palaces and jade towers materialized behind him. Accompanied by exquisite beasts and wondrous phenomena, Xia Bing appeared as a transcendent being descending from the heavens. The cultivators around him could not help but prostrate themselves, yearning to pay homage. Such extraordinary manifestations moved even Xia Chen, who could not help but feel awe. Truly, he was the sovereign of the earth. The reverence bestowed upon Xia Bing surpassed even that which he, endowed with a system of golden advantages, received, more resplendent and grand. Were it not for his own advantages, he might have been entirely overshadowed by this youth. If a father were to be outshone by his son, what dignity would remain? In the distance, by a waterfall pool, the azure dragon had been comfortably dozing. Suddenly, it was jolted awake, its fur standing on end. In a state of bewilderment, it craned its neck, catching a whiff of an unmistakable aura, one that it would never forget. This essence bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the supreme being that had once obliterated its previous existence. Ultimately, it laid eyes upon Xia Bing, the son of its master, and its heart raced with astonishment. How peculiar! This father-son duo was destined for greatness. The azure dragon recoiled slightly, realizing that the son's talents might even surpass those of his father. It was only a matter of time before he would ascend to the status of that once unparalleled existence. Xia Bing has ascended to the nascent soul realm, experiencing a geometric enhancement in strength. Should he engage in battle with Jian Wuchen now, Xia Bing is confident of triumphing over him. A 35-year-old nascent soul cultivator. Wang Yiping took deep breaths, overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Truly, the heavens have favored the Tianwang sect. With such a prodigy among them, how could the sect not flourish? Turning his gaze towards Xia Chen, Wang Yiping felt an even deeper reverence and silently knelt before him. This individual, who has bestowed immense opportunities upon the Tianwang sect, deserves the gratitude and remembrance of all its members. A great talent concealed within the mundane, possessing unparalleled divine might, appearing unremarkable yet extraordinarily powerful. Were it not against the rules, Wang Yiping would have immediately considered passing his position as sect leader to Xia Bing. The resonance produced by the emperor's pen and the emperor's scripture lasted over a minute, during which the cultivators present reaped considerable benefits. This was a tremendous boon, as merely comprehending this minute's worth of insight could spare them decades, if not centuries, of arduous cultivation. Furthermore, the understanding gained from this moment would serve them throughout their lives. We express our gratitude to Senior Brother Xiaobing for his divine favor, regardless of age or gender. Everyone bowed in respect towards Xiaobing, their gestures sincere and heartfelt. From this day forth, the reputation of the Tianwang sect will reach its zenith in this region, and the name Xiaobing will echo far and wide. In the distance, to the north of the Tianwang sect, 3 enormous spiritual vessels were making their way toward them. Each vessel bore 3 flags, each emblazoned with the image of a black longsword. Many cultivators, upon seeing the flags, took great care to steer clear, unwilling to confront their formidable presence. For these vessels belonged to the Li Hua Sword sect. The Li Hua Sword sect is a venerable sect with a history spanning millennia, housing 2 formidable nascent soul masters within its ranks. In the eastern wilderness, possessing even a single nascent soul cultivator is sufficient to establish a sect, let alone the Li Hua Sword sect with its 2 powerful entities. On one of the vessels, a dark-haired Taoist appeared grim. He was Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Li Hua Sword sect, boasting formidable strength at the mid-nascent soul stage. Beside Nangong Xiao stood a couple known in the martial world as Long Gong and Chipo. The dragon and snake elders themselves possessed early nascent soul strength and had raised a dragon of nascent soul caliber, reputed to be capable of contending with mid-nascent soul masters without faltering, instilling fear into the hearts of many. Nangong sect leader. Is it truly necessary to exert such effort against the insignificant Tianwang sect? Long Gong remarked nonchalantly. The Tianwang sect is indeed not to be feared. Even if Wang Yiping were to attain the nascent soul realm, I could easily turn him to ash. However, there are 2 other sects foolishly embroiled in this conflict, provoking my Li Hua Sword sect. Those 2 sects also possess nascent soul cultivators, totaling 3 in number, one of whom is at the mid-stage. While I, Nangong Xiao, do not fear them, it would be unwise to confront them all at once. Thus, I have summoned the 2 of you to lend your strength to our sect in annihilating these 3 sects. Nangong will let out a cold snort, the esteemed reputation of the Li Hua Sword sect resonating profoundly. He was taken aback that the 3 sects, emboldened by the emergence of a mere infant transformation realm cultivator within their ranks, dared to defy them so brazenly, even injuring the revered Tian Yi Dao Run. Thus, anger surged within Nangong Hua. He vowed to obliterate these 3 sects, to let blood flow like rivers. Ah, it is clear now. The Southern Ming Li Hua sword wielded by Sect Master Nangong is a formidable artifact, comparable to the late stages of the infant transformation realm. With the assistance of my spouse and I, this endeavor is certain to succeed without fail. However, let not Sect Master Nangong forget that after the annihilation of the 3 sects, 1/3 of their treasures shall rightfully belong to my spouse and me. Long Pa chuckled ominously, his laughter grating on the ears of many disciples from the Li Hua Sword sect who stood behind him. The dragon boat surged forth with all its might, consuming considerable resources, yet in comparison to the annihilation of the 3 sects, the Li Hua Sword sect remained unfazed. At this moment, the grand ceremony of the Tianwang sect was nearing its conclusion. Just then, departing cultivators spotted the dragon boat from the Li Hua Sword sect. Everyone understood that the intentions of the Li Hua Sword sect were far from benign. They were undoubtedly seeking retribution for Tian Yi Dao Ren. Ordinarily, the cultivators might have chosen to feign ignorance, distancing themselves from the conflict. Yet, who among them had not benefited from Xiaobing's fortune? Those who intended to leave returned to the Tianwang sect, eager to contribute their strength to the cause. Most cultivators held a belief in karma. Receiving Xiaobing's gift was the cause, and standing with the Tianwang sect was the effect. Furthermore, the Tianwang sect was no longer what it once was. The impending revenge from the Li Hua Sword sect threatened to bring ruin upon the entire sect. At this juncture, led by Dao Cheng of the Tian Xian sect and Song Wenjia of the Ling Tian sect, alongside over 30 infant transformation realm cultivators, they soared into the air, preparing to intercept the Li Hua Sword sect. Foolish and overconfident, Nangong Xiao observed the figures of the distant cultivators, scoffing dismissively. Today, the 3 sects would inevitably pay a bloody price to honor the unparalleled might of the Li Hua Sword sect, ensuring that all sects and families would recognize the fatal consequences of provoking the Li Hua Sword sect. This was also an opportune moment for the Li Hua Sword sect to serve as an example to the world, establishing their supremacy. This is the domain of the Tianwang sect. I implore you all to halt. Song Wenjie declared, arms crossed, his voice icy. Ha. The diminutive Tian Wang sect indeed possesses grandiose airs. Nan Gongxiao laughed heartily, completely disregarding Song Wenjie, and continued. It is astonishing that your Tian Xin sect and Ling Tian sect have become mere watchdogs for the Tian Wang sect. If your ancestors were aware, they would surely bleed from indignation. Since your three sects still exist, let today's blood be spilled here, to honor the celestial might of my Lihua Sword sect. Disciples of the Lihua Sword sect, heed my command, eradicate the members of the three sects with all your might. Longpa and Shipa. Join me in the fray. With the Tian Wang sect nearly 100 paces away, the battle was on the brink of eruption. Yet, the ranks of cultivators on the side of the Tian Wang sect continued to swell. Although the number of high-ranking practitioners is scarce, the ranks of those beneath the infant transformation stage continue to swell, densely clustering together. This phenomenon caused Nan Gongxiao's brows to furrow increasingly, as he pondered whether these individuals were afflicted with madness or had succumbed to the malevolence of the Tianwang sect. How could they all conspire against both the Tianwang sect and the Lihua Sword sect? Were they truly oblivious to the might of the Lihua Sword sect? Esteemed guests, this matter pertains to the long-standing grievances between the Lihua Sword sect and the Tianwang sect, Ling Tian sect, and Tianqin sect. Should you choose to withdraw today, the Lihua Sword sect would be eternally grateful, forgiving any grievances of this day and promising substantial rewards in the future, Nan Gongxiao declared, striking back against Song Wenjie with a powerful palm before raising his voice to the surrounding crowd. If this continued, the elite forces of the Lihua Sword sect might perish here. Ultimately, even if they obliterated the three sects, the cost to the Lihua Sword sect would be exorbitant, as the resources required to cultivate a single disciple are considerable. However, while Nan Gongxiao spoke with such words, a murderous intent had already begun to brew in his heart against these individuals. Once the three sects were vanquished, he would meticulously tally the sects and families that participated in the conflict today, vowing to pay each one a visit in the future. The dignity of the Lihua Sword sect is not something to be trampled upon. To his dismay, Nan Gongxiao found that his words fell on deaf ears, as no one responded, nor did any practitioners retreat, which was an immense affront to him. Since you all show such disregard for the Lihua Sword sect, I shall not hold back, Nan Gongxiao exclaimed, his frustration palpable. The Lihua Sword sect had never before endured such humiliation. Once the three sects were extinguished, a thorough cleansing of these forces would inevitably follow, with those who aided the Tianwang sect destined for obliteration. In this battle, the Lihua Sword sect found itself in a most vexing situation. Although they held the upper hand in terms of elite combat strength, the junior disciples were already lamenting their plight, struggling to endure. Wang Yiping also joined the fray, resulting in a 3-on-3 clash among the infant transformation practitioners, with exchanges flowing back and forth. Though the Lihua Sword sect maintained a greater advantage, a clear victor could not be determined in the short term. Dragon Lord and Serpent Matron, cease your concealment and conclude this swiftly, Nan Gongxiao bellowed, recognizing that prolonged engagement would only diminish the Lihua Sword sect's advantage. A scenario most unfavorable. Agreed. The Dragon Lord and Serpent Matron, perceiving the shifting tides of battle, understood that the annihilation of the three sects would not be as simple as they had anticipated, and it was time to unveil their true prowess. Suddenly, in Nan Gongxiao's hand appeared a crimson longsword, the Nanjing Lihua sword, engulfed in flames that seemed perpetually ablaze. As the Nanjing Lihua sword was drawn, half the sky was painted a fiery crimson, a testament to its formidable power. Witnessing this divine blade, many retreated in terror. It was said that the Nanjing Lihua sword was a treasured relic of the Lihua Sword sect, with a history spanning several millennia. The personal artifact of the sect's founding ancestor, nurtured for 7,000 to 8,000 years, its might unfathomable, rivaling even the terrifying strength of late-stage infant transformation practitioners. Boom. Song Wenjie clashed with Nan Gonghua, who wielded the southern Ming Lihua sword, and was forcefully struck into a pit, sustaining considerable injuries. Nan Gonghua, armed with the southern Ming Lihua sword, unleashed unparalleled combat prowess at the pinnacle of the infant transformation realm, capable of looking down upon anyone. Is there anyone else? Nan Gonghua coldly surveyed the surroundings, causing a wave of trepidation among the onlookers. His formidable strength was overwhelming, apart from the supreme being who arrived riding a dragon. It seemed unlikely that anyone present could rival him. Suddenly, the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady produced an odd flute and began to play a haunting melody. Instantly, dozens of feet-long flood dragons emerged from the Dragon Lord's spirit beast pouch, their fierce visages revealing their ferocity. Though merely at the peak of the late infant transformation realm, their terrifying presence struck fear even into the hearts of those in the infant transformation stage. They were the infamous Dragon Lord and Snake Lady, notorious for their mercilessness and killing. Recognizing the couple, many cultivators displayed expressions of horror. Despite being in the early stages of the infant transformation, their strength was formidable. Bolstered by their contracted spirit beast, a wicked flood dragon with a trace of dragon blood, capable of contending with mid-stage infant transformation cultivators without losing ground. Even when faced with late-stage cultivators, they possessed the means to escape. Boom, boom, boom. With the aid of the southern Minglihu sword, Nangonghua dominated the battlefield. Overpowering all, the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady swiftly dispatched Wang Yiping and Dao Cheng, solidifying their advantage in an instant. Nangonghua smirked coldly, recognizing this as the consequence of opposing the Lihua sword sect. Soon, 3 infant transformation cultivators would perish here, an exceedingly rare event. The flood dragons savagely tore through flesh, mercilessly slaughtering all in their path, for these beasts, feasting on powerful beings, significantly aided their transformation into true dragons. The practitioners of the 3 sects fought and retreated, quickly finding themselves at their doorstep. They struggled to hold their ground, eagerly awaiting the intervention of the Supreme Being. Meanwhile, Xia Chen gazed at the azure dragon submerged in the pond, rendered speechless, perhaps disturbed by the commotion. The dragon had frozen the lake's surface and descended to the bottom to sleep. Once asleep, it was notoriously difficult to rouse, prompting Xia Chen to seek it out, as the chaos above threatened to escalate uncontrollably. On this side, Xia Bing brandished the Emperor's brush, radiating an aura of great power. He fixed his gaze upon Nangonghua, preparing to unleash a stroke of terrifying might. Although Xia Bing is merely in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, this strike possesses formidable power comparable to that of the late nascent soul stage. This is the terrifying strength derived from the Earth Sovereign in conjunction with the extraordinary artifact, the Emperor's brush. For them, engaging in battles beyond their level is as commonplace as daily life. You must be the prodigious youth spoken of by Wu Chun. Nangonghua gazed at Xia Bing, a smile of keen interest gracing his lips, yet concealed within that smile was a hidden malice. With a gentle flick, he deflected the faint force with the Naming Lihua sword, but his expression changed drastically. He sensed the spirit of the Naming Lihua sword trembling. This was the first time Nangonghua encountered such a phenomenon. What existence could instill such terror in the sword's spirit? Moreover, the response from the Naming Lihua sword was another spirit. Nangonghua's gaze then fell upon the Emperor's brush in Xia Bing's hand, and upon realizing its significance, a greedy glint shone in his eyes. Such an extraordinary artifact, falling into the hands of a mere child, would surely be a waste of its potential. It seems this journey shall not be in vain. The Lihua sword sect is poised to acquire a treasure even more formidable than the Naming Lihua sword. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. The Jiaolong, which had been blissfully feasting on flesh, abruptly halted, its heart constricting. After the chaos had begun, Nangonghua had summoned the sect's revered artifact, the Naming Lihua sword, while the Dragon Lord summoned his contracted spirit beast. The tides of battle shifted dramatically, with the Lihua sword sect gaining overwhelming dominance, causing the 3 major sects and other cultivators to retreat amidst heavy casualties. Just as the Lihua sword sect believed the outcome was secured, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In the distant sky, a colossal azure dragon, measuring over 10 zhang, soared into the air. The azure dragon, with its fearsome claws and an aura of primordial might, sent tremors through the nearby fauna, who trembled in fear. Cautiously seeking the source of this presence, an unparalleled great demon. The roar of the azure dragon transformed into an invisible sound wave that reverberated outward, instilling terror in the hearts of many, causing countless beasts to flee the area in haste. Meanwhile, the Jiaolong, which had been happily devouring the flesh of cultivators, was left stupefied, forgetting its meal as it stared blankly at the azure dragon. In the demon realm, the Jiaolong is regarded as a powerful lineage, possessing a trace of dragon blood, making it a close relative of the dragon clan. It is said that with persistent purification of its bloodline, a Jiaolong may have a chance to evolve into a true dragon. However, even if the Jiaolong were to evolve, it would merely become one of the lowest-ranked dragon breeds. In stark contrast, the azure dragon belongs to one of the mightiest branches of the dragon clan, holding an exalted status. Thus, upon encountering the azure dragon, the Jiaolong dared not move. As if a commoner stood before an emperor, its heart filled solely with dread. Dragon clan. Nangonghua was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the soaring azure dragon. The appearance of such a formidable beast in this desolate land was truly astonishing. No, it was terrifying. Long Gong and Xia shared the same expression of utter shock. With the presence of the dragon clan, the Jiaolong could barely unleash 50% of its combat prowess, signifying that the balance of the battlefield had once again tilted in favor of the Heavenly King sect. Furthermore, what left them even more astounded was the sight of a middle-aged man with white hair standing atop the dragon's head. His aura was effortlessly powerful, and his demeanor exuded an air of elegance. The dragon clan, naturally proud, would never submit to a human, let alone become a mount for one. This revelation made all members of the Little Sword sect instinctively swallow hard, realizing that they had likely encountered an insurmountable obstacle. First, there was the artifact that had instilled fear even in the spirit of the Little Sword, and now a mysterious powerhouse commanding the Azure Dragon. It was no wonder the Heavenly King sect dared to dismiss the Little Sword sect. They had evidently prepared a trap for the latter to unwittingly walk into. How cunning! Nangong Hua gritted his teeth, the seed of retreat already germinating in his heart. This enigmatic powerhouse, capable of taming such a formidable Azure Dragon, undoubtedly possessed terrifying strength. Such a figure was far beyond the reach of the Little Sword sect. Xia Chen, restrain them, Xia Chen commanded coldly. These individuals had grown exceedingly audacious, daring to disrupt the inheritance ceremony of his son. If they did not receive a proper lesson, they might genuinely believe him to be a soft target. Wang Yiping, Song Wenjie, Dao Cheng, and other formidable warriors also took to the air, surrounding the Little Sword sect completely. Particularly, the Jiaolong was sitting upright, trembling as if it were a child who had misbehaved, occasionally casting furtive glances at the Azure Dragon. The demon clan placed immense value on bloodlines. Among them, strength was respected above all, but bloodlines were equally revered. The nobility of bloodlines was ranked, with the dragon clan undoubtedly occupying the highest echelon. Xia Bing stood at a distance, the emperor's pen exuding an aura of peril from the heavens and the earth, while the body of the southern Ming Little Sword flickered with dissipating flames, resembling mere mundane iron. This rendered Nangong Hua incapable of unleashing his utmost combat prowess. He understood that the Little Sword sect had met its irrevocable downfall today. Under Xia Chen's command, the Azure Dragon brazenly charged into the fray, denying the members of the Little Sword sect any opportunity to speak. Long Gong and Xia exchanged alarmed glances. The Azure Dragon's formidable presence indicated it had reached the late stage of transformation, endowed with the potent bloodline of the dragon clan, making it insurmountable. Thus, they resolved to summon the Jiaolong to escape, only to find the creature indifferent to their plight, instead soaring towards the Azure Dragon with an entranced demeanor. The Azure Dragon mistook this as a provocation, seething with rage at the audacity of a mere mudloach to challenge the proud dragonkin. With a mighty sweep of its tail, it sent the unfortunate Jiaolong crashing into the earth. Bereft of the Little Sword's might, Nangong Hua quickly found himself at a disadvantage against the three sect leaders. The Azure Dragon pressed forward with terrifying momentum, charging towards Long Gong and Xia. Their expression shifted as they immediately formed seals to unleash a potent counterattack. Alas, the Azure Dragon's strength was unfathomably overwhelming. With a single strike, Long Gong and Xia were sent hurtling backward, spitting blood and sustaining grievous injuries. With their combat capabilities severely diminished, Long Gong and Xia were swiftly subdued by the Yuan-Ing realm cultivators of the three sections. In a bid to preserve their lives, they refrained from further resistance, for they were not true members of the Little Sword sect but merely bystanders. They believed that a simple admission of fault and some compensation would suffice to resolve the matter. This experience was an eye-opener for them. They never anticipated that such a supreme being lay hidden in this seemingly inconsequential place. Regret welled within them. Had they known, they would have refrained from entangling themselves in the affairs of the Little Sword sect. Before long, the disciples of the Little Sword sect were captured one after another, and Nangong Hua, having been thoroughly bested by the Azure Dragon, was left gasping for breath, sustaining numerous injuries. Nangong Hua, I advise you to cease your struggles. Dao Cheng chuckled heartily, for he and Nangong Hua were contemporaries, having crossed paths on numerous occasions. Nangong Hua, overwhelmed by rage, coughed up another mouthful of blood. He had just ingested a pill that temporarily boosted his cultivation in a desperate attempt to evade the Azure Dragon's onslaught, yet the creature was simply overpowering. Even with his strength augmented to the threshold of emergence, he was unable to contend with it, remaining firmly suppressed. The royal lineage of the demon clan was indeed terrifyingly formidable. With a resounding crash, as Nangong Hua's stamina waned and his energy depleted, compounded by the backlash of the pill, the Azure Dragon seized him, piercing through his body. Blood flowed incessantly from the corners of Nangonghua's mouth as he gazed in disbelief at the wound in his chest. Here was Nangonghua, the esteemed leader of the Lihua sword sect, once of lofty status, now reduced to such dire circumstances. The unpredictability of life is truly omnipresent. Clang! The Lihua sword of the southern Ming fell heavily to the ground, stained with the blood of Nangonghua. With his death, the once illustrious Lihua sword sect slowly approached its demise, all due to their entanglement with a figure far beyond their reach. After slaying a man, the azure dragon swaggered away as if nothing had occurred, while a river dragon emerged from the earth, eagerly trailing behind and howling. Following this battle, the Lihua sword sect was irrevocably cast into decline. Upon Nangonghua's demise, the leaders of the three sects personally led their formidable forces to the Lihua sword sect, mercilessly executing any disciple who dared to resist. However, the talented Jian Wuqin and his companions managed to escape using the sect's secret teleportation array. Wang Yiping, however, harbored no concerns. For Xia Bing possessed both talent and strength sufficient to overpower Jian Wuqin, thus eliminating any fear of retribution from him. Once the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matron were captured, their notoriety rendered them as despised as a rat in the street, leading to their cultivation being entirely eradicated by Song Wenjia, reducing them to the status of ordinary mortals and casting them outside the mountain of the Tianwang sect. This infamous couple, stripped of their powers, would undoubtedly encounter numerous enemies, leaving them with little chance of survival. The River Dragon, their contracted spiritual beast, became a subordinate to the Azure Dragon and simultaneously the guardian spirit of the Tianwang sect. The River Dragon itself was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and with the right opportunity, it would inevitably break through to become a formidable demon, greatly benefiting the development of the Tianwang sect. The Tianwu secret realm, a small world left behind by the Tianwu Saint Lord, is filled with unparalleled treasures such as nirvana pools and millennial trees, but most importantly, it harbors the legacy of the Tianwu Saint Lord. Once the master of the now-extinct Tianwu Holy Land, his power approached that of an emperor, earning him the revered title of quasi-emperor. Generally, among the masters of various holy lands, only a select few have approached the status of quasi-emperor, yet the path to becoming a true emperor remains fraught with challenges. Thus, anyone who acquires the legacy within the Tianwu secret realm is almost guaranteed to be recognized as a successor among the major holy lands. And many covet the extraordinary treasures left by the Tianwu Holy Land within this realm. Each time the Tianwu secret realm opens, countless talents from various factions eagerly enter. However, the realm seems to operate autonomously, bestowing unique Tianwu keys based on the different factions, ultimately selecting the most suitable successor for the Tianwu legacy. Yet, after thousands of years, it appears that no exceptional talent has fully obtained the legacy of the Tianwu Saint Lord. This is a place of an ice forest, within which lies a frozen pond. It is said that the heavenly martial sacred land was forged to enhance the physical bodies of its disciples. With countless celestial materials and treasures concealed beneath the cold spring, and intricate arrays densely woven throughout. If one could immerse themselves in such a cold spring, their physical prowess could be significantly elevated. At this moment, Xia Lu, adorned in delicate veils and possessing a graceful figure, had just acquired immense fortune from the cold spring and was tending to her garments. The nirvana pool was unbearably scorching. To undergo rebirth and transformation, one must first soak in the cold spring, for only then could they reap the greatest benefits in the nirvana pool. This was advice imparted to Xia Lu by her mother. The cold spring and the nirvana pool, one representing ice and the other fire, exist in a delicate balance of mutual creation and restraint. Should one master the union of the two, enduring the baptism of ice and fire, they might gain the recognition of the heavenly martial secret realm, thereby increasing their chances of inheriting the legacy of the heavenly martial sovereign. Within the heavenly martial secret realm, there are 3 cold springs, each typically sufficient for 2 individuals to refine their bodies. However, due to Xia Lu's true phoenix bloodline, she absorbed the essence meant for both, resulting in immense gains. Who goes there? Suddenly, a chill swept across Xia Lu's brow, and she swiftly unleashed 3 icy silver needles, their piercing sound echoing through the air with terrifying force. Unexpectedly, someone dared to seize the opportunity of the cold spring before her and her companions. With a series of clangs, the icy silver needles were deflected, and a peculiar voice emerged from the depths of the icy forest. Soon after, Xia Lu beheld 3 figures cloaked in black robes emerging from the shadows of the icy forest. Their faces were obscured, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes that sent shivers down the spine. Accompanying this unsettling gaze was a palpable scent of blood, reminiscent of a beast that had just feasted upon fresh flesh. Xia Lu felt a surge of vigilance as she coldly regarded the three individuals across from her. Suddenly, her expression tightened, and she instinctively exclaimed, You are of the Blood Clan? The Blood Clan, a name that struck fear into the hearts of all beings across the continent, was universally reviled. Countless creatures longed to eradicate them, driven by an overwhelming desire for vengeance. This so-called Blood Clan, also known as the extraterrestrial evil tribe, was notorious for their brutality and lack of compassion, coupled with an astonishing capacity for reproduction. According to ancient manuscripts, when the Blood Clan first descended upon the continent hundreds of thousands of years ago, they nearly enslaved all its inhabitants. Had it not been for the united forces of various races banding together to exterminate the Blood Clan, this land would likely have become a dominion of their own. It is said that the Blood Clan was responsible for the downfall of many formidable sanctuaries, such as the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. And rumors suggest that their manipulation was a contributing factor to the demise of the Heavenly Martial Sanctuary. Thus, this extraterrestrial menace was marked for destruction by all. However, despite the universal hatred directed at the Blood Clan, their formidable strength was equally acknowledged. To eliminate a single member of the Blood Clan typically required at least 3 beings of equivalent strength. Of course, this did not apply to the exceptional talents among various races, but even within the Blood Clan, there were prodigies of unparalleled prowess. As a member of the human clan's secret realm, Xia Lu could not fathom why the Blood Clan was able to infiltrate it. Yet, now was not the time for such musings. Confronted by these 3 Blood Clan members, a fierce battle was inevitable. Oh, you have recognized our identity? Then you shall not be allowed to live. One of the figures clad in black robes cackled ominously, his tone devoid of embarrassment at being exposed, instead brimming with pride. In this humble world, they regarded themselves as divine. Their status was supreme in relation to these lowly creatures. With that, one of the cloaked figures radiated a sinister crimson aura, exuding a palpable air of lethality. He brandished a wicked crescent blade, stained with the blood of unknown beings. Whoosh! The cursed crescent blade sliced through the air, hurtling towards Xia Lu with a bizarre crimson glow. Simultaneously, the black-robed figure let out another chilling laugh before vanishing from sight, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged towards Xia Lu at an angle. Xia Lu dared not underestimate the gravity of her predicament. She had to exert every ounce of her strength. Those capable of entering the celestial martial secret realm were beings of extraordinary talent, and particularly daunting were the 3 bloodline creatures that now surrounded her. Her immediate priority was to escape. Should an opportunity arise, she must reach out to the various factions and the prodigies of different races to unite in their efforts to eliminate these 3 bloodsuckers. With a resolute cry, a magnificent phoenix apparition materialized behind her, exuding an overwhelming aura. Simultaneously, the temperature around Xia Lu surged rapidly, reaching a terrifying degree in an instant. Surrounded by the notorious bloodline warriors, she swiftly resolved to unleash her full power to flee the battlefield and seek out other prodigies to confront the foe together. To attempt to vanquish these 3 bloodline beings single-handedly was nothing short of folly. Moreover, Xia Lu sensed that one of the bloodline creatures possessed formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing her own. Thus, it became imperative for her to rally the exceptional talents from various races to collaborate in the eradication of the bloodline prodigies. Although the aspirations of these prodigies in the celestial martial secret realm were primarily to seek fortune, often leading to rivalries and fierce contention over opportunities, when faced with the bloodline adversaries, they would typically cast aside their grievances, standing united against a common enemy. The ethereal silhouette of the phoenix beast behind Xia Lu embodies the true essence of the phoenix lineage from the Nine Phoenix Celestial Palace, a supreme legacy that can only be inherited by the direct descendants of the Phoenix clan. It signifies not only strength, but also a mark of identity. Oh, the Phoenix clan? No, the bloodline is diluted, and there is a hint of human essence. You must be a prodigy of the Nine Phoenix Celestial Palace. One of the figures clad in black, observing from a distance, was somewhat astonished, not expecting that this woman hailed from such a prestigious establishment. The Nine Phoenix Celestial Palace is a premier force on the continent, home to countless powerful beings. When combined with the Phoenix bloodline and enhanced by the innate cultivation talents of humanity, it commands a level of respect and caution from the Blood Clan. It seems Lan Duo may not be able to contend with her. Let us engage together to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. The leader of the black-clad individuals uttered these words just as Xia Lu clashed with the first of them. With her initial strike, she unleashed a formidable attack that caught the somewhat complacent Lan Duo off guard, causing him considerable distress. What a delectable huntress! Surely your flesh must be quite exquisite. He cackled. Lan Duo was repelled by Xia Lu's palm strike, suffering burns from the true essence of the phoenix, which caused him to bleed a corrosive, black fluid. Yet, rather than succumbing to embarrassment and rage, he became increasingly bloodthirsty. The Blood Clan has always been ravenous for blood, whether it be their own or that of their foes. It only drives them into a deeper frenzy. Xia Lu, disinterested in battle, swiftly repelled Lan Duo and was about to take flight into the void. Humph, think you can escape? The leader of the black-clad figures scoffed, moving with a speed akin to lightning, positioning himself before Xia Lu in the blink of an eye, causing her delicate features to pale. This man was formidable. Despite Xia Lu possessing a mid-stage transformation realm, she felt an inexplicable pressure when confronting this bloodline leader. He was undoubtedly a prodigy at the peak of the late transformation stage. The Tianwu secret realm imposed restrictions, permitting only cultivators below the out-of-body stage to enter. Any practitioner above the transformation stage attempting to force their way in would inevitably face the annihilating power left behind by the Tianwu Saint Master. This power was not only comparable to that of a quasi-emperor, but also encompassed the profound legacy of the Tianwu Holy Land accumulated over millennia. Such an unparalleled terror could spell doom even for a quasi-emperor. However, Xia Lu was mistaken. The opponent's cultivation had merely been forcibly sealed at the pinnacle of the late transformation stage. This was how the bloodline expert, despite having attained the out-of-body stage, could still enter the Tianwu secret realm. The black-clad leader wore an enigmatic smile, gesturing with his hand, and a small barrier materialized, ensnaring Xia Lu within. Xia Lu's expression was grave. In the face of such a formidable adversary, no trace of fear marred her countenance. Over the years, she had forged her path alone, enduring all the tribulations that life had to offer. Her mental fortitude was exceptional, and her resolve unwavering. With the true name of the Phoenix Goddess, she intoned the essence of the Phoenix Goddess, igniting her spirit. A droplet of blood, resembling a flame, materialized in Xia Lu's palm. It was a precious drop of her mother's blood, a talisman of protection bestowed upon her by her mother before venturing into the celestial martial secret realm. As Xia Lu's words fell, a drop of essence blood ignited with fervor, manifesting a colossal phoenix beast, its true essence illuminating the heavens. Roar! This magnificent creature, imbued with boundless celestial might and the power of annihilation, shattered the barrier woven by the cloaked figures. Stumbling backward, the three dark-clad individuals displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. The preciousness of essence blood is beyond question, as it constitutes the very lifeblood of every formidable warrior. Remarkably, this prodigy from the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace possessed a drop of essence blood worthy of a quasi-emperor, indicating her significant standing within the palace. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xia Lu swiftly departed, having expended a considerable amount of energy. Invoking the Phoenix's divine apparition drained nearly half of her spiritual power. It was not until a quarter of an hour after Xia Lu's departure that the trio of cloaked figures managed to dissipate the Phoenix's divine shadow. The leader of the Blood Clan spoke coldly. This individual must hold a considerable position within the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. Capturing her alive would undoubtedly prove intriguing. With that, they set off in pursuit of the direction Xia Lu had taken. The Blood Clan not only possesses a fearsome power that instills dread across myriad races but also boasts an acute tracking ability. As the leader of the Blood Clan established the barrier around Xia Lu, she unwittingly became tainted with their essence. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the Blood Clan would undoubtedly locate her, regardless of how far she attempts to flee. Xia Lu fled with all her might. Compelled to inform more people that the Blood Clan's influence had infiltrated the Tianwu secret realm, and vigilance was imperative. Given the Blood Clan's modus operandi, their presence in the Tianwu secret realm could only spell trouble. In the great Xia imperial city, at the residence of Prince Xia, the sun had already risen high. Yet Xia Chen had only just risen from his slumber. The tumultuous events of the previous night had left him both physically and mentally exhausted. Although his constitution had improved and his vitality had been rejuvenated, he felt the need for moderation, as excess in all things could be detrimental. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have solidified your core formation stage and can now merge with the bone of the sage. Would you like to proceed with the fusion now? Just as Xia Chen stretched his limbs, the system's voice rang out, igniting a spark of joy within him. Fusion, of course. On a desolate mountaintop within the great Xia dynasty, after merging with the heart of the sage, Xia Chen had reaped numerous benefits. Now, Merging with the bone of the sage would undoubtedly yield even greater advantages for his growth. Presently, Xia Bing had already reached the nascent soul stage, while Xia Tian, upon his departure, was at the late stage of core formation. It was reasonable to assume he too had advanced to nascent soul by now. As for his daughter, far away at the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace, she had been blessed with abundant resources since childhood and was likely at a higher level than the nascent soul stage. Thus, it was Xia Chen, the father of these offspring, who found himself lagging behind. Unwilling to accept this, he silently vowed to leverage the System's golden finger to catch up in his cultivation. As Xia Chen's words fell, he felt a warmth beginning to stir within him, accompanied by a slight itch. Just as he contemplated scratching the itch, a sudden burst of golden light surged into the sky, causing the atmosphere above him to shift dramatically. This phenomenon was even more magnificent than the previous merging with the heart of the sage, as countless golden rays radiated outward, enveloping Xia Chen as though he were a divine being descending from the heavens. This extraordinary occurrence, along with the aura of the sage's bones, not only reverberated throughout the great Xia dynasty but also caused many supreme beings in the eastern wilderness to change their expressions in astonishment. The once tranquil eastern wilderness was shattered by an aura that seemed to emanate from the ancient past, reminiscent of the legendary presence of an unparalleled figure, a sage's aura. In the forbidden lands of the eastern wilderness, in the depths of the abyss of death, the guardian of the tomb, shrouded in dust, suddenly raised his head, revealing a look of surprise. With a gentle wave of his hand, a mysterious artifact resembling a mirror appeared in the air. This ancient mirror was adorned with a multitude of intricate runes and spells, though it bore slight imperfections, marked by delicate cracks. After retrieving this enigmatic artifact, the guardian then produced a small jade vial from his robe, from which he delicately poured a drop of golden blood onto the mirror's surface. The golden blood writhed and coiled, eventually revealing the four characters. The sage emerges. Unexpectedly, the eastern wilderness could give birth to a sage. Tears streamed down the guardian's cheeks, his form trembling with emotion. Once, the Eastern Victory Divine Land was a place where prodigies abounded. Even emperors had emerged from its midst. During its heyday, the Eastern Victory Divine Land gathered the essence of heaven and earth, birthing countless powerful beings. Yet, even at the height of its glory, it had never produced a sage. What constitutes a sage? Any being aspiring to sagehood must possess the sage position. Before the creation of the heavens, the universe was a realm of chaos, and those born from this chaos were known as sages. Originally, sages were not referred to as such. During the primordial era, they were called sage positions. It was only after the rise of humanity that the term sage came into use. At that time, humanity was incapable of achieving sagehood. But following the creation of the heavens, as humanity ascended and gathered the essence of heaven and earth, aligning with the principles of the 3,000 great pathways, one could attain sagehood, provided that fortune and strength were sufficient. Thus, a sage represents not only a level of power but also a status, one that far surpasses that of an emperor. Aside from primordial beings like the dragon ancestor and the wind ancestor, few postnatal beings have achieved sagehood. Yet, in the annals of human history, there existed a select few cultivators who had the opportunity to attain sagehood, namely, the earth's sovereigns of humanity's faith. As the number of beings increased and the laws of heaven and earth evolved, even the earth's sovereigns found it increasingly difficult to become sages. Who could have imagined that the once declining eastern wilderness would give rise to a sage? This is truly an unfathomable event. Could it be? In the dark depths of the gravekeeper's pupils, a chill suddenly arose as he recalled that a being of quasi-emperor caliber had previously delivered something mysterious to the eastern wasteland. It was highly likely that this quasi-emperor had already discerned the potential of a saintly cultivator within the eastern wasteland, thus laying down measures in advance and casting the threads of causality. The gravekeeper felt a pang of regret. He had indeed been careless, failing to notice the emergence of such an extraordinary figure in the eastern wasteland, allowing outsiders to seize the initiative instead. The revival of the eastern wasteland rested solely upon this unparalleled prodigy, and therefore, the gravekeeper could not permit any external forces to exploit the opportunity. He formed a peculiar seal with his hands, and the ancient realm began to rise, radiating myriad beams of golden light. Suddenly, an overwhelming and mysterious power descended, causing the gravekeeper's body to tremble, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, gazing up at the heavens with a look of horror. A massive crack appeared atop the ancient realm. As it emerged, it seemed as though the very fabric of space was about to be torn apart. Ultimately, however, the golden ancient coffin quivered slightly, and the ancient realm fell silent once more. This ancient realm was extraordinary, being the life-bound artifact of the ancient Void Emperor. A true imperial weapon of unfathomable might, capable of illuminating both past and present, discerning the future, and peering into the mysteries of heaven. The Gravekeeper sensed an immense power, as if it emanated from a divine entity. All he sought was to ascertain the position of this yet-to-mature saint, and he was met with the chaotic protective power inherent to a saint. This chaotic force was so terrifying that the Gravekeeper thought even a quasi-emperor would be obliterated if they attempted to forcibly unravel the secrets of a saint. Though this dreadful sensation lasted but a moment, it was enough to leave an indelible mark on the Gravekeeper's memory. A saint possesses their own path, and any external interference would only lead to self-destruction. The Eastern Wasteland's heavenly path exhausted its boundless resources to nurture Xia Chen, who seemed like a child of its celestial design. Witnessing Xia Chen's remarkable prowess, the heavenly path of the Eastern Wasteland was filled with joy. On this day, the entire Eastern Wasteland was graced with spiritual rain, as countless cultivators looked skyward, beholding a spectacle of unparalleled rarity that occurs only once in millennia. It is said that such celestial rain descends only upon the birth of a true emperor, allowing all races to celebrate in unison and congratulating such a powerful being. Could it be that the Eastern Wasteland was about to give rise to an extraordinary individual? The elders were filled with immense joy, tears streaming down their faces, for they understood that the era belonging to the Eastern Wasteland was on the verge of dawning. Boom, boom. In the northern region, southern region, western bliss. In central divine land, beams of heavenly light soared into the sky. Since the continent had been fractured hundreds of thousands of years ago, each region had formed its own heavenly path. Yet, the 5 great heavenly paths shared the same origin, akin to brothers by blood, celebrating the emergence of an unparalleled prodigy in the Eastern Wasteland. On this day, the 5 regions were blessed with spiritual rain, bestowing fortune upon countless beings. The 5 heavenly paths collectively acknowledged the saint of the Eastern Wasteland. The master was about to rise. The Gravekeeper wiped away his tears, prostrating himself upon the golden coffin, weeping loudly. The golden coffin trembled as well, harboring unknown entities and lying with unfathomable beings within. Yet it felt a surge of excitement, silently celebrating. Beyond the eastern wilderness boundary, countless beings, as formidable as quasi-emperors, stood suspended in the air, exuding an aura that instilled fear in countless creatures. Among them were the naturally supreme and those who had lived for eons. Had Xia Chen been present, he would have recognized an old acquaintance, the holy master of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, Huang Lu. These ancient beings sought to discern the whereabouts of the saint. Yet they were all met with the backlash of the chaotic guardian force, a power they dared not confront lightly. At this moment, their expressions were grave, even tinged with respect. In times past, traversing the eastern wilderness was effortless for them, but now they refrained from treading upon this land without caution. The might of the 5 great heavenly paths was terrifying, ever vigilant in protecting the yet-to-mature saint. Should a scheming, powerful being dare to transgress the rules, they could face the combined wrath of the 5 heavenly paths. Among the strongest present from the 5 domains, none were so presumptuous as to believe they could contend with the heavenly paths of the 5 domains. They gazed upon the ravaged eastern wilderness beyond the boundary, departing one after another. However, several chose to remain, acting as guardians for this existence. This era belongs to the saint. Countless supreme beings, prodigies, and reincarnated mighty figures will fade into obscurity in its wake. It is destined to be an extraordinarily remarkable age. The saint had not appeared for an exceedingly long time. The progenitors of countless beings, those akin to saints, had vanished from existence tens of thousands of years prior. Even during the invasion of the foreign evil races that shattered the 5 domains, a saint did not manifest. And it was then that the beings of the continent realized that perhaps there were no longer any saints in this realm. The ancient saints had long departed, leaving behind only their legacies and their races. At this moment, Xia Chen remained unaware of the tremendous upheaval he had inadvertently stirred in the outside world. Within Xia Chen's body, the sacred bones had completely merged, radiating a brilliant golden hue. Countless golden runes were etched upon them, bestowing an aura of sanctity. The heart of the sage pulsed with fervor, as if it had encountered an old friend, displaying a palpable excitement that infused Xia Chen with boundless vitality during the fusion of the sacred bones. The dragon lineage's essence, once dormant within Xia Chen, now stirred with remarkable vigor. Ethereal golden dragons danced throughout his being, and occasionally, the resonant echoes of dragon roars could be heard within him, a phenomenon both strange and extraordinary. Xia Chen felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her entire being, her bones crackling like brittle twigs. It was as if she were ensconced within a colossal furnace, her blood intertwining with mystical runes. At this moment, nearly one-third of her blood had transformed into a resplendent gold. The celestial martial secret realm. Xia Lu's complexion grew increasingly ashen. She was utterly exhausted. However, the three Blood Clan members behind her seemed to be unyielding shadows, relentlessly tracking her every move. Particularly concerning were the dark, spiderweb-like markings that had begun to surface on her wrist, filling her heart with a sense of despair. Was she truly destined to perish within the confines of the Tianwu secret realm? From a young age, Xia Lu had embodied resilience and self-reliance. Although she was a girl, she could endure hardships as fiercely as any boy. Had she belonged to the Feng or Huang clan, she undoubtedly would have secured the Tianwu key without burdening her father. Yet, her relationship with her mother was profoundly unique, a secret unknown to outsiders. The disciples of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace only recognized Huang Lu as her mentor, unaware that she was, in truth, her mother. Xia Chen felt a profound sense of grievance, her eyes reddening as she suddenly longed for her father. Three figures clad in black robes trailed leisurely behind Xia Lu, intent on witnessing the despair and demise of these extraordinary beings, one by one. The flesh and blood of creatures steeped in despair is, after all, quite delectable. However, Xia Lu was different, possessing the bloodline of the true phoenix. She would undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset to their divine race if harnessed. At this moment, Xia Lu's prowess indeed elicited a subtle admiration from the three black-robed individuals. It was evident that she was a prodigy from a prestigious sect, managing to flee so far despite being ensnared by their divine clan's blood curse. Within the confines of the barrier, the leader of the Blood Clan employed a potent sorcery, unwittingly casting a blood curse upon Xia Lu. This advanced spell would instill a violent bloodlust in its victim, gradually transforming them into a relentless killing machine, with only the Blood Clan capable of controlling such a creature. What? The sensing is dissipated? After pursuing for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the edge of a precipice, where the leader in black expressed surprise. She must have taken refuge in that cave. Lan Duo sniffed the air and pointed towards a cave not far ahead. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from within the cave, and a snow-white ape leaped forth. The white ape beat its chest, exuding the ferocity of a wild beast, its fierce gaze fixed upon the distant Blood Clan. Oh, a bloodline of the divine ape? Lan Duo licked his lips, his appetite ignited. Compared to the flesh of the human race, that of the demon race is truly a substantial nourishment. The divine clan relishes the flesh of the demon race above all. Particularly, those possessing ancient bloodlines are not only delicious but also significantly enhance one's cultivation, making them a veritable treasure of sustenance. As Xia Lu emerged from behind the white ape, she bore the bloodline of the true phoenix, establishing a tenuous connection with the demon clan, thus enabling her to communicate with them on a rudimentary level. This white ape, a native of the celestial martial secret realm, possessed the strength of an early-stage infant transformation, however, fortified by the formidable physique characteristic of the demon race. It was tough-skinned and resilient. Upon recognizing the adversary as a member of the Blood Clan, the white ape displayed considerable ire. For the creatures of this continent harbored an irreconcilable enmity towards the Blood Clan. It had even sought assistance, yet we must express our gratitude. For in its efforts to satiate our hunger, it unwittingly presented us with a descendant of the divine ape. A leader cloaked in black let out a chilling and sinister laugh. In the next moment, chaos erupted as both sides engaged in fierce combat. The white ape was struck by a powerful blow from the leading figure in black, shattering its ribs and sending it crashing against a nearby boulder, leaving it on the brink of consciousness. Xia Lu also suffers greatly. The blood curse has already spread over much of her body, and her eyes now reflect a hint of bloody aura. Father, it seems that your daughter will no longer be able to see you. Mother, I am deeply sorry. I have let you down. Xiali leaned against the white ape, feeling a profound sense of guilt for burdening it. Tears streamed down her face as she clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with reluctance. She yearned for time to grow, to forge her own path of strength. Yet, her aspirations were cut short, leaving her unable to fulfill her deepest desires and to reunite with her longed-for father. Despite the grievous wounds that rendered the white ape nearly immobile, blood flowed from its chest like a gentle stream. Nevertheless, the ferocity in its eyes remained undiminished, a testament to the deep-seated hatred for the Blood Clan that coursed through its very essence. Xia Lu reminisced about her father, recalling the gifts he had bestowed upon her and the heartfelt incantation that bound their souls together. Thus, She seated herself cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to recite the incantation silently. This was a legacy left by her father, and she wished to depart from this world enveloped in her memories of him, hoping that he would remember her as his daughter. Are you in despair? Lan Duo sneered cruelly, his face a mask of mockery at Xia Lu's actions. Reveling in her hopelessness, a sentiment that the Blood Clan likely took pride in. Yet, something felt amiss. The leader among the cloaked figures did not share Lan Duo's optimism. Possessing formidable strength himself, he had merely suppressed his powers to enter the heavenly martial secret realm. Observing Xia Lu's seemingly hopeless demeanor, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him. This feeling intensified, marking the first time he had experienced such a sensation since arriving in the heavenly martial secret realm. Such feelings were never without cause. At their level of understanding of the laws, this sense of impending crisis warranted serious attention. Action must be taken swiftly. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. With these thoughts, the leader of the cloaked figures formed an unusual seal and began to chant a blood incantation, intent on assimilating this prodigy from the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. Though the threats to him within the heavenly martial secret realm were few, as the captain of the squad, he was inherently cautious, determined to ensure absolute success. Outside the eastern wilderness barrier, more than 10 figures comparable to quasi-emperors stood vigilant, protecting the presence within the eastern wilderness. This being had yet to fully mature into a sage, and while endowed with the power to safeguard the path, the potential for unexpected events remained. Simultaneously, all living beings hoped to forge a connection with this entity through such means. Suddenly, a grave voice resonated through the air. Upon hearing it, the quasi-emperor's expressions darkened. Their faces etched with seriousness. Evil Emperor, do you still dare to show your face? An ancient being scoffed, then summoned an overwhelming force to launch at the source of the voice. Humph, you old fossils will eventually turn into mere puppets for the divine race. Yet, this entity was so uniquely gifted that it had yet to reach its full potential. Once it matured, its physical form would undoubtedly be well suited for the divine emperor. The voice of the evil emperor sent shivers down spines, and he too felt elation at the emergence of this powerful being in the eastern wilderness. The divine emperor had been dormant for too long. Should he awaken and claim the essence of this entity, devouring its soul would enhance his own power immensely, making the conquest of the 5 great domains a trivial matter. With these ancient figures present today, capturing this being would be impossible. Plans would have to be devised for the future. Boastful words. Evil Emperor, you shall remain here today. The digital sovereign, Chi, took decisive action, intent on forcefully retaining this formidable blood clan. Within the vast expanse of the great Xia dynasty, in a desolate and uninhabited region, an aura emanated that left countless individuals awestruck, causing all beasts to refrain from any movement. Xia Chen's fusion with the bones of the sage was nearing completion, an undertaking that had consumed an inordinate amount of time. The golden light gradually receded into Xia Chen's being, while the aura belonging to the sage slowly dissipated, seeking death. Suddenly, Xia Chen's eyes flew open, emanating a beam of divine golden light, his gaze infused with an overwhelming murderous intent. In that moment, the clouds roiled, and wind swept through the remnants of the sky. Particularly above Xia Chen, thunder and lightning clashed, as if the heavens themselves were in a furious roar, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Instantly, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire eastern wasteland, instilling fear in countless beings. Who had provoked such a formidable presence? The guardian of the tomb, with his pitch-black eyes, radiated an overwhelming sense of death, consumed by rage. Beyond the barriers of the eastern wasteland, numerous ancient entities mirrored this anger. Appalled that someone dared to provoke such a being, and they unleashed their formidable powers, refraining from calculating the sage's intentions, but rather focusing on the repercussions of his wrath. The power of a sage is beyond imagination. Since the shattering of the continent and the incompleteness of the laws, true pinnacle powerhouses have rarely appeared on the land. Quasi-emperors have become the apex of strength across various domains, let alone the unparalleled existence of emperors or sages. However, ancient beings who had existed for countless eons had prophesied that should a sage choose to act, there would be hope for the fusion of the barriers separating realms, thus reuniting the fragmented 5 domains. With the merging of the 5 domains and the integration of heavenly principles, the laws restored to their completeness. Such a world would give rise to an abundance of powerful beings, igniting the hopes of innumerable cultivators who had lived for ages, seeking to glimpse the supreme path. Thus, for those who disturbed or angered the sage, These ancient entities harbored a singular desire: to swiftly eliminate them. As dawn broke, Xia Chen rose, and before him appeared a portal of time and space, a void gate, a manifestation of his parents' heart-linking spell. This legendary creation is said to originate from the Void Emperor, a transcendent being revered as the progenitor of the void. Xia Chen's countenance was shrouded in gloom. The joy that had once accompanied the fusion with the sacred bone had long since evaporated, leaving only an abyss of rage. The bond of heart and soul with his daughter allowed him to perceive her despair and anguish. Xia Chen vowed to ensure that those who inflicted harm upon his daughter would never attain rebirth. "My daughter, you must hold on." Xia Chen clenched his fists. For his youngest daughter had been deprived of paternal love since childhood. The weight of his shortcomings had long burdened his heart. At this moment, upon the activation of the father-daughter bond, he unexpectedly sensed his daughter's profound despair. Xia Chen could hardly fathom the nature of events that could plunge an individual into such depths of despair. His daughter must have endured immense suffering. Enraged, Xia Chen felt the heart of a sage racing furiously, his saintly essence radiating with unprecedented brilliance, exhibiting an unparalleled might. The portal of time and space gradually closed, and Xia Chen vanished from the Eastern Wasteland. Outside the boundary of the Eastern Wasteland, the malevolent emperor, grievously wounded, fled, while the quasi-emperors continued their guardianship for a certain entity in the Eastern Wasteland. Suddenly aware of the sage's aura dissipating, they were jolted from their reverie. "We express our gratitude for your vigilant protection of the Eastern Wasteland, sage. The sage is unharmed. You may depart in peace." The guardian of the tomb transmitted his words across the boundary of the Eastern Wasteland. With the sage's presence now absent, the powerful beings felt an insatiable curiosity. Should they rush into the Eastern Wasteland en masse, it would undoubtedly disrupt its order, an outcome most undesirable. Although the guardian was unaware of the sage's whereabouts, the sage possessed the chaotic power of protection, thus it was presumed that all was well, and such figures acted beyond their jurisdiction. The mighty beings outside the boundary exchanged glances before dispersing. At that moment, the space within the celestial martial secret realm was violently torn apart, causing the entire realm to tremble. The ethereal spirit responsible for overseeing the celestial martial secret realm was incensed. How dare anyone attempt to undermine the rules set by the celestial martial sovereign? Such audacity was utterly foolish. Just as the ethereal spirit was about to unleash its formidable annihilation techniques, it suddenly began to tremble violently, gazing in astonishment toward the source of the aura it sensed. Stammering in disbelief. It is the sage's aura. Countless terrifying killing moves inherent to the celestial martial secret realm swiftly dissipated. For the spirit understood the true nature of a sage, it dared not exhibit any hostility towards such a being. This powerful spirit could only muster all its strength to maintain the normal operation of the celestial martial secret realm, preventing its collapse due to the intervention of such an exalted existence. By the cliffside, 3 bloodline entities were likewise startled by the tremors of the celestial martial secret realm. They were well aware that the celestial martial secret realm was an unparalleled domain crafted with great effort by the celestial martial sovereign, deemed indestructible. Yet, the entire realm had just been in turmoil. Could it be that an exalted being was contending with the mysterious overseer of the celestial martial secret realm? At this moment, the Blood Clan's incantation had surpassed 2/3 of its completion, and in just a few minutes, the prodigy from the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace would be utterly transformed into a relentless killing machine for the Blood Clan. The 3 Blood Clan members exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, yet they were unwilling to simply eliminate that prodigy now that the blood curse was nearly finished. At this time, Xia Lu's body was almost entirely enveloped in strange black patterns, her consciousness gradually fading into obscurity, leaving only an insatiable desire for slaughter. The overseer of the heavenly martial secret realm dared not show any signs of resistance against the sudden intervention of the sage, allowing the other party to traverse freely. The so-called sage was a being the overseer had, by chance, glimpsed while following the heavenly martial Saint Master. Such a level of existence required even emperors to tread carefully. The wrath of a sage could obliterate an entire world and alter the very laws of the universe. Such entities were perhaps the most terrifying beings in existence. Within the secret realm, not only the overseer of the heavenly martial secret realm, but all creatures present felt an indescribable oppression, prompting them to cease their actions and seek the source of this overwhelming aura. Xia Chen was engulfed in an unparalleled fury, with thunder crackling behind him and golden light illuminating the surroundings, resembling a deity descending upon the earth. Where he tread, lotuses blossomed with each step, and the very space beneath them crumbled. The three cloaked figures were equally taken aback, as an overwhelming sense of oppression seized their hearts. A force so powerful it was beyond description, seemingly directed at them. "Kill her," barked the leader of the black-clad men, his cold snort echoing in the air. The blood curse had not been fully unleashed, rendering them incapable of seizing the prodigy of the Jiufeng immortal palace. This sudden influx of mysterious energy thwarted their efforts. Yet, should they linger, the master of this overwhelming aura would descend, making their escape exceedingly difficult. They harbored a vague suspicion that an exalted being had sensed their presence and was intent on eradicating them, even at the cost of disrupting the sacred rules of the Tiangong secret realm. To be capable of violating the regulations laid down by the Saint of Tiangong, such a figure must possess at least the stature of a quasi-emperor, if not greater. The thought of a multitude of quasi-emperors dispatched to eliminate them truly inflated their sense of dread. "Higi, had I known this would transpire, I should have devoured her earlier." Lan Duo cackled ominously, transforming into a spectral figure, his right hand enveloped in ghostly flames, poised to eradicate Xia Lu directly. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, heralding the arrival of an ancient and formidable presence. Lan Duo was taken aback, yet before he could react, a tightening sensation gripped his neck. An intense feeling of suffocation overwhelming him. Struggling to turn his head, he met the gaze of a pair of cold, unfeeling eyes. Those eyes, devoid of emotion, were chillingly indifferent. Before Lan Duo could process this encounter, a slight twist was all it took for his neck to snap. While an overwhelmingly domineering spiritual force invaded his consciousness, obliterating his soul, Lan Duo's limbs slowly succumbed, his crimson eyes dimming, yet he remained wide-eyed, unable to close them even in death. At that moment, as the overseer of the entire Tiangong secret realm, he discerned the true reason for the formidable saint's arrival. It was the Blood Clan, having evaded his perception. The spirit's pupils glinted with cold light as it quietly harnessed the power of the Tiangong secret realm. The other two cloaked figures, stricken with terror, sought to flee without hesitation, but it was too late. An invisible barrier enveloped them, a manifestation of the power belonging to the Tiangong secret realm, as its overseer had ensnared them. Damn it! The leader of the black-clad men was suffused with a sanguine aura, and he howled defiantly at the heavens, no longer concealing his cultivation. Instantly, the formidable strength of the late stage of the out-of-body realm erupted forth. Yet, even with this unleashed power, the leader remained pessimistic. The energy contained within the saint's bone was overwhelmingly vast, and just as Xia Chen was nearing completion of his fusion, the process halted due to Xia Lu's intervention, causing the unintegrated power within the saint's bone to grow increasingly frenzied in response to Xia Chen's wrath. In a fit of rage, Xia Chen unleashed an unparalleled fury, his right hand transforming into a colossal golden fist that surged towards the ensnared vampire. The two cloaked figures immediately felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies bristling with terror. Though they attempted to muster every ounce of strength to resist, the brilliance of the golden fist was insurmountable, imbued with boundless might, reducing them to mere dust. Not even a moment of struggle was afforded to their souls, as they were utterly obliterated, vanishing from existence. The formidable beings of the out-of-body realm stood no chance against the overwhelming power radiating from the sacred bone within Xia Chen, facing a merciless annihilation. Xia Chen felt an exquisite sense of refreshment. This was indeed the first occasion where he exerted himself to the fullest. Were it not for the power bestowed by the bone of the saint, he would merely be a modest figure at the core formation stage, hesitant to act recklessly for fear of revealing his true strength and attracting those with nefarious intentions. As the overseer of the heavenly martial secret realm, he found himself in a lamentable predicament. Xia Chen's formidable power had already disrupted the delicate order of the realm. He was now compelled to mobilize nearly the entirety of the realm's forces to maintain its equilibrium. His only wish was for this esteemed individual to swiftly withdraw their divine powers, as he could scarcely endure any longer. After vanquishing three cloaked figures, the golden light enveloping Xia Chen gradually receded, as the bone of the saint accelerated its integration. Content with his circumstances, he turned his gaze towards his daughter. Xia Lu gazed blankly at Xia Chen, having never encountered this man before, yet inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity, though Xia Lu's consciousness was hazy at that moment. The timely cessation of the blood curse prevented her from succumbing entirely to the control of the vampire clan. Those wretched beings. Upon seeing his daughter covered in magical runes and barely clinging to life, Xia Chen was consumed by a surge of fury. He hastily lifted his daughter and allowed his blood, imbued with the essence of a saint, to drip into Xia Lu's mouth. Qing, tend to that white ape as well. Xia Chen discerned that the white ape was also tainted by the presence of the three cloaked figures, suggesting that both his daughter and this beast had suffered at their hands. Qinglong nodded and began to heal the white ape. Qin, do you know the origins of those three cloaked figures? Xia Chen sensed that they were no ordinary foes, particularly the leader, who possessed terrifying strength at the transcendence realm. Their background was likely formidable. He had yet to truly grow powerful himself, and if such a superpower were to come knocking, it would pose significant difficulties. They are an extraterrestrial evil clan, commonly referred to as the Vampire Clan. This race has invaded countless worlds beyond our own, inherently brutal and merciless. Qinglong spoke with palpable indignation. It was evident that the Vampire Clan had become the common enemy of all races across the continent. What do you mean? Are they aliens? Xia Chen inquired with curiosity. What is an alien? Qinglong had never encountered this new term, but continued, they are not human. They belong to an exceedingly powerful race that has invaded the Zhangqiong continent for hundreds of thousands of years. It was due to this race that the Zhangqiong continent was fractured into 5 domains. The eastern wilderness was the first to bear the brunt of the impact, transforming from the once fabled Dongxing divine land into the present-day eastern wilderness, becoming the most impoverished among the 5 domains. As the morning mist of summer receded, the oppressive atmosphere of the entire secret realm dissipated. The talented individuals present dared not to let their guard down. This expedition into the secret realm felt markedly different from those of the past. They began forming alliances to safeguard against unforeseen dangers. Meanwhile, after the dragon's enlightening explanation, Xia Chen grasped the origins of the Blood Clan, as well as the tumultuous history of warfare between the myriad races of the Azure Sky continent and the Blood Clan. Although the entire continent had been fragmented, they ultimately repelled the Blood Clan. Nevertheless, many of their kin still remained hidden within the continent. The denizens of the land harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Blood Clan, yearning for their annihilation. During the Dragon's exposition, Xia Chen learned of a transcendent and formidable force known as the Human Emperor sect, which was once the most powerful faction in the eastern wilderness. Alas, it disintegrated amidst the fierce battles against the Blood Clan, eventually vanishing from existence. It appears that his son, Xia Bing, has inherited a remarkable legacy. Being a sovereign of the earth and bearing the mandate of heaven, his future achievements are undoubtedly boundless. Approximately 10 minutes later, through an exertion of his utmost strength, Xia Chen was able to dispel the blood markings on Xia Lu, restoring him to his normal state. Xia Lu fell into a slumber, the most tranquil sleep she had ever experienced since her birth, during which she dreamed of her mother and father. Yet, her father's visage remained shrouded in ambiguity, eluding her attempts to discern his features. Master, this secret realm is extraordinary. It conceals a plethora of treasures. Upon regaining his strength, the white ape's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sensed the treasures within the heavenly martial secret realm. The Dragon Clan is notorious for its affinity for collecting treasures, and the Azure Dragon is no exception. He is eager to acquire anything of value, regardless of its utility to him. He would take it back to his lair for leisurely admiration. Oh, Xia Chen replied absent-mindedly, his attention entirely devoted to his daughter, pondering the notion of treasures with little interest. Xia Chen is rather indifferent. As long as there are points, there is nothing in the system that cannot be redeemed. In essence, the system can be succinctly described as, if you can conceive it, the system can achieve it. Thus, Xia Chen pays little heed to the so-called treasures presented by the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon, with a playful flick of its tongue, muses that what appears to be immensely precious to others may seem utterly mundane to its owner. Nevertheless, this secret realm is indeed remarkable. Within it, the Azure Dragon employs its innate treasure-seeking abilities, having already uncovered numerous exceptional treasures. Therefore, the Azure Dragon will not relinquish this opportunity lightly. It must devise a way to persuade its master to embark on this treasure-hunting quest. Stealing a glance at Xia Chen, the Azure Dragon contemplates, knowing that venturing alone could lead to perilous outcomes. After all, its current cultivation is not high, and should it find itself ensnared in a lethal formation or confronted by a formidable opponent, it remains uncertain whether its master would come to its aid. Given their present master-servant dynamic, the Azure Dragon is acutely aware that aside from serving as a means of transportation, it has not significantly contributed to its master's endeavors. Thus, it must transform passivity into proactivity, compelling its master to join in the treasure hunt. But how to accomplish this? The azure dragon reclines on a massive boulder. Deep in thought. Father. Xia Lu suddenly awoke, her hands gripping Xia Chen's arm tightly. Do not be afraid. Father is here, Xia Chen quickly reassured her. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead with gentle care, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret for the many shortcomings he had imposed upon his daughter. In her heart, Xia Chen silently vowed to compensate her precious daughter well in the future, ensuring that she would never again endure even the slightest grievance. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Xia Chen, Xia Lu quickly released her grip and exclaimed, "Thank you for your rescue, esteemed senior." "Foolish girl, I am not your senior. I am your father," Xia Chen replied with a gentle smile. Observing the young lady before him, he noticed her resemblance to her mother, yet at this moment, she appeared even more akin to himself. Truly, she was her father's child. Xia Lu stood in stunned silence, gazing at Xia Chen in astonishment. The bond of blood was unmistakable, and Xia Lu possessed her own discernment. No wonder she felt such a profound familiarity upon their first meeting. It turned out that he was indeed the father she had longed for day and night. Xia Lu gazed blankly at Xia Chen, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks, her eyes instantly turning red. Witnessing his daughter weep like a rain-soaked pear blossom pierced Xia Chen's heart as if by 1,000 needles. He enveloped his daughter in a warm embrace, murmuring, "My dear daughter, I have wronged you over these years. I am truly sorry for the suffering you have endured." "Whoa. Father, it is truly you. I knew you would come," Xia Lu cried out loudly, as if shedding all the grievances and longings of the years past. She clung tightly to Xia Chen, for the first time experiencing the comforting expanse of her father's chest. Xia Lu sniffled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In this moment, she felt an unprecedented warmth and tranquility. She was no longer the ethereal beauty, nor the pride of the Nine Phoenix immortal palace. At this moment, she was simply her father's daughter, embracing the precious happiness that had come so hard-won. Indeed, her father had come. Xia Chen sighed softly within, knowing this child must have endured great grievances, for how else could she weep so inconsolably? "How utterly tedious," muttered the azure dragon from a distance, observing the touching scene with a sense of disdain. Lacking any capacity for familial affection, he remained unaffected. Meanwhile, the nearby white ape, who had been dutifully massaging the azure dragon's back, found himself moved to tears by the poignant tableau before him. When the azure dragon inquired about the cause of his tears, the white ape confessed to longing for his mother. Curious, he then asked the azure dragon why he was unmoved. The azure dragon replied flatly that he had no mother. Strange indeed. How can there be beings without mothers in this world? "Where, then, do you hail from, brother dragon?" the white ape asked with genuine curiosity. "I was born of heaven and earth. Mind your own business, or I shall make you regret your inquiries." The azure dragon roared, unable to contain his irritation, and promptly dealt the white ape a blow that left him howling in distress. Xia Lu tightly embraced Xia Chen, yearning for paternal affection that had been absent throughout her childhood. The memory of her father appearing like a divine savior, rescuing her from dire straits, filled her heart with sweetness. It dawned on her that her father was not the worthless man her mother had portrayed, but rather a formidable figure of strength. His words in the letter were indeed true. He had been watching over her all along. During moments when her life was under threat, he had intervened decisively, vanquishing formidable adversaries. In the realm of Tianwu, where even her mother dared not tread, her father had come, disregarding all peril. He must have paid an exorbitant price and endured countless losses to enter this treacherous domain. His love for her had always been selfless. Xia Lu finally comprehended that her father's departure was intended to foster her growth, to cultivate her independence and resilience. Over the years, she had unjustly blamed him. Paternal love is as steadfast as a mountain, providing a sanctuary from life's tempests. Her father had always been attentive to her well-being. Although Xia Lu's condition had stabilized following Xia Chen's healing efforts, some emotional scars lingered. Consequently, Xia Chen directly exchanged a considerable number of valuable items within the system. "Is this the 9-rebirth soul elixir?" Xia Lu gazed in awe at the resplendent 7-colored elixir before her. This 9-turn divine soul pill, renowned for its miraculous ability to resurrect the deceased and restore the bones, holds even greater significance for cultivators, as it greatly enhances the soul. Crafted by master alchemists of the highest caliber, the creation of the 9-turn divine soul pill is a feat achieved by no more than 10 alchemists in the central region, all of whom occupy esteemed positions. Even a quasi-emperor seeking their services may find these self-proclaimed noble alchemists unwilling to extend their favor. Furthermore, the difficulty of concocting the 9-turn divine soul pill is immense, rendering each pill exceedingly precious, capturing the interest of even those at the quasi-emperor level. Thank you, Father. Xia Lu expressed her heartfelt gratitude, touched that her father bestowed upon her such a valuable treasure. Surely, he would be reluctant to consume such an important pill himself. Why be so formal with me? Xia Chen responded with a gentle smile, playfully pinching Xia Lu's cheek before continuing. After you take the pill, ensure you recuperate properly in the spirit pool. Speaking of the spirit pool, Xia Chen had indeed invested considerable effort into it, having exchanged nearly 30,000 points for the marrow cleansing pool. This treasure is designed for the purification of cultivators' bodies and souls, containing not only spiritual liquid, but also an abundance of rare heavenly materials. Each of these treasures, upon their emergence, would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Xiaoli nodded, but it was only when she truly immersed herself in the marrow cleansing pool that she began to genuinely appreciate its benefits. Her pores opened wide, greedily absorbing the precious spiritual materials within the pool, and gradually she succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Heavenly King sect. Xia Bing has rightfully ascended to the position of the eldest disciple of the Tianwang sect. Since the grand ceremony, no disciple of the sect has dared to question his authority. It is well known that Jian Wuchen's formidable strength astounded all. Even the elders of the previous generation might struggle to surpass him. Yet, Xia Bing not only achieved this, but did so while operating at a lower realm, earning the profound admiration of all Tianwang disciples. Since that day, the Tianwang sect has flourished, with its disciples greeted with respect by numerous factions. Many forces tremble at the thought of the demise of the Lihua Sword sect, Xia Bing's unparalleled prowess, and the extraordinary legacy of his father, all heralding the greatness of the Tianwang sect. However, only Wang Yiping understands that this is not merely the rise of the Tianwang sect, it is a revival. While the Tianwang sect inherited the doctrines of the human emperor sect for millennia, no disciple has succeeded in carrying forth its legacy, a profound failure indeed. To guard a treasure mountain and yet remain ignorant of its utilization is the greatest sorrow of all. Yet now, with the emergence of Xia Bing, the chosen one, hope has been rekindled. Particularly, the appearance of the legendary artifact, the human emperor's brush, which recognizes Xia Bing as its master, signals the impending resurgence of the human emperor sect. Once the preeminent sect of the eastern wilderness, unmatched in power and prestige, it stirs like a slumbering lion, slowly awakening. Master, you summon me? Xia Bing was called to the grand hall of the Tianwang sect. Upon seeing Xia Bing, Wang Yiping's lips involuntarily lifted in a smile. Having such a disciple in his lifetime was indeed a fulfillment of purpose. Child, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. I wish to share a story with you. In the days when the eastern wilderness was still known as Dongsheng Divine Land, there existed a sect called the Human Emperor sect. Wang Yiping spoke for over 2 hours, and Xia Bing, far from feeling bored, listened intently. Master, is it true that our Tianwang sect is descended from the Human Emperor sect? Xia Bing's expression reflected his astonishment. He had not anticipated the sect's illustrious lineage as the foremost sect of Dongsheng Divine Land, a source of immense glory. Indeed, this is likely why your father entrusted you to our Tianwang sect, Wang Yiping remarked, casting a deep gaze at Xia Bing, reminiscent of Xia Chen, that transcendent being. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of profound awe. Does my father wish for me to carry forth the legacy of the Human Emperor sect? Xia Bing realized. At last, why he encountered that golden page, the incomplete Human Emperor scripture, upon joining the Tianwang sect, which altered the course of his destiny. It became clear that all of this had been orchestrated by his father. Xia Bing could not help but admire his father's extraordinary foresight. While he felt immense pride in having such a father, he was also disheartened. His father's towering achievements made his own shortcomings painfully apparent, and he found it difficult to keep pace with his father's strides, feeling he had brought shame upon him. Indeed, this must be your father's intention. Wang Yiping nodded once more. For countless millennia, no one has been capable of undertaking the monumental responsibility of revitalizing the Human Emperor sect. The emergence of Xia Bing, although orchestrated by a higher power, nonetheless heralds the resurgence of the sect's lineage. What does it matter if it is the machinations of others? If there were truly no heirs to inherit the legacy of the Human Emperor sect, then every generation of the Heavenly King sect would bear the true guilt. Certainly, Wang Yiping holds great faith in Xia Bing, for she regards him as her true master and considers the Heavenly King sect her second home. Come with me. and I shall unveil the true secrets of our Heavenly King sect. Rising, Wang Yiping summoned his magical artifact, guiding Xia Bing to the Heavenly King sect's celestial cave. As they traversed the entrance, they beheld a grand and ancient bronze door. At that moment, the golden pages within Xia Bing's mind began to tremble with excitement, as if a long-lost traveler had finally returned to their homeland. Child, beyond this bronze door lies the trials left behind by the ancestors of the Human Emperor sect. Should you succeed in these trials, you shall inherit the sect's profound teachings. In times past, I might not have brought you here, however. Now that you possess the Human Emperor's brush, these trials will merely present an opportunity for you. Observing the colossal bronze door, Wang Yiping's expression brimmed with exhilaration. This was the secret guarded by the masters of the Heavenly King sect through the ages, and it was poised to resurface in his time. The renown of the foremost sect of the Eastern Wilderness would once again resonate throughout the vast expanse of the Zhangqiang continent. Once Xia Bing inherits the teachings of the Human Emperor sect, the unification of the Eastern Wilderness under the Heavenly King sect would simply be a matter of time. Rest assured, Master, I will not let you or my father down, Xia Bing declared with unwavering resolve. Wang Yiping nodded, retrieving an ancient token from his bosom to unlock the monumental bronze door. After remaining silent for tens of thousands of years, the bronze door slowly creaked open, heralding the imminent resurgence of an ancient legacy. Xia Lu was uncertain how long she had slumbered within the marrow washing pool. As she gradually awakened, she was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. It turned out that the Azure Dragon had captured a formidable pig demon of the nascent soul level. Together, the dragon, a man, and a white ape were engaged in the joyous act of roasting pork. To her astonishment, Xia Lu realized she had remarkably ascended to the late stage of the transformation of infants. It was hard for her to believe, considering she had only recently broken through to the mid-stage of this transformation a mere 6 months prior, during which she had diligently solidified her cultivation and fortified her foundation. At her age, achieving the mid-stage of transformation of infants made her a prodigy, ranking among the top 3 in the esteemed 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace. Now, with the potent effects of the marrow washing pool, not only had her realm been firmly consolidated, but her cultivation had also been elevated. With such prowess, it was unlikely that any peer in the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace could surpass her. The marrow washing pool must have integrated countless rare materials. Xia Lu could still feel the lingering power within her, which would continually be released during her future cultivation, strengthening her physical constitution. Luer, you're awake. Come. Join us for the roasted meat. Upon seeing his daughter awaken, Xia Chen eagerly beckoned her over. Though the Azure Dragon could occasionally be somewhat dim-witted, his skill in roasting meat was undeniably exceptional, yielding pork of exquisite flavor. Xia Lu timidly approached Xia Chen, feeling a sense of trepidation towards the legendary beast. The Azure Dragon, known for its terrifying powers capable of annihilating the world and reshaping mountains and seas. Stay away, you frighten my daughter. Xia Chen observed the expression on his daughter's face and gave the Azure Dragon a gentle nudge. Unbeknownst to him, this rather foolish creature indeed had an intimidating appearance, which explained his daughter's fearful demeanor. Woo, the Azure Dragon lamented, feeling wronged. Was this not the epitome of betrayal after being fed and cared for? How ungrateful humans could be. No, please don't. Xia Lu quickly waved her hands in alarm, taken aback. Her father was truly remarkable, capable of confronting a divine beast of such stature with mere fists and kicks. Xia Lu still found it hard to believe. It is well known that their 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace has attained its status as a first-rate power precisely because it has inherited the bloodline strength of the divine beasts Feng and Huang. The true Feng and true Huang are peerless existences, revered by countless formidable beings. Moreover, the Azure Dragon is an entity that stands on equal footing with the true Feng and Huang. Is it truly wise for my father to act in such a manner? The Azure Dragon gazed at Xia Lu with its watery eyes, acknowledging that this little girl possessed a certain understanding of the world. Oh, but had she not wished to embark on a treasure hunt while inviting her master along? If she could persuade this little girl to join the quest, wouldn't Xia Chen have no choice but to accompany them? The Azure Dragon felt immense delight at this thought, its eyes twinkling as it waved a claw and, with a broad grin, spoke in human language. Do not worry, little master, I am quite docile. By the way, may I inquire what brings you here? Xia Lu was taken aback. The Azure Dragon referred to itself as the young master, indicating that it had acknowledged his father as its lord. What manner of being was his father to command the allegiance of such a proud species? It is well known that dragons possess an innate pride, particularly the illustrious azure dragon among them. Even a quasi-emperor might not earn their regard. I have come here in search of the cold pool and the nirvana pool. Xia Lu sighed, recounting his experiences in the celestial martial secret realm. Curse it, this group of bloodkin is utterly insufferable. Should I encounter them again? I shall crush them to bits, humph. By the way, young master has yet to locate the nirvana pool, has he? With the master present. It is merely a trifling matter, is it not, master? The azure dragon, indignant on Xia Lu's behalf, glanced at Xia Chen with a look of enchantment, secretly musing. Hee, the treasure-hunting expedition is about to commence. With a darkened expression, Xia Chen approached and delivered a sharp rebuke to the azure dragon, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? You have already asked all the questions I intended to pose. Are you truly Lu's father, or am I?" The azure dragon quickly acknowledged its fault, realizing that in its eagerness to seek treasure, it had overlooked this matter. Xia Lu could not help but let out a soft chuckle. The azure dragon was simply too adorable. After giving the azure dragon a light tap as a warning, Xia Chen turned to Xia Lu and inquired, "By the way, Luer, what is your purpose in visiting the nirvana pool?" Xia Lu sighed and remarked, "This is a tradition of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. Whenever the Heavenly Martial Secret Realm bestows the Heavenly Martial Key, the top 10 quasi-saints will vie for it. The possessor of the key may enter the Heavenly Martial Secret Realm and comprehend the true essence of the Phoenix through the nirvana pool. Ultimately, the one with the highest level of understanding among the quasi-saints will be directly designated as the saint son or saint daughter of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace by the Elder Hall, destined to govern the palace in the future. Of course, there is an exception. If one obtains the inheritance of the Heavenly Martial Sovereign, they will be directly recognized as the saint son or saint daughter, regardless of whether they have undergone the comprehension in the nirvana pool. Alas, for tens of thousands of years, no prodigy has ever fully acquired the inheritance of the Heavenly Martial Sovereign. Upon hearing Xia Lu's words, Xia Chen fell into contemplation. Xia Lu was no longer a child, so what should an adult choose? Naturally, one would desire it all. Little Qing, first, investigate the location of the nirvana pool. Xia Chen called out. Well, the azure dragon scratched its head, a bit embarrassed, and tentatively inquired, "Master, since the secret realm isn't vast, why don't we search for it slowly? If it is indeed the nirvana pool left by the Phoenix clan, it shouldn't be difficult to locate using my bloodline sensing technique. All this chatter without a single useful word. What use are you?" Xia Chen shot a glare at the azure dragon, exasperated. "Goodness, you are a divine beast, yet you lack any semblance of dignity? Unable to find even a pool. What a disgrace to the dragon lineage." The azure dragon stuck out its tongue, feeling rather embarrassed about the situation. Suddenly, as they spoke, the entire secret realm began to tremble, akin to an earthquake. Xia Chen's expression shifted, and he quickly shielded Xia Lu behind him. The azure dragon also ceased its playful demeanor, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The tremors of the secret realm intensified, as if powerful fluctuations were emanating from afar. The intensity of this aura surpassed that of the infant transformation realm. Clearly, a monumental battle was unfolding somewhere in the distance. "Master, a powerful being is crossing through space," the azure dragon whispered, exuding an aura reminiscent of ancient ferocity. Crack, crack. Indeed, several spatial rifts appeared beside them. In the morning light, Xia Chen's eyes shimmered with a golden hue, as the faint golden blood coursed through her veins. A formidable power gathered within her palm as she gazed upon the rift in space, her eyes entranced. "Spare me, O holy body, spare me." Was that a child? Scarcely half a meter tall, Xia Chen gazed at the being that emerged from the rift in space, his expression one of bewilderment. What astonished him even more was the absence of any life force emanating from the child. The boy appeared like a porcelain doll, his entire form an immaculate shade of white, devoid of any blemishes. A spirit body? The azure dragon edged closer, drooling in anticipation. It was a rare marvel to encounter such a substantial spirit body, and the prospect of consuming it promised immense nourishment. "Holy body, save me." The child was startled, hastily retreating behind Xia Chen and clutching the hem of his garment tightly. Xia Chen assessed the strength of this so-called spirit, determining it to be roughly at the infant transformation stage. To be candid, it posed little threat. Casting a stern glance at the Qin Long, the latter immediately retracted its lewd expression. "If I am not mistaken, that fluctuation was conjured by you, correct?" Xia Chen inquired, regarding the spirit. The child nodded eagerly, stating, "Indeed, the holy body is astute. I am but a fragment of the divine soul of the heavenly martial sovereign reborn, tasked with overseeing this heavenly martial secret realm and selecting a successor. However, I was recently stripped of my control over the realm by a powerful formation. Reluctantly, I sought the assistance of the holy body. Should you aid me in reclaiming dominion over the realm, I shall grant you access to all opportunities within. Oh, so you are the spirit of the heavenly martial secret realm, Qinglong remarked, before delivering a biting retort that left the spirit momentarily speechless. You've had your control taken away. You are the weakest spirit of a secret realm I have ever encountered. The spirit of the heavenly martial secret realm laughed awkwardly, realizing it was indeed in a precarious position. Had it still maintained control, even facing the Qinglong, who was merely at the infant transformation stage, it could have subdued the dragon with the power of the realm. However, now it dared not act arrogantly. Provoking the Qinglong could lead to dire consequences. Enough, Xia Chen shook his head, declining the spirit's proposal. For him, treasures were of little need. Instead, he aimed to seek the nirvana pool, allowing Lu to comprehend the true essence of the phoenix. As for reclaiming the control of the heavenly martial secret realm, could the individual responsible be an ordinary person? Xia Chen was aware that the heavenly martial sovereign was a being of quasi-emperor caliber, having meticulously crafted the secret realm. It was rumored that even other quasi-emperors might find it challenging to manipulate this domain. Was he foolish enough to wade into such murky waters? In this world, there were no ideals of altruism or selfless devotion. Only the might of one's fist dictated what was right in this realm ruled by the strong. Even in the Western paradise, that so-called pure land cloaked in benevolence was merely a fade, harnessing the power of faith for their cultivation. Holy body, I implore you, if you assist me this once, you may take as many treasures from the realm as you desire. The spirit's eyes glowed with urgency. Really? As many as I want? Qinglong's eyes sparkled with interest, having sensed the numerous treasures within the realm through its dragon lineage. Yes, indeed. Take as many as you wish. The spirit nodded vigorously, observing that the dragon seemed less lewd now. If it could persuade the holy body to act, this dragon would surely be a benefactor. Silence. If you wish to go, then go. Must you interject in every matter? Xia Chen remarked, exasperated by the incessant chatter of the simple-minded dragon. Qinglong chuckled awkwardly, wrapping an arm around Xia Lu. Am I not considering the best interests of my young master? In pursuit of treasures for the young master's self-defense, Qinglong spoke. Moreover, are we not seeking the nirvana pool? With the spirit of the secret realm guiding us, our journey shall be exceedingly convenient. He then communicated with Xia Chen, saying, once we have amassed our treasures and utilized the nirvana pool, we shall make our swift exit without concern. This endeavor will undoubtedly yield us immense profit. Upon hearing Qinglong's words, the spirit of the secret realm beamed with joy and eagerly declared, you seek the nirvana pool? I am well acquainted with its intricacies. With my presence, you shall grasp the true essence of nirvana, which embodies the very truth of the phoenix. Deeply moved, the spirit gazed appreciatively at Qinglong, recognizing his unwavering support. Goodness, this dragon is remarkably resourceful. It has claimed all the bamboo shoots from the mountains. How could a person of such integrity and kindness be bound to such a cunning contract spirit? If word of this spreads, it would irreparably tarnish my reputation. I must find an opportunity to impart some wisdom to this sly dragon. Xia Chen's expression darkened with skepticism. He could hardly believe that the azure dragon would display such benevolence, suspecting it was more likely motivated by self-interest. It was no wonder the dragon clan had fallen into decline. It seemed the presence of creatures like them was to blame. Xia Chen uttered a series of perplexing remarks that left everyone bewildered, then turned to the spirit of the secret realm and declared, we shall seek the nirvana pool ourselves. There is no need to trouble you. You may return whence you came. I am not a saint body, and I cannot assist you. Saint body. The spirit of the secret realm suddenly knelt before Xia Chen, as if resolute in its decision, stating, I am willing to serve you, the saint body. Only asking that you help me reclaim control of the secret realm. The spirit felt compelled to act thus, sensing an impending danger. The beings that had usurped the control of the secret realm were in search of it. If they found the spirit, it would surely be annihilated. Those beings had merely seized control of the secret realm temporarily. If they discovered the spirit and exterminated it, they would gain true dominion over the Tianwu secret realm. At that juncture, not only would it cease to exist, but it would also fail in its duty to choose a suitable master to inherit the legacy of Tianwu, leaving its former master in eternal unrest beneath the 9 springs. Only the saint body could assist now. Although it had yet to fully mature into a saint, the spirit had previously witnessed the formidable power of the saint body. Such terrifying strength might well surpass its own capacity to wield the power of the secret realm. The might of a saint was magnitudes greater than that of a quasi-emperor. Even an immature saint body possessed immense, unfathomable strength. Thus, Xia Chen represented its final hope. Moreover, recognizing a saint body as its master was hardly a matter of disgrace. Rather, it was an unparalleled honor. Observing the azure dragon nearby, a creature of divine bloodline and royal status among the demon race, one could see it dared not even breathe in the presence of the saint body. To acknowledge the saint body as its master would not tarnish the legacy of the Tianwu saint. Beside them, Xiao Lu gaped in disbelief. This was the spirit of the Tianwu secret realm acknowledging a master. It was well known that the strength of the Tianwu secret realm was such that even someone as powerful as her mother, a quasi-emperor, could not shake it in the slightest, yet today it was prepared to recognize her father as its master. How incredibly formidable and noble must her father be to command the azure dragon's allegiance, and to be addressed as master by the spirit of the secret realm. Her father was becoming increasingly enigmatic. The spirit of the Tianwu secret realm knew that unless it demonstrated genuine sincerity, this formidable entity would hardly care for any treasures of the secret realm. The only bargaining chip it had at present was the realm itself. In order to prevent this hidden realm from falling into the hands of thieves, and to ensure the continuation of the legacy of the celestial martial sovereign, the celestial martial secret realm must choose the path of recognizing a master. This secret realm was forged from celestial meteors by the celestial martial sovereign, creating a microcosm with its own cycle of seasons and alternation of day and night. After thousands of years of operation, if one were to assess it meticulously, this secret realm surpasses many of the formidable sanctuaries of the present age. Although it is invaluable, the entity worthy of recognition at this moment also possesses qualifications that the spirit of the realm admires. After all, this is a sacred body, barring unforeseen circumstances. It is destined to evolve into an invincible existence akin to a sage, dominating the realms of heaven and earth. Perhaps, this is also an unparalleled glory of the celestial martial sanctuary. Xia Chen turned around, gazing upon the spirit of the heavenly martial secret realm, his eyes radiating a golden brilliance, exuding the overwhelming aura of a sage. In the distance, the azure dragon shuddered unexpectedly, and the spirit of the secret realm felt its heart leap to its throat. How terrifying it was! How utterly fearsome! To encounter a sacred body at such proximity was a harrowing experience. The realm spirit was thoroughly frightened. Fortunately, it harbored no malicious intent, for otherwise, it could have faced immediate annihilation. Historically, those beneath the sage were akin to mere ants. Even beings as formidable as quasi-emperors or great emperors appeared weak and insubstantial in the presence of a sage, easily crushed at will. Honorable sacred body, I harbor no ulterior motives. I only seek your recognition as my master so that you may reclaim control of the secret realm for me. The spirit of the realm gritted its teeth, trembling under the overwhelming pressure of the sage, yet it articulated its heartfelt plea with unwavering resolve. Given your sincerity, I shall lend you my assistance. Xia Chen nodded, sensing the truth in the spirit's words. Master, this is the soul contract. The azure dragon conjured a piece of yellow parchment, which floated before Xia Chen and the spirit of the secret realm. Xia Chen nodded, biting his fingertip and allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon the contract. In a similar fashion, the spirit of the secret realm punctured its own finger, releasing a droplet of pure white liquid. With a swift motion, the yellow parchment transformed into two beams of light, piercing the foreheads of both Xia Chen and the spirit, thereby sealing the master-servant contract. Holy body, from this moment forth, you shall be the master of the heavenly martial secret realm, wielding dominion over all within it. The spirit of the secret realm proclaimed with a respectful tone, kneeling on one knee. Alas, another burden has been taken on, murmured the azure dragon softly as it sidled away to gnaw on some roasted wild boar. The spirit of the secret realm found itself perplexed. Why did it seem as though the azure dragon spoke on its behalf, yet not entirely for itself? Could it be that the azure dragon possessed no fixed gender, and its temperament oscillated between yin and yang? Xia Chen nodded, considering the capture of the spirit of the heavenly martial secret realm as an unexpected gain from this venture. The next step would be to seek out the Nirvana Pool. According to legend, the Nirvana Pool is the sacred site where the ancient divine beast, the phoenix, underwent its rebirth through fire, leaving behind the supreme essence of the true phoenix and true. For beings possessing the bloodline of true phoenix and true, Meditating within the Nirvana pool to grasp its profound truths would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Guided by the spirit of the secret realm, the group effortlessly arrived at Phoenix Mountain, where the Nirvana pool was concealed. The mountain was shrouded in layers of prohibitions, making it difficult for even the most gifted prodigies at the infant transformation level to locate the Nirvana pool. Huang Ling, your mastery of formations is lacking. We have been trapped for 3 hours, remarked Feng Shan. Feng Shan, silence. Do not disturb me. Enough of your bickering, let us all devise a solution. Besides, Xia Lu has not arrived. The Nirvana pool will eventually be ours. Within an ancient hall, 3 figures sat cross-legged, engaged in fervent discussion. These 3 were the prodigies of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace: Huang Ling, Feng Shan, and Feng Yu. Among them, Huang Ling possessed a foundational understanding of formations, thus taking the lead in deciphering the array surrounding the Nirvana pool, while Feng Yu and Feng Shan provided support. In the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, Xia Lu and Huang Ling were regarded as the most exceptional prodigies. However, Xia Lu had failed to secure the Heavenly Martial Key and could not enter the Heavenly Martial Secret Realm. Consequently, the position of the Saintess of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace rightfully belonged to Huang Ling. It will be done shortly. Beads of fine sweat formed on Huang Ling's forehead as she exerted herself to break the final prohibition before them, after which they would behold the Nirvana pool. Upon hearing her words, both Feng Shan and Feng Yu displayed expressions of joy. Young master, shortly I shall assist you in absorbing the essence left behind by the true Phoenix and True. Once you have consumed those 2 drops of juvenile Phoenix blood, you will directly inherit the true meanings of the True and True Phoenix. The spirit of the secret realm, affectionately known as Xiao Wu, spoke obediently to Xia Lu. It turned out that the Nirvana pool was capable of imparting the true essence of the Phoenix for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, because the Phoenix had once undergone its rebirth here, and secondly, due to the presence of 2 drops of Phoenix blood within the pool, each belonging to the true Phoenix and True. Thank you, Xiao Wu, Xia Lu expressed with excitement, surprised not only by the smooth progress but also by the considerable harvest. Although it was not pure blood, the blood of the true Phoenix and True remained immensely valuable. If placed within the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a treasure of the highest order. Do not mention it, Xiao Wu, the spirit of the Heavenly Martial Secret Realm, replied, its name being a diminutive form of the Heavenly Martial Sovereign. With Xiao Wu leading the way, they encountered no prohibitions as they approached the Nirvana pool. Before them lay a vast pool. Though referred to as a pool, it was filled with bubbling magma. The searing heat permeated the entire cavern, prompting Xia Chen to frown and turn to Xia Lu, inquiring, must we enter to comprehend and absorb its essence? Indeed. The disciples of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace are well prepared. You need not worry, father. As the heart of Xia Lu fluttered with excitement. After being cleansed by the cold pool, she would soon immerse herself in the pool of rebirth, where she would reap immense benefits. Indeed, my master, the young master, having been purified by the cold waters and subsequently bathed in the pool of resurrection, is perfectly poised for transformation. Shortly, I shall guide 2 drops of Phoenix blood to assist the young master in this absorption, Xiao Wu quickly added. Xia Chen finally felt at ease. Xiao Wu, how long will the little master need to absorb it? Qilong inquired nonchalantly, scratching his nail. It may take about an hour, replied Xiao Wu. That's rather lengthy, master. Can Xiao Wu and I wander around the secret realm while we wait? It's quite dull here, Qinglong asked indifferently. Do as you please. Xia Chen sensed an underlying meaning in Qinglong's words. This fellow was typically so serious. However, since the little master needed an hour of contemplation, allowing them to frolic a bit seemed acceptable, otherwise it would be unbearably noisy. All right, let me first guide the Phoenix's true blood to the little master before I take Brother Qinglong out for a stroll. Xiao Wu nodded and began to channel his power. Although temporarily stripped of control over the secret realm by those beings, Xiao Wu remained the master of the Tianwu secret realm and could still wield some of his strength. Done. Huang Ling's delicate face lit up with joy. After ceaseless calculations and expending countless efforts, she had finally unraveled the restrictions surrounding the Nirvana pool. According to the records in the Jiufeng Fairy Palace, there were a total of 81 types of restrictions outside the Nirvana pool. Every cultivator wishing to enter must break 9 of these to grasp the true essence of the Feng and Huang. Now, Huang Ling had unlocked the 9th layer of restriction and was on the verge of reaching the Nirvana pool, grasping the supreme truths of the true Phoenix and true Huang. Her return to the Jiufeng Fairy Palace would undoubtedly crown her as the Holy Maiden. Her future dominion over the Jiufeng Fairy Palace was practically a foregone conclusion. that outsider. Xia Lu merely relied on the palace master's favor to vie for equality with her. It was nothing but a foolish dream. Meanwhile, Xiao had also completed the guidance of the phoenix's true blood. Xia Lu, submerged in magma, was enveloped by a pale yellow aura, absorbing the phoenix's true blood and comprehending its essence. Finally, Xiao, hurry and take me out to sea. I'm dying of boredom. Qinglong howled, expressing his impatience. Hold on. There are a few ignorant beings attempting to disturb the little master's comprehension. Allow me to first take some measures to block them. Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Before Huang Ling, Feng Shan, and Feng Yu, the ancient and heavy stone door slowly creaked open. The three of them could already sense a surge of intense heat in the air, and with the bloodlines of true Phoenix and true Huang coursing through them, they could feel the presence of the Nirvana pool. Their blood began to boil with excitement. Their faces lit up with joy, as they were on the brink of witnessing the Nirvana pool and comprehending the true essence of the Phoenix. However, just as the stone door had opened halfway, it suddenly slammed shut with a resounding crash, sealing off the passage that was about to be revealed. What is going on? The three individuals exchanged bewildered glances, each as perplexed as the other. According to the elders of the Jiufeng Immortal Palace, it was said that by dismantling the 9 prohibitions of Phoenix Mountain, one could behold the Nirvana pool. However, it seemed that the matter was far more intricate than it appeared. A low humming sound permeated the air, and suddenly, a series of luminous flashes erupted around them. The trio was taken aback, yet after the brilliance faded, all returned to normal, save for the stone door that remained firmly shut. What is happening, Huang Ling? Feng Yu inquired gravely, directing a concerned gaze towards her. It is impossible. Huang Ling did not respond to Feng Yu's question, her face expressing disbelief and incredulity. Feng Shan, equally anxious, pressed her. Huang Ling, please, tell us what is going on. With a bitter smile, Huang Ling gazed at the two and divulged, the prohibitions that had vanished have reemerged, and not merely 9, but 18. Feng Yu and Feng Shan exclaimed in astonishment. How can this be? They questioned, incredulous at the bizarre turn of events. They had clearly unraveled 9 layers of restrictions, only to find themselves confronted with 18 anew. It felt as though they were being toyed with. I suspect that someone has tampered with the prohibitions. But who possesses the power to manipulate the constraints of Phoenix Mountain? A glint of cold light flickered in Huang Ling's eyes as the image of Xia Lu involuntarily surfaced in her mind, though she swiftly shook her head in dismissal. Xia Lu, lacking even the Heavenly Martial Secret Key, could never have entered the Heavenly Martial Secret Realm. Moreover, even if we were to entertain the fanciful notion that she did gain entry, she would possess neither the prowess nor the means to manipulate the restrictions of Phoenix Mountain. What shall we do now? Feng Shan inquired anxiously. What to do? What to do, you ask? Aside from lifting the restrictions, what else is there to consider? Enough of your chatter. I must focus on unraveling the restrictions. Huang Ling reprimanded Feng Shan several times before turning her full attention to the task at hand. After successfully unlocking 9 restrictions, Huang Ling's mastery of formations advanced significantly, and she began to discern certain patterns. She estimated that she could dismantle the remaining 18 restrictions within a maximum of an hour and a half. All right, let us depart. Xiao clapped his hands, summoning the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon immediately sprang to life, scooping up Xiao Wu and soaring out of Phoenix Mountain. Along the way, the Azure Dragon shared his thoughts with Xiao Wu. No, that will render the entire secret realm useless. Xiao Wu shook his head. The dragon was suggesting he scour the land for treasures. He understood the nature of the dragon clan, known for their insatiable appetite for collecting and hoarding treasures. Given the temperament of this dragon, it could very well empty the entire secret realm. Why must you be so obtuse? Do you think my desire for treasure is purely selfish? Consider this. You have already acknowledged me as your master. Therefore, the treasures of the secret realm rightfully belong to you. While the master is resting, if we procure some exquisite treasures to present to him, our status will surely be elevated. Imagine, pleasing the master with his own possessions. What a splendid opportunity. The Azure Dragon passionately articulated his reasoning, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu found the argument compelling. What the dragon proposed indeed seemed to hold merit. Thus, let us gather all the treasures and present them to our master. Xiao Wu nodded earnestly, recognizing the dragon's superior intellect, a testament to its noble lineage. In a desolate area strewn with black stones, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, stained in blood, had just broken through multiple restrictions and slain a titan bear. The Heavenly Martial Secret Realm truly lived up to its name. He was astonished to discover a dragon's blood flower. What a windfall! Ha ha ha. Before the bearded man, a blood-red plant, resembling a dragon, swayed enticingly. Suddenly, the dragon's blood flower took flight, provoking the bearded man into a furious outburst, his formidable aura erupting. Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. The only reply he received was a mocking taunt, followed by an onslaught of countless restrictions that enveloped the bearded man. Ah, how infuriating. If I catch you, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Trapped by the restrictions, the bearded man nearly lost his sight in fury. Yet all his struggles proved futile as he helplessly watched the dragon's blood flower vanish. Similar scenarios unfolded throughout the secret realm, prompting countless individuals to pound their chests in frustration, seething with rage, vowing to capture this audacious trickster who dared to mock them and to exact a fitting revenge. Tormenting his very soul until he wished for death, even the prodigies have spontaneously organized a campaign against the infamous UDE alliance, vowing to capture this enigmatic thief. This rogue specializes in snatching away treasures just within reach, always leaving behind a mocking phrase, UDE, in most locations where treasures are concealed. The protective barriers remain intact, yet the precious items have vanished, with only the same phrase echoing. UDE has visited. Countless prodigies have expended immense effort and employed various tactics, all to no avail, as the treasures have completely disappeared. Such audacity is enough to provoke ire. These prodigies, having risen to such heights, have never encountered a character like this. UDE? Indeed, there is something intriguing about this. In the northwestern corner of the secret realm, a strikingly handsome youth smiled with interest, though his grin was tinged with a hint of coldness. This youth was Xia Chen, who had ventured into the Tianwu secret realm not only to engage in friendly competition with prodigies from various factions, but also to seek treasures. Little did he expect that upon hearing from others about a legendary artifact known as the drilling sky spike hidden within the mountains, he would find it already snatched away by someone else after employing considerable effort to enter the mountain, at the site where the drilling sky spike was sealed. The same phrase awaited. UDE has visited. Recently, this mysterious figure had gained notoriety in the secret realm, and Xia Chen had heard whispers of him, only to discover that this rogue had pilfered the very artifact he sought. How intolerable! Should he encounter this individual, Xia Chen would not hesitate to show him the reason behind the vibrant bloom of flowers. Master, could this person be a master of formations? Xia Chen pondered. Even the most skilled formation masters would leave traces when attempting to unravel such barriers, yet these defenses appeared untouched. Just who is the self-proclaimed UDE? What means does he employ? Furthermore, this individual seems to possess extraordinary spatial techniques, suggesting a coordinated effort. However, Xia Chen, sensitive to the nuances of space, discerned that this rogue had been utilizing spatial powers to seize treasures. The absence of any signs of the barriers being breached is perplexing. Zhu Lao shook his head and remarked, "Here, there are only traces of spatial fluctuations. Yet, even wielding formidable spatial abilities, one cannot penetrate these defenses. To traverse them undetected, one must be an unparalleled being of the Void Emperor level. This is indeed rather strange." Xia Tian's expression turned grave. It appears that UDE is even more formidable than anticipated. In an ancient palace, a dozen figures clad in black robes were gathered. What? Have you still not captured the spirit of the secret realm? Rasped a voice, harsh and cold. My lord, we are still in pursuit. Several black-clad individuals hastily knelt, trembling in fear. What a bunch of useless fools. Though we have temporarily secured the rights to the secret realm, it cannot last. Moreover, many places require the guidance of the spirit of the secret realm. Otherwise, we would be utterly unable to rescue the blood demon ancestor. The voice of the figure in the black robe echoed like a chilling whisper from the depths of the abyss, as frigid as the very fires of hell. My lord, we have laid a meticulous trap. If you grant us but a little more time, we shall surely capture it. A cold snort escaped him. The blood demon ancestor has been suppressed for 90,000 years. Once he reemerges, the sacred land of heavenly martial arts will be utterly obliterated from existence. The leader of the black-robed figures radiated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, having thoroughly ensured that Xia Lu would face no unforeseen mishaps, settled into a meditative posture. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement of becoming the master of the heavenly martial secret realm. You have received 110,000 points and a secret realm token. Would you like to claim your reward? The secret realm token? Xia Chen mused with curiosity, prompting him to examine the token's description. It revealed that this secret realm had existed for tens of thousands of years, nearing a full century, and had birthed its own laws of power. These laws had been continuously reinforced by generations of heavenly martial sovereigns. Strictly speaking, the Heavenly Martial Secret Realm could be regarded as a miniature world. Possessing the Secret Realm token meant one wielded dominion over the entire realm, granting access to all its inherent powers. In essence, it conferred upon one the status of sovereign within the Secret Realm, making any attempts by others to confront him tantamount to battling the realm itself. It was undeniably more convenient than merely controlling the spirit of the Secret Realm, which functioned as an intermediary requiring all actions to be executed through its agency. Now, with the absence of this intermediary, Xia Chen found himself liberated to pursue his desires unfettered. I shall claim it, Xia Chen declared, and in his mind's eye, an ancient token materialized, inscribed with the words Ancient Martial. Refine it for me. As dawn broke, Xia Chen harnessed his spiritual energy, enveloping the talisman in a radiant golden light, from which mysterious powers began to emanate. Qinglong and Xiao Wu were gleefully scavenging treasures, and with Xiao Wu's support, Qinglong felt as if he were swimming in an ocean of fortune, amassing an impressive collection of secrets. He believed this to be the most joyous day of his rebirth. At that moment, having nearly exhausted their search, they prepared to return to Phoenix Mountain after securing one final treasure. Suddenly, calamity struck. The control over the secret realm was disrupted. Xiao Wu's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling violently as he rolled his eyes, and the method of concealment within the realm faltered instantaneously. By the heavens, what is happening? Qinglong exclaimed, his anger mounting as the restraints activated without Xiao Wu's guidance. The foremost barrier was an unparalleled sword formation. Qinglong was both furious and bewildered. Just moments ago, Xiao Wu had been conversing normally, yet now he appeared to be incapacitated. Simultaneously, others caught wind of Qinglong's outburst and shouted, "Fellow cultivators, that scoundrel has revealed himself. Kill him. Vanquish this rogue. Do not let the scoundrel escape." Instantaneously, a chorus of talented individuals, also engaged in breaking the restraints, erupted in curses. They were at a loss against the self-proclaimed scoundrel, unable to trace his whereabouts or even ascertain his true nature. How dare you call us scoundrels? You and your entire lineage are the real scoundrels. Qinglong seethed, indignant as a being of noble dragon lineage, not of lowly canine descent. In retaliation, he seized Xiao Wu, intending to break the restraints through sheer force. Lacking any knowledge of the barriers and surrounded by a multitude of talented adversaries, it was evident that they sought his dragon blood, horns, and bones. What wretched humans! Fury surged within Qinglong. Yet he was astute enough to recognize that confronting such a throng would be folly. The best course of action was to retreat. Countless blades and swords rained down upon him, and though Qinglong possessed a robust physique and the innate powers of his dragon lineage, he was still grievously wounded. His body drenched in crimson, howling in pain. "It is a dragon." One among the crowd quickly identified Qinglong, their expression changing as they realized a dragon prodigy had entered the Tianwu secret realm. As Qinglong staggered through the barrier, he felt as though he had lost a part of his life force, nearly half of his dragon blood spilled, and several scales shed. Why must you faint now? Of all times, while trapped within this barrier, Qinglong cursed Xiao Wu for his heartlessness, but he understood that lingering here was perilous. Their location had been compromised, and they would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from myriad beings. The only viable option was to hasten back to seek the protection of his master. Xia Chen spent approximately 5 to 6 minutes refining the Heavenly Martial Order talisman. After the refinement, he felt an extraordinary experience envelop him. Xia Chen sensed the boundary of the secret realm, as if he stood at the pinnacle, surveying the core of the mysterious domain. He beheld the divine sword, concealed beneath layers of ice, at the level of transformation. He witnessed two prodigies engaged in a fierce struggle over a precious spiritual material and observed another prodigy seated in meditation, endeavoring to unravel a complex array. In essence, wherever Xia Chen wished to direct his gaze, his vision would swiftly converge. These few youngsters were indeed commendable, but it was paramount not to disturb Lua as she immersed herself in her insights. As Xia Chen focused his sight, he saw the phoenix spirit laboriously breaking through the restrictions. The phoenix spirit possessed formidable talents, particularly as she found herself enveloped in a wondrous state, her comprehension of the array techniques having ascended several levels. Had it not been for her aspiration to become the holy son of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, she believed she could have excelled as a remarkable array master. Break, break, break. The phoenix spirit exclaimed melodiously, and instantly, the restrictions before her began to dissolve. A total of 18 barriers yielding in less than half the time she had anticipated. These restrictions were exceedingly ancient, imbued with the essence of the ancients. Although dismantling the array was time-consuming, The phoenix spirit gleaned considerable insights, her desire to dismantle the remaining 54 barriers igniting within her. However, she understood that the nirvana pool was of greater importance at this moment, distinguishing clearly between priorities. "It's broken," Feng Shan and Feng Yu exclaimed with delight. Recognizing the phoenix spirit as the second prodigy of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, her talents undeniably impressive. As for the first prodigy, the image of Xia Lu flashed through their minds, prompting a dismissive scoff. Historically, among the leaders of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, 9 out of 10 either bore the surname Feng or Huang. Xia Lu, a mere outsider, seeking the status of a holy maiden, was nothing short of ludicrous. A delusion indeed. With the 18 barriers vanishing, the ground trembled gently as the 3 felt invigorated, finally on the verge of encountering the long-desired nirvana pool. Within the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, every cultivator who had undergone the baptism of the nirvana pool emerged as a formidable being. The insights gained therein harmonizing perfectly with those of the disciples of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace. The phoenix spirit wore a smile. This expedition into the heavenly martial secret realm had proven immensely fruitful. Yet, in the next heartbeat, her expression shifted dramatically. An overwhelmingly terrifying force lifted them. Not towards the nirvana pool, but rather cast them 100 miles away from Phoenix Mountain. This transpired in an instant, leaving no room for them to react or resist. What is happening? Feng Yu was bewildered. Why, after breaking the restrictions, had they not encountered the nirvana pool, but instead been ejected from Phoenix Mountain? The phoenix spirit's fair visage darkened, nearly dripping with frustration. It was evident that Phoenix Mountain, or perhaps a supreme entity, intended to prevent them from witnessing the nirvana pool. But why? If such a being existed, why would it specifically target the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace? At this moment, within 100 miles of Phoenix Mountain, numerous formidable prodigies have gathered, with many more arriving from distant lands, drawn by a singular purpose, the slaying of a dragon. The dragon, a scion of the draconic lineage, has incurred the wrath of many, and countless talents are eager to extract its sinews, pluck its bones, and drink its blood. The azure dragon, having forcefully broken its confinement, sustained considerable injuries during its frantic escape, leaving behind a trail of blood. Certain prodigies, utilizing bloodline techniques, have pinpointed the azure dragon's whereabouts, while others have employed scent tracking methods to ascertain its direction of flight. Consequently, all eyes are set upon a singular location, the direction of Phoenix Mountain. At this juncture, it is not solely the prodigies converging upon Phoenix Mountain. The Blood Clan has also employed esoteric methods to locate the essence of the secret realm. "Master, I hope Xiao Wu is unharmed." The azure dragon mused with a tinge of guilt, pondering whether Xiao Wu had overexerted himself and succumbed to unconsciousness. As Xia Chen gazed at Xiao Wu, a sudden realization struck him. He had previously refined the secret realm talisman, thus becoming the master of the entire realm. Perhaps it was this very reason that severed the connection between Xiao Wu and the secret realm. With the link broken, Xiao Wu might have lost his source of power, which could explain his current state of unconsciousness. Xia Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose and hurriedly activated the previous contract, channeling its power. It was only then that Xiao Wu slowly regained consciousness, but upon awakening, his expression turned to one of sheer terror. However, upon seeing Xia Chen and sensing the aura emanating from him, a sense of reassurance washed over him. "Master, you have refined the secret realm talisman?" Xiao Wu cautiously inquired, his heart racing. Initially, he feared that those beings had completely seized control of the secret realm, thereby cutting off the link between himself and it, which had startled him immensely. Yet now, sensing Xia Chen's aura, he found his answer. "Indeed," Xia Chen nodded. "Haha, congratulations, master, on becoming the true master of the heavenly martial secret realm." Xiao Wu knelt down on both knees, his tone respectful. This talisman of the secret realm was originally meant for the inheritor of the heavenly martial secret realm. Even Xiao Wu had no right to wield it. He was merely aware of its existence, completely ignorant of its location as entrusted by the heavenly martial Saint Lord. According to the memories left by the Saint Lord, possessing the secret realm talisman equated to mastering the entire realm. It marked one as its true sovereign. Wow, impressive. Although the Qinglong understood nothing, he knew that praise was in order. As he spoke, he retrieved a handful of spiritual materials from his spatial pouch and began to chew. Having sustained significant injuries this time, he needed to replenish his strength. Xiao Wu, upon seeing Qinglong, expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Dragon, for your rescue." "Master, Brother Dragon has suffered severe injuries while gathering spiritual materials and treasures from various places. He said he would endure any pain just to see you happy. Qilong, caught off guard while chewing on his spiritual materials, suddenly realized, damn it, I completely forgot about that. If I had known, I would have returned a bit later, hoarding more treasures before coming back. Now, thanks to this little rascal, it seems I have to hand over all the good stuff. Ah yes, my loyalty to the master is as bright as the sun and moon. Qinglong shot Xiao Wu a glare before reaching into the spatial pouch for the treasures. Indeed, these spiritual materials can be used for Luo's cultivation. Xia Chen nodded, pleasantly surprised by the dragon's thoughtfulness. Brother Dragon, the quantity seems off. I counted. And you've only brought out about 1/3, Xiao Wu remarked, puzzled as he observed Qinglong stopping after producing more than 20 items. Damn it. Qinglong internally cursed Xiao Wu's ancestors, yet wore a cheerful expression as he replied, I was just joking, master. Don't be fooled by Xiao Wu's clumsiness. He is sharper than he looks, truly my good brother. Meanwhile, Huang Ling, Feng Yu, and Feng Shan were forcefully sent away from Phoenix Mountain by Xia Chen, utilizing the power of the secret realm. Though filled with indignation, they found themselves utterly powerless. The Phoenix Mountain undoubtedly harbored formidable beings, and should they venture further, they risked inciting displeasure from such entities, potentially leading to dire consequences. Initially, they had anticipated a bountiful harvest from this expedition into the secret realm. Yet it appeared they had suffered significant losses instead. They had squandered an excessive amount of time attempting to unravel the restrictions within Phoenix Mountain. Had they invested that time elsewhere, they might have uncovered numerous treasures by now. Fortunately, the place to which they had been brought by that entity was a rather pleasant one, a medicinal garden. Moreover, the restrictions of the garden had been lifted, allowing them unimpeded access. The spiritual herbs present were of limited growth, seemingly having been previously harvested by stronger beings. The herbs before them were mediocre at best, yet they were a token of goodwill from that entity. Although they felt a tinge of disappointment at being unable to enter the Nirvana pool, they resolved to seek other opportunities. Who goes there? Suddenly, the phoenix spirit exclaimed, a true phoenix apparition manifesting behind her, engulfed in flames. Phoenix Mountain and Feng Yu did not question her, following her lead without hesitation. As the phoenix spirit summoned her true phoenix illusion, the two swiftly called forth their own. The girl possessed keen perception. A peculiar laughter echoed, followed by the appearance of 7 or 8 figures clad in black. To their astonishment, these were the prodigies of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, 1 phoenix and 2 others. Among them, the most powerful black-clad figure stroked his chin, scrutinizing the trio from the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, his eyes glimmering with intent. The newcomers bore ill intent. Be cautious, you two. They outnumber us and possess formidable auras, likely intent on murder and theft. Knowing full well we are the prodigies of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, they dare to act against us, seeking their own demise. The Phoenix Spirit declared, taking the initiative with her Phoenix Spirit sword in hand. The 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace? What of it? The leading figure in black refrained from engaging, instead sending another black-clad individual to attack. Boom. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 100 blows. Phoenix Rainbow Source. The Phoenix Spirit ascended, her true Phoenix illusion exhibiting a semblance of sentience. Countless golden sword rains cascaded down, piercing through the black-clad assailant. Drip, drip. Blood oozed from the pierced figure, yet astonishingly, it was black. Blood Clan. Feng Yu's countenance shifted drastically, a flicker of fear crossing his features. The Phoenix Spirit discerned the adversaries' identities as well. These individuals belonged to the Blood Clan. How could the Tianwu secret realm allow the Blood Clan to enter? Retreat. Without hesitation, the Phoenix Spirit withdrew. Ah, is that the Phoenix Spirit of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace? A striking youth clad in white robes approached with a look of astonishment. He was Jun Luhue, a prospective disciple of the Great Tao sect, who had long pursued the Phoenix Spirit. The Great Tao sect's strength was on par with the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, both being prestigious sects of great renown. Quickly, we must flee. It is the Blood Clan. The Phoenix Spirit shouted, what a waste. Unable to deal with a mere woman. The leader of the dark-clad men, witnessing his kin slain by the Phoenix Spirit, exhibited little change in tone. The Blood Clan? Jun Wuchen was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Do not worry, Fairy Phoenix. They are but a trifling Blood Clan. Allow me to incapacitate him. Jun Wuchen advanced rather than retreating, his aura exuding an overwhelming terror. Given the proximity to Phoenix Mountain, it wasn't long before the fierce battle attracted many prodigies. What is happening? Why are there so many prodigies nearby? The leader of the dark-clad men finally spoke with a tinge of seriousness. The gathering of so many prodigies was evidently detrimental to their plans. A swift resolution was imperative. They needed to locate the spirit of the secret realm promptly. The leader of the dark-clad men resolved to take matters into his own hands and eliminate these nuisances. The great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger. Jun Wuhui concentrated his energy, fully aware that he was not merely acting impulsively to rescue a damsel in distress. He understood that his strength was formidable enough. Instantly, the sky above them darkened, and a colossal, ancient finger materialized from thin air, towering several dozen feet high and emanating a dreadful aura. That was the invincible technique of the Great Tao sect, the great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger, a prodigy remarked, his expression frozen in astonishment. Clearly, the prodigies of the Great Tao sect had encountered worthy opponents, resorting to their most formidable skills. Some prodigies maintained a calm demeanor, yet hastened toward the battlefield. This conflict promised to be intriguing, especially since the prodigies of the Great Tao sect were compelled to exert themselves so forcefully. One could only wonder who their adversaries might be. Mere trifles. To the leader of the dark-clad men, the seemingly formidable offensive from the other prodigies was nothing to scoff at. An endless ghostly light enveloped him, and behind him appeared an illusory figure with 8 heads and 8 faces. He transformed his palm into a fist, the fist radiating a chilling aura, and struck toward the imposing great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger. However, upon witnessing this scene, many prodigies began to darken in expression. It is the Blood Clan. For the common enemy of all races on the Tsongxian continent, hatred ran deep. Countless prodigies were ready to take action. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated as the two forces collided. The crowd beheld the massive, great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger quickly becoming riddled with cracks, while the Black Fist maintained its ferocity, even intensifying. Jun Wuhui's expression shifted dramatically. He could hardly fathom that his opponent was so powerful, an occurrence that defied logic. In the same realm, no prodigy had yet displayed such might to shatter his great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger with a single strike. Run. This was the only thought that crossed Jun Wuhui's mind, although he still had hidden cards to play, just from this initial exchange. He understood that his adversary could easily crush him. Yet, before he could even fully entertain this thought for a second, every hair on his body stood on end, and a terrifying sensation flooded his being. Run? The voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, striking directly at Jun Wuhui's soul. In the next moment, Jun Wuhui felt a vice-like grip around his neck. You are not at the infant transformation stage. A look of terror washed over Jun Wuhui. He realized why his opponent was so formidable. This individual must have sealed their cultivation with supreme forbidden techniques. This explained why they possessed such overwhelming strength, far beyond that of any young prodigy like himself. At that moment, regret surged within Jun Wuhui. Had he known, he would never have ventured into these treacherous waters. You are quite perceptive, but this is where it ends, the leader of the dark-clad figures remarked, somewhat surprised, yet that was the extent of his interest. The next instant, he intended to snap Jun Wuhui's neck. However, at that critical juncture, an unforeseen event transpired. The Grand Tao sect's Jun Wuhui's great desolation prisoner's finger was shattered by the leader's strike, leaving him ensnared by the grip around his neck. It was only then that the assembled prodigies grasped the true extent of the black-robed figure's power. Although Jun Wuhui was not the strongest among the prodigies, he was already at an upper-tier level, and even he was powerless to resist, utterly crushed. Those prodigies who had just contemplated intervening began to reconsider. The Blood Clan was detestable, but life took precedence over hatred. Without life, what could one possibly harbor hatred for? With this thought, many prodigies began to feel a sense of retreat. The leader of the black-clad figures gazed coldly at Jun Wuhui, poised to end the life of this Grand Tao sect prodigy, when suddenly, the jade pendant at Jun Wuhui's waist shattered, erupting into a myriad of radiant lights. The leader was thrown back by a powerful force, and then, a venerable elder clad in white robes, towering over 3 zhang, appeared. Do not harm my disciple? The elder's voice resonated with immense authority, but his expression quickly shifted to one of sternness as he coldly declared, a Blood Clan member at the transformation realm. The other prodigies were taken aback by the elder's proclamation. They had not anticipated the black-clad figure's strength to be so formidable, possessing the transformation realm power. Such profound cultivation level suggested he had employed some means to self-seal his realm. Nevertheless, that was sufficient to overshadow all present prodigies. It is well understood that cultivators who reach the transformation realm are considered pillars among the major super sects. The average cultivator may not even comprehend what the transformation realm entails. In lesser regions, those at the nascent soul stage may dominate, while those at the infant transformation stage can govern an area. Yet above the infant transformation stage lie realms such as the out-of-body, transformation, refining void, and integration stages, all of which are inhabited by superlative beings wielding exceptional power and revered status. Ling Shuzi, were your true self present, I would retreat without hesitation. But now you are merely a projection. What do I have to fear? The leader of the black-clad figures sneered, unleashing a tremendous force from his darkened fists. Ling Shuzi was but a projection, limited in the power he could wield. Thus, even though the projection of Ling Shuzi exerted its utmost effort, it was still shattered by a single punch from the leader of the black-clad figures. The terrifying might of these dark figures instilled fear in countless prodigies. My esteemed peers, the arrival of the Blood Clan in the Tianwu secret realm is undoubtedly aimed at extinguishing the talents of the Songqiong continent. If we do not unite now, we risk being individually defeated by the Blood Clan. Under the same roof, how can there be unscathed eggs? Let us join forces, revealing our hidden strengths. Perhaps a glimmer of hope remains. Though Huang Ling is a woman, her audacity surpasses that of many male cultivators. It is well known that the Jiufeng Immortal Palace allows no inferiority among its women. Among them, Huang Ling and Xia Lu stand as paragons, embodying the extraordinary elegance of the palace's sovereign, Huang Lu, and an invincible spirit. Most prodigies who had entertained thoughts of retreat extinguished such notions upon hearing Huang Ling's words. Indeed, as Huang Ling stated, the time within the secret realm has not yet elapsed. Thus, they are all trapped within its confines. If they scatter their strength, they would be utterly defenseless against the formidable Blood Clan warrior. Moreover, who can guarantee that there are no other Blood Clan warriors lurking aside from the few currently visible? Therefore, unity and collaboration are the only viable choices for all prodigies. The words of Fairy Huang Ling resonate with truth, as esteemed talents of various clans. How can we cower before this vile Blood Clan? The prodigies of Wuhua Sacred Land rallied, their battle spirit ignited. Indeed, we cultivators do not shy away from a fight. The prodigies of Ghost King's sect also stepped forward. One by one, the most powerful representatives from various sects emerged, their fervor dispelling all traces of fear. While the long-standing enmity among races erupted fiercely, countless races yearned to vanquish the Blood Clan swiftly. Kill. It was uncertain who shouted, but in unison, the prodigies surged forth. Weapons drawn, charging toward the Blood Clan. Damn it. The leader of the black-clad figures darkened, gazing at Huang Ling, this wretched ant, who had incited the battle spirit of all. Despite possessing the cultivation of the transformation god realm, facing such a multitude of prodigies, he found himself at a disadvantage, constrained and hindered in this confrontation, jeopardizing their critical mission in the Tianwu secret realm. With nearly 30 prodigies approaching and reinforcements continuously joining, their side consisted of merely 6 or 7 clan members, placing them in a dire predicament. Initially, he had believed his overwhelming might would intimidate these insignificant beings. But the wretched ant from the Jiufeng Immortal Palace had thwarted his intentions. The leader of the black-clad figures harbored a deep-seated hatred for Huang Ling. Had he known earlier, he would have personally dealt with this ant, eliminating her before she danced so joyfully. My lord, for the sake of the greater good, perhaps we should retreat for now? An underling inquired through telepathy, his tone tinged with reluctance, clearly feeling the pressure of being besieged by such a host of prodigies. Let us fight and retreat. I will first take the life of that ant from Jiufeng Immortal Palace. The leader of the black-clad figures was seething with rage, yet, even in retreat, he remained determined to take the life of the Phoenix spirit. A cacophony of battle erupted as the Blood Clan clashed with the prodigies of various races. In mere moments, rocks shattered and colossal trees toppled, creating a scene of utter chaos. Most of the Blood Clan had suppressed their realms, rendering them significantly more formidable than ordinary transformation prodigies. With bloodthirsty eyes, the leader of the black-clad figures advanced swiftly towards the Phoenix spirit, piercing through the chests of 3 prodigies along his path, annihilating their souls. These 3 were only slightly weaker than the Phoenix spirit herself. The Phoenix spirit maneuvered frantically within the fray. Escape was not an option. She had to remain on the battlefield. Should she flee, not only would she be scorned by all prodigies, but the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace would also suffer disgrace. At that moment, she sensed the murderous intent of the black-clad leader locking onto her. Despite the dread swelling within her, she maintained her composure. You need not run. You cannot escape. I shall feast upon your flesh, drink your blood, and grind your bones, the leader's words were as piercing as ever. Yet they now resonated with a chilling menace. True flames of the phoenix. The phoenix spirit cried out. Although she was no match for her opponent, she refused to succumb passively, unleashing her mightiest strike. True intent of the phoenix. Fengshan and Fengyu shielded her from behind, channeling their power into her back, causing a divine radiance to envelop her. Then, an immensely noble phantom of a true phoenix materialized above her, gazing down upon the world with an air of regal detachment. The phantom, spotting the black-clad leader, opened its mouth and unleashed the true flames. The searing flames cascaded onto the leader, the terrifying heat distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Amidst the melee, the black-clad leader fixed his murderous gaze upon the phoenix spirit. Likewise, she did not remain idle. Bolstered by Fengshan and Fengyu, she invoked her strongest technique, the true flames of the phoenix. The true flames, feared by all other prodigies, exuded an overwhelming and terrifying power. Yet, the black-clad leader merely laughed derisively at this formidable fire, as she poured her all into the true flames. The phoenix spirit's face paled slightly. This was her final stand. A black luminescent membrane enveloped the leader, and as the scorching flames collided with it, they seemed to dissolve into one another, failing to impede the leader's advance. This is bad. Fengshan and Fengyu's expressions shifted dramatically, and they quickly retreated. The phoenix spirit felt despair wash over her. Her opponent was simply too powerful, leaving her with no means of resistance. It seemed she would meet her demise here today. When one's strongest technique is shattered by another, it often breeds an overwhelming sense of defeat, and in severe cases, can even tarnish one's resolve. She relinquished her struggle, closing her eyes. Any additional resistance would be futile, merely prolonging the inevitable by mere seconds. In the face of such grim certainty, what significance remained? How could one so swiftly abandon the fight? With a sinister cackle, the leader of the dark-clad figures sneered coldly, his form flickering as he appeared before the phoenix spirit in the blink of an eye. With claws imbued with ghostly flames and a swirling aura of bloodlust, he aimed to seize her by the throat. The more he despised this little girl, the more delectable she would surely taste. However, just as the moment hung perilously in the balance, a sudden shift crossed the leader's expression. He felt an overwhelming and terrifying presence. Who dares to act so recklessly here? At that moment, a grand and resounding voice echoed, seemingly converging from all directions, heavy and imposing, imbued with an indescribable force of suppression. The voice carried a hint of anger, causing every creature present to instinctively tighten their hearts, for its owner was undoubtedly a being of unparalleled power. Simultaneously, as the voice resonated, everyone sensed an increase in the gravitational force upon them, invoking sheer terror among the crowd. The speaker wielded such fearsome might that they could manipulate the very forces of this secret realm. Could this entity be the master of the domain? Among all present, the Blood Clan was the most astounded. They had grievously injured the spirit that governed the secret realm, stripping it of its control. Yet now another being could command the realm's power, leaving them in disbelief. Was there another force, besides the realm's spirit, capable of wielding the might of the heavenly martial secret realm? And why was there no trace or knowledge of such an existence? Flee. The first thought that surged through the leader's mind was to escape. He had no alternative. The owner of that voice was far too formidable within the secret realm. The leader, having sealed his own realm, was originally a formidable figure of the divine transformation stage. His comprehension of the laws of power far surpassed that of younger prodigies in the infant transformation stage, thus he understood just how terrifying the speaker truly was. If he was not mistaken, the one who had just spoken likely commanded the entire secret realm. This was a chilling realization that sent shivers through the Blood Clan. Failure to complete their mission in the realm could very well lead to their utter annihilation. Predecessor, they are of the Blood Clan. Do not let them escape. The phoenix spirit, who had been awaiting her demise, now radiated with surprise. If all went as expected, it was indeed the unparalleled existence from Phoenix Mountain who had intervened. The fact that this predecessor could act was unexpected, yet it meant salvation for them. Even more exhilarating was the certainty that this group of Blood Clan members would meet their doom here. Xia Chen, who had just let out a roar, was momentarily stunned. He had initially thought that the commotion stemmed from local prodigies competing for treasures, fearing it might disrupt Xia Lu's comprehension, thus he intended to drive them away. Little did he know that Blood Clan members were among them. Since they were of the Blood Clan, Xia Chen would surely show no mercy. Xia Chen's eyes glimmered with a frigid intensity. Had he not arrived in time, it is conceivable that Lua might have fallen victim to the treacherous grasp of the Blood Clan. regardless of his personal grievances or professional obligations. Xia Chen had long since placed the Blood Clan on his list of irrevocable adversaries. As Xia Chen's thoughts stirred, an overwhelming intent to kill surged within him. This unintentional murderous aura transformed the very sky of the secret realm into a tempest of thunder and lightning, with winds howling and sand swirling. Even the air itself seemed to become frenzied. Countless prodigies felt a chill creep upon their scalps, their hearts trembling with dread, for in this realm, an unfathomable and terrifying intent to kill permeated the atmosphere. All beings within this secret realm now embodied Xia Chen's will, resonating with fury. The essence of all things ignited with a murderous intent, reflecting Xia Chen's supreme resolution. Boom! The black-clad man, who had merely sought to escape, was violently thrown to the ground by a terrifying gravitational force, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His face was etched with sheer terror, blood streaming from his orifices, a sight too gruesome to behold. Yet it did not end there. The black-clad man cried out in agony, as if enduring indescribable torment. Bang! His body erupted, his very soul obliterated without a trace. Subsequently, a beam of radiant light shot up from the earth, revealing a transparent divine sword, imbued with an unfathomable power, piercing through the remaining Blood Clan members one after another. Each fell, unable to retain even a semblance of their souls, utterly annihilated. Their vitality extinguished. The mountains trembled, rivers roared, and the thunder rolled with immense force. The entire world seemed to exude an endless intent to kill. The prodigies quaked in fear, having never witnessed such a horrific spectacle. Sweat drenched their backs, cold beads trickling down, their mouths dry and parched. Should they confront this invincible murderous intent, they would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant, vanishing from existence. Xia Chen did not anticipate that his instinctive outburst of anger would lead to such a significant commotion. After vanquishing the Blood Clan, he swiftly regained his composure, and the entire secret realm gradually returned to tranquility. The might of this esteemed individual was indeed terrifying. Feng Yu gazed blankly at the sky. The boundless murderous intent had nearly shattered his Tao heart. Huang Ling was equally astonished. That supreme being seemed to rival, if not surpass, their respective sovereigns of the sacred lands. Particularly within this heavenly martial secret realm, this entity reigned as the sovereign of heaven and earth, wielding dominion over the profound essence of the entire realm, truly an invincible presence. Enough, the Blood Clan has been completely eradicated by this king. You shall disperse swiftly and refrain from disturbing the cultivation of this king's daughter. As Xia Chen spoke, he acknowledged the remarkable talent of the young ones, whose commotion was considerable. If they disturbed Lu Heir's enlightenment, it would certainly be unfortunate. Naturally, the unexpected demise of the Blood Clan brought him a certain pleasure, for Xia Chen harbored a profound disdain for them. The supreme being, with but a slight exertion of power, effortlessly obliterated an existence as formidable as the Blood Clan. The entire secret realm shifted under the weight of this overwhelming might, leaving countless prodigies in awe. Yet, the catalyst for all this turmoil was merely an interference with the cultivation of this supreme being's daughter, prompting their intervention. Among the prodigies, each held a distinguished position within their respective factions, commanding an abundance of cultivation resources. However, when compared to the daughter of this esteemed elder, their wealth paled in significance. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving grace today, esteemed elder. May I inquire about your illustrious name? We shall undoubtedly repay you in the future. The prodigies bowed slightly, their words sincere. Had Xia Chen refrained from intervening, the formidable leader of the Blood Clan could have easily annihilated all present. Thus, most felt genuine gratitude towards this supreme being, while a few sought to ascertain the elder's origins, intending to leverage their sect's influence after exiting the Tianwu secret realm to forge a connection. It seemed likely that the Tianwu secret realm would not reopen, as this supreme being had probably gained complete control over it, and the legacy of the Tianwu Holy Land might well have been claimed by this elder. After a brief wait, the voice of the elder did not return, leaving the prodigy somewhat disheartened. The dragon remains within Phoenix Mountain, a prodigy skilled in tracking quietly remarked. Instantly, the countenance of the prodigies brightened. That dragon had seized numerous treasures from the secret realm and, emboldened by its previous victories, appeared vulnerable. Why not take advantage of its weakness? The Dragon Clan is not only a repository of treasures but had also amassed a wealth of spoils. If they were to slay it, they would undoubtedly reap immense rewards. I advise against it. That elder resides within Phoenix Mountain. Should you disturb their tranquility, escaping the secret realm may prove impossible, Huang Ling cautioned coldly. The prodigies were taken aback, realizing the presence of such a terrifying power within Phoenix Mountain. Esteemed ones, I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave. Jun Wuhui, having sustained significant injuries earlier, intended to depart, though they had just faced adversity together. The human heart remains inscrutable, even though he is a disciple of the great Tao sect. He is not immune to the threats posed by other prodigies who may resort to murder and treasure seizing. One by one, the prodigies retreated, gradually leaving this area desolate, with only a few corpses of the Blood Clan remaining. In order to shield Xia Lu's enlightenment from further disturbances, Xia Chen had established a realm of secrecy outside Phoenix Mountain, dissuading the prodigies from approaching. The recovery ability of the Azure Dragon was astonishing. It appeared gravely injured at first, yet after consuming some spiritual herbs, its exterior began to heal swiftly. Several hours later, outside the deserted Phoenix Mountain, a nimble figure suddenly emerged. Senior Huang Ling, under immense pressure, stepped back into Phoenix Mountain. This overwhelming force rendered her unable to execute any techniques, leaving deep imprints on the ground with each step she took. However, she was resolute in her determination, despite being drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. With the immense pressure nearly overwhelming her heart, she refused to yield. The Nirvana Pool represented an unparalleled opportunity for cultivators like her, who possessed the bloodline of a true phoenix or Feng Wang. The transformation of one's physique and the refinement of one's bloodline offered boundless benefits. Moreover, to become the holy maiden of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace, immersion in the Nirvana Pool was an indispensable step. Although other regions possessed Nirvana Pools, they were fraught with peril, far more treacherous than the one within Phoenix Mountain. Thus, any glimmer of opportunity compelled Huang Ling to make an attempt. Although Xia Chen did not know her name, he had some recollection of her, as this marked their second encounter. What do you intend to do? Xia Chen inquired, curiosity evident in his demeanor as he approached Huang Ling. Huang Ling struggled to lift her head. The immense pressure made her face flush and her lips dry. What a striking figure she was, her high nose, thin lips, and sword-like brows that elegantly merged with a few strands of white hair at her temples. Her facial features impeccably crafted, especially her pair of ethereal eyes, devoid of any impurities, clear yet unfathomably deep, with skin as luminous as jade. She resembled a mythological paragon, dazzling in her brilliance. Even for someone like Huang Ling, accustomed to countless prodigies, the sight of this individual left her spirit in turmoil. Her heart racing like a startled deer, and her face flushed crimson. Xia Chen pondered, perplexed by her demeanor. However, upon noticing the beads of sweat on Huang Ling's brow, he understood. Perhaps the force he exerted was too overwhelming, rendering her speechless. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying pressure dissipated, granting Huang Ling a sudden lightness. Senior, I am Huang Ling, a disciple of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. I seek your permission to enter the Nirvana Pool within Phoenix Mountain to cleanse my marrow and comprehend the essence of the true phoenix, she said, lowering her head. Unable to meet Xia Chen's gaze, her heart still tumultuous. A disciple of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace, Huang Ling? Xia Chen furrowed her brow slightly. During these days accompanying Xia Lu in her contemplations, they had engaged in numerous discussions. Xia Chen felt a surge of anger regarding Huang Lu's actions. After all, Xia Lu was her own flesh and blood. How could she deny her daughter the recognition she deserved? Over the years, her daughter had been isolated within the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace, and as a mother, Xia Chen bore significant responsibility for this. Moreover, Huang Ling, as Xia Lu had informed her, was a formidable rival for the position of the Holy Maiden of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. However, leveraging her surname, Huang had ruthlessly stripped Xia Lu of her qualification to enter the celestial martial secret realm. Xia Chen had hoped to accompany Xia Lu to settle accounts with those disciples from the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace once Xia Lu completed her contemplations and absorbed the essence of true blood. Little did she expect that Huang Ling would deliver herself right to their doorstep. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the air, Xia Chen's heart sank. Had she spoken out of turn? Or was there a long-standing feud between the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace and this elder? The former seemed highly unlikely, leaving only the latter as a plausible explanation, which could spell disaster for her. At that moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from Phoenix Mountain. A colossal beam of light shot into the heavens, accompanied by the imposing silhouettes of two immense true phoenixes. The true phoenix and its ethereal counterpart soared upward, unleashing a dreadful aura in all directions. What is that? Huang Ling exclaimed in horror. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming force bound her, rendering her utterly immobile. Xia Chen's expression slightly tightened as he moved, taking the phoenix spirit with him, disappearing from their original position. Suddenly, the peak of Phoenix Mountain radiated brilliance. The true Phoenix and true intertwining and soaring into the clouds. Such a remarkable phenomenon suggested the emergence of a rare treasure. However, even the most precious of treasures dared not tempt anyone to approach, for nearly every prodigy was aware of the ancient presence dwelling within Phoenix Mountain. A being capable of slaying bloodline beings at the divine transformation level with a mere gesture. This forbidden ground was not a path anyone wished to tread. Xiao Wu personally took charge, assisting Xia Lu in absorbing the true blood of the Phoenix and comprehending the supreme essence. The disappearance of the Phoenix's true blood signified that the Nirvana pool would ultimately lose its divine essence, forfeiting its purpose and devolving into a mere wasteland. Amidst the true Phoenix and true, there stood a figure of unparalleled grace, encircled by the true Phoenix and true, exuding a sacred aura and breathtaking beauty. As if a celestial maiden had descended from the heavens. Phoenix divine body, gather. Xiao Wu pointed skyward, invoking the method of Nirvana, causing countless Phoenix essences to swiftly merge within Xia Lu. The ethereal forms of the true Phoenix and true also integrated into her being. In that moment, Xia Lu's body radiated with golden light. The Nirvana pool gradually solidified, transforming into a black solid devoid of the Phoenix's divine essence, while Xia Lu gracefully descended, having coalesced the Phoenix divine body. Father, Xia Lu approached Xia Chen, overwhelmed with joy. The Phoenix divine body, how many disciples of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace longed for such a formidable physique? To cultivate the Phoenix divine body at the infant transformation stage was an exceedingly rare feat in the annals of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. All of this was thanks to her father. This was the feeling of being protected and cared for. The typically strong-willed Xia Lu felt a twinge in her nose, unable to restrain herself as she plunged into Xia Chen's embrace. Indeed, the efficacy of the Nirvana pool was astonishing. Xia Chen mused that Xia Lu, at this moment, was more than twice as strong as when he had first encountered her, and the Phoenix divine body contained the powers of the true Phoenix and true, which would continually nourish her as she grew. Hiki, many thanks to Father and Xiao Wu, Xia Lu expressed gratefully. Don't forget about me. I contributed too. I was the one who found many spiritual herbs when the young master was merging with the Phoenix's true blood. Qing Long exclaimed, growing anxious at being overlooked. Xia Lu chuckled heartily, possessing a charm capable of captivating all souls. Indeed, and let us not forget Brother Long. My gratitude extends to Brother Long. This is much more agreeable. The Azure Dragon muttered a few words, for most of those precious treasures had been utilized by Xiao Wu for Xia Lu, and the treasure-loving creature was already lamenting in anguish. Xia Chen cast a glance at Qing Long, then gently patted Xia Lu's head and said, My dear daughter, I have brought you an old acquaintance. Who is it? Xia Lu inquired with a hint of curiosity, with a wave of Xia Chen's hand. The ethereal Phoenix spirit manifested before the gathered crowd. The Phoenix spirit was ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendered mute, with only her consciousness able to stir. What she beheld was a verdant dragon, exuding an aura of dread that sent shivers down the spine. Yet this ancient beast seemed preoccupied with grooming its claws. Then her gaze shifted to Xia Chen and Xia Lu, among the prodigies of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace. Xia Lu was the singular talent that the Phoenix spirit regarded as her rival. Had it not been for Xia Lu, the title of the foremost genius of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace would undoubtedly belong to the Phoenix spirit herself. How could she find herself standing alongside this esteemed predecessor? A harrowing thought surged within the Phoenix spirit's mind, her eyes widening with terror. During the contest for the key, Xia Lu had failed to seize the celestial martial key, thus lacking the qualification to enter the celestial martial realm. Yet now, she not only appeared within the realm but radiated an aura that overwhelmed even the Phoenix spirit herself. The Phoenix spirit sensed that should they engage in a direct confrontation, she would be vanquished within 1,000 moves, no matter how she exhausted her capabilities. It is well understood that the hidden techniques of the prodigies from various factions are exceedingly formidable. Faced once more with Xia Lu, the Phoenix spirit was engulfed by an insurmountable sense of defeat, despite having once felt assured of victory, destined by fate. How had the situation devolved into what it was now? This must be no mere coincidence. It was all due to this supreme presence. Phoenix spirit? Her father? How did she come to be here? Xia Lu was indeed taken aback. She and the Phoenix spirit were the most distinguished geniuses of the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace, both poised to potentially become its holy maiden, thus viewing each other as rivals. Indeed, though reluctant to concede, the truth was irrefutable. The once vibrant eyes of the Phoenix spirit now dulled, her heart heavy as ashes. Xia Chen shook her head and smiled, saying, You need not concern yourself with these matters. Today should mark the resolution of the grievances between you two. Will she be slain, or shall her life be spared?" Xia Chen's demeanor was cold, and his words carried a chilling intent. "Father, though Fengling and I have indeed clashed for quite some time, neither of us has yet reached the point of wishing for the other's demise." Xia Lu shook her head, feeling an unexpected kinship towards her rival, someone she had competed with since childhood. "My child, the most terrifying aspect of this world is not the myriad of challenges one faces, but rather the nature of human hearts," Xia Chen replied, shaking his head in quiet lament over his daughter's naivety and lack of worldly wisdom. Had it not been for himself, Fengling would undoubtedly have received the baptism of the Nirvana pool, ascending to become the holy maiden of the Nine Phoenix Celestial Palace, ultimately inheriting the position of its sovereign. In such a scenario, Xiaolu's fate would have been dire, perhaps even fatal. As the old adage wisely states, showing mercy to one's enemies is akin to inflicting cruelty upon oneself. Thus, Xia Chen would not allow anyone who posed a threat to his daughter's life to exist. Sensing her father's escalating murderous intent, Xiaolu hastily interjected, "Father, Fengling and I have actually developed a mutual understanding. I implore you to show her mercy." Fengling, having resigned herself to her fate, was taken aback by Xiaolu's unexpected plea on her behalf. Xia Chen initially intended to take the life of Huang Ling directly. However, upon hearing his daughter's plea, he furrowed his brow and with a wave of his hand, released Huang Ling from her restraints, saying, "Since Luer has interceded on your behalf, I shall spare your life. You and Lua shall enter into a master-servant contract." Huang Ling's face revealed a bitter expression, and an overwhelming sense of desolation welled up within her as she nodded slightly in agreement. Thus, under Xia Chen's guidance, the two entered into a master-servant contract. Bound by the laws of heaven, should Huang Ling breach this contract, she would incur the wrath of divine punishment, never to rise again. Suddenly, at that moment, the spirit of the secret realm changed countenance and urgently addressed Xia Chen. "A living being is disrupting the heavenly martial sacred formation." Xia Chen's expression grew solemn as he conversed with Xiao Wu, who revealed that the core hub of the Tianwu secret realm is fundamentally supported by the Tianwu sacred array. This grand array, crafted with utmost dedication from nearly all resources of the Tianwu sacred land, serves as the very foundation of the secret realm. Initially conceived to suppress the blood demon ancestor, legend has it that the blood demon ancestor was a formidable bloodline warrior from tens of thousands of years ago, instilling terror in countless beings across the vast sky continent. He is responsible for the demise of innumerable lives and the destruction of countless races. According to Xiao Wu, even the Tianwu emperor of that era could not completely eradicate this fearsome entity. Ultimately, the blood demon ancestor was sealed, relying on the power of the Tianwu sacred array to gradually weaken his strength day by day. Regrettably, while the Tianwu sacred land no longer exists, the blood demon ancestor still lives, provoking feelings of lament among many beings. Now, the Tianwu sacred array, which confines the blood demon ancestor, has encountered unforeseen troubles. Should the array be destroyed, the operation of the Tianwu secret realm may falter, and the blood demon ancestor would re-emerge, a being of unparalleled might from millennia past. Should he return to the bloodline and regain his strength, he would undoubtedly unleash untold calamities upon the sky continent. Meanwhile, on the other side lies a desolate land of jagged stones, a sight marred by devastation, with only a solitary towering hall standing amidst the ruin. This realm is suffused with an oppressive aura of death, devoid of any life, and even the sky above is shrouded in darkness. This is the heart of the entire Tianwu secret realm, the Tianwu Sacred Hall. However, this place is strewn with shattered walls and exudes a malevolent energy, deterring any prodigies from daring to enter. Elders of various sects caution their disciples against venturing into the Tianwu Sacred Hall after they have entered the secret realm, for it is said to house an unparalleled demon. Although there may exist a possibility of finding the legacy of the Tianwu Sacred Master within, it remains just that, a mere possibility. Yet, there will always be those exceptionally gifted individuals who, driven by their confidence in their own strength, seek to challenge the hall, as it was once the most significant location within the Tianwu sacred land. Sadly, it is noted that those prodigies, regardless of their extraordinary talents, have never returned after stepping into the Tianwu Sacred Hall. To date, nearly 100 talents have been eternally ensnared within its confines. Since then, no further prodigies have dared to approach the hall. Today, however, an unusual phenomenon has drawn numerous talents to the vicinity of the Tianwu Sacred Hall. A tremendous surge of deathly energy has erupted from above, accompanied by astonishing fluctuations. Talents well-versed in formations discern that an unparalleled grand array is activated within the hall, emanating a power that sends shivers down the spines of countless prodigies. An incomprehensibly terrifying presence radiates from within, as if the grand array is suppressing an invincible being. In the sect of the array, the prodigy Huang Fuqi bore a grave expression, with his right hand clutching a compass and his left hand engaged in calculations. He sensed a malevolent aura reminiscent of the Blood Clan. Beneath the heavenly martial sanctuary, it was likely that a powerful entity of the Blood Clan lay suppressed. In the western blissful land, the Bodhisattva Xianming, with hands clasped in prayer, wore a string of golden prayer beads around his neck, which now radiated a golden divine aura. Xianming, the most enlightened and luminous prodigy of the western regions, was regarded as the reincarnation of the Buddha, possessing the purest and most virtuous power. This force counterbalanced the attributes of the Blood Clan, granting him a precise grasp of their essence. The prodigies engaged in animated discussion, ultimately arriving at a unanimous conclusion. A formidable being of the Blood Clan was indeed imprisoned beneath the heavenly martial sanctuary. Presently, that being seemed to be contending against the sanctuary, striving for liberation. The gathered elites realized why the secret realm had previously been devoid of the Blood Clan this time. However, prodigies frequently encountered them, likely to aid this powerful entity in its escape. For the heavenly martial sanctuary to mobilize its entire sect to eliminate such a being, it must be an existence of unparalleled might. Should it succeed in breaking free, it would spell calamity for all. Consequently, the prodigies congregated to deliberate on survival strategies. At that moment, the heavenly martial sanctuary was enveloped in swirling demonic smoke, the malevolent aura intensifying as 5 or 6 figures cloaked in black stood amidst it. Third Prince. Some audacious ants have arrived from outside. Shall I dispatch the subordinates to eradicate them all? One of the black-clad figures respectfully inquired of the leader. Humph. Pay no heed to those oblivious creatures. Our foremost objective now is to rescue the Blood Demon Ancestor. Once the Blood Demon Ancestor is free, we shall no longer need to restrain our realms, the third prince replied coldly, his eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, not the typical bloodthirst of the clan, but a calm gaze that sent shivers down the spines of his kin. While the third prince might not have been the strongest among the royal offspring, he was undoubtedly the most ruthless and cunning. Suddenly, the heavenly martial sanctuary shook violently, the malevolent power escalating. Although they had failed to capture the spirit of the secret realm to fully control the heavenly martial array, they had expended enormous resources to induce instability within it. Should the Blood Demon Ancestor escape, he would be able to utterly dismantle the entire array. Ha ha ha, I shall soon be free. Ling Wuhan, you cannot confine me. A booming laughter echoed, accompanied by an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Uncle Blood Demon, this prince has awaited your return for long. The third prince smiled gently, though his gaze retained an enigmatic allure. Little third, once you assist me in breaking free, I shall speak on your behalf, the Blood Demon Ancestor responded, before adding, Little third, go capture some blood offerings from outside for me. Understood. The third prince nodded slightly, gesturing with his hand. The figures clad in black behind him promptly understood and withdrew from the heavenly martial sacred hall. On the surface, the third prince appeared unremarkable, yet within him lay a concealed intent to kill, aimed squarely at the Blood Demon Ancestor. Meanwhile, outside the heavenly martial sacred hall, chaos had already erupted into a fierce battle. The Blood Clan proved to be exceptionally formidable, particularly outside the sacred hall, where they astonishingly showcased their prowess at the out-of-body realm. This instilled profound fear in numerous prodigies, resulting in a heavy toll. Some perished while others were gravely injured. Roars echoed through the air, accompanied by the overwhelming presence of powerful demonic beasts. In the sweltering heat of summer, a figure clad in black, bearing a long spear, rode atop a formidable saber-toothed tiger in its late infancy. His expression was grave, and trailing behind him were 30 powerful beastly entities, also in their late infancy. The addition of such formidable combatants undoubtedly bolstered the confidence of the young prodigies. Beware, for the bloodkin you are suppressing is no ordinary foe. Before being subdued, it likely possessed the strength of a transcendent being. At that moment, a solemn voice emanated from the Beast Master Ring, leaving both Xia Chen and Elder Zhuagape. A transcendent being, akin to a quasi-emperor, represented an almost invincible existence. Particularly concerning the bloodkin, their lineage bestowed upon them tremendous power, far surpassing that of quasi-emperors within the Songqiong continent. What shall we do? Yazi, as the mount of the Beast Master Emperor. Do you possess any means to address this? Elder Zhu inquired. It was revealed that within the Beast Master Ring, An indomitable creature named Yazi existed. This was the quintessential artifact of the Beast Master Emperor, who commanded all beasts and forged the ring, said to have imprisoned countless formidable beasts. Now, having inherited the Beast Master Ring, Xia Chen became aware of some of its secrets. As the king of beasts within the ring, Yazi had once been the Beast Master Emperor's loyal steed, accompanying him in battles across the realms, instilling fear in all. Yazi bore the potent bloodline of the Dragon Clan, granting it immense power, while also possessing the bloodthirsty ferocity of the Wolf Clan, rendering it exceptionally brutal and formidable. However, after aligning with the Beast Master Emperor, Yazi's temperament had tempered somewhat, no longer driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. Upon hearing that beneath the sacred hall of heavenly martial arts lay a being of quasi-emperor caliber, both Elder Zhu and Xia Chen were taken aback. Rest assured, the blood kin has already been significantly weakened by the formation. Now, with my intervention, it shall be easily subdued, Yazi proclaimed with an air of confidence. I also sense that some of the smaller beings present, despite possessing unique treasures, are of insufficient realm to be of any help against the bloodkin. Merely surviving is a feat in itself. Thus, my intervention will ensure a stable outcome. Yazi's words considerably eased the minds of Xia Chen and Elder Zhu. Then, Brother Yazi, I humbly request your assistance when the time comes. Xia Chen's heart surged with confidence, abruptly severing communication with Yazi and plunging into the fray. Hey, little rascal, I haven't finished speaking yet. Yazi was left bewildered. This young man, having merely inherited part of the legacy of the Beast Master Emperor, presumed himself to be the master? He hadn't even laid down the terms yet, and this lad truly believed he was some sort of free labor? Damn it. Yazi couldn't suppress an expletive, his long-suppressed temper flaring up, causing the myriad beasts within the Beast Master ring to tremble in fear. With their master's anger unleashed, it was likely that the brunt of his ire would be directed at them, leaving them quaking in trepidation. After enduring a period of rigorous training under the guidance of Elder Zhu, Xia Chen made remarkable progress and encountered some fortuitous opportunities. However, he still possessed only the strength of the mid-stage nascent soul, which paled in comparison to the other prodigies present. Nonetheless, with the application of certain secret techniques, Elder Zhu was able to temporarily seize control of Xia Chen's body, unleashing the formidable power of a peak late-stage transformation, allowing Xia Chen to stand shoulder to shoulder with the elite talents gathered there. Boom. As the turbulence within the heavenly martial sacred hall intensified, it appeared to disrupt the very laws governing the secret realm, enabling the Blood Clan to manifest abilities reaching the out-of-body stage. Meanwhile, some of the prodigies from the Sky Continent also possessed this out-of-body cultivation level and were exerting their full strength. However, those who could attain the out-of-body stage remained a rare few. The opposing team of 5 out-of-body powerhouses, notably the self-restrained Blood Clan members, wielded terrifying strength. Within just a quarter of an hour, more than 10 prodigies had been captured. Those taken were swept into the heavenly martial sacred hall by an unknown force, likely facing a grim fate. Although the prodigies from the Sky Continent had the advantage in numbers, they found themselves at a disadvantage, continually being seized by the Blood Clan. This dire situation weighed heavily on their spirits. Each one of them was a remarkable figure nurtured by their respective sects, having maintained an undefeated record against peers and even capable of challenging those beyond their rank. Yet today, they came to realize that, under the protection of their sects, they had flourished like flowers in a greenhouse. When faced with the true test of life and death, their reliance was solely on themselves. There are 2 kinds of tragedies in the world. One is the ambition that falters, and the other is the despair that endures for millennia. Regardless of which, both represent the tragedies of life. One must not become arrogant nor abandon all hope. The path of Tao cannot be strayed from, for to stray is to forsake the Tao. Jun Luhui of the Great Tao sect was repelled by a Blood Clan powerhouse and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet his eyes shone with brilliance. Indeed, he had an epiphany. His heart of Tao became remarkably clear. It was only in the face of life and death that one could truly comprehend the essence of cultivation. As long as he returned to consolidate his insights, both his understanding and realm would surge forward. However, this time, the aftermath would likely be challenging to manage. The other prodigies also felt a spark of enlightenment, yet could not articulate it. However, with Jun Wuhui's exclamation, clarity dawned upon them all. It is said that the Great Tao sect possesses the most authentic teachings of cultivation, with its disciples constantly observing the profound principles left behind by ancient practitioners, allowing for a deeper understanding of cultivation than any other force. In the skies above the clouds, Xia Chen and his companions stood atop the back of a Qi Long, gazing down at the battle below. Initially, Xia Chen intended to intervene directly, but he was taken aback to discover that his son, Xia Tian, was also amidst the fray. Xia Chen was truly taken aback, never anticipating that Xia Tian would also arrive in the Tianwu secret realm. Thus, Xia Tian did not intend to act hastily. Instead, he resolved to observe his son's performance closely. Every trial and tribulation serves as a crucible for transformation. For it is only through facing dire circumstances that one can unleash their latent potential. Consequently, to provide Xia Tian with a more enriching environment for growth, Xia Chen would only intervene when his son's life was at stake. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the aura emanating from the Tianwu secret realm grew increasingly formidable. Kid, the one inside is about to emerge. Yazi desperately called out to Xia Tian, but regrettably, he was currently under the control of old Zhu, unable to heed the warning. Damn it, this kid is going to get me killed. Yazi seethed with anger. While the boy's talent was barely acceptable, he was of a lineage far superior, descendant of the Dragon Clan, a status of great prestige. How could he easily acknowledge this boy as his master? Initially, he had contemplated striking a deal with the lad, offering his assistance in overcoming the immediate peril. As a bargaining chip, he intended to negotiate for his release from the Beast Master Ring once the danger had passed. In the summer, having acquired a portion of the Beast Master Ring's legacy and received its recognition, it must be quite a simple matter for Xia Tian to release it. For tens of thousands of years, it had languished in the dark confines of the Beast Master Ring, and Yuzi felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. It yearned for freedom. This is bad. Zhu Lao's expression turned grave as he hastily transferred control of his body to Xia Tian, urging him to swiftly contact the formidable entity within the Beastmaster Ring. A terrifying aura emanated from the heavenly martial sanctuary, instilling dread in countless prodigies. Zhu Lao's countenance reflected horror. If his intuition was correct, this aura had escalated to a terrifying level of integration. Among those present, the strongest prodigy barely reached the out-of-body realm, while 2 levels beyond, transforming spirit and refining void, formed an insurmountable chasm. Damn it, you finally returned. Could you perhaps allow me to finish my words next time before leaving? Feeling Xia Tian's consciousness re-enter the Beastmaster Ring, Yazi could not help but curse vehemently. When, apart from the Beastmaster Emperor, had it ever been so disregarded? As the terrifying power from the demon sanctuary rippled outward, countless prodigies were struck with fear. It was an aura that extinguished any will to resist, likely belonging to a superlative entity. Zhu Lao, who controlled Xia Tian's body, felt equally alarmed by this presence and hastily relinquished control back to Xia Tian, urging him to contact the powerful being within the Beastmaster Ring. That fellow merely possesses an intimidating realm. His strength has not yet fully returned. As long as the true self lends you power, you can easily subdue him before he regains his full strength, Yazi advised persuasively. That sounds splendid, dear brother Yazi. I kindly request your assistance, and I shall ensure bountiful rewards in the future. Xia Tian, witnessing prodigies being slaughtered one after another, felt an urgency swell within him. Since childhood, Xia Tian has ventured outdoors with Xia Chen, cherishing the company of the world's finest individuals, known for their unwavering loyalty and sense of justice. They now witness their fellow cultivators, who stand united against the Blood Clan, suffer brutal massacres, igniting a torrent of fury within their hearts. In this moment, as despair envelopes the gathered elites, a powerful aura begins to rise steadily. Xia Chen held his breath, fully concentrating. As the formidable power of the Yazi surged into his body, that was Xia Tian, his comrade. The profound perception of the Western Bliss Land was remarkably keen. He turned to Xia Tian and felt the escalating aura emanating from him, his expression one of astonishment. In merely a quarter of an hour, Xia Tian's aura surged from the late stage of infant transformation to the late stage of void refinement, a terrifying presence that instantly captivated the attention of all the prodigies. Even the 5 bloodline beings in the out-of-body realm were taken aback. Why? How could he elevate his cultivation to the void refinement stage? Disregarding the laws of the secret realm? Xia Tian floated in the air, his eyes a blood-red hue, and he was emanating wisps of fresh blood from his body. This lad possesses quite the physique. He can withstand power comparable to the late stage of void refinement. Although it is partly due to his Dragon Clan's secret methods, his physique is still remarkably extraordinary. Above, Xia Chen slightly furrowed his brows, sensing that something was amiss with Xia Tian's current state. It was the power of the Yazi. That young man had harnessed the strength of the Yazi. The azure dragon blinked, Realizing why Xia Tian's aura felt somewhat familiar, it was the essence of his close kin. The Yazi. The Yazi clan was notoriously arrogant, even more so than the Dragon clan, and the Azure Dragon had long harbored disdain for them, having previously dealt them a beating whenever encountered. Is there any danger? Xia Chen inquired. None. The Yazi should be under the young man's control, the Azure Dragon communicated telepathically. Xia Chen nodded, pointing to the young boy hovering below, and said to Xia Lu, Luer, that is your second brother, Xia Tian. To Xia Qinglong's surprise, he realized this boy was indeed the son of the master. No wonder the lad appeared so formidable. It was evidently due to the influence of his father. Second brother? Xia Lu was momentarily taken aback. She had heard her father mention having two younger brothers, but she never anticipated meeting the first one so soon. So this is him. As she gazed at Xia Tian, a profound sense of kinship enveloped her. Having grown up devoid of familial affection, she yearned deeply for her relatives. Father, my second brother will be all right, won't he? Xia Lu inquired with concern. He will be fine. If anything were to happen, father would intervene promptly. Let us observe for now, Xia Chen replied with a smile. At that moment, he possessed an even more precise grasp of the forces within the secret realm. In fact, with a mere thought, Xia Chen could siphon the spiritual energy from below, rendering the creatures there utterly powerless. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through Xia Tian's every limb, accompanied by the ferocity and malevolence characteristic of the Yaji clan, transforming him into a veritable human beast of ferocity. In the summer, gazing upon the prodigies below, one feels an overwhelming sense of their fragility and utter weakness, as if a mere thought or a casual gesture could obliterate them. Indeed, this is the essence of the power possessed by the utmost elite. Summer was somewhat intoxicated, somewhat obsessed, his heart gradually filled with a frenzied, bloodthirsty fervor. It seemed that only through endless slaughter could he find release, and only through an unending stream of blood could he vent his pent-up emotions. The elite below, upon receiving a glance from Summer, felt as though they had plunged into the depths of the abyss, their bodies trembling, a chill coursing through them. This individual harbored murderous intent towards all living beings. Disciple, remain true to your heart. With a voice that resonated like thunder, Master Zhu unleashed the green Dharma seal. And in that moment, Summer began to awaken, the overwhelming bloodlust gradually receding. Shinming discerned that Summer was on the verge of succumbing to darkness and hastily seated himself in meditation, reciting the scriptures of the Western blissful land to dispel malevolence. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Brother Yazi. With his true heart restored, Summer nodded at the gathered elites, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear behind a cloaked figure, seizing one of the black-clad individuals by the neck and effortlessly twisting it. Simultaneously, a torrent of murderous energy surged within him, leaving the black-clad figure unable to escape. Their soul was obliterated in an instant. Fueled by Yazi's formidable power, Summer's speed was incomprehensible, and his strength was nothing short of terrifying. The once seemingly invincible bloodline warriors among the elites were decisively eradicated by Summer's overwhelming might. This scene left all living beings aghast, for the seemingly approachable cultivator possessed such unfathomable power. Retreat. The remaining bloodline warriors, faces pale with terror, did not hesitate to withdraw, seeking refuge within the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. However, Summer would not permit them to achieve their desires so easily, having gained considerable insight into the bloodline, which was the common enemy of the entire Songtian continent. He showed no mercy towards this race. Swish, swish, swish. In the summer, one after another, the formidable Blood Clan warriors were eradicated, and a pair of crimson eyes fixated on the heavenly martial temple. He sensed that the entity suppressed within was on the verge of emerging. Esteemed friends, it is highly likely that a Blood Clan warrior at the fusion stage is confined within the heavenly martial temple. It would be prudent for you all to unite in resisting the ensuing waves and refrain from scattering. As the saying goes, when celestial beings engage in battle, mortals suffer. Should a confrontation with that Blood Clan warrior occur, the resultant force would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. Thus, Summer forewarned the assembly of prodigies. Fusion stage. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the prodigies shifted in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that the being in confinement possessed such a formidable level of strength. A warrior at the fusion stage is regarded as a significant powerhouse even within the expanse of the celestial continent. Many of the sect leaders present were themselves at the fusion stage, implying that the entity restrained within was, in its prime, likely a quasi-emperor or even a superlative being of higher caliber. Summer, my friend, Should we emerge safely from this secret realm after the battle, I, Jun Wuwei, owe you a debt of gratitude. Jun Wuhui declared solemnly. I, Tao Huahua of the Five Elements sect, also owe you a favor. Xianming from the Western Bliss Divine Land owes Brother Summer a debt as well. Each prodigy understood that only Summer possessed the strength to withstand the suppressed Blood Clan warrior. And thus, all beings placed their hopes upon him. The power of Summer instilled hope in all beings within the vast expanse of the Songqiang continent. At this moment, only Summer possessed the strength to confront the formidable entity suppressed by the heavenly martial sacred hall. Within the sacred hall, the third prince gazed ahead as if he could pierce through stone walls. With a faint smile, he murmured, quite intriguing. Indeed, should I consume the beings outside, I could restore at least 70% of my strength. The voice of the blood demon ancestor resonated, as a figure shrouded in dark mist materialized before the third prince. This was none other than the blood demon ancestor, confined by the heavenly martial sacred array. With the aid of the powerful bloodline warriors accompanying the third prince, he was able to unleash his external manifestation. Uncle Blood Demon, allow me to congratulate you on your return to your zenith, the third prince remarked. His expression remaining largely unchanged despite the presence of one of the initial divine beings that invaded the Songqiang continent, a figure of high regard among the bloodline clan. These insignificant ants dare to label us as the Blood Clan, the malevolent clan, yet we uphold countless great principles, wield immense destiny, our bloodline is noble. We are divine beings. Truly, the ants of this Songqiang continent are blissfully unaware of their impending doom. First, you shall assist in unsealing the restraints that bind my true form, while I venture forth to devour that robust ant outside, the blood demon ancestor declared. Before vanishing from sight, his target set upon Summer. Witnessing the disappearance of the blood demon ancestor, the smile on the third prince's face gradually faded. He extended his right hand, enveloped in a swirling darkness, cradling a blood-red orb. The remaining bloodline clan members trembled instinctively at the sight of the orb. Their hearts flooded with a profound dread, as if it were some forbidden object. Whoosh! The blood demon ancestor reappeared above the heavenly martial sacred hall, emanating an aura of inexorable death. He surveyed the terrified beings of the continent and licked his lips. Despairing ants, clearly incapable of withstanding a blow. Very well. I sense the presence of Yazi within you. The blood demon ancestor's gaze fell upon Summer, who stood defiantly in the air, his thirst for blood palpable. Yazi bears the ancient dragon bloodline, a true treasure for enhancement. Once I consume his power, my strength could potentially surge back to 80%. Far superior to feasting on mere detritus. This was an irresistible temptation, and the blood demon ancestor's murderous intent surged, regardless of the cost. Today he must taste Yazi. Overlord Spear. Summer shouted, eschewing further dialogue as he brandished his spear, a glimmer of coldness in the air. Despite the blood demon ancestor's arrogance, he could not afford to underestimate his opponent's prowess. In his prime, he could have dispatched such an ant with a mere flick of his finger. But now he had to exert his full effort. Boom. In an instant, the two clashed, a cacophony of power echoing through the air. However, after exchanging a blow, Summer's overlord spear was shattered into fragments. Due to the inability to withstand the combined might of the two, it was reduced to mere powder. The overlord spear was Xia Tian's innate magical weapon, possessing only the level of a nascent soul. How could it endure such formidable power? With the shattering of his innate weapon, Xia Tian was also affected, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Old friend, Xia Tian cried out, his expression filled with sorrow. As Summer lifted his head anew, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, he gasped for breath, his eyes increasingly bloodthirsty, a cataclysmic aura intensifying around him. Bring the gun, commanded Xia Chen, standing upon the clouds, as he subtly gestured with his finger. Far away, the black cliff trembled slightly. Countless divine symbols radiated golden light, and an ancient power surged skyward, where an unparalleled divine spear was sealed. With a resounding boom, the black cliff shattered, and a beam of darkness shot forth. Vanishing into the horizon, Xia Chen forged a pact with the spirit of the divine spear, agreeing to safeguard Xia Tian for a lifetime in exchange for the unsealing of its essence, allowing it to regain its spiritual form and bask in the light of day once more. Whoosh! The unparalleled divine spear surged through the air, its entire body a deep crimson hue. The chilling light that coalesced along the shaft appeared to flow incessantly, enhancing its razor-sharp chill, while intricate carvings adorned its surface, depicting the boundless philosophies of the mortal realm. In the heat of summer, a profound sensation surged within, compelling one to grasp the legendary spear, its surface exuding a chilling coolness that fostered an immediate connection. Breaking Army. Inscribed with ancient Taoist characters, it harbored the essence of unparalleled mastery in spear combat. A mere glance left one in awe. This spear was undoubtedly a supreme weapon, seemingly tailored for oneself. Breaking Army. The blood demon ancestor gritted his teeth. As if recognizing the name of the weapon, his eyes filled with trepidation. It was the king of spears, Breaking Army, the renowned craftsman from the esteemed family of artisans. Shangguan wore an expression of astonishment, his excitement palpable, for Breaking Army was a quasi-imperial weapon. The Breaking Army spear, measuring 8 feet in length, boasted a golden tip and a handle fashioned from the finest wood. When wielded, it shimmered like distant stars, radiating a silver brilliance that repelled water, impervious to arrows and stones alike. As a lineage of craftsmen, their pride lay not merely in reaching elevated realms of cultivation, but in forging their ultimate artifact. It was said that during the crafting of the Breaking Army, the Shangguan family was fortunate enough to be invited by the Spear Emperor to partake in its creation. The renown of Breaking Army was a point of immense honor for the Shangguan family, which enabled Shangguan to instantly recognize this extraordinary spear. Although many distinguished individuals were unfamiliar with the spear itself, they were well aware of the illustrious reputation of Breaking Army as a quasi-imperial weapon. The Spear Emperor. Its rightful master was an authentic sovereign. Today's emperors differ from those of ancient times. The current ones are merely at the quasi-imperial stage. The invasion of the Blood Clan had once fractured the Songqiang continent into 5 domains, leading to a cataclysmic shift in the world, making it arduous for emperors to emerge. Thus, the Spear Emperor stood as a formidable figure, a paragon of spear mastery, an embodiment of the aspirations of all spear cultivators. Over 100,000 years ago, the Spear Emperor mysteriously vanished, and with him, the Breaking Army was lost, only to be unexpectedly sealed within the sacred land of Tianwu. In the summer, with an unparalleled divine spear in hand and black hair flowing in the wind, he presented a visage as striking as a legendary warrior. Many female cultivators were left spellbound. These exceptional beings rarely felt admiration for their male counterparts, yet now they were utterly astonished. Indeed, such a flawless youth existed in this world. Several female cultivators had secretly harbored affections, longing to forge a beautiful bond with him. To their surprise, the spear, known as the Breaking Army, chose to recognize its master. The expression of the fierce god, Yi, turned grave. He was acutely aware of the spear's extraordinary nature, for otherwise, it would not be deemed a primordial menace. Among other quasi-imperial artifacts, the Breaking Army ranked among the finest, as it governed matters of execution and punishment. A glimmer of cold light emerged first, followed by the spear's swift release, akin to a dragon soaring forth. Yi recalled the invincible demeanor of the Spear Emperor, an unrivaled figure among humanity. Although this youth was commendable, the spear's recognition of him as its master truly astonished Yi, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Regardless of the spear's legacy, even if the Spear Emperor were to return, he would not cower. The blood demon ancestor radiated an overwhelming crimson aura, transforming into a colossal being of unimaginable ferocity, clawing and lunging towards him. Despite the emergence of the divine spear instilling a sense of trepidation in the blood demon ancestor, he was not alone in this confrontation. In the summer, when the air was at its peak, he grasped the spear of destruction, attaining a profound comprehension of the true essence of firearms. Clenching the long spear tightly, countless strange apparitions emerged behind him. Guardian spirit, soul pursuer, life stealer. In the summer, the air reverberates with a thunderous roar as the spear slices through the atmosphere, producing a piercing sound as if it intends to rend the very fabric of space. Ethereal purple mist entwines, encapsulating the profound essence of the spear technique, while the spectral forms of rare and extraordinary beasts roar in unison. A colossal apparition materializes behind Xia Chen, wielding a long spear, exuding an aura of magnificence. This is the indelible essence of the Spear Emperor, etched within the realm of Broken Army. One celestial prodigy exclaimed with fervor. In the summer, like a reincarnated gun emperor, he exuded an aura of unmatched valor as he wielded his spear with finesse. 3 successive strikes met the colossal creature with an astonishing impact. How formidable, gasped Xia Lu, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that this previously unknown brother of hers possessed such immense power. Even though he drew upon external forces, the ability to elevate his strength to such terrifying heights left Xia Lu in awe. Her brother embodied the courage to confront 1,000 foes and the extraordinary demeanor of a peerless genius. Huang Linger was equally astounded. Realizing that the son of this supreme being was also immensely powerful, far surpassing her own talents and abilities. With a thunderous explosion, the earth fractured beneath them. Winds howling as if in terror, and the ferocious waves of energy radiated outward like invisible ripples. The less formidable prodigies were compelled to retreat repeatedly, wary of being caught in the wake of such dread power. Roar. With the 3 strikes, the enormous creature was torn asunder, the potent intent of the spear rampaging within. The fearsome being let out a deafening shriek, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Xia Chen, wielding a long spear, wore a grave expression. Although the aura of the blood demon ancestor had diminished somewhat, it had yet to vanish entirely. Indeed, I have underestimated you. After the terrifying creature's explosion, the blood demon ancestor emerged, gasping for breath, his energy waning. If my true form were to manifest, how could I allow you such audacity? In the summer, he scarcely engaged in conversation, brandishing his spear and swiftly advancing. Insect, he scoffed, do you truly believe I fear you? Blood demon grand technique. The blood demon ancestor regarded Xia Chen as a formidable adversary. This taciturn yet ruthless human indeed warranted his esteem. With a resounding clash, the two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging over 100 blows. After Xia Chen inflicted several wounds upon the blood demon ancestor, the entire heavenly martial sanctuary was suddenly rent asunder by an enigmatic force. Ha! My true form has finally been unsealed. The blood demon ancestor howled to the heavens, his exhilaration palpable. After being suppressed for so long, he was on the cusp of reclaiming his zenith. As Summer's demeanor chilled, a sense of foreboding enveloped Xia Chen. Above the heavenly martial sacred hall, shadows of 3 or 4 figures cloaked in black emerged. Yet the leader exuded an aura so enigmatic that Xia Chen could not perceive their presence. This was the first time Xia Chen experienced such a sensation. This individual was indeed formidable. Congratulations, Uncle Blood Demon, the third prince remarked with a faint smile, approaching the blood demon ancestor. My nephew, has the seal not been lifted? Why then do I sense nothing of my true form? The blood demon ancestor inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. With a mocking laugh, the third prince suddenly pierced through the blood demon ancestor's external manifestation with his right hand, declaring, you have aged, having lived long enough to leave something for us. The younger divine race. You, how ruthless. The blood demon ancestor's eyes widened, his soul obliterated in an instant. Gasped. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down their spines. The blood clan truly lived up to their reputation for fratricide. The third prince appeared to treat the act as a trivial matter, savagely absorbing the power of this external manifestation, relishing in the overwhelming strength it bestowed. Come forth, my esteemed uncle. The third prince smiled at Xia Chen, calling out casually. Instantly, beneath the heavenly martial sacred hall, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing an immense, crimson claw that emerged, subsequently unveiling the true form of this monstrosity. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the colossal beast that the blood demon ancestor had summoned earlier, yet its aura was far more palpable and powerful. This was the blood demon ancestor's true form, an entity genuinely suppressed by the heavenly martial sacred land. 10 complete demon weapons, arise. From the abyss of darkness, 8 blood-red orbs surged forth, accompanied by a black blade, entirely obsidian with 9 small orifices. That is, it is an imperial weapon. The sovereign of the great Dao Wuhui could no longer maintain his composure, his expression one of terror, not without reason, for the true imperial weapon had now emerged. Legend has it that the 10 complete demon weapons are composed of 10 quasi-imperial artifacts, specifically 9 bloodthirsty demon orbs and 1 bloodthirsty demon blade. Once assembled, they could unleash the might of an imperial weapon, a fearsome artifact renowned among the blood clan that has slaughtered countless beings across the celestial continent. With the emergence of the imperial weapon, who would dare to contest? The power of the imperial weapon was beyond imagination, a true instrument of annihilation. In the summer, one can sense the fear emanating from the spirit of the broken army's divine spear. It embodies an innate suppressive force. For a quasi-imperial weapon to evolve into a true imperial weapon, it requires not only the passage of extensive time, but also the continuous nurturing by an emperor, thereby presenting a slim possibility of transformation. In summary, imperial weapons are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, exceedingly scarce. Ah, blood demon. It is indeed your honor to serve as the garment that enhances the might of this sovereign. The aura of the third prince escalates steadily, infused with some unknown power. Summer showed no signs of retreat, firmly grasping his long spear. A true man understands that death can weigh more than Mount Tai or be as light as a feather. Today, he would engage in battle. Fortunately, This magical weapon was missing a bloodthirsty gem. Otherwise, even he would have to flee from the might of the imperial artifact. The expression on Yazi's face was laced with deep apprehension. Young man, that blood demon ancestor is likely completely under the control of that young powerhouse from the Blood Clan. Reduced to a mere puppet, coupled with his possession of 9 quasi-imperial artifacts, he far surpasses your battered military weapon. Yazi spoke with a serious tone. What should we do? Brother Yazi, can you take action? Summer inquired anxiously. I can intervene, but you must negotiate with the spirit of the beast ring to release me, Yazi replied, seemingly casual yet concealing a clever design. Absolutely. Summer agreed without hesitation. Very well, there is only one course of action. My true form must manifest, combined with your strength and the power of the Blood Clan, to strike at the weak point of the secret realm's space and obliterate it. At that time, I shall protect all beings of the Xia continent, which may offer a glimmer of hope. Yazi proposed a daring plan. After listening to the discourse of Xia Chen, I took a moment to reflect. Indeed, the words of Yazi represent the sole method of resolution available in the present circumstances. The opposing force is overwhelmingly powerful, bolstered by 9 quasi-imperial artifacts. Even should I expend my life in battle, it is likely that I would merely inflict superficial damage upon the adversary. Such an endeavor bears no significance. Yet, if there exists a glimmer of hope, Xia Chen would strive with all his might to seize it. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against the heavens, without encountering trials and tribulations or facing life and death crises. How does it differ from a flower sheltered in a greenhouse? It would simply wither at the slightest breeze. Thus, Xia Chen immediately commenced communication with the spirit of the Beastmaster Ring. This moment is critical, a matter of life and death. The spirit pondered for a few seconds before acquiescing. The spirit of the Beastmaster Ring was well aware of Yazi's intentions, yet felt powerless. Without a powerhouse of quasi-imperial caliber to control it, a ferocious entity like Yazi could not be reigned and once unleashed. A portion of the legacy of the Beastmaster Emperor had already been acquired by Xia Chen. In truth, he had garnered the acknowledgement of the Beastmaster Ring's spirit. Losing such a successor without cause could result in the Beastmaster Ring itself falling into silence, or even into the hands of the Blood Clan, leaving the spirit with no options. A roar, reminiscent of a dragon-esque cry, resonated forth, heralding the emergence of an ancient and formidable beast, the Yazi. The elite of the Beastmasters immediately recognized the terrifying presence of Yazi, their expressions filled with astonishment. Yazi's stature was akin to that of the Dragon Clan, albeit somewhat smaller than that of the Blood Demon ancestor. Nevertheless, its aura was no less formidable. At last, freedom had been attained. Yazi's countenance was one of exhilaration. Still struggling to comprehend this reality, after countless eons of waiting, liberation had finally arrived. Child, as per our prior agreement, draw the enemy's power and collectively strike at the secret realm in the southwest. That is where their strength is weakest. Yazi did not simply abandon the cause. Part of the reason lay in Xia Chen being the successor of the Beastmaster Emperor, and a hint of nostalgia lingered. Moreover, one should not presume that just because Yazi is a ferocious beast, it lacks integrity. In truth, the realm of demon beast places great importance on promises. However, Yazi suddenly turned its gaze upward, sensing a peculiar aura, familiar yet instilling fear. Yet, that was all. Perhaps it was merely the result of prolonged exposure within the Beastmaster Ring, leading to a sense of paranoia. Yazi? Perfect. Upon seeing Yazi, the third prince maintained an indifferent expression, devoid of any further emotion. Everyone, prepare your defensive artifacts. Our lives hinge on this moment. Xia Chen alerted the group. Although they were initially perplexed, they complied without hesitation. Even Xia Chen, standing aloft, could not comprehend Xia Chen's maneuvers. The actions of these Blood Clan individuals had indeed taken him by surprise. Yet, releasing Yazi now seemed insufficient. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Such a clash was a rarity, causing all the prodigies to stretch their necks in anticipation. Yazi unleashed an array of techniques exclusive to the Dragon Clan, exhibiting agility and power that surpassed even that of the Blood Demon ancestor's true form. However, the Blood Demon ancestor had transformed into a mere puppet, impervious to pain, thus rendering their struggle a stalemate. Now is the moment, Yazi bellowed, as a terrifying force pursued him from behind. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, wielding the god-slaying spear, had exchanged dozens of blows with the third prince, sustaining considerable injuries. He promptly comprehended the situation and ceased to resist the third prince's might. Both Xia and Xia Chen directed the strength of the Blood Clan warriors towards the vulnerable point of the secret realm, simultaneously accumulating formidable power to shatter the domain. This is not good. The third prince sensed their intentions, his expression shifting for the first time as he vanished swiftly from his location. The 9 supreme imperial artifacts surged forth, charging towards Xia Chen. They were targeting the weak point of the secret realm, intent on its destruction. Xiaowu's face was filled with terror as he nearly screamed in desperation. If the secret realm were to be annihilated, could he, as its spirit, possibly survive? Under such circumstances, how could one expect to remain unscathed? Xiaowu was utterly petrified, his soul nearly fleeing in fright. As the master of the secret realm, Xia Chen immediately sensed the intentions of this little rascal, which filled him with anger. Does this mischievous child seek the demise of his father? The symbol of the secret realm was intricately intertwined with Xia Chen's very soul. Should the secret realm be destroyed, it would inevitably lead to the annihilation of the symbol. And the soul is of utmost importance to a cultivator. A minor injury could result in dire consequences, while a severe one might render him utterly foolish. Summer Chen was drenched in cold sweat, his anxiety rivaling that of Xiaowu. He hurriedly summoned the power of the secret realm to reinforce its vulnerable points. Boom, boom, boom. No. The third prince bellowed in rage, filled with unwillingness. Countless overwhelming forces struck the weak point of the secret realm, yet it remained eerily unchanged. Defying the anticipated collapse of the realm. Ha ha ha, truly a blessing from the heavens for this prince. The third prince laughed heartily. Having thought these individuals might genuinely destroy the secret realm, it turned out to be nothing but a false alarm. The vulnerable points of the secret realm had been fortified. Yuzi could hardly believe it. Why had the weak points of the secret realm suddenly strengthened? It was utterly illogical. Moreover, what troubled Yuzi even more was that all spatial weak points within the secret realm had been reinforced, rendering their escape plan futile. How could this happen? Summer was seething with anger. Their once promising escape plan had crumbled. Who was it? Who could it possibly be? Summer gazed ahead, where the lingering smoke of battle still hung in the air, undoubtedly a result of human interference. Otherwise, how could the previously weak points have suddenly fortified? Coughing, he exclaimed. You rascal, can you not even recognize your own father? As the smoke dispersed, a middle-aged man emerged. Father, how did you come to be here? Upon seeing Xia Chen, all of Xia Tian's fury evaporated instantly, and his eyes grew misty with emotion. His father was supposed to be in the eastern wilderness of the great Xia dynasty. How could he suddenly appear in the Tianwu secret realm? Despite knowing that his father possessed immense power, commanding respect even from nascent soul-level cultivators. That was only within the confines of the great Xia dynasty, a realm where even those at the nascent soul stage could reign supreme. Once he stepped beyond the great Xia dynasty, Xia Tian realized the vastness of the world and the strength of its warriors. Believing that even his father's strength could only reach the out-of-body stage. However, now he was uncertain. It appeared his father might indeed be an unparalleled superpower. Perhaps sensing his imminent peril, his father had personally traversed the void to rescue him. Xia Tian was profoundly moved. Indeed, blood is thicker than water. He had not even reached out to his father, yet his father had arrived unbidden. Summer possesses a resilient aspect, though it is predominantly displayed in the presence of others. At this moment, fully aware of his entrapment, he feels a warmth in his heart as if a deity had descended. His father, a towering figure in his life, has always sheltered him from the storms of existence. A man's tears are seldom shed, yet they may flow when emotions reach profound depths. In his heart, his father has always been a monumental presence, a blessing in his life. At this juncture, Yaji, with sheer determination, stands against the onslaught of the third prince and the blood demon ancestor. Yet, even this ancient terror, renowned for its might, finds itself at a disadvantage. The adversary possesses 9 pieces of quasi-imperial artifacts, along with a puppet of the blood demon ancestor, which sows seeds of retreat within Yaji. Having narrowly escaped the Beastmaster's control, he had intended to lend aid to the heir of the Beastmaster. But misfortune struck as the secret realm's weak point was unexpectedly fortified. Now, he barely possesses the strength for self-preservation, let alone to contend with his formidable foes. Yaji, I commend your arduous cultivation. If you choose to withdraw from this affair, I assure you, I shall allow your departure, spoke the third prince with an air of indifference. His objective is to seize the blood demon ancestor's formidable abilities and extract its essence. With this goal attained, he now seeks to extinguish the lives of the prodigies from the celestial continent. Eliminating these talents would significantly benefit the future invasion of the celestial continent by the divine clan. as each of these individuals has been meticulously nurtured by the continent's major powers. Snuffing them out in their infancy would be a considerable achievement. Moreover, these prodigies possess numerous treasures, particularly the famed god-slaying spear, which has caught the third prince's keen interest. Yaji, though not feeble, finds their skirmish to be a mere waste of time. It is improbable that either side will emerge victorious, much less claim the other's life. Yaji fell silent, contemplating the adage that one must prioritize their own survival. However, should he forsake the legacy of the Beast Master, it would indeed face extinction. Furthermore, considering the nature of the bloodkin, would they truly allow him to leave unscathed? Yaji is no fool. The promises made by his adversaries are but empty assurances, leaving him with no grounds for trust. Since he has pledged to assist them in securing a glimmer of hope, he cannot abandon that commitment. In an instant, Yaji radiated a fierce resolve, targeting the third prince's vital points. To capture the leader is to capture the band. The blood demon ancestor has already been reduced to a mere puppet, rendering it ineffective, although surrounded by 9 quasi-imperial artifacts. Yaji's innate treasure techniques might grant him a chance to seize the third prince. Humph, stubborn beast. Since you are so oblivious to your predicament, I shall ensure your demise today, regardless of the cost. The third prince's countenance hardened as he engaged Yaji in battle. If I were not present, we would both meet our end. Upon hearing Yaji's words, Xia Chen cast him a disdainful glance. The secret realm was fracturing, and outside lay a tempest of spatial storms. Even a cultivator at the divine transformation stage can only withstand a fleeting moment, let alone the current state of Xia Tian. Xia Tian uttered, somewhat bewildered, as he found himself unjustly reprimanded by Xia Chen. You little rascal, why aren't you rushing to assist me? Yazi bellowed, exasperated by Xia Tian's apparent cleverness. He had lent his strength to the boy, yet Xia Tian seemed to be merely spectating the unfolding drama. Do you have any idea how resolute I was to record this for you? Yazi was already in a pitiful state. Having been battered by the third prince and struck by the 9 quasi-imperial artifacts, leaving him bloodied and bruised. At that moment, Yazi was immensely frustrated. After finally stepping out to relish some fresh air, he had scarcely moved before sustaining such grave injuries. Truly a disheartening predicament. Father, let us hasten to assist Brother Yazi. Xia Chen's arrival rekindled a glimmer of hope for Xia Tian. Throughout his life, he had always believed that there was nothing his father could not achieve. As if every peril he faced was merely a trivial challenge for his father, effortlessly surmountable. Xia Chen shook his head and said, Stay here, I shall return shortly. Summer was momentarily taken aback, but in the blink of an eye, Xia Chen vanished from his position like a flash of lightning. You two have gone too far. He appeared between the third prince and the vengeful figure, exuding an aura that seemed to possess the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Yet for Xia Chen, it felt exceedingly ordinary. Who are you? The third prince furrowed his brows, unable to discern the strength of the unexpected intruder. However, an unsettling presence emanated from him, one that made the third prince feel profoundly uncomfortable, even more so than the aura of the western blissful divine land. Yaji was also taken aback. Could this be a hidden master? Someone who could take his life? Xia Chen glanced at the third prince, letting out a cold snort. Upon hearing this, the third prince, instead of reacting with anger, chuckled. Let us see if you possess such capability. With that, a bloodthirsty demon pearl erupted in a terrifying crimson light, hurtling towards Xia Chen with an indescribable might, shifting the winds and stirring the sands. This was the power of a quasi-imperial weapon, capable of making the very heavens and earth change their colors. Be careful, Yaji warned, for the might of the bloodthirsty pearl was unfathomable. Just moments ago, it had shattered several of his bones, leaving him in his current pitiful state. Yet, as he beheld the ominously destructive bloodthirsty pearl, Xia Chen's expression remained unfazed. With a gentle lift of his hand, a black hole manifested, directly consuming the bloodthirsty demon pearl. The celestial martial secret realm served as Xia Chen's backing, merely suppressing a trifling quasi-imperial weapon. As the master of the celestial martial secret realm, Xia Chen's power was beyond imagination, although quasi-imperial weapons were formidable. Without the impetus of an equivalent master, their potency was considerably diminished. Moreover, the might of the celestial martial secret realm was sufficient to seal a quasi-imperial weapon, as evidenced by the earlier example of the breaking army divine spear. A more powerful force emanated from the black hole, completely devouring the bloodthirsty demon pearl and sealing it in a corner of the celestial martial secret realm, instantaneously severing the connection between the bloodthirsty pearl and the third prince. Impossible. This cannot be. The third prince's face was etched with terror. Who was this newcomer? Capable of wielding the power of the secret realm and effortlessly cutting off his connection to the quasi-imperial weapon? Such immense skill. Could it be that the celestial martial sovereign had returned to the mortal realm? Invincible. In the summer, I gazed vacantly at my father, whose serene demeanor exuded an unparalleled majesty, as if a mere glance could pierce through the ages. My goodness, how formidable! Yazzie licked his lips, astonished by the sudden emergence of this humanoid being, who effortlessly dismissed a supreme imperial artifact with a mere wave of his hand. In the distance, the prodigies were equally bewildered. Could this truly be the might of a great emperor? With every gesture, he seemed capable of moving mountains and filling seas, rendering the immense powers before him as fragile as paper. Let this prince perish. The remaining 8 supreme imperial artifacts ignited with celestial radiance, and the puppet body of the blood demon ancestor charged towards Xia Chen with a guttural roar. This was the culmination of the third prince's efforts, a strike that had drawn upon all his strength, subtly reaching the level of a quasi-emperor. The third prince could hardly believe that within the secret realm of Tianwu, there could exist a being comparable to a quasi-emperor. This was his final assault. Success would bring him joy, while failure would necessitate a hasty retreat from this perilous place. As he amassed his power for the strike, the force became overwhelmingly formidable, the destructive energy radiating outward instantaneously, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. As if the cataclysm of the world were upon us. Such immense might compelled even Yazzie, with his ancient lineage and resilient form, to evade its lethal edge. 7 bloodthirsty magic pearls were embedded within the blade of the blood demon's sword. In an instant, the sword expanded to an astonishing length, enveloped in a terrifying aura that left countless prodigies, even at a distance, gasping for breath. Should this blade descend, it could cleave the heavens and rend the earth, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. After all, this was the combined might of 8 supreme imperial artifacts, a power beyond compare. Xia Chen also concealed his calm demeanor, for this fellow had begun to unleash his formidable moves. Die! Roared the third prince as he swung his blade down toward Xia Chen. As the golden divine light enveloped Xia Chen, the erased power within the secret realm began to activate. This time, sealing the blade could not proceed as it had before. The sword still harbored 7 quasi-imperial artifacts, making it exceedingly challenging for Xia Chen to seal it with his current strength. Boom! The space before Xia Chen became hazy, transforming into rippling waves, as an overwhelming force crashed down upon this indistinct realm. In the southwestern expanse of the secret domain, destructive energies suddenly manifested, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake, as if a cataclysmic earthquake had struck. As the dominator of this secret realm, Xia Chen effortlessly redirected the onslaught to other areas of the domain. The annihilating might vanished just as the bloodthirsty demon pearl had before. The talented individuals present were invigorated, for this unexpectedly powerful figure exuded an unfathomable strength. Such beings were generally renowned across the continent, yet none could discern Xia Chen's true identity. Flee! The third prince felt a surge of fear. The origins of this individual were unknown, yet their strength was overwhelmingly formidable. He suspected that this person might be an ancient existence from the celestial continent, and he surmised that to manipulate the heavenly martial secret realm with such ease, this individual likely possessed terrifying, emperor-level power. Only with the complete 10 full demon armaments might one stand a chance against such a figure. However, in his current state, having carelessly allowed 1 bloodthirsty demon pearl to be sealed, he was unable to gather the 10 full demon armaments. The third prince immediately invoked the supreme secret arts of the divine clan, attempting to communicate with a legendary powerhouse and initiate a teleportation spell. With the adversary's origins shrouded in mystery and their methods so enigmatic, the third prince sensed that if he lingered any longer, escape would become impossible. Thinking of escaping? Xia Chen, having expended considerable energy to redirect the destructive forces, noticed that his opponent was now out of options and sought to flee. Yet, Xia Chen would never allow them to achieve their desire. Seal. Xia Chen awakened his spiritual energy entirely, preparing to wield the power of the secret realm with all his might. Whoosh! Beams of radiant light surged into the sky, one after another. The secret realm had come to life, and all ancient formations began to operate. Huangfu Qi was left in awe. According to the calculations of the Huangfu family, there were likely over 1,130 ancient formations within the heavenly martial secret realm, each brimming with dozens, if not hundreds or thousands, of prohibitions. With all these ancient formations activated, it was conceivable that even a true emperor-level powerhouse would find it impossible to escape. Behind Xia Chen, The ethereal silhouette of a Qilin traversed the void, while the phantasms of the phoenix soared upwards. A golden dragon's apparition roared, and countless ethereal palaces materialized. At that moment, Xia Chen resembled an unparalleled deity descending upon the mortal realm. Who are you truly? The soul of the third prince trembled, bewildered by the existence of such a being capable of bearing such celestial manifestations. The golden dragon apparition. Yazi was astounded. The being before him bore the phantasm of a golden dragon. It is known that within the dragon lineage, the golden dragon holds the highest status, with nearly all the ancestral leaders of the dragon clan hailing from this illustrious breed. Could such an individual be a favored child of the heavens? Such a sight is seldom witnessed in eons. Yazi, reflecting on his long existence, had encountered countless prodigies and prominent figures, yet none possessed such terrifying celestial imagery. The Qilin, the true phoenix, the golden dragon, and others, each represented the mightiest races of the cosmos, with some apparitions even unknown to Yazi. Yet all were undoubtedly ancient and powerful beings. The ancient formation began to operate, centered around the heavenly martial sacred formation beneath the heavenly martial sacred hall, enveloping a radius of 100 miles in its entirety. The formidable figure of the blood demon ancestor was shredded by the power of the formation, reduced to mere powder. It was a cruel twist of fate that such a remarkable being, betrayed by his own kin, met his end in such a manner. The powdered remnants of the blood demon ancestor transformed into a blood demon pearl, which was promptly summoned back by the third prince. Countless thoughts and immense powers, alongside the mystical landscapes and myriad beings, converged upon Xia Chen. He manifested a colossal hand that radiated overwhelming divine might. Blood threads enveloped the third prince, as the blood demon pearl once again separated from the blood demon blade, coalescing into a streak of light that circled him. In contrast, the other bloodline warriors, lacking the protection of a quasi-imperial artifact like the third prince, were directly annihilated by the terrifying power of the formation, reduced to dust, their souls unable to escape. The clash of formidable formation power against 9 quasi-imperial artifacts unleashed a force that seemed capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Sever, Xia Chen commanded, directly draining the spiritual energy from beside the third prince. Though quasi-imperial artifacts are formidable, their efficacy also hinges on the wielder's strength and energy reserves. Now, devoid of a source of spiritual energy, the third prince found himself at a disadvantage, rendering him unable to contend with Xia Chen. The third prince was akin to a trapped beast. Xia Chen merely needed to seize him at leisure. A profound despair welled within the third prince. What had commenced as an impeccably orchestrated plan, promising to elevate his status within his clan, was now unraveling. Not only had he failed, but he feared for his very life as well. His discontent was palpable, with his remarkable talents and esteemed position among the divine lineage. To lose his life at the cusp of greatness was utterly unacceptable. However, the spiritual energy within him was continuously depleting, and without any subsequent replenishment, he could no longer sustain the operation of the quasi-emperor weapon. The third prince, already on the brink of exhaustion and loss of control regarding his spiritual power, felt his sorrow and anger intensify this state. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the quasi-emperor weapons were sent flying by Xia Chen's colossal hand, their inner spirits emitting mournful wails as Xia Chen sealed each of them in turn. The third prince dismantled this ensemble of imperial instruments once again, inadvertently aiding Xia Chen significantly by allowing for their individual sealing. Without the protection of the quasi-emperor weapons, Xia Chen seized the third prince by the neck, and in an instant, the consciousness of all things surged into the third prince's divine sea, causing his aura to wither dramatically. As Xia Chen approached the third prince, he casually flicked his wrist, sending the prince crashing violently to the ground, blood spewing forth. Xia Chen sensed that this bloodline creature was not as simple as it appeared and decided to spare its life for the moment, intending to deal with it later. He then turned his gaze towards Yazi, a formidable power surging once again. Yazi, upon meeting Xia Chen's penetrating stare, was instantly gripped by terror, every hair on his body standing on end, prompting an instinctual desire to flee. However, before Xia Chen could harness the power of the secret realm, Yazi caught sight of a dragon appearing before him. If his instincts were correct, it was a Qinglong, a powerful dragon capable of challenging even the mighty golden dragon. In fact, the strength of the Qinglong was slightly superior to that of the golden dragon, yet its numbers were exceedingly scarce, seemingly few since the dawn of time. Nevertheless, every mature Qinglong possessed unparalleled combat prowess, holding a prestigious position within the dragon lineage. However, something was amiss. This Qinglong did not seem to be a true Qinglong. As a descendant of the dragon race, Yazi was not entirely ignorant of the intricacies of his kin. Though this creature exuded a draconic aura, it fell short of the essence of a true dragon. Upon closer inspection, Yazi discerned that this Qinglong was merely a rebirth of a drop of essence blood. Little one, I advise you to remain calm and refrain from futile resistance, the Qinglong proclaimed, its tone imbued with an air of superiority. Father, please do not strike. Yazi is my spirit beast, Xia Chen exclaimed, sensing an overwhelming force converging upon Yazi. He hastily called out, fearing that his father might mistakenly harm an ally, which would be a grave misfortune for his brother Yazi. By the heavens, this supreme being is actually Xia Chen's father. Yazi felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, they were on the same side, making matters much easier to resolve. My lord, I indeed serve as Xia Chen's spirit beast, Yazi quickly asserted. Eager to solidify his allegiance and avoid a fate similar to that of the bloodline creature that had been ruthlessly slaughtered, Xia Chen nodded. For he had long been aware of the profound connection between Yazi and Xia Tian. However, in an effort to intimidate Yazi, Xia Chen deliberately employed the power of the secret realm to instill fear. Yazi's strength was formidable, despite his amicable relationship with Xia Tian. There remained a risk of unforeseen threats to his son. Xia Chen sensed no binding contract between Yazi and Xia Tian. As the tremendous force dissipated, Yazi breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could fully relax, an unexpected tightness gripped his heart once more. Nonsense! You have not entered into a master-servant contract with my son. What manner of spirit beast are you to dare mock this king? Xia Chen admonished, feigning a furious demeanor. With a sudden surge of fury, the entire secret realm transformed, winds howling and dust swirling, as a chilling aura of lethal intent enveloped the atmosphere. My lord, it is all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. I have just awakened and was about to join forces with Summer to combat the Blood Clan. We have yet to formalize our contract. The creature, Yazi, exclaimed, desperately hoping that Summer would not reject him. Despite a facade of cheerful demeanor, Yazi cursed inwardly. Having finally found a way to escape the constraints of the Beastmaster's ring, he was now thwarted by the unexpected emergence of a formidable figure, shattering his dreams. Yazi had never felt such despair in his existence. When the Beastmaster sought to claim him as a spiritual beast, he was treated with utmost care and luxury. Ah! Summer exclaimed with uncontained joy, for Yazi was no ordinary being. He was the fated spiritual beast of the Beastmaster, a creature of immense power, belonging to an ancient and fearsome lineage. Were it not for the restrictive laws of the secret realm, Yazi's peak combat prowess would rival that of any quasi-emperor. Of course I don't mind. How could I ever disdain Brother Yazi? Summer replied, still in disbelief. But, Brother Yazi, are you truly willing to acknowledge me as your master? It seemed too outrageous to be true. An ancient ferocious beast of quasi-emperor caliber recognizing a nascent soul cultivator as its lord, an occurrence unheard of throughout history. Certainly, Yazi responded, glancing at Summer's beaming face and then at Summer's father, whose expression was a peculiar blend of joy and anguish. The contrast of emotions was painfully evident on Yazi's draconic visage. Could I possibly refuse? This is nothing short of coercive bargaining. Yet what choice do I have? Yazi lamented inwardly, recognizing the undeniable bond forming between the father and son. What was there to wait for? Summer waved his hand, dissipating the celestial energies, crossing his arms. The Yazi lineage had always been cunning. The creature's outward submissiveness concealed a multitude of ulterior motives. If not for Summer's relative weakness and lack of protection, Summer's father would have harbored greater concerns. Thus, allowing Yazi to become Summer's spiritual beast brought him a measure of comfort. Yazi sighed, feeling as though he had merely escaped from one perilous situation only to find himself ensnared in another. As the contract was drafted and signatures inscribed in blood, both parties became bound by the forces of the Celestial Covenant. You need not appear so dejected. Look, even the Azure Dragon is my covenant's spiritual beast. You, as my son's spiritual beast, shall not be at a loss. My son is destined to become an emperor, and when he ascends, I promise you the freedom to depart, Summer's father offered, recognizing Yazi's distress. Yazi nodded, casting a disdainful glance at the Azure Dragon. That creature is merely a drop of the Azure Dragon's essence reborn. It has a long way to go before it can claim true status as an Azure Dragon. How dare you, a hybrid of dragon and lesser beasts, look down upon me? I am indeed a drop of essence reborn, Yet my lineage is far purer than yours. How dare you, a mere Yazi, act with such arrogance? The Azure Dragon, incensed, immediately retaliated with fury, as the two formidable beasts appeared poised to clash. Xia Chen swiftly intervened, separating them with a wave of his hand. Summer, reign in the Yazi, Xia Chen commanded. In the summer, gazing at the majestic creature, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After a brief discussion with it, I effortlessly returned the magnificent beast to the beast-controlling ring. The talented individuals below looked on with envious eyes, for such a creature was of quasi-emperor caliber, and yet it had been claimed as my steed. What is the true background and origin of Summer's father? He possesses the Azure Dragon as his steed, and has even gifted the ancient and formidable creature, the Yazi, to his son. The prodigies are filled with envy and resentment. Within their respective factions, they hold esteemed positions and have access to whatever they desire. Yet, when compared to Summer, they are mere small fry overshadowed by a greater force. The celestial prodigies secretly speculate that Summer's father may indeed be a genuine emperor, rather than merely a quasi-emperor. Thus, it follows that Summer has become the second-generation heir of an emperor. Having dealt with the Yazi, Summer Chen now finds the time to confront the third prince. At this moment, the third prince appears utterly spent, lacking even the strength to levitate. He grimaces at Summer Chen, lamenting the demise of a plan he had meticulously crafted over 3 millennia, only to have it dismantled by this unknown powerhouse before him. Not only is his life in peril, but the 10 complete demon soldiers have also been seized by his adversary. Had he known better, he would have refrained from using one of the bloodthirsty demon pearls to control the corpse of the blood demon ancestor, and instead directly operated the 10 complete demon soldiers. With a true imperial weapon, he might have at least secured his own safety and departed with grace. However, it is too late for regrets now. The third prince bitterly shakes his head, addressing the approaching Summer Chen with indifference. You may kill or torture me as you please, if I so much as frown. I shall share your surname. Ah, he is still a prince. Summer Chen had already suspected that this individual was no ordinary member of the Blood Clan. But discovering he belonged to the royal lineage of that clan was somewhat unexpected. Nevertheless, upon hearing the third prince's words, Summer Chen chuckled and shook his head, responding, Share my surname? You would do well not to frown, for I have no son like you. If I did, I fear I would perish from frustration. The third prince, taken aback, was unaware that this supreme being would engage him in a verbal duel. In a fit of rage, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. You know well why I have spared your life. Therefore, divulge all that you know, and I may consider granting you a merciful death, Summer Chen stated. For he had little time to waste on this individual and got straight to the point. Bah, you wretched insect. My divine race is paramount, and one day we shall transform the Azure Sky continent into our breeding ground. Do you truly believe you can extract anything from me? You are merely dreaming. If you hold any worth, then extinguish my divine soul. The third prince's demeanor dripped with scorn as he regarded Summer Chen, as if he were observing a fool. He was well aware that the two races had long been at odds, harboring a profound blood feud, with both sides wishing to obliterate the other. How could the third prince ever betray his own kind? Quite arrogant, indeed, Summer Chen mused, having anticipated this reaction. However, since this member of the Blood Clan had been preserved, it was essential to extract his value. System, do you possess any means to access the biological memories? Xia Chen returned to the system interface and addressed the system. Instantly, a dazzling array of items appeared before him. A memory reader. A product of the level 3 Okra civilization, priced at 500,000 points, capable of surreptitiously extracting another's memories with a storage duration of 1 year. The Heglin Potion. A creation of the Heglin Divine, costing 800,000 points, which compels the drinker to answer any inquiry without hesitation. The selection was indeed splendid. Yet the prices were rather steep. Ultimately, Xia Chen discovered a spell akin to a father-daughter heart-linking incantation, the memory-severing spell. This spell required merely 30,000 points. By placing a hand atop the target's head and silently reciting the incantation, one could extract the memories of another. However, the side effects were considerable. As it forcibly severed memories, it inflicted indescribable agony upon the victim, with a 95% probability of rendering them into a state of utter idiocy post-application. This option was quite economical. Xia Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, the Blood Clan treated the beings of the Azure Sky continent with unparalleled cruelty. While the memory-severing spell was indeed ruthless, it was directed at the Blood Clan. If they possessed the audacity to slay this prince, rest assured, the divine army shall avenge him. imprisoning your very soul for eternity, subjecting you to unspeakable torment. As Xia Chen smiled slyly at him, the third prince felt an ominous premonition. I am not yet inclined to kill you, Xia Chen declared, shaking his head with an enigmatic grin. With a swift motion, his right hand reached for the third prince's head, initiating the memory-severing process. Before the third prince could comprehend the situation, a mysterious force surged into his divine sea. In the next moment, his entire visage contorted in excruciating agony. The pain was beyond description, akin to being pierced by 1,000 needles, rendering him desperate for relief. Blood streamed from all 7 orifices of the third prince as he screamed with a voice that reverberated through the air, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Even some female cultivators instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. The gruesome scene drew a quiet gasp from Xia Chen, who internally marveled at the severity of the memory-severing spell, contemplating its use in the future. At that moment, a torrent of unfamiliar information surged into Xia Chen's mind. Xia Chen discovered that this vampire was none other than the third prince of the Blood Clan. He witnessed the intricate schemes and betrayals among the princes, observed the Blood Clan's invasions across various continents, and learned of their plans to once again assault the Songqiang continent. Most importantly, Xia Chen came across a piece of news regarding Huang Lu, the sovereign of the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace. The sacred land of Yaoguang in the northern region was set to discuss a partnership with the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace, with the 2 parties being the sacred Lord Jihong of Yaoguang and the sovereign Huang Lu. Upon reading this news, Xia Chen was immediately filled with rage. How audacious it was for someone to dare lay a hand on his beloved wife. This infuriated Xia Chen beyond measure. He felt an overwhelming desire to rush to the northern region and deliver a sound thrashing to Jihong. How dare anyone touch his woman? In a fit of rage, Xia Chen unleashed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that enveloped the entire secret realm. The winds howled in fury, and a chilling atmosphere pervaded the air. The onlookers were utterly oblivious to the reasons behind the ire of that supreme being. Noticing something amiss in the summer, one assumed that Xia Chen had encountered some misfortune and hurriedly attempted to approach for a greeting, only to be halted by a wave of Xia Chen's hand. After stripping away memories for nearly 10 minutes, the third prince's gaze appeared vacant, and his vitality seemed to wane, as if he were drawing in breath without exhaling at all. As Xia Chen loosened his grip, the third prince collapsed beside him, his body twitching slightly, likely on the verge of death. However, no sympathy arose in anyone's heart at this scene. Rather, it brought a sense of satisfaction. The Blood Clan and the Celestial Continent were sworn enemies, their animosity deeply rooted. And the demise of a member of the Blood Clan only served to delight the beings of the Celestial Continent. The tenfold demon armament. Xia Chen recalled the third prince's imperial artifact. When 10 quasi-imperial artifacts converge, they form a true imperial weapon, vastly superior to any quasi-imperial artifact. Yet this imperial weapon belonged to the Blood Clan, and its spirit would likely not recognize the beings of the Celestial Continent as worthy of control. Nevertheless, as it was an imperial weapon, Xia Chen would not let it go to waste. He would utilize it to its fullest potential. After all, the tenfold demon armament was currently sealed within the heavenly martial secret realm, and he would eventually find a way to fully master it for his own use. More pressing was the need to promptly prevent the connection between the Radiant Light Sacred Land and the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace. If he could not even protect his own wife, what kind of man would he be? With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Xia Chen declared, Jihong, your time is up. After acquiring valuable information from the mind of the third prince, Xia Chen once again wielded the power of the secret realm, obliterating the remaining dozen or so Blood Clan cultivators hidden in various corners of the domain. It was revealed that long ago, the Blood Clan had employed clandestine methods to seal some of their kin within the secret realm, awaiting the opportunity to assist the third prince in rescuing the blood demon ancestor. However, the overly arrogant third prince believed that the blood demon ancestor had long since waned in vitality and that even if rescued, he would be but a useless shell. Thus, the third prince resorted to secret techniques to absorb the essence of the blood demon ancestor and even fashion the ancestor's body into a puppet. This clearly illustrates that the third prince is indeed a ruthless individual, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. The 10 complete demon armaments, originally incomplete, had 3 bloodthirsty demon orbs sealed within the Tianwu Sacred Hall, which the third prince sought to collect, only to inadvertently benefit Xia Chen in the end. Ultimately, what remained was the legacy of the Tianwu Secret Realm. After resolving this matter, Xia Chen's next plan would be to pursue the 9 Phoenix Immortal Palace. The Tianwu sacred land was once regarded as a premier force within the Songqiang continent, having produced a true unparalleled emperor. While the last Tianwu sacred master was also a being of quasi-emperor caliber. The reunion between Xia Tian and Xia Lu was not as surprising as Xia Chen had imagined. Rather, Xia Lu was more astonished by the remarkable prowess of his younger brother. Although their father was indeed an extraordinary figure, the emergence of such talent in the desolate expanse of the eastern wilderness was truly exceptional. Currently, Xia Tian had only just reached the yuaning stage. Yet he possessed the remarkable ability to withstand the terrifying force of Yazi, standing firm against formidable beings at the combined stage. His physique was nothing short of monstrous. Through conversations with Xia Tian, Xia Lu learned that their third brother's talent surpassed his own, which left him feeling somewhat despondent. He had believed that being in the Nine Phoenix Immortal Palace, endowed with true phoenix blood and possessing unparalleled cultivation resources, would elevate him above all talents in the eastern wilderness. However, he now realized that there were always greater talents beyond his own, and the eastern wilderness was not as contemptible as many had claimed. With the extraordinary prowess of his two brothers, Xia Lu firmly believed that the eastern wilderness would soon awaken like a slumbering lion, resonating throughout the other four domains. Regarding the inheritance of the heavenly martial sacred land, Xia Tian readily relinquished it. For him, the primary purpose of coming here was to engage in sparring with the prodigies from various domains. He held no particular interest in the inheritance itself. Eventually, at Xia Chen's request, Xia Lu was sent into the Heavenly Martial Hall to comprehend the legacy of the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land. As for the others, there was no longer a need to remain in the secret realm, as the Heavenly Martial Secret Realm had now become Xia Chen's private garden. Observing Xia Tian's intentions, it appeared he wished to continue honing his skills across the continent. Although Xia Chen felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood that a fledgling eagle must endure trials to soar high in the skies. Moreover, with Zhu Lao and Yazi present, Xia Chen felt a sense of assurance. At the very least, Xia Tian's life would not be in jeopardy, and he would intervene should any danger arise. After exchanging a few words with Xia Tian, Xia Chen prepared to send the prodigies of the Songqiang continent away from the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land. Esteemed guests, the trial of the Heavenly Martial Secret Realm concludes ahead of schedule, he proclaimed, standing atop the head of the Azure Dragon, his robes billowing elegantly, white hair dancing in the wind, exuding an unparalleled grace. His voice resonated through every corner of the secret realm. Below, the prodigies stirred restlessly. The early conclusion of the trial was anticipated by most, as the Heavenly Martial Secret Realm had always been a place without a master. This time, under the control of this supreme figure, what reason was there for them to continue their training? We express our heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed elder for your life-saving grace. The prodigies bowed slightly, conveying their respect and appreciation, for without this formidable being, they would likely have fallen victim to the Blood Clan long ago. Xia Chen formed a seal with his hands, activating the array, as beams of white light cascaded down, enveloping these prodigies. Father, when we meet again, I shall undoubtedly become stronger. Standing amidst the radiant glow, Xia Tian brimmed with confidence, believing in the path of invincibility, with his father as an insurmountable mountain. Yet, he remained undaunted, resolutely striving to keep pace with his father's footsteps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The brilliance faded, and the prodigies vanished from their original positions. Xia Chen glanced at the Azure Dragon and the Phoenix Spirit beside him and casually remarked, Luo might not be able to emerge for some time. Let us seek out a spiritual pool to relax in. In Zhangzhou, Jun Wuhui and two young prodigies appeared at the welcoming platform of the Didao sect. Beside the platform sat two elders, seemingly decrepit. Yet their formidable presence was undeniable. They were true elders of the harmonization realm, capable of stirring the heavens and earth, possessing the strength to annihilate worlds. Wu Hui, there remains over a month until the secret realm concludes. Why have you returned early? Inquired one elder, his expression steeped in perplexity. Jun Wu Hui let out a wry smile, acknowledging the unexpected twist encountered during their expedition into the Heavenly Martial Secret Realm. He softly replied, Esteemed uncles, from this moment forth, the trials of the Heavenly Martial Secret Realm shall likely never reopen, for it has acquired a master. His tone was calm, yet his mind involuntarily recalled the unparalleled prowess of that elder. Surely, such a figure epitomized true strength. What? The Heavenly Martial Secret Realm has recognized a master? The two elders were visibly shaken, disbelief etched on their faces. It was well known that the secret realm housed a spirit responsible for its operation, and for selecting suitable inheritors for the heavenly martial sacred land. It was precisely due to the existence of this spirit that even several quasi-emperors could not control the entire realm. Jun Wuhui nodded and subsequently returned to the grand hall of the Dao sect with the elders, recounting all that had transpired within the secret realm. With the azure dragon beneath his feet and the power to suppress the 9 quasi-emperor artifacts, it is no wonder the spirit of the secret realm acknowledged him. An elder lamented, "What kind of extraordinary powerhouse must he be?" The gravity of the situation was profound. The Blood Clan had infiltrated every corner. And now even the heavenly martial secret realm had been ensnared by their schemes. It was evident that many other places were similarly ensnared. Not to mention, the 10 complete demon weapons remained suppressed within the secret realm. Any unforeseen occurrence could lead to catastrophic losses. I must confer with the other sovereigns regarding this matter. The sect leader of the Dao sect wore a grave expression, setting aside the origins and strength of the individual within the secret realm. The mere presence of the 10 complete demon weapons was enough to incite madness among countless powerful beings. Those were true imperial artifacts, currently. Few top-tier forces across the domains possessed genuine imperial artifacts. Most merely wielded quasi-imperial ones. Given the nature of the Blood Clan, they would certainly not allow such a complete imperial artifact to fall into anyone's hands. Therefore, if necessary, it would be prudent to retrieve and secure that imperial artifact, perhaps by placing it within the Dao sect. As the discourse turned to the 10 complete demon weapons, the countenance of the Dao sect's warriors, including the sect leader, shifted dramatically. It is worth noting that even if the 10 complete demon weapons were disassembled, they would still comprise 10 quasi-imperial artifacts. Thus, the 10 complete demon warriors, comprised of 10 quasi-imperial artifacts, have etched an illustrious legacy in the annals of the blood-soaked history between the two clans. Even among artifacts of the same rank, the 10 complete demon warriors stand as a formidable presence. In an era devoid of true emperors, the power of these artifacts is nothing short of cataclysmic, rendering even quasi-emperors susceptible to their allure. Master, if you were to recklessly seek out that esteemed predecessor, it would likely incite their displeasure. Jun Wuhui, not lacking in wisdom, subtly discerned the ulterior motive of the master. This venerable figure, who could command the loyalty of the Azure Dragon and compel the Yazi to bow, and who governs the celestial martial secret realm, likely surpasses even the quasi-emperor level in Jun Wuhui's estimation. Such a hasty action by the sect master could spell catastrophic consequences for the Dao sect, leaving no avenue for lamentation. You should return to your cultivation. I have other matters to attend to. The sect master cast a glance at Jun Wuhui and waved his hand, vanishing from sight. Master, sigh. Jun Wuhui exhaled, lamenting the overwhelming allure of the imperial artifacts. In the northern region, at the Array Dao sect, Huang Fuqi